Chapter 161 Coyote Thugs Regiment Destroyed. We can only fight for our lives. We can only rely on ourselves. We can only exchange our lives for dignity. This is our life. And the life of this era. Such a voice resounded in the hearts of countless members of Black Widow, causing their spirits to be shaken. This group of women who were at a disadvantage seemed to have a special energy bursting out of their bodies, supporting them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Even if they died, they had to ruthlessly bite off a piece of meat from their enemy's body. Thus, a group of monsters were born. The battle damage ratio quickly reached 1-to-1. To quickly adapt to the battle, the old leading the new, was undoubtedly the best way. There were women in the Black Widows who had fought many times and still survived. They used their bravery, their spine, and their spirit to inculcate those who came after them. Qin Fong hid in the shadows, decapitating the 53rd man with a gun. And his position, finally, was exposed. It's the sentry tower. Gather fire, and give me seconds on the sentry tower. Damn. Finally found you. Fly. Bring me the crushing object. I want him dead. Dang. It was a rocket that shot up into the sky. One of the most powerful weapons within the Coyote Thug Corps. The sentry tower was instantly destroyed, turning into a blaze of fire and falling apart. Black Shadow's heart was a little worried. She didn't know if Qin Fong could still survive. Right now, she also had no time to care about these things. She could only continue to fight. As the leader, Black Widow had always fought in the first place. Kill them all for me. The leader of the Coyote Regiment? This was the only time he reacted and informed the crowd to strike hard. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that the Coyote Thugs Regiment would be planted today. Poof. The sound of a slight gunshot came to mind. Once again killing a man with a gun, leaving him paralyzed and dead. Qin Fong, unharmed. He had long since fled away like a slippery loach. Poof. The last shot. Qin Fong hit Coyote's brow, the so-called leader of the Thug Corps, and blood slowly oozed out from within his brain. Before a touch of pure white gradually flowed out. Coyote is dead. Surrender without killing. Clicking. The energy was depleted. Pressing the trigger, but there was no response. Before Coyote died, he saw the gun in Qin Fong's hand. It was an energy pistol. Dying under this gun was not unjust. There were still hundreds of enemies, still wanting to resist, still wanting to fight to the death. Revenge for the headmaster. Is it hard? Are you willing to languish under a bunch of women? Stand up and kill for me. In the Coyote Thug Corps, there were those who surrendered and those who continued to resist. For this, the women in Black Widow attacked one after another. Coyote is dead. Robes. Kill. Victory is ours. Kill. In the next second, Qin Fong picked up the sword on the ground and also rushed into this group of resisting men. Dang. With a single slash, Qin Fong directly chopped off a great head, blood gushing out. The scene was appalling. Tearing and pulling. Qin Fong's killing intent did not diminish, hacking one person to death in degrees. This was the second, the third, the fourth. Qin Fong was as mighty as a true demon god, constantly beheading this group of flesh and blood men. I'll say it for the last time. Kneel down and don't kill. Otherwise, kill without pardon. This sentence seemed like a hellish demonic voice, causing the remaining 200 men to break through their psychological defenses and fall to their knees one after another. They wanted to live. The Coyote Thugs Regiment died 602 men. And the rest? Are captives. Let them self-supervise each other to bind hands and feet. Lord, can't let them go. Just now Sisterly was killed by him. Yes, my lord. These people deserve to die. My lord, listen to us. This group of people can't live. Among the Black Widows, a group of women cried and shouted, wanting to make Qin Fong stop this stupid decision. But then, Qin Fong was unmoved, as if he could not hear them. This group of men from the Coyote Regiment were happy in their hearts. Their lives? They should be saved. As for what they should do after becoming slaves? It didn't matter, as long as they could live. As for Black Widow, and the first batch of old men who followed Qin Fong, the corners of their mouths wore a smile, as if they knew something inside out. This smile, it was very oozing. When all the men had finished binding each other, only Qin Fong could be heard speaking. A bunch of retards. What are you crying for? Don't you think that this group of trash will be better to kill after they are tied up? No. Here. His life stone is yours. Qin Fang threw the sword in his hand to the first woman who spoke earlier. This young woman froze. Earlier? Sister Lee had been decapitated in order to save her, which made her heart very hard. So she questioned Qin Fang's decision. But at this moment, with the sword literally in her hands, she still had some hesitation. But this hesitation only lasted for a second. It was covered by infinite rage. The woman raised her saber and ruthlessly stabbed into this man. She didn't kill him with a single blow. Instead, she repeatedly pulled out and inserted it. And so repeated herself almost 100 times. Only then did she decapitate this man, venting out her belly full of rage. The men around were scared out of their wits, kneeling down and begging for mercy. They wanted to run, but their hands and feet were all bound. They simply couldn't run away. What are you all waiting for? Kill them all. Qin Fang uttered these words and left this place. Not long after, this place became a hell on earth, with all kinds of miserable screams constantly ringing out, one more miserable than the other. Qin Fang silently entered the warehouse of the Coyote Thug Corps and started searching for what he wanted. Click, 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 click. Qin Fang backed away from the deepest defensive door and saw an internal leather case that was placed on a table intellectually. Qin Fang's eyes immediately lit up. Qin Fang opened the leather box. And inside the leather box, just as neatly placed, were 3 energy stones that were already fading. Energy stones. This was hard currency, which mob group would want to save 1 or 2. After all, if they could get a certain amount of weapons from the Sky City, this could be energy. Qin Fang threw the azure-colored pistol within the leather case, and the pistol instantly transformed into a long weakened Taotai, and began to crazily devour everything. Not long after, the 3 dim energy stones gradually went out, eventually transforming into the scales on the azure-colored pistol. Qin Fang carefully counted, and his entire body was stunned. A full 79 scales. This meant that this azure-colored energy pistol could now be fired 790 times. This was a very terrifying value. If possible, Qin Fang would even be able to end the chaos of the town. With this energy pistol, Qin Fang carefully put away the azure-colored pistol before continuing to explore the surroundings to see if there were any other materials that he needed. After looking around, Qin Fang's eyes rested on a pitch-black piece of iron. He had seen this kind of iron once before, within the Phoenix Guild in reality. Someone wanted to use this piece of iron and forge a sword. As a so-called blacksmith family, Qin Fang naturally needed to go and help. This seemed to be some kind of heavenly cold iron. Ahem. That is, an ore from outside the blue star. The knives forged from this stuff are incredibly sharp. Chapter 162 Communication with the Upper Levels. On the chaotic ground, hot weapons were important. But then, a short weapon that was handy was also important. Qin Fang instinctively went to pick up the blackened piece of iron. Oh! This sized iron. But there is almost 100 pounds of weight. 2 hands. Fang barely lifted it up. Qin Fang immediately dropped it, unable to hold it at all. Within the warehouse, there were still more than 400 guns. But because of the lack of ammunition, all of them had become ornaments, and could only be watched, but could not be used. As a burning stick, they didn't even feel comfortable. Bronze artillery, with racks, are there. But then, no ammunition is also waste. This warehouse can be called a small armory. Unfortunately, our waste, the innermost part, it was a mountain of food, enough for the Coyote thugs to close for 3 months. Qin Fang looked around and rinsed off with fresh water before changing into a fresh outfit. By the time Qin Fang went out, the Coyote mob had left no one alive. All of them had become corpses. Some of the women who still couldn't walk out were whipping the corpses and venting out their pent-up anger. These, Black Widow didn't care. Qin Fang also didn't care, letting them be like this. This breath must be released, otherwise it would all create big problems in the future. Have you tallied up the battle losses? Qin Fang walked to Black Widow's side and gently inquired. 244 deaths, 132 serious injuries, and light injuries to each. Black Widow's expression was very mournful. I don't understand. Is this really right? They could have not had to die. A layer of water mist emerged from the corner of the Black Widow's eyes, which was heartbreaking. If you don't change, your end? Nothing more than a dead body by the roadside. I buried you with my own hands. After Qin Fang said these words, he quietly disappeared from the small door behind the coyote mob. In the original spot, a teardrop fell from Black Widow's eyes, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, she actually vomited, looking extremely uncomfortable. This was a psychological reaction. There were few women who vomited, and when Black Widow vomited, people didn't wonder and handed her a piece of paper. The coyote mob shut down and went on alert. The sound of bazookas going off, the sound of guns, resonating throughout the town. The Thug Corps? The civilians of Brighton didn't know what was going on at first. But now, all knew. At first, there was discussion. Holy shit. Black Widow is actually attacking Coyote? No way. This is too suspenseful. Black Widows, a newly promoted mob group, dares to mess with the Coyotes. I think they are impatient to live. Isn't this giving away heads? Haha. This group of thugs did not think highly of the Black Widows at all, believing that they were merely tired of living. But as time passed, as the scout information continued to be sent back, the members of this group of thugs were dumbfounded. The Black Widow mob had actually defeated the Coyote, and the Coyote's entire staff had been killed. The Black Widows are considered to have completely established themselves within the town. Go. Send my obeisance to acknowledge Black Widow's position. What a ruthless woman. No wonder she's called Black Widow. Chief, should we take advantage of such an opportunity to annex the Black Widow? Just experienced a battle. They must be. At this moment, do you think Black Widow doesn't have any cards to be able to quickly take down Coyote? You think this woman? Is it simple? The entire battle, however, lasted for 15 minutes. This was something that even other existences stronger than the Coyote thugs would not dare to pack their bags and destroy Coyote in 15 minutes. This Black Widow? Not simple. This was the unanimous agreement of these mob groups on the Black Widow so far. The Coyote Thug Corps residency was changed to the Black Widow Thug Corps. Black Widow heard what Qin Fang said about his two endings. She calmed down, and when she finished puking, she started rescuing the injured at the first opportunity. All the medicines in the warehouse. Don't be stingy. Use them all. Fresh water, food. Don't spare it either. After dealing with the wounded soldiers, Black Widow began to set up a monument, and began to save the women who were being squeezed within the Coyote Thugs regiment. All in all, Black Widow was very busy. As for Qin Fang, on the other hand, he returned to his home, passing by the old security guard's booth. Qin Fang couldn't help but glance at it, just in time to lock eyes with the old guard. Come in. Have a drink with me. The old security guard pulled open the door of the room, and without any further ado, pulled Qin Fang into the security pavilion, not giving him the slightest chance to refuse. Inside the security pavilion, there was a square table, a bottle of poor quality white wine as well as a small dish of peanuts and rice. They were all good things. Qin Fang, this pool of water is now thoroughly muddled. What do you want? The old security guard poured a glass for Qin Fang, asked with a slight inquisitive tone, and his eyes quickly glanced to the east. Qin Fang instantly understood. It wasn't Oldie 2 who was asking, but the existence behind Oldie 2 who was asking. This was like a special scene triggered in a game, where Qin Fang's answer to every word would cause a different story. I want this town truly settled. I want me to go out every day, without having to be wary. I want me to sleep every night, and be able to be down to earth. After saying these words, Oldie 2 froze. He seemed to have never thought that Qin Fang's goal was so far-reaching. Yes, it was enough to be called far-reaching. Qin Fang? In what way do you want to reach your goal? The old security guard had ear returns in his ears, as if he was a robot. And when someone else said something, he asked a question, and then Qin Fang answered it. This work efficiency, it was really low. In the beginning, I wanted to rely on myself. But now, I want to talk to you. Letting Oldie 2 pass on the message. He always forgets the point. How about you and I talk face to face? Qin Fang suddenly got up and looked at the overhead surveillance camera, facing a smile as he watched. The other end of the surveillance room saw this scene are crazy. Qin Fang? How did it discover them? Good. But not now. Wait for when your Black Widow accidentally devours two behemoths of the same level before you have the qualifications to negotiate with me. These words, coming from within Old Li Tu's ear return, were spoken to Qin Fong. The meaning contained within these words was simple. What Black Widow mob? Weak. You want to negotiate with me now? Impossible. Qin Fong didn't care about this. Yes. After Qin Fong finished speaking, he took a sip of the wine Old Li Tu had poured for him and pinched a handful of peanuts to leave. Old Li Tu looked at Qin Fong's back. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This kid? So crazy. And then pinched up a peanut and put it in his mouth. Qin Fong returned to the room. The black cat instantly exploded and instantly ran away from the room. There was no other reason. The smell of blood on Qin Fong's body was too strong. After the black cat ran away, Qin Fong used the strength of the wine to enter a rare deep sleep. To be honest, Qin Fong's sleep every night was very shallow, almost as if he could hear the wind and grass blowing. And based on his muscle memory, Qin Fong was able to instantly wake up and take a fighting stance at the first opportunity. All of these are the after effects of Qin Fong's previous life. And in order to stay alive, Qin Fong can only do so. Chapter 163 Successful Upgrade. The present-day Black Widow Thug Corps, to be honest, was still very weak and completely unable to enter the eyes of the upper echelons. The reason why Old Li Tu was sent to contact Qin Fong was simply to control the risk and see Qin Fong exactly what kind of person he was. If it was controllable, responding to it was one option. If it was uncontrollable, it was another option. Qin Fong returned inside his hut, set up small traps, and slept peacefully. The abundant energy from the blue-colored energy pistol gave Qin Fong some slight peace of mind. Tonight, no one was busier than the Black Widow mob, almost sleepless. On the second day, the Black Widow mob announced to the public that any oppressed women within the town, any women who couldn't survive, could join the Black Widow, who would provide shelter, but needed to follow the Black Widow's rules and regulations. That kind of information? A message of hope for the oppressed women of the town? A ray of hope. But it's hard to get out of their clutches. After all, here, women are like cargo. But still, hundreds of women have broken through the barriers and joined the Black Widow Guild like a torrent. In response, the Black Widow Guild happily accepted it. Ding. Welcome back to Fate of Heaven. Enjoy your game. Ding. Is Baishan's communication dialed? Ding. Bastard Sky agrees to communication. President Batian. Did the Phoenix Guild breach another guild's compound again yesterday? This was a question that Qin Fong was more concerned about. After all, he had quit the game earlier. No. Yesterday, Batian and Pikachu Guild were constantly blocking the attack. So how could they let him gain private territory again? Hearing Baishan's reply, Qin Fong was then relieved. By the way, President Batian, this is the list of customizable equipment. You can take a look at it, and you can choose between fine gold grade and gold grade. Qin Fong sent the list of customizable equipment to Batian, allowing him to choose freely. After reading this list, Baishan's face darkened. Almost half of the drawings in this were provided by him. But now, yet he had to pay a high price for the finished product. Baishan's heart was dripping blood. In his heart, he sighed. Next time, waiting for player me to buy the potion again is to no longer give you a price increase of 50%? Two people? Prepare to pit each other. Hegemony does not know. Qin Fong has been quietly to hegemony price increase of 5%. To be hegemony to choose the moment. Qin Fong once again will be customized list sent to have a transaction. An excellent reputation of other guild presidents, so that they can choose a unified 10% discount. As for some guild presidents, Phoenix, for example, and Annihilation, for example, were all on Qin Fong's blacklist, and could no longer buy these equipments from his hands. These presidents saw this detailed list? Could they not be moved? Could they not purchase them? Especially with a 90% discount. The least had also purchased 100 pieces of gold-grade equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold-grade equipment. As for a big customer like Bastard Sky, it was 1,000 pieces of gold-grade equipment and 100 pieces of elite gold-grade equipment. This batch of orders was enough to keep Qin Fong busy. This batch of equipment, heck, all of them were level 20. Everyone, all preparing for the start of level 20, saving them from having to buy it again at the end of the day. Ding. Player Burial Earth requests communication. Agreed. Boss. What's today's event? Burial Earth's spirited voice rang out. Feel free. Free activity. Okay. Burial Earth had just hung up when the Tree of Life's communication called again. Captain. What are we doing today? Going for a copy? The Tree of Life was getting paid after all. Almost treating Qin Fang like a boss. Free activities. By the way, if you're bored, you can go to a copy with Burial Earth. When Qin Fang finished speaking, the Tree of Life received it and hung up. Qin Fang walked inside the 10,000 empty alley auction house and was about to start forging when Shui Qinger's communication called again. Qin Fang. What are we going to do today? Hearing Shui Qinger's playful voice and glancing at the list of equipment in his hands, Qin Fang instantly decided to go out with Shui Qinger. Qinger. I know that the nearest beautiful scenery is Mirror Lake. Why don't we go rafting? Sure. Where are you? Meet at the east gate of Tianyang Town. Okay. This batch of equipment? It would be fine to forge it sometime. After all, the highest level being within Tianyang Town? It was only level 19. And to reach level 20, it would take 2 days at the very least. At the east gate of Tianyang Town, Qin Fang and Shui Qinger converged together, talking and laughing as they headed to Mirror Lake. Ding. Player Shui Binger requests communication. Qin Fang. Is there something going on here? Agreed. Qin Fang. I don't know what your proximity to Qinger is supposed to be about, but I hope that you don't have any bad intentions. The city in the sky is not incapable of interfering with the order above the earth. Such cold words, paired with a strong threatening intent, instantly made Qin Fang a little puzzled. This? How was it that in an instant? Shui Binger's malice towards herself was so great. This wouldn't do. Shui Binger as his sister in the future. How could Qin Fang allow her impression of himself to keep dropping? Ding. Player Qin Fang requests a trade. Shui Binger froze. She was in the middle of discussing things with Qin Fang. What was this sudden trade? A bribe? Having said that, when Shui Binger saw the contents of the trade, she ghostly chose to agree. A set of level 15 fine gold grade equipment with attributes that were very suitable for her. This who? Could hold back awe. Ding. Player Shui Binger has agreed to the transaction. Qin Fang brought a smile to the corner of his mouth and hung up the communication, while he then sent a text to Shui Binger. Everything is fate. I believe that time will wash away all obsessions and be able to break down all prejudices. Looking at this sentence, Shui Binger was in a bit of a trance for a moment. Perhaps Qin Fang really never had any bad intentions. Was she too neurotic? Last night, she had told her father about Qin Fang's problem. But her father, too, had not taken a stance, and had even smiled faintly, not feeling that there was anything wrong. Was it hard not to? It really was his problem. Shui Binger froze. In the southeastern corner, outside of Tianyang Town, a blue-colored vortex presented itself to Qin Fang and Shui Qinger's eyes. Mirror Lake. This was a level 6A attraction opened in Tianyang Town. The entrance fee was 1,084 copper coins. And entering within the vortex was like entering another world that could be enjoyed in silence. Qin Fang paid over 2,000 copper coins and naturally held Shui Qinger's small hand as he entered the vortex. A blinding white light flashed, and when Qin Fang and Shui Qinger opened their eyes again, they were on top of a dilapidated boat. The silhouettes of the two of them swayed from side to side, and the boat naturally followed suit, swaying from side to side. Very unstable. The wooden small boat was filled with the aura of the years of time, and in some places, even the wood had rotted. The whole body was roughly 3 meters long and short, requiring Qin Fang to sway on his own. Ding. You are traveling in a worn-out boat that can travel 3 meters per minute. Ding. You can choose to upgrade the small boat. Brand new wooden boat. Requires 200 copper coins. Normal yacht. Requires 1,000 copper coins. Luxury yacht. Requires 3,000 copper coins. This? It's an attraction. It's natural to guide consumption. Otherwise, what would people earn? Wow. It's so beautiful. Shui Qinger held onto the boat with difficulty, glanced at the sky, and sighed heartily. In the next second, Qin Fang was instantly upgraded. Ding. Is it upgraded to a top luxury yacht? Please pay 9,999 copper coins. Ding. Congratulations on your successful upgrade. Chapter 164 The Deity's Revenge begins. the blue-colored dome of the sky, as if it had been washed with water. No impurities could be seen, as if it was a huge jewel, inverted in the sky, and the free-flying birds became the embellishment of the sky, making it even more beautiful. The sun shone warmly. The temperature was not too cold and not too hot. Very pleasant. Below the firmament, there was the infinite sea. No, the mirror lake. Although it was a lake, it was boundless. At the very least, it was able to accommodate 10 million class small boats to swim in. To say that he was an ocean was not an exaggeration at all. Qin Fang upgraded the small boat into a top-notch luxury yacht. And suddenly a giant, a full dozen-story-tall giant wheel appeared out of thin air. And his and Shui Qing'er's silhouettes suddenly stood on the front section of the deck, quietly admiring the view. The sky reflected the sea, while the sea in turn reflected the sky. For a while, it was really indistinguishable. Are you in the sea? Or in the sky? Qin Fang looked around at the small boats. Quite an eyesore. This was other players. After all, this was the attraction. Any player was permitted to enter. Not just Tianyang. Other players of Heaven's Destiny. As much as they could. Although it was early in the morning, the number of players was small. But still there. Each small boat seemed like an obstacle floating on the turquoise blue-colored sea. Very intrusive. Thus, Qin Fang switched on the shielding mode and seriously appreciated the beautiful scenery. Holy shit. Ah. A dog's big family. Top luxury yachts. Damn. Picking up girls in the morning. Eye candy. My wife said she doesn't love money. But every moment that touches her needs money. Shit. I'm so jealous. Get away from him. Or my wife will wake up, and it won't be easy to explain. Envious. Appreciate the beauty of the mirror lake. Generally speaking, our couples either is about to become a couple, or has already entered the marriage hall. More than 1,000 tickets. You can stay inside at least 72 hours. Mirror lake at night. Mirror lake in the morning. Mirror lake at noon. When it's sunny. When it's cloudy. It's all a different kind of beauty. All worth seeing. Qin Fang watched quietly, telling Shui Qing'er interesting stories. Strange stories. Shui Qing'er's exclamations of surprise, silvery laughter, and furrowed brows all made Qin Fang's heart and mind shake. Qin Fang, why are you deliberately approaching me? Shui Qing'er asked this question. To be honest, perhaps it was because she was infected by Shui Binger. Or perhaps Shui Qing'er had sensed something. This was the giveaway question. You are my light. Qin Fang's eyes were filled with stories, filled with the heaviness of history, a sense of vicissitude. As he looked at Shui Qing'er and spat out these words, Shui Qing'er looked earnestly into Qin Fang's eyes, and she really couldn't see any falsehood. Qin Fang, thank you. Shui Qing'er exited the game, not knowing what she was going to do. Qin Fang, perhaps? It was because he was too anxious, too deliberate, and cared too much. So? His carefully prepared plan was full of loopholes in the eyes of Shui Binger. Shui Qing'er, thinking that he was the bad guy, approaching with a plan and premeditation. This was quite normal. If someone was suddenly so kind to Qin Fang now, Qin Fang would have to mutter, is he plotting something against me? It was common for people to do so. With a sigh, Qin Fang left the mirror lake and returned to the 10,000 alley auction house to begin forging. As for the burial earth, the tree of life, he headed to the God of Death's copy, first brushing the normal level ones, and then, with the help of the dagger of life, brushing the difficult level ones. The duo worked together very well. It was a dense forest, lush and green, with specks of light like starlight falling through the shade of the trees. This place became the temporary residence of the Phoenix Guild. Nearly 50,000 players gathered here. Last night, all the members of the Phoenix Guild were driven out of their private quarters. They had no choice but to gather here temporarily. They could only gather here temporarily. Ahem. Last night, at least 10,000 guild players chose to quit Phoenix. These are the ones who haven't signed the contract yet. This? Too rubbish. Can't even guard a guild house. Brothers, cheer up. The president has already gone to the administrative hall, wanting to grant a new piece of land for us to build a guild. He will definitely succeed. Suffering is temporary. The sunshine will come eventually. Come on. Brothers, sing with me. Rainbow and Storm. The Phoenix Guild's executives, one by one, pacified the players in the form of brainwashing. However, The players of Sky City amongst the Phoenix Guild were clear-headed. Applying for a guild residence again? Is it hard to let the players we break through again? Rubbish. Really rubbish. I don't even dare to say I've joined the Phoenix Guild when I go out now. Facing these bigwigs, Stranger Sword and the others didn't say a word and didn't dare to go say anything. The president has returned. With these words, the players perked up and waited for Phoenix's lecture. What happened last night? It was me who was sorry for everyone. So much so that I let everyone fall to this. All of this is my fault. Phoenix first set the main tone and gave a sinful edict, which was also considered to collect people's hearts. Now, Phoenix Guild has completely hit rock bottom. I thank you all again for being able to stay with me, and for being able to still have some confidence in Phoenix Guild. I believe that the bottom is temporary. The Phoenix Guild will definitely be able to stand up again. Earlier, I've already gone to the administration hall and asked. The gold level wild monster bosses and fine gold level bosses around Tianyang Town have a certain chance of dropping guild tokens. When we swipe the guild token, then is the time for my Phoenix Guild to rise again. Everyone, have confidence? It had to be said that President Phoenix's speech was still good. It didn't take long. I had made the Phoenix Guild hiss and made everyone unite together. However, the next second, a sparse sound came from the dense forest, which seemed to be the sound of life colliding with the grass. Huffing and puffing. It was the sound of a beast's slow roar. Getting closer and closer. What is this sound? The situation is not right. Look behind you guys. No, not just behind. What kind of monster is this? The players within the Phoenix Guild stood up and prepared to fight. Them. Surrounded by countless monsters. This group of monsters? It seemed to be ordinary monsters within the dense forest. But they had changed greatly. For example, the most common gopher, at this moment, was covered in rot, as if it had been surcharged with dead air, and its eyes were glowing white. But the hissing sound emitted from between its throat could not be lower in the slightest, and it was much more aggressive. This was not an individual case, but a group. All of them exuded the aura of death. On the right side, there was a different scene. A night cat appeared, usually with pitch-black fur, hidden in the darkness. But now it was burning with bright red-colored flames, very brightly colored. Beside the night cat, there were ice apes, all blue in color, covered by thick cold ice. Looking on, there were countless wild wolves covered in earth and stone, with full defensive power. Phoenix frowned slightly. This dense forest. What had happened? Why had all the monsters mutated? Prepare for battle. Phoenix just finished saying these words. Countless monsters, that is, like a ferocious tide, drowned all the members of the Phoenix Guild. In 10 minutes, all the members of the Phoenix Guild died and were resurrected in the middle of the town. Chapter 165 True Monster Attack. Chairman, it can't hold out much longer. The members of the Phoenix Guild had sensed death, and even though they fought hard to resist, in the end, the remaining players were getting fewer and fewer. Run. This was Phoenix's order. But unfortunately, there was nowhere to run. In all directions, it was surrounded. There was no place to run. In the end, only Phoenix was left alone. After all, his equipment was still not bad. Phoenix killed, but eventually also exhausted and died. By now, all the members of the Phoenix Guild were resurrected within Tianyang Town. What's the situation? After resurrection, the Phoenix Guild's players were dumbfounded, very confused by the current situation. They didn't understand. What was the power? It caused them to be besieged. Is it a monster that someone deliberately drove, trying to harm our Phoenix Guild? The players couldn't help but have such thoughts come to their minds. Yes, there might actually be such a possibility. I don't feel like it. These monsters? You guys are saying that they aren't the monsters from amongst the copies of the Divine Phantasm. Only that the race has been changed. As soon as this player said that, countless players immediately muttered in their hearts that there really was such a possibility. It was as if this group of monsters had suddenly awakened to different attributes. Death, life, flame, ice, grass. Why do I have the feeling that something big is going to happen around Tianyang Town? I also have this feeling. It's bad. You guys, this monster raid? Could it possibly only attack our Phoenix Guild? At that thought, the players were suddenly flooded with thoughts, and their hearts thumped. This It was highly likely that it was a crisis that had swept through the entire surroundings of Tianyang Town. In the next instant, countless players began to resurrect beside the resurrection stone, making people feel that something was wrong and letting them know that something big had happened. This monster? How did it suddenly become stronger? Holy crap. A rat that's on fire. Have you ever seen it? So scary. What? A cat with a cold body. Have you ever seen it? Mutated. Is this all mutated? Shit. Anyway, I was killed all of a sudden. I couldn't resist it all. The countless resurrected players. All of them began to spit. The monsters outside of Tianyang Town had become so terrifying that it was impossible to face them alone. This monster's attributes have become stronger. Do you guys think the explosion rate will be adjusted higher? I think it might. As a result, countless players suddenly brightened up and decided to start setting off in teams to hunt this group of monsters. Now, the players hadn't yet recognized the severity of the problem. In the next instant, there were more and more players by the resurrection stone. And these were all players who had been killed by the wild monsters. The players exchanged information, and it was revealed that at this moment, countless monsters were sweeping towards Tianyang Town at a terrifying speed. The number of monsters, to speculate a bit, at the very least 10 million. After all, the reproduction ability of animals is very strong. For example, the cold ice rabbit. For example, the flaming mouse. This can't be the legendary monster attack. Right. Mama, can Tianyang Town withstand it? A player slightly stuttered, worrying in his heart. Yes, this is the monster siege. It's unthinkable that he came so swiftly. Right. Nowadays, the levels of the players are all too low. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a monster attacking the city. Prepare for battle. Once Tianyang Town is broken, you and I won't be able to go anywhere. Think about the Phoenix Guild's tragic situation. If the town is broken, we will all end up in the same place. The players carried a pessimistic mood. To be honest, the players were very unimpressed with this monster siege. The players who reacted quickly had already climbed the city walls and started to watch the number of monsters, only to see that the number of monsters was like the water of the yellow river that had broken the dike. You couldn't even see the head at a glance, making people feel an endless sense of oppression. This monster? It's just like a tidal wave. Now, where is safe? Yeah, the private territories, the major guild residences, should be safe. The players continued to be pessimistic. Above the interactive board, it wasn't just the players in Tianyang's towns who were faced with a monster siege, but the entire towns of Heaven's Destiny, all of which erupted in a monster siege at this moment. Our town is under siege. Look at the picture. Holy shit. Why are all your monsters so big? Can this hold up? One side of the water and soil raises one side of monsters. I see that the monsters outside of everyone's towns are different. What should I do? I'm begging for a way to break the game. Kneel down and beg for a solution to break the situation. Tianyang Town. As the president of the responsible Batian Guild, Batian was the first to raise his voice, wanting to organize everyone to fight against the monster attack. However, the major guilds took care of him. All of them ignored and did not participate, giving him a cold shoulder. Batian felt the slightest bit of embarrassment, slightly unhappy, but still sardonically smiled. This was human nature. Everyone would rather watch the fun. Before the crisis came, whoever thought that the crisis would not fall on their head? Ding! Alert! Alert! Tianyang Town is experiencing an unprecedented crisis. Please all residents, take up the weapons in your hands and defend Tianyang Town. Ding! Alert! Alert! The town of Tianyang is experiencing an unprecedented crisis. Ding! In the next second, the aborigines within Tianyang Town were armored up. All sorts of cold and hot weapons appeared, and all sorts of NPCs lined up as if they were steel torrents, neatly assembling towards the east, west, south, north and south gates. These people? All of their eyes were filled with wariness. Stability is for the people. War is for the army. This is the Tianyang Town. No. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the Tianyang military camp. This group of players looked dumbfounded. This group of people? Surprisingly, they all had multiple identities. Isn't this Damely from next door? Did you have to join the war even at this age? Uncle Lee, I remember giving me several consecutive quests. Hee hee. Who is this? Is it a squad leader? What a tough NPC. I feel like he's able to kill 2 of me. What a neat formation. How can an army like this be defeated? The players were talking and couldn't help but follow the steel torrent to the east, west, south and north gates. Always ready to strike. Tianyang First Group Army. Assembly complete. Please instruct. Tianyang Second Group Army. Assembly complete. Please instruct. Tianyang Third Army. Assembled. Please instruct. Tianyang Fourth Army. Assembled. Please instruct. The 4 group armies. Roughly 400,000 soldiers. Assembled in just 5 minutes. The general at the head of the group, uniformly facing the position of the city lord's mansion, spat out these words, wanting to be instructed on the next step. Was this all the soldiers? No. This wasn't all of them. There were still some NPCs remaining in the town to cope with the normal operation of the town. Chop. Within the city lord's mansion, a large golden-colored character floated out. Strong and powerful. Kanwu strong. Carrying a very strong aura. This was the might of a city lord of 100 levels. Frightening and chilling people. In the next instant, the city gates opened. The 4-sided group army indifferently struck. At this time, countless monsters had already trooped down and surrounded Tianyang town. Prepare to rob the monsters. This was the only thought in the players' minds. Chapter 166 Legal Sale. Inside the 10,000 empty alley auction house, Qin Fong heard the sound of an alarm from Tianyang town. It was very piercing and looked very urgent. But then, Qin Fong wasn't the least bit nervous. On the contrary, a smile emerged on Qin Fong's lips. This time, it was a battle in which Tianyang town lit up its wrists. A devastating battle that had nothing to see at all. The only highlight? It was probably just being able to look at the terrified faces of the players. Qin Fong wasn't going to go out and was still forging. After this time, his thunder equipment would be a big seller. This was because thunder could restrain most attribute monsters and deal more damage. For example, thunder was twice as effective against the water attribute. In say against the life attribute, the monster is not a monster, but a monster. Rob whose monsters? It must be this group's monsters. This battle? The group army is the main force. The players? Flanking support. Bah. How to talk. We're tactical support. Tactical mending. Right. The ones the group army can't kill? It's only us who kill them. Boring. Really boring. A batch of players were pawning and standing. The group army did not set off too many opinions in their minds about this group of players. Kill. 100,000 group troops gathered at each city gate. And the one who stood at the top to command was undoubtedly the army chief. This order, too, was given by him. In the face of the countless words running towards them, these group armies lit up their own ranks. Buzzing, dazzling golden light flashed. The lowest rank of the sergeants of the group armies present was level 60. The highest legion leader seemed to be level 90. Kill. It was the voices of countless sergeants converging together. Heart-stopping and chilling. Carrying an infinite coldness and endless killing intent. It was as if this aura had turned into substance, impacting the surrounding players, making them not dare to advance for a moment. The Phoenix's eyes were all in the distance. It seemed the gold-level boss had also mutated, and he wanted to grab ahead to see if a guild resident token could appear. That was his goal. Every guild, every player, had their goal. Dun 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 dun. The sergeants in the front row half crouched and started their fire coverage. The ones behind them, and then the ones behind them, unleashed their hot weapons at the same time. In just 9 breaths, this group of mutated, unbeatable monsters, that is, turned into white light and disappeared, leaving behind a field of equipment. Those that managed to survive were decapitated by the melee sergeants, leaving no survivors. The gold-level boss. The fine gold-level boss, because the level was too low, instantly melted and turned into pieces, leaving only experience value. Equipment. The entire process? No more than 30 seconds. Over 3 million monsters in the surroundings. All died. The group army had already begun to clean up the battlefield, although this kind of thing was useless to them. But then, it was better than nothing. A mosquito's leg is still meat no matter how small it is. The players in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Their pace had just run out a few meters, and the battle was over. This? What happened all? This is too terrifying. Is this a level 60 big brother? It's also right. Level 60 against level 20? With this battle? It's not too much. What a silly battle. I'm going to grab a monster. What now? Silly. If you can't grab the monsters, can't you go grab the drops? It doesn't even require you to fight yourself. The player's eyes went straight. When the eyes are red, the heart is black. Anyone who comes within 5 meters of the city guards, shoot on sight. This was the voice of the group army commander. He saw the stupid players. He saw the naked humanity. If he didn't stop it, there would definitely be chaos. Damn it. I'm going to rob it. Let's see what you can do to me. The first player rushed out. He was going to fight for his life. What if these sergeants were merely scaring people? With him taking the lead, countless players moved their feet at once. What are you afraid of? The law is not against us. Players phoenixed. At the very least, tens of thousands of players transformed into a mob and stormed the group's formation. In the next instant, a bullet was fired into this player's brow, splattering blood, brain, and instantly turning into white light and dying. As for the equipment that fell, it was pocketed by this one sergeant. The fine bullets turned into rain, constantly rushing into the eyebrows of other players. So, countless players died, turning into white light and disappearing. This is a warning. I'll say it again. Those who approach 5 meters from the group die. No one can save you. The surrounding players were immediately silenced, no longer daring to act rashly, no longer daring to start bad thoughts. The group army cleaned up the battlefield. That is, the whole army returned, took off the armor. Once again became the players familiar with the NPC. The corners of the mouth put on a smile. Not like the previous cold state. Holy shit. What kind of army is this? The players were dumbfounded. Where had they seen such a team before? 5 minutes to form up. 30 seconds to end the battle. The entire process? Only 6 minutes. That is, the things that made the players anxious were handled properly. What a powerful army. With this army, why worry about not winning? It's horrible. It's a pity that not a single piece of loot was grabbed. I have a feeling that this is the Heaven's Destiny United Towns, deliberately putting on a show, specifically for us to see. The players instantly started another conspiracy theory. Above the interactive board, there were all a bunch of exclamation marks, as if they were stunned at the group's ability. What a scary town guard. Look at my video screen. Some towns? It was the city guards that were deployed. Some towns were the group army. And there wasn't much of a difference between the two. I can't believe my eyes. It's terrifying. This, frightening. Qin Fang viewed some of these messages and cursed a turd in his heart. Ding. Is the communication dialed to you, Zay? Ding. Communication has been dialed. Boss. What is it? By the way, I will first report to you about the progress of the work. Private leader's construction work, which is unfolding, costs a total of copper coins. Workers' overheads. Workers. Use everything. Every expense. Gave Qin Fang an explanation. Alright. This is all trivial. Use. There's a big thing that needs your help. Use listened attentively. This time, the city lord's mansion has obtained so many low-rank equipment. Items that are useless to them. But then, to the players, there are great uses. Therefore, I want you to fight for the legal right to buy this batch of materials. With the help of this auction, I want to completely make a name for the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house. Trading? There was no profit to be made. If this batch of supplies were to be dealt with by the Heaven's Destiny auction house, at the very least, a handling fee of 8% would be charged. This was the price the city guard leader needed when he asked the Heavenly Destiny auction house earlier, saying that they were all brotherly troops, so they could charge less interest. But 8%? That was too expensive as well. By the way, Lang, I remember, isn't there a new auction house in the city? I've heard that his memory is low. And the bigger the deal, the more capable they are. Such was the strength of pillow talk. The city lord listened in and began investigating the 10,000-man auction house. In the end, with Yuze's final push, this matter, the nail in the coffin, no one can shake it. Chapter 167, Fortress of Technology. For this matter, Qin Fang merely mentioned it. And then, full powers were given to Yuze to execute. Qin Fang did not participate in the slightest. At noon, the 10,000 Empty Lane auction house announced, At 1 p.m., authorization will be given to start auctioning the proceeds of this syndicate. Any player can participate. The ticket is 30 copper coins. Ding. 10,000 Empty Alley Auction House announces the auction list. First lot, a level 20 purple gold equipment. Second lot, a guild resident token. Third lot, a set of fine gold grade equipment. Fourth lot. Overall, the gold content of this auction would not be lower than the previous one. The price of the tickets, on the other hand, was lowered. After all, this auction, Qin Fong couldn't afford to lose money. The final draw of the 10,000 people auction house was set at 1/10,000th of a cent, basically giving up on the profit on this lot of goods. So it needed to make up for it elsewhere. Ding. The 10,000 people auction house has opened the largest virtual scene, the Technological Fortress, which can hold 10 million players. Ding. Players participating in this auction? They can enter right now. Until the deadline by 1 p.m. Rain Zephyr got everything ready, i.e. he started preparing the auction items and organizing everything for this auction. This time, for Yuze, it was very important. After all, this was a cooperation with Tianyang official. He was able to show his face. If he did well, he might even be able to cooperate in the future. Holy shit. This 10,000 Empty Alley auction house has gone against the odds. It was able to talk to the Tianyang town's officials within 2 hours? No way. This relationship seems to be very hard. This auction, it looks good. Should we go and have a long look? Virtual Scene Technology Fortress. I heard that this is the future technology building. I wonder what it will be like. 30 copper coins. No loss. This time, you can enter. The entrance fee of 500 copper coins might feel expensive to the players. But 30 copper coins. This was genuinely not expensive. The players jumped at the chance and chose to enter. Phoenix, who wanted to fish out of water to see if he could blend in, was eventually reminded. Ding. You have been blacklisted by the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house and are unable to enter the scene. Phoenix's face darkened. It exploded. It actually did explode the guild resident stone. But unfortunately, it wasn't the Phoenix Guild that burst out, but the group army. The Phoenix had seen this guild resident stone being pocketed by a sergeant, and had wanted to find a relationship and use the backdoor to see if it was possible to buy this guild resident stone from the hands of the group army. But in the end, it was suddenly learnt that it was actually empty. But suddenly learnt that it was the 10,000 Empty Lane auction house that was conducting the auction. And this one lot in which. But he went to be unable to participate in this auction. I'm so pissed off. Live and die of anger. The entire Phoenix only felt a surge of hot blood in his chest, boiling in his heart. Phoenix let other members within the guild also go to try to see if they can enter. But the final result is the same. On the blacklist of the 10,000 Empty Alleys auction house. Unable to enter. Phoenix was going crazy. With no other choice. He could only resort to asking other players to enter and help buy on his behalf. Boss. This favor. I can help. But the consequences are serious, Once exposed, I can no longer. This player? It was also considered to have pinched Phoenix's soft underbelly. One price. 30,000 copper coins. Any more and I'll change. Phoenix gritted his teeth and opened his mouth like this, giving a high price. Alright. Boss. Deal. The player instantly agreed, and then impatiently signed a contract with the Phoenix. This contract was full of pits. A cold smile emerged from the corner of Phoenix's mouth, capable of playing this player to death if he wanted to. To be honest, the Phoenix pondered over Qin Fong's behavior these past few hours, and suddenly found a problem. Why? Why was the player, me, always able to think ahead of the crowd in everything? This was something that Phoenix did not understand. If it wasn't for Qin Fong, who would be able to think that this batch of equipment would still be able to be auctioned by players? It had to be said that every time Qin Fong's ideas were very innovative and active. At this moment, an idea flooded Phoenix's mind. Should we also create an auction house? Going against player me. Right. Is it hard to believe that only players can restrict themselves? Themselves? Can't you restrict player me? Phoenix instantly felt like his thoughts were opened up and became more active. What is the strongest thing about player me? It's nothing more than making iron. Then, wouldn't it be fine to train a few more blacksmiths? A blacksmith with a hidden profession? Difficult? Not difficult. In an instant, Phoenix was enlightened. as if his four-dimensional attributes had reached their ultimate. A heartfelt smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just say it and do it. Phoenix began to recruit blacksmiths. Coincidentally, the #1 blacksmith of the Phoenix Guild in his previous life, the hidden profession Thunder Blacksmith, Thunderwall, was once again taken under Phoenix's wing. Only now for the time being, he hasn't shown too much forging talent. The second thing, the Phoenix began to ask the Resurrection Stone. Whose shop for sale? Not for sale. Rent is also okay. The Phoenix finished asking for a price and immediately leased it. This area is an inch of gold. Only fools are willing to sell it all at once. Ding. Do you sign the lease contract? Ding. You have finished leasing. President Phoenix immediately began to renovate and started to build the second largest auction house in Tianyang Town. Bastard, player me is still capable. Annihilation, grass. I'm surprised that I've been blackballed as well. Looks like it's time to really get a vote for player me. Pikachu, support. Strong support. I'll make the whole guild support it. 3 guns, player me. It's better to try not to target in the future. 9 kills, prepare the copper coins. Prepare to go on a buying spree. At the same time, Yuze released a brand new rule. Ding. For this auction, bartering is allowed. After all, commoner players might also possess a certain chance of having high-quality items. Wow. Is this the Tech Fortress? The first batch of players who entered the Technological Fortress were instantly stunned. The players entered the world of true high technology, where weak bodies were abandoned, and the memory data in their brains was implanted into the bodies of robots. And humans? Immortality. Although it is a robot. But then, all the perception is so real, as if it is a real body in general. All around is a green open space. There is no material. But if you want to do what? A corresponding scene will be automatically generated in front of your eyes. Open to you alone. What you want to do? Either stand or sit, and just enjoy it quietly. The tagline for Tech Fortress: You are God. That's the horror of Tech Fortress. You can create everything with your mind. For example, the auction later. You can casually fantasize what the auction scene will be like. All will have the most realistic experience. This technological fortress. The technological content was extremely high. 30 copper coins? I'm really making money out of blood. This experience? Even 5,000 copper coins wouldn't change it. Watch me. Create mountains and rivers. Create the earth. Create. The players were all playing like crazy. There was no other way. The scene of this technological fortress was truly unforgettable. Chapter 168 3 Auctions. This time, Qin Fang did not participate or watch the entire auction. However, the equipment that Qin Fang had forged was sold at a high price. Here begins our first lot, a bronze-grade equipment. This piece of equipment, which was given to the majority of players, was not sold at a high price. A mere 300 copper coins, so everyone would be able to afford it. Moreover, amongst this batch of equipment, bronze, black iron was the main force, relying on Yuze's lips. Otherwise, people really don't necessarily buy it. But that's not the case. The players were still comparing the goods. And the final auction price? It was 10% lower than the bronze, black iron grade equipment within the Mo Yang blacksmith shop. Even if it was a very good bronze, black iron grade equipment, it wouldn't exceed 10% of the premium. Lot 85. Gold grade equipment, the broken ivory lance. The 107th lot. Fine gold grade equipment. Below? Then it's a bundle of potions for sale. These were the potions that had been painstakingly quenched by the apothecaries that Yuze had recruited. But the price? Not as good as it should be. Just on par with the price of acquiring herbs. Not too much of a loss. But also unable to make a profit. Below that, there is bundling. The atmosphere was kept from going cold by Yuze's constant baking. The penultimate lot is the guild resident stone. For this lot, the boss said that he has a small request. The purchaser must use it on the spot and bind it to himself. Otherwise, none of it will be sold. Yuze truthfully informed Qin Fang of his thoughts. There was no way around it. Wealth and money were in the hearts of the people. And Qin Fang was 100% sure that Phoenix would find another player to participate in the auction of this guild resident stone. Scattered players? They must have agreed to Phoenix's request. Which was why Qin Fang had this request. The guild resident stone could only be used by the president. Once used, It meant that he became the leader of this guild residence. And the most crucial thing? Nowadays, the position of guild president? It takes 6 months before it can be transferred to someone else. Grass. What an overbearing 10,000 people auction house. I just don't bind. What are you going to do? Big deal. I won't buy it. Such a voice. Very high. Very much. The emotions were very much in place. Rather like a feeling of being forced into a corner. But more. Then there were voices of approval. Uh-huh. I agree. Those who don't. It's the Phoenix's trust. I suggest removing them. I also feel that it's hard to believe that this guild residence token? You guys still want Phoenix to get it. I don't want it anyway. Phoenix? Like a shit stirrer. It keeps stirring up the wind and clouds. Let the Phoenix become the dust of history. Who wouldn't want the Phoenix to be good? And? Which guild wouldn't want to have 2 guild residences? So that they could keep watch. And secondly, they could defend against monster attacks at a higher level. The value of this lot went all the way up. In the end, it was taken by Hegemony at a cost of 900 million copper coins. This price exceeded everything, leaving the other guild leaders with no way to follow. Whoever followed would die. Phoenix's teeth were itching with anger outside. Player me? Really not a thing. Other guilds? Also really not a thing. They, all of them were frantically making offers. Because they knew clearly that Phoenix had to pay the bill. Originally, 500 million was almost enough to get the guild residence token. But now? 900 million? 900 million? Phoenix how to follow? He can't. In the end, this lot was taken by Batian. Phoenix was furious. But there was nothing he could do. This time, it was the entire Tianyang town that was targeting him. Not the so-called player me. Batian. The entire Tianyang town. It seemed, did not want to see Phoenix rise again. Ding. Let's congratulate Hegemony Guild for getting this piece of the guild residence token as expected. Hey, Dog Dato. Taking this piece of guild resident token? Hegemony Guild has 2 guild residences and 1 private territory. Can he manage it? What do you know? Rich people are hired to take care of other properties. After all, there are so many bosses who are fools. Right. Right. I know. Penultimate lot. A team of players Burial Earth. Tree of Life can be hired to join forces to conquer the Divine Spirit copy. Starting price 10 million copper coins. Crazy. Is the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house crazy about money? 10 million copper coins. Uh-huh. Are you kidding? Burial Earth? With an epic weapon in hand. It's not impossible to try. If a hidden profession transfer book comes out on the way to hiring, then everything is a blood profit. If nothing comes out, then blood loss. 30 million copper coins. If player me also agrees to go together, I'm willing to offer 80 million copper coins. Player Jin's worth exceeded any Hall of Fame favorite at this moment. I'm sorry. Player Jin doesn't get involved in this kind of thing. This kind of thing. Let me do it all. Buried Earth smiled faintly and gave this answer. In the end, this opportunity was taken by Batian at a price of 37 million, which was simply too good to be true. Why? Batian possessed a hidden skill, luck observation. An ordinary player's luck value was 0. So Bastard Heaven naturally couldn't see it. But Burial Earth's luck value was like a big sun. Bright and full of eye-catching colors. This represented that Burial Soil's luck would be extreme. And would definitely be able to produce the very best. And this 37 million copper coins would not be a loss in the slightest. After all, the final harvest, no matter how much or how little, would all be Batian guilds. In the face of Batian's ridiculous move, the surrounding players are all scolding him for his cerebral palsy. Cerebellar development is incomplete. With such a move, Batian merely smiled slightly. A bunch of fools. Last time with the purple extreme heavy sword, Batian had already fathomed out certain miracles. For example, the special forging method. The reason for being able to raise the failure. The reason for being able to make. The blacksmiths within the Hegemony Guild were equivalent to winning the starting line. Everything was the feedback from the purple extreme heavy sword. At that time, the players who were mocking Hegemony were all dumbfounded. Congratulations to President Bastard Sky. Then, what is the last lot? Let me reveal the mystery to you all. The secret of the Thriller Villa. Priced at 1 copper coin. As soon as this lot came out, countless players immediately discussed it. After all, Who wouldn't want to explore the secrets of the Thriller Villa? Thriller Villa. Is it hard to believe that Thriller Villa is hiding some kind of superstition? I suspect that it's a player we're faking and deliberately confusing the public. Yeah. Maybe player me has already entered. Really maybe? I just picked up the quest. Suddenly a player mysteriously returned, wanting to bid. It wasn't just him. Other players were also moving around, wanting to break through the so-called avoidance barrier. The players' voices were murmuring, but no one could give a valid opinion. Ding. Let us congratulate you player Dragon Horse Spirit for successfully winning the last lot. For 4 hours, this auction ended. The 10,000 Empty Alley auction had gained its name. Tianyang Town had gained, and the players had obtained the items they desired. A triple win. As for who lost, the Endless Monsters lost. Chapter 169 Legendary Grade Fine Wine Clue. For the last lot, although Yuze's bid was 1 copper coin, the final price of the Dragon Horse Spirit surpassed 5 million. 5 million copper coins for this one secret was, to be honest, slightly high. But when Dragon Horse Spirit saw this secret, the whole person was suddenly surprised and speechless, as if it was a wooden stake generally stupidly stumped in place. But the bottom of his heart was floating out of the infinite joy. The player Dragon Horse Spirit was very good at hiding his emotions, pretending as if nothing had happened. Other players asked Dragon Horse Spirit, "Want to explore the secret so-called what?" But player Dragon Horse Spirit is closed-mouthed. Not a word. Joking? How can you share such a big secret with others? Dragon Horse Spirit retreated from the auction venue and entered the Thriller Villa at the first time. By the looks of it, the secret of the Thriller Villa is not small. Hee. Why don't we enter as well and take another look? Being struck by lightning will be able to break the curse anyway. Go. Hurry up. The players weren't stupid, although they didn't know what the secret was. But looking at Long Ma's mentally flustered expression, and looking at his actions, they were all able to know that the Thriller Villa harbored a very deep secret. As for the active players, they asked the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house, trying to learn from their mouth this secret. What is it? Yuze replied with a smile on his face. In order to ensure the rights and interests of the Dragon Horse Spirit, the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house was not going to disclose this one secret for 7 days. Please forgive me. This was something that the players were able to understand. After all, no one would want the secret, they just got to be spread all over the place. Hegemony contacted Burial Earth and asked him, Tree of Life, to follow the members of Hegemony Guild and go down to the copies. After all, the money couldn't be spent in vain. This time, Hegemony chose a hard-level copy of the God of Death. The hidden profession of the God of Death? Maybe it would be the Undead Knight. This was a popular hidden profession, being able to mobilize the corpses of the dead to fight. It was very useful during this group battle. Burial Earth froze. It was hard to believe that Bastard Heaven knew that he possessed the Dagger of Life. This was too good at choosing. For today's copy trip, all the drops. Let Burial Earth touch them. In the face of the guild members' questioning, Hegemony didn't say a word, completely trusting Burying Earth. No one was allowed to touch it, without any other reason. Looking at it again from a close distance, the luck value on the Buried Earth was simply blinding. Bright. Too bright. Buried Earth. Speechless. Really speechless. Looks like today have to be a donkey. Auctioning the Burial Soil, Tree of Life? This was Qin Fang's temporary decision, because Burial Earth's strength had already reached the level of a second-rate expert. And although he was able to become a first-rate expert by controlling an epic dagger, he was after all too thin and needed to be tamped down. Following other strong people to make copies together was undoubtedly the best way to do so. Listen more, watch more, and learn more. This was the advice Qin Fang gave to Burial Earth. As for the Tree of Life, if she wanted to break through to a first-class expert, what she needed was endless battles, following down copies. This was also a kind of cultivation. 37 million copper coins had purchased Burial Soil, the Tree of Life's qualification to go down the copy 3 times. Could this Bastard Heaven let them go? It was definitely impossible. Please be merciful. President Batian. Buried Earth mute. Not a word. Already prepared. When the donkey. But the player Tree of Life have to say a few words. Hey. Good to say. Bastard and the others immediately went down to the difficult copy of the God of Death. Yuza? We don't want a single cent of the proceeds from this auction. All of it will be sent to the City Lord's mansion. Yuze had already calculated the draw that the 10,000 empty alley auction should take, although it was a draw of 1/10,000th of a cent. But it was also a considerable amount of income. Boss, burying Earth. Are the proceeds from the Tree of Life being sent over as well? Qin Fong froze and began to doubt Yuze's intelligence. It's our income. Why should we send it over? Public is public and private is private. It must be clearly distinguished. Qin Fong finished and gave Yuze a blank look. Yuze instantly felt the feeling of being despised. I'll go count again. When Yuze finished his calculations, he namely set off for the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Yuze handed everything over to the City Lord's mansion's accountant, who was all a bit incredulous and sucked in a breath of cool air. So much? The bookkeeper's eyes went straight. This amount of proceeds was enough to support the 4 group armies of Tianyang Town in a small battle. You counted. Here's every single bill. If it's correct, just sign it. The old bookkeeper began to reconcile each and every one of the bills for a full 2 hours before he finished, informing Yuze that there was nothing wrong. Signing. Huh? Don't you 10,000 people auction house ever calculate the draw? The old bookkeeper reacted and gave this query. Boss specially asked me to erase it, saying that it's a first-time cooperation, as a gesture of goodwill. After Yuze finished speaking, he collected the signed receipt and was about to turn around and leave when a centurion trotted up to Yuze and informed him that the city lord wanted to meet him. Ding. Rain Zephyr initiated communication. Is it answered? Pick up. Boss. The city lord said that he was grateful to the 10,000 empty alley auction house for doing him a big favor and helping him with this batch of equipment. We can make a request. I wonder what you want to ask for. Yuze was still more serious and responsible as a sounding board. Qin Fong began to think seriously. And in the end, Qin Fong seriously informed. Help me ask for clues about legendary grade wine. Or directly ask for legendary grade wine. This was Qin Fong's request. Li Qi could still be waiting for this bottle of legendary grade fine wine from him. Hearing such a request, Yuze was first stunned. And then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This boss? It was still really good. Rain Zephyr hung up the communication. And in a short while of light, Rain Zephyr walked out from within the city lord's mansion. Well? Any gains? He was forging. And while doing so, he asked. There is. The city lord's mansion has a legendary grade fine wine that has been passed down. But the merit of the city lord's mansion this time is not enough to reward the legendary grade wine. You are still required to kill the 9 essence gold grade bosses and send their heads to the city lord's mansion. Ding. City lord, Langia releases a quest to you. Kill essence gold level bosses *9. Quest reward, legendary grade fine wine. Faced with such a quest, Qin Fong merely smiled faintly. It wasn't difficult. Ding. You have successfully taken up this quest. Ding. Mission time limit, within 7 days. Qin Fong was just about to act when he thought about it, and his face sank again. Oops. Burial Earth. The Tree of Life was temporarily sold out by him. With Bation's pissy nature, it would take at least 2 days to return it. Isn't this a delay? Should it be? Qin Fong joined Bation's brushing team as well? Ding. Playersian requesting communication. Do you agree? In the face of Playersian-esque communication, Bastard Heaven must have been the first to agree. President Bation. All of a sudden my hands are itching too. I wonder if I can join you guys in brushing the map. 50 million copper coins. I can help you with 3 copies. Any proceeds go to you. But the head of the Essence Gold level boss has to be given to me. How about that? Bation pondered for a while, but still chose to agree. Okay. Ding. Bation requests a trade. The price of 50 million copper coins was, honestly, high. However, Bation bet again that the Hidden Profession Transfer Book would definitely be able to appear amongst the 3 games. Once the Hidden Profession Transfer Book appeared, Bation would not only not lose, but would instead make a bloody profit. Chapter 170 Difficult Level God of Death Replica. The 8 members of Bastard Heaven's team immediately exited the difficulty level copy and invited Playersian to reform a team and re-enter the copy. Juan Fan. Take a rest first. And when there is a shortage of manpower, I'll call out to you. This was Bation's decision. Juan Fan's strength was indeed inferior. Ahem. President Bation. My suggestion is for you. Me. Burial Earth. and Tree of Life to form a team of 4 and go brushing. That way, the speed can be the fastest. Ling Tian's sword's heart hurt so much. It was as if he, the second expert of Hegemony Guild, had received a 10,000-point blitz. Despised, unexpectedly despised, treated as trash. The other members of the Hegemony Guild's first team wanted to voice their dissatisfaction. But the terrifying battle results of Player We, Buried Earth came back to their minds. And they suddenly gave up on theorizing with them. Game. Strength reigned supreme. You don't have the strength? Just don't come and get involved. Fine. Batian expressed no opinion. This would be considered as spending nearly 100 million coins to find himself a personalized and customized accompanying fighting group. Okay. In that case, let's go in here. Qin Fang was a little impatient. After all, this mission? It was equipped with a time limit. As for Xueqinger, Qin Fang didn't know what she had done and quit the game without a clue. Seeing Qin Fang, Batian, Burial Earth, and Tree of Life enter the difficult level God of Death copy, the 5 experts left behind by the Batian Guild were all speechless, looked at each other, and left. Shameless. Really shameless. These players from the Hegemony Guild? At the very least, they were all second-rate experts. But now? Yet they were being looked down upon. Outside of Tianyang Town, after experiencing a monster attack, the players had thought that these monsters would return to normal. But now look. It was that they had thought too much. The monsters outside of Tianyang Town had at least double their attributes and had all 36 attributes. The players had all awakened their talents and activated all kinds of attributes. And so, the monsters also had attributes. Outside the town, players were experimenting with what attributes were compatible with what attributes. For example, if a player awakens the flame talent, when fighting fire-attributed monsters, the damage inflicted would be reduced by at least 50%. But if they were to attack an ice-attributed monster, the damage could be increased by 30%. The players were trying it out, getting familiar with it. And when the day came, they would also be able to deal with these monsters better. So hard to kill. Really hard to kill. The players were in spitting mode. This game. Really, if people designed it? I'm really convinced of this old 6. You, a player who has awakened the life attribute, have to go into battle? Aren't you just brain dead? Yeah. You chose the wrong profession. A life attribute archer? Is it hard to believe that the arrows you shoot add blood to the target? I just saw the earth attribute warlock. Can't do anything. After the awakening of the talent attribute, there was always a group of players whose professions fit perfectly with their talents. But there were also players whose talents were so mismatched with their professions that it made people laugh. Fortunately, Heaven's Destiny would be opening the activity of switching occupations. Phoenix had at the very least planted more than 30 drags. But these TOs? Without exception, all of them failed. In response, Phoenix could only let out a sigh. This was perhaps fate. All members of the Phoenix Guild. Let's go hunt down gold-ranked. Find gold-ranked bosses, and snatch out a guild resident token. Phoenix hissed, causing the Phoenix Guild to unite and exert themselves towards a single goal. There were too many monks and too little porridge. Gold-level bosses were refreshed every 1 hour after their deaths. Fine gold-level bosses were refreshed every 6 hours after their deaths. Plus, the purple gold-level boss is refreshed every 12 hours after death. But unfortunately, no player had ever seen a purple gold-level boss yet. The entire Heaven's Destiny town? It's not like the Phoenix Guild is the only one. The other 149 guilds? There was no need to brush bosses. This was clearly impossible. And there were a limited number of gold-ranked bosses. And a limited number of elite gold-ranked bosses. It could only depend on luck. If you were lucky, you might be able to go out and run into a gold-level boss. But if you were unlucky, you might not be able to run into one even in a day. There were also some hidden experts in Tianyang Town that were able to single-handedly take on gold-ranked and elite gold-ranked bosses. Tens of thousands of players from the Phoenix Guild set out and began to explore the traces of gold-ranked and fine gold-ranked bosses, wanting to kill them. The Annihilation Guild? Still doing the same thing of stealing chickens and dogs. It couldn't make it to the Grand Hall of Fame. Everything was on track for the players in Tianyang Town. Within the difficulty level God of Death's Phantom copy. The God of Death's copy, like the 18 layers of hell, was very eerie and terrifying. The gloomy wind tirelessly kept scraping, as if the ghosts were crying. as if they were complaining. And the visibility around them was very low, as if 7 or 8 night pearls were discarded in the endless darkness. Present. Qin Fang. Burial Earth. Bastard. And the Tree of Life were at the first level. Caw caw caw. The sound of the ground cracking rang out, as if it was a bone breaking, or as if it was a tree branch snapping. Underground? Drilling out more than 60 white skeletons, not wearing any armor. Empty eye sockets. Lit with a blue flame. Let a person take a look. That is, icy cold incomparable. These skeleton frames shook off the dirt on their bodies. Their hands? No weapons existed, and seemed to have long since decayed. The skeleton frames, stumbling, impacted towards Qin Fang and the others. Boss. President Bastard. Listen to my command. This difficult level copy of the God of Death. Burial Earth had already cleared it once. This was the reason why Hegemony had chosen this copy. Boss. President Bastard Sky. Don't kill these skeletons. Try to suppress their blood pressure to less than 5% as much as possible. Qin Fang. Batian immediately did as he was told. Click. Click. The Burial Earth first sacrificed its epic dagger, constantly weakening the blood level of the skeleton racks. Qin Fang had also intentionally sold a break, allowing the skeleton rack to attack on his own body. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's defense was too high, or because the skeleton did not possess a blade in its hand. The damage was too low. So, the damage of these skeleton soldiers that landed on Qin Fang? It was still less than 100. This was a very low value, which meant that even if Qin Fang stood still, these skeleton frames would not be able to kill him. With the cooperation of Batian, Qin Fang did his best to suppress the blood level of the skeleton shelves to less than 5%, although it was unknown why. Caw caw caw. Burial Earth's hands transformed into life daggers, ending the lives of the group of skeleton racks one by one. The skeleton shelves that were decapitated by the life dagger were instantly transformed into pitch-black colored death attribute stones. Burial Earth. What if we decapitate them? What will happen? Batian possessed a certain amount of curiosity in his heart. The Burial Earth didn't try to stop it. Instead, it gave Batian a look and told him to try it himself. Batian did not believe in evil and immediately decided to try. The purple extreme heavy sword in his hand killed a skeleton frame in 3 strikes. And the next second, from above the ground, once again, a skeleton came out of the ground. That's not much. Batian was a bit unimpressed. Wasn't it just that he would be resurrected again? But Qin Fang. Get to the point. Burial Earth. These skeletons? Are they able to keep resurrecting? Uh-huh. Burial Earth nodded firmly. Understood. No wonder the damage of these skeleton shells is so low. Chapter 171 Elite Grade Golden Skeleton. If they can be revived infinitely, how about being able to kill them? At this time, Batian inquired this question at the right time. Rather like a demolition. Ahem. I guess it's not infinite resurrection. In this situation, what else could Burial Earth say? It could only say so. Hegemony, young man. Not rigorous at all. The enchantment of the Essence Gold Grade Life Dagger allowed Qin Fang and the others to brush the map extremely fast. Is it feasible to leave the last hit for you to kill? Seeing that Burial Earth brushing the last 5% of blood was still relatively slow, Qin Fang inquired in this manner. It is possible. But if it is not controlled properly, it is highly likely that he will die, resurrect and thus lead to. Burial Earth did not look at Qin Fang. For the boss, he was still confident. He looked towards his Batian. He somewhat did not believe Batian. Batian, Agu. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Looking down on me? Good. Then it's the final blow. Batian was an old first-class expert anyways, alright. He was still able to control the damage. He was still wide open. But he was clearly able to see that Batian's movements were careful, especially the last blood. But he was also replacing his equipment to avoid any mistakes. Bastard was able to see that the player, I seemed to be in a hurry. Finally, all the beheadings were completed. Batian immediately signaled Burial Earth to touch the equipment. 60 silver-level skeletons ended up producing 90 death attribute stones, as well as 3 silver-level equipment and a skeleton scroll. Skeleton scroll transforms into skeleton form for 3 minutes after use. When Bastard Sky looked at it, he had a clear picture in his mind. Letting Burial Earth touch the corpse was really an excellent choice. This kid's luck? Really good. 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. On the 4th level, A gold-grade elite boss appeared. Gold-grade undead skeleton. The newly appeared gold-grade undead skeleton had a golden color, as if it was made of gold. Very eye-catching. And its body was about 3 times bigger than the silver-grade undead skeleton. In the hollow eye sockets, a blue-colored light emerged, as if they were 2 ghostly lights, constantly beating, as if they could feel the vitality of life. Even though it was a gold-level skeleton, the bones? There were still dense lines, which were traces of a former break, as if they were spliced together, and could break at any time. And the broken hand was holding a gold-level bow and arrow. Bow and arrow? It was also gradually decaying under the passage of years. Dots of black marks surrounded it as if it was rust. The gold-level skeleton drilled out from the ground. Namely, the chest resonated, emitting a tearing shouting sound. The next instant, more than 100 silver-grade skeletons seemed to have been summoned and emerged from the ground, joining the ranks of those attacking Qin Fong and the others. Trespassing on the king's palace. Deserve to be killed. The voice was like the sound of gold and iron, with the additional sound of bones rubbing together, making one sound shiver, and goosebumps kept rising. Buried Earth was still in the lead, charging out. Boss. President Bastard. It's still the same. The last 1% of blood. Kill for me. Qin Fong, Batian looked at each other disguised as butchers, and rushed out with cold faces. Older brother? Do you want to compete? Who deals more damage? Facing such a provocative voice from Batian, Qin Fong was naturally the first to agree. That's fine. Qin Fong showed a hint of a smile, following which he replaced it with a set of Thunder Attribute equipment. Thunder Attribute? For Death Attribute skeletons? It was able to inflict more damage. Click. Endless thunder fell from the sky, covering dozens of silver-level skeletons. Click. Another 7 or 8 thunder descended, split. 30 purple thunder descended. Qin Fong didn't hesitate. The group's skills attached to his equipment were continuously released. And when the release was finished, he immediately switched his equipment and released it again. In just 3 seconds, Qin Fong released at least 8 ranged skills. In a word, Qin Fong wanted to use the skills attached to his equipment to crush Batian. When Hegemony saw this scene, his entire being was dumbfounded. This player me? Just how much survived awe? As a blacksmith? He can only use equipment forged by himself? Can he forge this much? In just 3 seconds, Qin Fong had replaced 8 pieces of equipment and was still continuing to do so. Buried Earth. Bastard. Qin Fong. All 3 had very high damage, completely able to pull the damage of the skeletons. And the Tree of Life could add blood to them without the slightest worry. 10 minutes. Only then did the thunder around Qin Fong's body stop descending. This time, Batian was completely dumbfounded. Qin Fong? At the very least, he had replaced 500 pieces of Essence gold-level equipment and 1,000 pieces of gold-level equipment. He didn't want anything else. He just needed the skills attached to his equipment. And after a flurry of skills, above the damage panel, Qin Fong alone had dealt 70% of the damage, while Burial Earth had dealt 18% of the damage. And the rest? It was only Batian's damage. Batian cursed, Earthy! How can this be played? This was simply unplayable. Older brother? Do you still have this much equipment? Inventory. Qin Fong didn't explain too much, and Batian could only stop asking. As a blacksmith, Qin Fong naturally had to store enough equipment. Otherwise, at the critical moment, Qin Fong would become a fat meat to be slaughtered. A blacksmith? Then did not have the power to kill. Qin Fong? Was an accident. Who didn't know? How big was Qin Fong's backpack? And who knew how much equipment Qin Fong had stored? It had to be said that Qin Fong's appearance made the blacksmiths of Heaven's destiny all see a whole new path. It turned out, blacksmiths could also have combat abilities. But, as time passed, these blacksmiths gradually resigned themselves to their fate. The black iron grade, bronze grade equipment that they forged was only able to raise their attributes a little bit. And when faced with real warriors, archers and other professions, they were still going to suffer a big loss. Whether it was in terms of skills, attributes, or in terms of operation, they were all inferior. Qin Fong? Merely an example, and an example that was difficult to replicate. President Batian? How was it? Convinced? You have high damage. A touch of sultriness appeared in Batian's eyes. Last strike. Burial Earth stared at the golden skeleton's face as the life dagger in his hand turned into a green swimming dragon and ruthlessly stabbed within his eye sockets. The blue life flame gradually extinguished and eventually stopped beating completely. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the gold-level elite monster Golden Skeleton. Ding! Congratulations. You have gained 3,741 experience value. Experience value? It was split equally between Bastard Sky, Burial Earth, and Tree of Life. This one? Simply crushed, without any suspense. It also allowed Bastard Sky to truly see Qin Fang's strength, the strength of Burial Earth, and the amount of milk from the Tree of Life. Now, Batian had a great deal of regret in his heart. Yesterday, if he had argued with reason, he might have been able to take the Tree of Life under his wing. But alas, it had now become Player Jean's right-hand man. A loss. A bloody loss. Little tree, are you interested in coming to Bastard Guild to develop? I'll give you this number. After all, Bastard Heaven didn't hold back and wanted to poach Qin Fang's corner, gesturing with both hands and giving a high price of 10 million. Chapter 172 Death Bow and Arrow. When Qin Fang saw such a small action from Batian, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, filled with a confident glow. Qin Fang was full of confidence in himself and also in the Tree of Life. President Batian, if you can dig up the little tree, count your skills, Qin Fang said, then signaled Burial Earth to touch the corpse. The gold-ranked skeleton died and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a ragged golden stick of bones. Burial Earth went up to touch the corpse, and when Batian heard this, he then gave the Tree of Life a promise once again. Little tree, if you're willing, the position of the Hegemony Guild's first milk will be given to you, with an annual salary of 20 million per year, and you'll have priority in picking out the equipment for the priests. And the hidden profession? It's not impossible to give it to you. To be honest, such a treatment was already considered very high. After all, the Tree of Life's operation was completely at the peak of second-rate experts. To know? A mere priest wanting to be promoted to a second-rate expert? This can be more difficult than ordinary warriors, archers, and other promotion to first-class masters. The entire Hegemony Guild? But only 7 or 8 second-rate masters of the priests. And on the operation? The Tree of Life still has a certain gap. But the Tree of Life still slightly shook his head, smiled, and refused the Bastard Heavenly President. Because these? Qin Fang was able to give her all of them. The Tree of Life revealed its own equipment. A set of fine gold-grade priest equipment, which definitely counted as the most current. This morning, Qin Fang had just given it to her. Batian was surprised. The value of this equipment? Not low. Not to mention Batian. Even the Tree of Life was surprised. This? She had thought that Qin Fang had spoken in just yesterday, that a set of gold-grade equipment was already enough. But who had thought? Today, he had directly given her an elite gold-level set of priest's equipment. The amount of milk from the Tree of Life once again exploded. Immediately after Batian saw the Tree of Life's hidden profession, he was speechless. As for the annual salary, this should be the least valuable. With a hidden profession and a set of fine gold-level equipment, the value she could create was far more than 20 million copper coins. I'm sorry, President Bastard. The captain treats me quite well, and it's only here that I'm able to appreciate my value. The Tree of Life decisively refused, and in response, Batian could only sigh, chagrined alone. Just one step away. You kid? A belly full of bad water. President Hegemony looked viciously at Player Jean, itching to bite a piece of meat off. If it wasn't for Player Jean playing tricks, he firmly believed that the Tree of Life should definitely join the Hegemony Guild. Qin Fang didn't explain and laughed out loud. To be honest, this was really considered an interception on his part. Regardless of whether it was the Burial Soul or the Tree of Life, he was seizing someone else's chance. President Batian, here you go. Burial Earth's corpse touching was complete. A gold-level death equipment, death bow and arrow. 8 silver-level equipment, as well as 2 skill books. 300 death attribute stones. Such a drop was considered to be extremely good. This death bow and arrow, with the aura of death, although it was gold level, but used to brush the goddess of life's copy, it could be twice as effective. Burial Earth, you're in good hands. How about it? Do you want to consider joining the Bastard Guild? Batian began to dig at Burial Earth's corner again, to which Burial Earth refused at first, even nearly pulling out his sword. telling Batian not to say such words again in the future. Otherwise, he would surely splatter his blood. Batian was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that the burial soil had such deep feelings for Qin Fang. On second thought, Batian felt that it made sense again. In the midst of endless despair, it was Qin Fang who gave the burial soil a ray of light. And this ray of light must follow burial soil for the rest of his life. I'm sorry. I won't mention such words in the future. Batian also hurriedly apologized so as not to leave a gap. By the way, old brother, why don't you join my bastard Sky Guild? And the vice president position will be given to you? Batian had failed to pull the strings twice in a row, and finally targeted Qin Fang, which was considered to be the bottom of the barrel. If Qin Fang joined, then burial earth. The Tree of Life was also considered to join. Then, what about the Sword of Ling Tian? I remember he's the vice president. Qin Fang was not prepared to join. But it was hard not to snicker. Little sword usually just occupies the pit and doesn't shit. I've long wanted to replace him. How about it? Come on. The forging materials you need in the future. The Bastard Guild will be able to afford them. To this, Qin Fang posted a picture of his backpack for Bastard Sky to view. After viewing it, Bastard Sky's entire being was dumbfounded. None other. Qin Fang's backpack grids had reached 5,000. And nearly 2,000 were all materials, each of which was at least gold grade. And those of elite gold grade were also available. President Batian. I don't lack materials. Little Black, awakened, once again spraying countless materials to Qin Fang. Even now, Xiao He was also devouring minerals under Qin Fang's private territory, and could constantly provide Qin Fang with the materials needed for forging. At this thought, Qin Fang had to thank the Phoenix Guild. The mineral resources under this private territory were enough for Qin Fang to forge equipment up to level 50 without any problem. This was a considerable amount of income. AI. Batian sighed. Upon closer examination, it seemed that Player Jin really didn't lack anything. Equipment, hidden professions, money, reputation, private territories. All of these, he has. There is really nothing that can tempt him. Hegemony only had to give up. 5th level. 6th level, 7th level, 8 gold level skeletons drilled out of the ground, and 800 silver level skeletons joined the battlefield. Qin Fang, burial earth, and Hegemony gradually felt a hint of pressure, but were still able to deal with it. It wasn't too difficult. After all, even for gold level skeletons, their damage wasn't too high. I just saw that Bastard Sky entered the God of Death copy with burial soil, Tree of Life, and the others. Do you think they'll be able to clear the level? Definitely can. Look, this is the record of burying Earth and Tree of Life clearing the level. I've entered the God of Death's copy. It's very difficult. The endless skeletons are like a tidal wave that will keep resurrecting. It's very hard to kill. And the more people who enter the copy, the more they appear. I don't think highly of them. Hee hee. How come Player Jin has also joined amongst Bastard Heaven's team? A sharp-eyed player noticed this scene and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Hee hee. Sword of Ling Tian and the others seemed to have been removed from the team. The players in front of the God of Death replica? They were eating their melon. Holy shit. I did some detailed calculations earlier. Bastard Sky, Burial Earth, Player We, Tree of Life? These 4 people are surprisingly all hidden professions. For hidden professions brushing copies. What a big deal. This is the power of money. If you have 30 million copper coins, you can also call on Player Burial Earth, Player Me to help you brush the map. This, Indy couldn't come. The players before the death copies entered the normal level copies and started brushing the attribute stones. This thing, although its value was decreasing, if one could brush 100 of them in a day, this would be a considerable amount of income. Throughout the entire Tianan town, the guild groups that had the ability to do so, or the wild groups formed by individuals, were all brushing the difficult level copies, but without exception, none of them succeeded. Currently, only Bastard Heaven Guild had succeeded once. The Burial Earth. The player I have succeeded twice. Although their equipment was already not weak, it was still difficult without a restrained specialized weapon in hand. As for looking at the entire Heaven's destiny, Tian Yang had already become the benchmark and the leader. Chapter 173 Passing the difficult level Death God copy. 7th level. Passed. 8th level. Pass. 9th level. Boss. President Bastard. Be careful. The undead centurion at the end. It's very strong. At this time, Hidden Earth cautiously began to remind the duo, thinking that they must have suffered a loss. Captain, be careful. The last essence gold level skeleton is able to assimilate. Don't stare at his eyes. The Tree of Life began to add, and there was a worried look in his eyes. Qin Fong frowned slightly. He was a little confused. Assimilation? What was the meaning of that? Foolish mole mortals. How dare they peep into the grave of the great god of death? They simply deserve to be killed. You guys? All must die. The dim surroundings were as dark as nightfall, making it impossible to see. Skeletons with a body the color of fine gold, drilled out from beneath the ground, as if they were mighty generals. 3 meters high and low, with very thick bone frames that made people shudder. On top of the fine gold-colored skeleton, cracks were densely covered, but it did not affect his terrifying defensive power in the slightest, making people's hearts tremble. In his hand, wielding a heaven-charging square halberd, although it was somewhat decayed, the might of the essence gold-grade weapon blossomed in silence. This skeleton, still not wearing any armor, relying solely on his own defense. Qin Fong used his probing skill at the first opportunity to check his information. Name, Death 4526. Profile, Centurion of the 6th Army under the banner of the God of Death. Rank, 20. Rank, Elite Gold. The 4-dimensional attributes of an Essence Gold level skeleton? Compared to an Essence Gold level Life Centurion? Much worse. Whether it was defense or attack, it was also a bit worse. But then looking at the skills? Then it was mind-blowing and palpitating. Skill 1, Enslavement. Skill description, an elite gold level centurion shoots out a golden light, which can enslave the target into a gold level skeleton, and drive it for 3 minutes. This skill? Non-directional. Can be dodged. As long as it's too cerebral, it shouldn't even hit. Qin Fong was thinking so, when suddenly Bastard Sky straightened up like a stupid roe deer and took the hit, and then quickly transformed into a golden skeleton. I was thinking about something. Sorry. Batian gave such a reply before his body uncontrollably started attacking Qin Fong and the others. Hidden Earth? Can you kill him? Qin Fong inquired thus, wanting to know how he could remove hegemony's control. I can't. I can only wait for time to pass by itself. Otherwise, killing the golden skeleton is equivalent to killing hegemony. Qin Fong sighed and summoned the Thunder Giant Ape, telling him to go and play with the golden skeleton that Batian had transformed into, lest he hinder the journey of slaughter. Batian smiled helplessly and bitterly, feeling endless pain sweeping over him. But it had to be said that fighting with the depth of a skeleton was a marvelous experience. Batian tried several times to regain control over his torso, but then, he could only give up, unable to succeed at all. This skill, the control effect was excellent. He couldn't break free. Sister Tree, pay attention to your positioning. Try not to be seen. Don't be assimilated. This was Hidden Earth's voice. After all, he had experience. Last time, the Tree of Life had been controlled and lived to restore 50% of the Essence Gold level skeleton's blood. This was the second time Hidden Earth mentioned the skill assimilation. Qin Fong flipped over the attribute panel of the Essence Gold grade skeleton that he had just searched and checked the skill assimilation. 6th skill, Assimilation. Skill description, an Essence Gold grade Centurion skeleton will release the light of assimilation from its ghostfire eyes, linking with the target and transforming it into a skeleton, which it will devour, restoring its own life value. Note, the higher the rank after assimilation, the more life value is restored. Note, the process can be interrupted. The Tree of Life is assimilated into a peak gold rank skeleton. 1 bite. It restored 50% of the blood of an Essence Gold level Centurion skeleton. Boss, be careful. With your strength? After being assimilated, it is estimated to be an Essence Gold level skeleton. 1 bite will give him back full blood. This? Qin Fong didn't dare to be careless. 5th skill, Resurrection. Skill description, being decapitated. Can be resurrected 20 times. This was a major reason why Essence Gold level skeletons were hard to kill. 20 consecutive decapitations and 20 resurrections. Was this still playable? Although his attributes weren't high, it was really hard to kill. But this skill? It was restrained to death by Hidden Earth's life dagger. An Essence Gold level skeleton decapitated with the dagger of life could not be resurrected. But each time it was decapitated, the life attribute's essence gold grade dagger would lose a portion of its life force, and needed to be replenished with a life attribute stone. With one, it could be replenished. Hidden Earth. It's still the same. You in front. Me behind. Qin Fang quickly transformed his formation, perfectly coordinating with Hidden Earth to deal damage to him. However, the square heavenly painted halberd was no less than a long weapon. An inch long. An inch strong. Several times. It made Qin Fang Zong Tu feel very uncomfortable. Difficult to attack. Difficult to decimate. Eventually, Qin Fang discovered the swinging pattern of the essence gold grade skeleton. After every 3 attacks, that is, there was a pause of 0.5 seconds. This might not be a big deal for the average player, but for Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, this was a fatal injury. Every time he took advantage of this gap, Qin Fang was able to quickly throw out a controlling skill that would cause the essence gold level centurion skeleton to fall into a stun, causing his pause time to continuously increase. This point in time was then the best moment for Qin Fang, Hidden Earth to attack. Their attacks were very similar. All of them were sinister and vicious. Whether it was inserting eyes, or pulling out the crotch, or even worse, backstabbing. Qin Fang Zong Tu used 3 minutes to unearth the weaknesses of the essence gold level skeleton, then kept attacking and impacting, making the weaknesses become true weaknesses, the kind that couldn't be defended against. Zong Tu. Eyes. Ghost flames danced in the eyes of the essence gold rank skeleton, impacting with a life dagger. It was undoubtedly able to inflict more damage. Batian recovered from his state of enslavement, and once again, wielded this terrifying purple extreme heavy sword to start killing the enemy. As time passed, the blood quantity of the essence gold rank skeleton continued to drop, and was eventually reduced to less than 5%. Don't look. At this time, Burial Earth suddenly glanced at the essence gold rank skeleton that was unleashing its 6th skill, and immediately told Bastard Sky to divert his eyes. But it was already too late. Burial Earth. Qin Fang seized the opportunity and tried to interrupt, wanting to bring everything down to dust. But it was too late. The two of them were operating, after all, one step too slow. It was really unthinkable that Batian could still make such a low-level mistake and have people give him blank stares. Once again, Batian was like a stupid roe deer, straightened up and hit by the azure-colored light, transforming into an essence of gold-colored skeleton, becoming a walking corpse, slowly walking towards the essence of gold-grade skeleton boss. Quickly, boss, kill this essence gold-grade boss, or else his blood will return to full value. The effect of the essence gold-grade assimilation was very strong. Qin Fang no longer dared to hide. Taking out 3 life grenades from his backpack, he threw them at the feet of the essence gold-grade skeleton boss, and in the next instant, imprisoned the skeleton formed by Overlord. Dang! A strong explosion rang out. Burying Earth rushed into the smoke and dust, struggling to swing down the final blow. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the essence gold class skeleton centurion. Chapter 174, Hidden Profession, Necromancer. Successfully decapitated. At the last moment, with the last 2 steps left for Bastard Sky, Burial Earth sent the life dagger within the eye sockets of the essence gold-grade skeleton centurion, extinguishing the flames within his eyes and letting him perish. Ding! You have been lifted from the assimilation state. Lifting from the assimilation state. Bastard was apologizing profusely, declaring that he would never do so again. Dazed and confused, got carried away thinking about things. Sorry. This was Barshan's explanation. Very pale and powerless. President Batian, if you are really busy with your official duties, you can choose to withdraw. The 3 of us can also decimate essence gold level bosses. Don't worry. According to the contract, we will guarantee to give the loot with both hands when the time comes, and won't hide anything. Burial Earth's words carried a chastisement in them, wanting to make Batian leave the team. This, nominally a first-class expert, but in reality, it was a shit-stirrer. If Bastard Sky was no longer, Burial Earth, together with Qin Fang, would definitely be able to brush the map quickly. Sorry. Right now, Bastard Heaven Guild is besieging the outside world's essence gold level boss, surrounded by Phoenix Guild, and are going crazy. So I need temporary command. Bastard Heaven gave an explanation, and Qin Fang nodded his head in return. This reason, To a point. Made sense. If the Phoenix Guild wanted to rise, they must need the guild resident token. Something that was dead. Why would players join a guild? Naturally, it was because guilds had benefits. For example, the experience boost from brushing monsters. Then the gold boost from brushing monsters. And in the case of purchasing potions, equipment, and so on cheap and short. Joining a guild was always much better than going it alone. President Batian? Are you going to continue brushing? How about you handle the guild matters? The Tree of Life spoke up in such a manner as well, allowing Bastard Sky to retire. This time, President Bastard Sky took up a full 4/5 of the healing panel. Tired? Too tired. Bastard Sky was a little embarrassed. It seemed like he was being looked down upon. This thing? Where to go to reason with it? Ahem. It's alright. Let's continue. Let's continue. I believe that the Sword of Ling Tian can handle this matter. Hearing such words, Burial Earth immediately began to touch the corpse. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a fine gold-grade equipment, the Fong Tian painted halberd. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence gold-grade forging drawing, Fong Tian painted halberd design. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold-grade potion, Power Amplitude potion. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Death Attribute Stone * 1999. The system beeps kept ringing out. And although it was the first pass, there was no hidden profession transfer book with the Death attribute. Ding. Congratulations on your team's successful clearance. Is it a service-wide notification? How could Bastard give up such a famous immediate meeting? And so? Ding. Congratulations to the first echelon of Tianyang Town's Bastard Sky Guild for successfully clearing the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy. Ding. Congratulations to Tianyang Town Batian Guild. Ding. Congratulations. 3 system beeps suddenly resounded across the Heaven's Destiny continent. Tianyang Town. It's only been a few hours. 3 hours full? Is this a clearance? Why do I feel something is wrong? This thing. It's a bit unexpected. Fast? Too fast. This is still fast? After all, it cost 30 million coins? A handful? Nearly 10 million copper coins. This is truly tycoon. I wonder if there's a hidden profession transfer book obtained. Wait and see. We'll find out later. The players within the town? Most were envious. The major guilds, on the other hand, were jealous, as well as a hint of hate. The Hegemony Guild was probably going to take the lead again. 37 million copper coins? This price was, indeed, a bit inflated. Players from other towns in Heaven's Destiny left their mouths open in envy. The strength of the Hegemony Guild? It was as terrifying as this? This wasn't the #1 guild in Tianyang anymore. It had the tendency to become the #1 guild in Heaven's Destiny. These guilds were dumbfounded. The Hegemony Guild couldn't possibly be this strong. Within the difficulty level God of Death Phantom copy, Qin Fang's quest flickered as he stepped forward, picking up the head of the fine gold-grade skeleton centurion and placing it into his own backpack. Ding. Quest progress. Collecting Essence gold level heads 1/10. Qin Fang had already completed 1/10 of the quest, and was still 9 short. No hidden professions have come out. Continue. Batian, as the captain, immediately exited that copy and entered again, brushing for the second time. This time, Bastard Sky was clearly focused. The 4 people's brushing speed was violently accelerated, and it only took 2 hours and 31 minutes to clear the difficult level God of Death copy, refreshing the record created earlier. This time, another Essence gold level equipment. But a hidden profession? Still not available. Baishan's guts were trembling, and his entire body was swaying as if he was about to fall, if the hidden profession transformation book did not explode. This 87 million copper coins would be a bloody loss. But if you look at it from Qin Fang's point of view, it's not a loss. All burst out 2 death attribute gold level weapons can be used to brush the life copy. It's a surefire deal. President Batian? Do you want to replace the copies? Based on our experience, Burial Earth kindly reminded, and was close to telling Batian that the copy couldn't explode the hidden profession transformation book. Ding. You have obtained the second fine gold-grade skull head. No. Continue. Baishan's entire being had already killed his eyes. How could he listen? He exited the copy and entered again. This time, it's bound to burst out. Batian pumped himself up before he started killing the enemies. Qin Fang. and Burial Earth looked at each other, sighed, and started charging once again. It took 2 hours and 23 minutes to clear the level for the third time. Burial Earth. Go touch the corpse. Bastard stared at Burial Earth, his eyes not leaving the body of this Essence Gold level skeleton. Suddenly, Burial Earth's entire body froze, as if he had been electrocuted. This? What kind of luck did President Bastard Sky have? It's out! It's really out! Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Hidden Profession Transfer Book Necromancer. At this moment, the burial ground was red in the eyes. What if I hadn't signed a contract with Bastard Sky? If they hadn't signed a contract with Batian? Wouldn't this be theirs? Breathing. Burial Earth was frantically calming his breathing. He could hardly hold it in. When Batian saw the expression on Buried Earth's face, he was shocked. His heart was in his throat. It wasn't until Burial Earth dropped this Hidden Profession Transfer book in his hand that a smile appeared on Batian's face. I knew that it would definitely come out. Thank you, old brother. Thank you, old brother Burial Earth, for your righteousness. This? I'll take it with a grain of salt. Batian smiled like a flower as he accepted this Hidden Profession Transfer book. Burial Earth glanced at Qin Fang, who was very calm in his heart at this moment. This thing? Like gambling. You couldn't just think about winning and not want to let yourself lose. Was this possible? Obviously it was impossible. Don't be angry. This is fate. Qin Fang replied to Burying Earth, and then began to congratulate Hegemony. Hegemony Guild? Luck is in the air. Congratulations to Hegemony Guild for adding another fierce general. If we counted this Hidden Profession Transfer book, Hegemony Guild? 3 Hidden Profession players already? This value? It was so high that it simply made people's red eyes go off. You know what? The other guilds don't even have a single Hidden Profession. Chapter 175 Difficult Level Rain God Copy. Thank you for the 3 of you for your great cooperation. Batian bowed slightly to express his gratitude. The joy on his face couldn't be hidden, and he kept playing with this Hidden Profession Transfer book in his hands. It's not a loss. This nearly 90 million copper coins is not a loss. This Hidden Profession Transformation book, at the very least, can be sold for 800 million. If you are a good fighter, you will be able to turn your bike into a motorbike. This time, Batian Bo is right. Nearly 10 times the gain. The key thing? Without wasting too much time. Without wasting too much energy. This copy? If you let the Hegemony Guild set up a team of their own brush, at least 12 hours or more, before it is possible to pass. This was still the fastest speed. But with Qin Fang and the others, 3 brushes in a row took less than 10 hours. This speed? It could be called terrifying. We are only fulfilling our duties as an auction house. No need to thank us. Qin Fang smiled and paused before speaking once again. President Batian, the contract has been fulfilled. We will leave here. Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life instantly broke away from the team and withdrew from this copy, abandoning Batian. Hegemony let out a sigh. He had wanted to invite Player Jin, Hidden Earth, to swipe the copy once again. But who would have thought that he wouldn't give it a chance at all? Hegemony also exited the God of Death copy. His goal had been reached. This time, the proceeds exceeded his imagination. Hegemony returned to the Hegemony Guild residence and immediately summoned the Sword of Ling Tian and the others. The Wild Essence Gold level boss had already been decimated, and in the end, although it was still pulled off by the humongous Phoenix Guild, there was no guild resident token drop. Not even a single piece of fine gold level equipment had dropped. The Phoenix Guild sighed and retreated, waiting for the next refresh and slaughter. President? How's it going? Is it a blood loss? Holy crap. Chairman, how come your brushing speed is so fast? 2 hours? Did you clear a difficult level copy? President, quickly tell us, did you lose these 90 million copper coins? Let's be happy. Batian sighed. What kind of people are these? They can't see others doing well. So he purposely put on a lost look and let out a deep sigh once again. A loss. The Sword of the Sky and the others were laughing, when suddenly Batian took out a Hidden Profession Transfer book and placed it in front of everyone. Loss? Really, blood loss? Only exploded a Hidden Profession Transfer book. I was thinking that I could explode 3 to 4 of them. At that moment, Sword of Ling Tian and the others were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. Surprisingly, he let him load up. This whirlwind This group of players all brightened up. Like a hot flame. Like a scorching great sun. And looked at this hidden profession transfer book. Death attributes. Doesn't match me. Hey. It doesn't match. Give up. Give up. Me. Give me Chairman. I'm perfect for it. At this time. An old player within the guild voiced out. Looking very surprised and wanting it very much. 1 byte price. 800 million copper coins. Buy. This player, Death Note, immediately purchased without saying a word. This is a hidden profession transfer book. After this village cannot have this shop. The Hegemony Guild had added another fierce general. Ding. Please clear the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy within 3 days. This was the transfer quest. The members of the Hegemony Guild immediately geared up and entered it. They firmly believed that even if the player Hidden Earth wasn't there, they would also be able to clear the level without any problems. The group was full of confidence. Qin Fong stood before the God of Death's Phantom copy and cast the checking skill. Ding. You have triggered a hidden message. Is it viewable? View. Ding. The chance of the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy dropping a hidden profession transformation book has been converted to 0. This. Qin Fong immediately gave up on the idea of brushing this copy. But if not, which else could be brushed? Nowadays, Qin Fong wanted to quickly complete the legendary grade drinks quest. Undoubtedly, it would be faster to brush the difficult level subplot. Ding. Is it entering the epic level God of Death Phantom copy? Suddenly, this system tone emerged in Qin Fong's mind. To be honest, Qin Fong's heart was moved to go in and take a look. Maybe on the 3rd level. An Essence Gold level monster would appear? Maybe. There was not even a need to fight a boss to be able to complete this quest. Hidden Earth? The Tree of Life? Want to play a big game? Looking at Qin Fong's burning eyes, Hidden Earth instantly understood, but still asked in disbelief. Boss, you can't be thinking. Ding. Congratulations. Your team has entered the epic level Death God Phantom copy. Among the epic level copies, it was very different from what Qin Fong had expected. 99 fine gold rank Centurion skeletons transformed into guardians. And 9,999 gold rank skeletons, like soldiers, seemed to be guarding something. This, Qin Fong, the Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life merely went in to take a look. That is, they were killed by this group of terrifying skeletons, and resurrected within the Heavenly Sun Town. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This was simply not something that could be stepped into at this stage. Cough cough. Let's just honestly go brush the difficult level copies. Qin Fong coughed twice to hide his embarrassment before taking Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, to brush the Rain God's Phantom copy. Qin Fong's thunder equipment? It was able to restrain the monsters of this copy to a certain extent. Time passed slowly. Qin Fong waited for the first time to brush. And it took a full 5 hours before he cleared the difficulty level copy of the Rain God's Phantom. This copy still really possessed difficulty. The second time, it was slightly easier. With Hidden Earth's horrible luck, Qin Fong and the others still had quite a large harvest. But the hidden profession transfer book? It still hadn't popped out. By the time Qin Fong finished brushing through the second wave of difficult level copies of the Rain God, the time had already come to 2 a.m. on the second day. Rest. Rest. We'll fight again tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Be online on time and help me complete my quest. Heavy exhaustion swept over them like a raging storm, causing Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life to be unable to open their eyes. Qin Fong and the others exited the copy. Just at the moment when Qin Fong was about to exit the game, Beishan's communication called out of the blue. Qin Fong was puzzled, but he still connected. Cough cough. Old brother, I still need your help. Help me complete my transfer quest. The bastard Heavenly Guild swore that they would go and brush the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy. And what about the results? It took nearly 10 hours to brush the 8th level. And after that, it was directly wiped out by the group, without even seeing the last fine gold level Centurion skeleton. In desperation, Batian could only turn to Player Jin for help. This hidden profession transfer task. If you can't complete it, this hidden profession transfer book is also a waste. This cannot be. Yes, but at this price? This money-giving deal? Could Qin Fong not do it? He definitely had to do it. 50 million copper coins. Childish. Batian was still rich and generous. giving such a high price. It's fine. To be honest, a price of 50 million copper coins was already not low. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Gather before the God of Death's phantom copy. View. Hanging up the communication. President Bastard Heaven breathed a sigh of relief. Player Death Note. 2. Breathed a sigh of relief as a smile emerged from the corners of his mouth. Hegemony looked towards Player Death Note. You're paying for this one. Death Note instantly stopped laughing. Chapter 176 Xiao He, who was promoted into a drunkard. Qin Fong exited Heaven's destiny and started preparing dinner for himself. Clear water for Black Cat. And pitch black bread. After everything was eaten, Qin Fong fell asleep. The Black Cat quietly licked the clear water and lay down on its plate, sleeping peacefully without making any unnecessary movements. The entire town was surging with dark currents. The official forces, the major thug groups, and the civilians who were struggling to survive. All survived here. Ambitious people, who are planning everything. Look up at the sky. This land has been in chaos long enough, and it needs to be reunited and brought back together as one great power. This is the trend. The trend of unification has already revealed itself. Only, everyone is still afraid to venture out, for fear of being caught in a typical situation. After all, at present, the strongest is still the official power. The thin camel is bigger than a horse. The Black Widow mob has expanded after one day. The roadside beggars, children, Black Widows are solicited, but do not want any mail. In the center of the mob, a huge stone monument stood up. These were all the spirits who died for a bright future and to take control of their lives. Black Widow remembered Qin Fong's words last night. For Black Widow to truly stand, rules were essential. Everything had to be strict according to the rules of the Legion. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a thug corps. Nothing more than a scattered sand. For the rules of the Legion, the Black Widow mob and the older people can all name a few, and everyone also agreed to abide by them. And those who don't, you can leave. It doesn't even matter. At 6 in the morning of the second day, Qin Fong awoke from his sleep and entered the game. Ding. Welcome back. Ding. Enjoy your game. Qin Fong traveled to the 10,000 Alley auction house and started forging Essence Gold grade equipment. He hadn't finished forging yesterday's list yet. Xiao He sensed Qin Fong's aura and joyfully rushed from the middle of his private territory, rubbing against Qin Fong's trouser leg affectionately. Very clingy. Qin Fong played around with him for a while, and then patted the tower's rounded little buttocks. And in the next second, Little Black pouted with a very anthropomorphic expression, as if he was constipated and was exerting himself. Poof poof poof. Countless gold grade, fine gold grade materials gushed out like a flood breaking through a dike. Very pure, completely eliminating the need for Qin Fong's quenching step. Huh? Surprisingly, there are still nail-cap-sized epic-level materials. What is Little Black devouring all? Holy shit. There's even a green bean-sized legendary grade material? Qin Fong couldn't help but be surprised. Truly astonished. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Fong's forging speed was very fast. In the end, Xiao He seemed to have pulled himself out of exhaustion. His limbs fell limp on the ground. Panting heavily and looking at Qin Fong mournfully, Qin Fong took out a bottle of fine wine and waved it in front of Little Black, who immediately came to life and drank it in large gulps. This little guy, who didn't know where he had picked up this bad habit, gave Qin Fong a huge headache. Xiao He comfortably drank 3 bottles of fine wine and burped, while then staggeringly stepped out of the 10,000 empty alley auction house and quickly ran towards the location of the private territory. The players along the way watched, but did not make any unnecessary movements. This thing? Who didn't know that it was a player's pet? And with a bronze-level pet in the district, who cared about it? Is it hard to take it down and threaten player me? Xiao He comfortably arrived at the underground mineral area of the private territory. This place was its comfort zone so far. Little Black devoured minerals from time to time, while running to another area, peeling off the cork of the fine wine and starting to drink. This little drunkard. It was also unknown who infected it. If the line of sight was drawn a little further away, it was not difficult to see that a scruffy old drunkard was curled up soundly sleeping within the mine. All around? Empty bottles of wine. Even the entire underground pit is filled with the smell of wine. This is Li Xie. To be honest, when Li Xie first saw the running Little Black in the town, he noticed that something was wrong with it. After checking it carefully, he could not help but be shocked that this legendary creature surprisingly appeared in the world. Moreover, it was still his chief disciple's pet. Could this not be heaven's favor? This Qin Fong? A natural-born forger. Ah, too blessed. These days, Li Xie was also cultivating this legendary being intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to level him up as soon as possible. This little guy? If it was able to become a god, it would definitely be the most desired existence of every god-level forger. Little guy. Here you go. Sensing Little Black's return, Li Qi first touched the bottle and drank a large mouthful of it painfully before throwing it out. And Little Black instantly humanized himself against the mouth of the bottle and began to devour it with a large mouthful. After drinking, Little Black's eyes flashed out a flash of essence, with hopefulness sitting on a plate in front of Li Qi, seemingly waiting for a beautiful meal. Li Qi threw him a large chunk of epic-grade mineral with a lot of impurities. This piece of mineral could be called a waste product, even if it was forged by Li Qi. It was nothing more than extracting a soybean-sized epic-level raw material. Xiao He opened his big mouth and finished devouring it in one bite. And then, like a puppy, wagged his tail, rather unfulfilled. Li Qi reached out his hand, wanting to touch the black cat's fur, but it was dodged by Xiao He's sensitivity, and then disappeared into the minerals. This good realistic kitten. Touch not even let touch. Li Xie lost his smile, but also not annoyed. After all, Qin Fong's? Isn't it his? Li Xie got up and crawled out along the pit towards the outside. His drink? No more. Need to ask Yuze for some. This little guy? Sold himself in a twist. Not a thing. Yuze, who was busy working on top of his private territory, saw Li Qi and instantly brought a bitter smile and started to make amends. It's all because the clan forced me to. 500 bottles of fine wine. And this matter is written off. Li Xie's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, and his entire body was at a loss for words. The fine wine that Li Xie demanded was definitely of the same level as last time. It was not easy to fool around with. This? Is it difficult? No. Where did Yuze dare to say that there was a rush to harden down? Took out other fine wines from among the warehouses, and topped it up for Li Xie first. As Li Qi left, Yuze was covered in sweat. He had no choice but to turn to the family for help. This pot. He couldn't carry it. Qin Fong forged for 2 hours, and finished trading the equipment in the form of an email, harvesting a large amount of copper coins before stepping in front of the phantom copy of the God of Death. Bastard was ready. Only this time? The figure of Death Note was clearly listed. After all, it was the one that helped him obtain the hidden profession. Qin Fong surveyed the Death Note. This was also considered a relatively famous figure in his previous life. A handful of death attribute skills? It was very terrifying to make people not dare to direct their fronts. And in his previous life, although he was not a hidden profession, he had decimated quite a few hidden professions under one-on-one. In this life, he was about to obtain a brand new hidden profession, and thought that his strength would be able to go to the next level. Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, and Tree of Life were ready. Player me. Trouble. Ding. Player Death Note requests a trade. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million copper coins. Such a system beep sounded, and a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth. Where is this going with this? Let's go. Let's go brush up our copies. A group of 5 people entered the God of Death Phantom copy. Chapter 177, The Quest of True Rise. The 5 of them, Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, Bastard, and Death Note, spent 3 hours and successfully cleared the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy. Ding. Congratulations to your team for successfully clearing the difficult level God of Death Phantom copy. Ding. Congratulations on your successful transfer. 2 system beeps rang out, making Death Note smile with joy. This money? It wasn't a bad thing to spend. Player Jin, Hidden Earth. These 2 were really strong, especially the dagger in Hidden Earth's hand. Death Note also understood why they brushed the map so slowly, while Hidden Earth brushed the map so quickly. The reason was all because of this life attribute dagger. For his part, Bastard Heaven was citing the fact that he wanted to attack the Goddess of Life's copy. After all, in his hands, he had 3 death attribute equipment, which could definitely be of great help. President Bastard Sky. This drop? We'll take it with a grain of salt. Qin Fang smiled faintly and pocketed all the drops. This time? Simply helping to clear the God of Death phantom copy. As for the drops? It belonged to Qin Fang and the others. Bastard was about to say something, wanting to fight over the drops, when he heard Death Note's, "Thank you." What else could be said? After all, he was the one who signed the contract with the player this time. Batian? Merely a middleman. Qin Fang and the others had a pretty good haul. An equipment with the death attribute at the fine gold level. 2 gold level drawings. Plus some miscellaneous things. Ding. Are you quitting the group? Ding. You have quit the group. Ding. You have exited the difficult level God of Death phantom copy. Qin Fang and the others were just about to re-enter and start brushing the God of Death phantom copy once again when Shuiqinger called in her communication, asking for Qin Fang's location. Waiting for you before the difficulty level God of Death phantom copy. Not long after, Shuiqinger joined the team, and the 4 of them entered within the copy and began brushing. Comparatively speaking, this difficulty level God of Death phantom copy was quite simple. Qin Fang needed 4 heads of essence gold level monsters to complete the quest. Today, get it done for him. Boss? What are you doing collecting the heads of these essence gold level monsters? Hidden Earth didn't understand. And earlier, when he was brushing the map with Bastard and the others, it wasn't convenient for Hidden Earth to ask in detail. Thus, it was only at this time that Fang asked. 10 elite gold level monster heads? Able to be exchanged for a bottle of legendary grade fine wine. Hidden Earth immediately worked even harder, as long as he could help the boss. That was his greatest motivation. Captain, be careful. The Tree of Life swiped to heal, restoring Qin Fang's blood level to full. Shuiqinger had certainly rejoined the team, but her obvious words had decreased a lot, except that she would steal a glance at Qin Fang from time to time. More often than not, she was rubbing the Essence Gold Grade Life Grenade. It had to be said that this Essence Gold Grade Life Grenade was extremely restraining against death copies. 7th hand. Pass. 8th. Pass. 9th. Pass. The moon was over the trees, and the light shone. Qin Fang had finally managed to gather enough heads of 10 Essence Gold level monsters. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully finished collecting them. Qin Fang and the others exited this deck and went about their respective business, while Qin Fang was the first to contact Yuzei. Ding. Is Yuzei's communication dialed? Dialing. Boss. What is it? Rain Zephyr was most dutiful, answering at the first opportunity while giving Qin Fang a reply. The quest to collect the heads of Essence Gold level monsters is complete. When are you going to go help me exchange them for legendary level fine wine? Hearing such words from the boss, Yuzei glanced at the knight and then at Li Qi, who was not far away, and instantly decided that he would enter the city lord's mansion right away. To be honest this time now, it was a bit late, but as long as it was possible to make Senior Li Xie stay away from him, or he stay away from Senior Li Xie, it was fine. Yuzei left, taking the loot Qin Fang had given him, and entered the city lord's mansion. At this stage, the city lord's mansion was still very mysterious to players. Even a player like Qin Fang could not easily enter it either. Qin Fang waited quietly outside the door of the city lord's mansion. What was happening inside? He was completely unaware of it. After a full hour, Yuzei came out from inside the city lord's mansion covered in alcohol. His head was full of alcohol. His face was red. His figure was staggering. Who knew how much this had been drunk? This was the first time Qin Fang had seen Yuzei drinking. He immediately went forward to assist him. Well? Yuzei. Is it done? Done. Ding. Yuzei requests a trade. Do you agree? Qin Fang instantly agreed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining legendary grade fine wine 1. Qin Fang took out the bottle of fine wine, only to see that the entire body was carried using a delicate turquoise blue colored bottle. The liquid inside was clearly visible, but it was as if it had become solid and was difficult to shake. Qin Fang carefully put it away before a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and inquired about Teacher Li Xie's location. Within the private territory. Sleeping. Yuzei finished speaking. That is, he passed out drunkenly, unconscious. In the end, it was only after Qin Fang carried him to the private territory and threw him on the bed that he was able to sleep peacefully. Qin Fang searched for a while, and finally saw Li Qi's figure in the underground cave of the private territory. At this moment, Qin Fong suddenly understood it all. He knew who had brought down his Little Black and made Little Black become an alcoholic. The culprit had been found. But Qin Fong did not dare to say a word. Qin Fong took out the legendary grade fine wine, gently opened the cork, and fanned the fragrance of the wine with his hand. For a while, the fragrance of the wine was so overwhelming that Qin Fong had a feeling of dizziness. And after fixing his mind, Li Xie had already appeared in front of him, calmly taking the bottle of wine from Qin Fong's hand and taking a mouthful of it in a beautiful manner. Ha ha ha. Good wine. Good wine. After Li Xie finished saying this, a system tone emerged in Qin Fong's mind. Ding. Congratulations on causing a quest. Ding. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of Divine Forge Master Li Xie. This? Even Qin Fong could not help but freeze at this moment. He got a teacher? Surprisingly, he was a god-level blacksmith? In his previous life, Qin Fong certainly knew that Li Xie was strong, and knew that his forge seeking was very powerful. But god-level? It wasn't even close to that. Was it? Shocked. Qin Fong was truly shocked this time. Qin Fong carefully waited at the side, wearing a smile and serving tea and water. You brat? Not bad. Nu. I'll give you another task. If you complete it, it will benefit you brat for the rest of your life. Li Xie finished drinking this bottle of legendary grade wine. His bravado rose, and a golden light shot out from his brow, merging into Qin Fong's brow. At the same time, a system beep sounded. Ding. Divine Forge Master Li Xie has issued a legendary grade quest to you. Forge 9 epic grade weapons and 3 legendary grade weapons within a year. Quest reward, title, King of Forging. Shocked, Qin Fong was dumbstruck. 9 epic grade equipment? 3 pieces of legendary grade equipment? This? A quest that was slightly difficult. Ah. Why? The main reason was that in the early stages of the game, no epic level forging drawings dropped at all. At most? But it's only purple gold level drawings. Qin Fong was able to get epic level equipment with a 100x return. But what about legendary level equipment? And King of the Forge? What kind of title is that? Chapter 178, Flirting with the Water God. King of Forging? It seemed like Qin Fong had never heard of this title before. Ding. Is it possible to use the divine grade skill to investigate this title? Probing. Title name, King of Forging. Title description, after wearing this title, the equipment forged can have different forging attributes added to it. Limitations, only 3 different attributes can be added. Qin Fong froze, and then his entire breath caught in his throat. His face flushed as if he had seen a rare treasure. This title? It was simply terrifying. What was the meaning of this? Like right now, Qin Fong's blacksmith attribute was strength. Thunder. 2 different attributes. But unfortunately, whether it was strength or thunder, Qin Fong could only choose one when forging equipment. For example, right now, the equipment forged by Qin Fong were all thunder attributes. After all, the thunder attribute had a lot attached to it. However, if Qin Fong obtained the title of King of Forging, the equipment he forged could have both the thunder attribute and the power attribute attached to it. This was a very terrifying increase. If Qin Fong was able to obtain a hidden profession transfer book again, then equipment with a mixture of 3 attributes? It directly exploded. Just imagine. Other equipment had strength and speed attached to it at most, while the equipment forged by Qin Fong had at least 2 additional items of thunder and strength. How terrifying was this? Teacher. Thank you. Qin Fong instantly felt a warm hot current. This was the capital for his rise to power. Don't be too happy too soon. It might fail. Li Xie spat out these words. That is, he no longer bothered about Qin Fong, and paralyzed himself on the ground, entering a coma. On his way back to the 10,000 empty alley auction house, Qin Fong kept retrieving in his mind. Where else could one obtain a hidden profession transfer book? And it had to be a blacksmith's? Hidden profession blacksmiths from his previous life? There weren't many of them. And every single one of them, Qin Fong recognized. A blacksmith's hidden profession transfer book with a thunder attribute? He had already snatched it. Then the next one? Which one to choose? On top of the list, the second-ranked blacksmith that was the hidden profession seemed to have the shadow attribute. Shadow? It's born from darkness. But it doesn't belong to darkness. Strictly speaking, the two are indistinguishable. This hidden profession transfer book? Qin Fong had the impression that it seemed to have been opened out of a treasure chest. But it was opened out of a treasure chest outside of the Imperial Tomb Town. Now? Wanting to cross towns? Obviously. It was impossible. With no choice but to give up. Qin Fong could only give up. As for the third-ranked blacksmith player, also a hidden profession blacksmith, his attribute was Een Fire. The equipment that was forged had the attribute of Een Fire attached to it. And this attribute? Very unethical. Against other equipment, it could quickly drain the durability of the opponent's equipment. This attribute? There are other effects. I have to say, not weak. Where did he get the hidden profession transfer book? This Een Fire attribute blacksmith? It seemed to be the blacksmith of the Annihilation Guild. And as for his transfer book? It came from the God of Flame's phantom copy. Qin Fong's mind recalled everything. In the next instant, Qin Fong wanted to gather Hidden Earth and the others and charge within the God of Flame's phantom copy. However, after glancing at the time, Qin Fong gave up. Now? It really wasn't too early. The Tree of Life exited the game. And Shui Qing'er also exited the game. Qin Fong called out to Hidden Earth, who was like a javelin, pointing and hitting wherever he was told to. Just commanding. Boss? Where to hit? Qin Fong glanced at Hidden Earth and thought about the difficulty level Fire God Phantom copy. And in the next instant, Qin Fong's mind had an idea. Wait. You go and rest first. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Follow me into the difficulty level Fire God Phantom copy within. Qin Fong rented the official forging room within Tianyang Town and entered it in a mysterious manner. Within the forging room, Qin Fong took out the water attribute stones and piled them into a pile. And then he attempted to block off the surrounding area and took out the gold-grade drawings to start forging. Qin Fong had just dropped the first hammer, which was like a blast on top of the water god's forehead, causing the water god to be about to awaken from his endless sleep. Water god. Because of his lack of strength and other reasons, he had been very severely traumatized in that battle back then. The god of darkness, the god of light, had long since awakened, and he had yet to do so. But now, as Qin Fong continued to forge, the sound of the small hammers blasting continued to ring out, giving the water god a feeling of gradually awakening. Noisy. Too noisy. Ding! The sound of forging ended. Within the official forging room of Tianyang Town, Qin Fong surreptitiously stopped forging, surveying the surroundings like a mouse to see if there was any disaster. In the end, Qin Fong could not see the water god's overwhelming figure approaching, and he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Forging the water god's equipment? It was a move that Qin Fong had thought about before. In his previous life, because of her injuries, the water god had not awakened in her first year. Qin Fong also wanted to take a gamble, and looking at the situation, he could not help but be ecstatic in his heart as he had gambled correctly. Ahem. If the bet was lost, the one who suffered would also be Tianyang Town. And the sky collapsed? There was a tall man to hold it up. Tianyang Town's group captain? Other players didn't know how powerful he was. But Qin Fong? He knows. A mere water god? He's no match for him. Even if he comes, he wouldn't be able to make any waves? The water god, who was disturbed by the noise, wanted to open his eyes. But because of his injuries, he could only endure in silence. But fortunately, the sound of this forging gradually decreased, allowing him to return to slumber. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure, triggering the return of the storm. In Qin Fong's backpack, 10 water attribute essence gold-grade daggers had suddenly appeared. The sleeping water god did not know in the slightest that a wisp of water attribute within his divine kingdom had been stripped away and no longer belonged to him. Ding! The noisy forging sound resounded again. The water god was very annoyed, but stopped when it fell far short of the threshold of his awakening. Qin Fong kept repeating and forging. Eventually, after 6 times, Qin Fong hurriedly stopped forging a set of water god's equipment. Enough. Qin Fong looked at the set of equipment. The corner of his mouth rose. Tomorrow? The 2-hourly difficulty level Fire God Phantom copy was bound to brush out the Een Fire attribute blacksmith hidden profession transition book. The water god was constantly being molested. This anger in his heart. He desperately wanted to open his eyes and break free from the cocoon around his body. But if he opened his eyes and broke free from the cocoon, the recovery of his injuries would be greatly reduced, and he would not be able to recover perfectly. Fortunately, this kind of molestation only lasted for a while. Otherwise, even if he spared his life, he would have to break open the cocoon and decapitate the little thief who was molesting him. Qin Fang's small action of flirting with the water god could not be hidden from the god of light. After all, Qin Fang was now his centurion. Ding. The god of light requests for communication. Do you agree? This communication from a god Qin Fang could not refuse. This routine inquiry was nothing more than a gesture. You're looking for death. The god of light split his head and cursed, seemingly itching to strangle Qin Fang. The last time he provoked the dark god's bottom line, he was the one who rounded it back. But what if the water god awoke? What would he do? He was very passive. Qin Fang was as if he had lost his mind. Chapter 179 Huge Loophole. Finish forging. Qin Fang looked at the set of water god's equipment in front of him, and was satisfied. But this? Qin Fang wasn't satisfied yet, and released the entire Heaven's Destiny bounty quest, 1 billion copper coins to acquire the blacksmith's hidden profession transformation book. As for the legendary Grey Drinks quest, Qin Fang also did not give up, and still hung it high. After all, Teacher Licia was addicted to alcohol. This was probably something that couldn't be changed. Currently, Qin Fang had only managed to get a bottle. And following up, it was estimated that a lot more would be needed. One couldn't just hope on the Tianyang Town City Lord's mansion every time. Previous life? Qin Fang had not worshipped Li Qi as his teacher, although the two of them had a close relationship. But this greatest chance was wasted by him for nothing. Who had ever thought? Just a mere bottle of legendary grade wine. Surprisingly, he had exchanged it for such a great chance. If Qin Fang had possessed this chance in his previous life, would it be? Qin Fang's eyes suddenly shriveled. Even if he had possessed this chance in his previous life, he would only have been squeezed even harder. And it would have been better not to have it at all. Qin Fang sorted out what he had gained these days, and then exited the game. Qin Fang exited the game. But this bounty quest of his had caused a huge uproar. Even late at night, it was seen by countless players, thus triggering a general earthquake of discussion. Holy shit. This is way too luxurious. 1 billion copper coins. Isn't this a direct explosion? Whoever gets it is directly among the level of the rich. 1 billion copper coins. This year, a few days ago. The Combat Hidden Profession Transfer Book. It is only a measly 500 million copper coins. Being auctioned is only 800 million copper coins. But now, a blacksmith's hidden profession transfer book? Surprisingly, it's all sold at a sky-high price? This I don't believe. Player, I can't fight this one. Bounty quest must be a gimmick. 1 billion copper coins? Is he able to take it out? Who can't get it out? I also don't believe player me can't get it out. Do you know his current value? Heavenly Fate System. The newly opened worth list. Also known as the rich list. Only players who have more than 50 million copper coins in their backpacks can be on the list. This list? It's not mandatory, but will ask for the player's personal consent. If they agree, players will be selected rich list. If I do not agree, the system will not be forced. After all, Destiny is still dominated by players. On top of the rich list, the player I ranked 10,084th, worth 1.1 billion. As for those ranked in front of Qin Fang, at the very least, they were worth more than 1.1 billion. As for the first, his worth could no longer be used in the unit of billion. It was too much. This was the players of Sky City. Some of the players were India's. Some didn't believe it. All in all, most of the players still cursed a dog day. Really rich. The Hegemony Guild got the news and began to intentionally or unintentionally collect hidden profession transfer books about blacksmiths, wanting to resell them to players me. Not for the sake of money, but they wanted to get closer to player me. What about the other guilds? On the other hand, they also started to collect information in this regard, preparing to trade with Qin Fang. Copper coins? They were confident that they didn't need it. But equipment? They needed it. When the time comes, they would definitely be able to pit a wave of players. That's not right. Isn't this player Jin the hidden profession Thunder Blacksmith? Why does he still need the transfer book? Yeah. Could it be for someone else to collect? Rumor has it that player Jin has a huge team behind him. No. It's not a rumor. It's a fact. There is indeed a huge team behind player Jin. And his equipment? Almost all of it is the product of the team. Hidden Earth had also learnt to obfuscate, releasing this kind of statement, putting Qin Fong in a mysterious aura. Hidden Earth? Still brushing copies. The 36 phantom copies of the gods. Hidden Earth was prepared to brush them all to see if he could pop out a hidden profession transfer book. It was night. Qin Fong prepared fresh water for the black cat, prepared night snacks for himself, looked up at the sky city in the firmament, looked at the bright moon beside the sky city, and ate quietly. In the past, the city of sky was unattainable for Qin Fong. But now, the city of sky seemed to be much closer for Qin Fong. He was still waiting for the opportunity, for the chance to be able to ascend to the sky city. The night was calm. On the second day, Qin Fong logged into the game to start forging, and began to fulfill the orders placed by the major guilds. These days, the major guilds were competing for more and more equipment. Moreover, all of them were fine gold-level equipment. Qin Fong was in pain and happy every day. There were too many orders, too many coins, and Qin Fong was too depressed. Ding! You have failed to forge. Triggering a 100-fold return. Ding! You have failed to forge. Triggering a blast return. The system beep sounded, and the equipment in Qin Fong's backpack continued to accumulate. During the process of forging, Qin Fong began to ponder how to forge epic-level equipment. He wanted to rely on blast return to forge epic-level equipment. At the very least, he still needed to cross the realm of gold. Ding! The system has discovered a serious loophole that will be fixed soon. Please exit the game as soon as possible. Ding! Please rest assured, all data will be archived. No need to worry about loss. Ding! The system has discovered a serious loophole that will be fixed soon. Please, players. The system beeps kept ringing out, very urgently. And all around, a terrifying red light flashed out, showing the seriousness of the matter. Qin Fong was originally forging equipment. When he suddenly heard such a system beep, he couldn't help but freeze, and his mind began to constantly recall past life. It didn't seem to have this loophole repair. After all, a reddish glow through the body. A system loophole of this magnitude. The entire heavenly destiny had not appeared several times. The one that Qin Fong had an impression of, it was also once. And it was still in the 3rd year of service. But now? Why had such a serious loophole fix appeared? To know that everything about heaven's fate? It was all perfect. As if it was the real world. Not to mention such a serious loophole. Even small flaws were relatively rare. This time, Qin Fong vaguely felt that it was directed at himself. Perhaps this return system of his own was too much. So, Qin Fong was just about to contact Hidden Earth when he was notified. Ding! You have been kicked out of the game. Ding! Your game profile has been saved. Ding! This update is 10 minutes. Please be patient. 10 minutes for an update. This was already a long time. For Fate of Heaven, 3 minutes in general was already a long time. Even if it was a big update from chapter to chapter, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. This time, the problem looked more serious. The players of Heaven's Destiny had also begun a discussion about this incident. A 10-minute update. It seems a bit long this time. Yeah. The entire Heaven's Destiny is fluttering red. What does this mean? Is it hard to believe that Heaven's Destiny has a serious loophole? AI. Wrong to not have gripped a wave of wool. Yeah. Such a big loophole must have endangered the balance of the entire heavenly fate. This? Definitely an opportunity to make a lot of money. Missing out. Really missing out. It's too hard for me. This was the plainest emotion of the majority of players. Chapter 180. Update completed. Qin Fong exited the game, like a wooden-born statue of a god, quietly standing still. His eyes could not help but lose their concentration, losing the focus of his pupils, as if he was thinking about something, deducing what this was. In the end, Qin Fong broke through the confusion in his heart and pushed open the window to look out quietly. All things were helpless. If this time it was really against him, he could do nothing about it. So he might as well wait and see what happens and wait patiently. Outside the window, noisy voices rang out, seemingly also discussing this update thing. This area was a relatively safe area. Therefore, there were many players who logged on to the game. And there were also many players who couldn't leave their homes. There were not a few geeks similar to Qin Fong. Therefore, Qin Fong was not considered an anomaly in this area. I heard that this update has something to do with Tianyang Town. What? Why? Tianyang Town. It seems to be the town that is making a crazy splash. This group of young, middle-aged people gathered together and began a violent discussion. Hidden professions? Tianyang Town is almost bursting at the seams. It's seriously going against the entire balance of heaven's destiny. Yeah, I just watched it too. It seems like it's really happening. The outside world was very lively. But Qin Fang disliked this kind of hustle and bustle, and did not get involved in everyone's discussion. Tianyang Town. Because of his existence? Perhaps it was really different then. The Tianyang Town in his previous life had not been as famous as it was nowadays. Although it was also a huge equipment selling area. But then, it was never as horrible as it is now. The huge town could be divided into a safe zone / chaotic zone. The area that Qin Fang was currently in could be called a safe zone. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about when he would die on weekdays. However, the area that Black Widow and the others were in was the so-called chaos zone, where one might die at some point, not having enough food to eat. The small town. Heck, it was ice and fire. Qin Fang heard that decades ago, shopping could be done simply by placing an order on a mobile phone. But now, technology seemed to be regressing. No, it wasn't technology that was regressing, but rather, technology in remote areas was regressing, returning to the level of more than 100 years ago. A city in the sky? And what a sight it was! Waiting for 10 minutes. Qin Fang logged into the game. Ding. Welcome back to Sky Destiny. Ding. The update is complete. The contents of this update are as follows. Blacksmith weakening. Starting today, blacksmiths can only forge equipment within that level, and cannot exceed it. This? Qin Fang simply wanted to vomit blood. This was the first one, and it was clearly aimed at him. Can only forge equipment within that level? Doesn't this mean that from now on, Qin Fang could only forge silver level equipment, and at the most, 100 times return a blast, and a gold level equipment would appear? How can this still be fun? This invariably weakened Qin Fang's terrifying dominance to the extreme. But for other blacksmiths whose talent was not outstanding, it might still be good news. After all, they would have been unable to forge higher level equipment. Could it be that from today onwards, fine gold level equipment will become the top stream? In the future, silver, gold which would be the mainstream. Click. This knife directly cut on Qin Fang's waist, making him unable to take care of himself. Silver grade, gold grade, fine gold grade equipment. The price of these 3 grades of equipment. But the difference is far bad. Qin Fang just remembered that yesterday, he just took an order for a large batch of fine gold level equipment. How can this be? Is it not possible to breach the contract? Defaulting on the contract? The compensation was even more. This was a huge amount of money for Qin Fang. Phew. Qin Fang breathed heavily, wanting to cry. Had I known? Lucky value would not have been given to Hidden Earth Awe. He very much needed it now. Very much needed to fast-track his promotion to gold-level blacksmith. Otherwise, lose the money. 2. Any player who already has a hidden profession and enters within the 36 copies again, no matter if it's a normal or difficult level copy, will not be able to obtain the hidden profession transfer book again. This knife, again, ruthlessly slashed at Qin Fang's body. No, it wasn't just Qin Fang. It wasn't friendly to the players who had already obtained the hidden profession. Batian was even directly cursing. Was this unplayable? Surprisingly, from the level of loopholes, it blocked Batian's next move. Why did Batian buy so many Essence Gold level equipment? Wasn't it for the hidden profession transfer book? But now, everything is empty. 3. The amplitude of players' attributes will be accurate to 1,000th of a cent. No worries about data errors. 4. For the treasure chest's loophole fix, drastically reducing the probability of opening the very best. 5. 4. These weakenings made some of the players of Heaven's Destiny scream at the top of their lungs. What is this? I'm not convinced. I want to complain. Right. Why can't a player who obtains a hidden profession obtain a second course? What is this? A restriction on the strong? A boring tactic. Heaven's mandate? Hasn't it always prided itself on being fair? Now, this is clearly unfair. Rebel. Protest. This update? So stupid. If there's no argument, I'm prepared to stop playing. These voices? After all, they were in the minority. After all, the players who had already obtained hidden professions nowadays, there were only about a dozen of them. These initiatives were undoubtedly a true boon for the truly ordinary players. It's finally weakened player me. The blacksmith. That's right. It's obviously a silver-level blacksmith who can forge fine gold-level equipment. So fake. Yeah. This wave of nerfing. I raised both hands and feet in support. Being able to weaken the players meant weakening the Tianyang towns to a certain extent, leveling the gap between the major towns. If left unchecked, the Tianyang towns would open up a huge gap in a very short period of time. Hidden professions? Here's the chance for me to wait. Yeah. Let Batian and the others dry their eyes. Isn't it just a hidden profession? We also have a chance to obtain it. Players open their mouths in such a way, praising the goodness of this wave of updates. Tianyang Town. Hegemony had this restriction on hidden professions? Rather, he didn't have any thoughts about it. Within a large guild, it wasn't like they were the only 3 hidden professions that could brush copies. Other players? Other players? And wearing a full set of fine gold-level equipment. The Hegemony Guild still has the upper hand. It's just a matter of restricting a few hidden profession players. Restricting a few hidden profession players. These days, Hegemony, Hidden Earth's cooperation? Perhaps it had irritated Heaven's destiny, which was why it was so restricted. This? Batian wasn't worried. What he was worried about instead was the player me. This first restriction. It is no exaggeration to say that the player me is locked up. Batian feels that he can't break free. What can be done about this? Batian was used to the experience of superhuman equipment. Now letting him use the equipment from the silver level again? How could it not be smooth? I wonder if the player me be able to think of a way to break the game? This is one point. As for the other point, it is, yesterday I heard that Qin Fong has a large number of orders into the account. He is now unable to forge out? Then the large amount of compensation that is about to face. Will he be able to pay it back? The contract signed by the player me is not a regular contract. Rather, 1 minute late delivery. Compensation for 1 piece of Essence Gold grade equipment. This, even if he dragged it out, he would be able to drag the player to his death. Chapter 181 Pit. Another pit. The order from the Hegemony Guild was over 100 million copper coins. This amount of money? Hegemony could not want it, and could even wait for Playergen to rise again. But what about the other guilds? These aren't good rubbers. In the past, how ruthless was Playergen's asking price? How ruthless was this group's counterattack now? Without any other reason. This was all a contract signed by Qin Fong himself. And this was considered self-inflicted. Playergen's spread. Spread too big. The previous period? These guilds that placed orders? Surely they wouldn't rush Playergen. After all, a minute of default? That's an Essence Gold level equipment, That's scarier than even the most terrifying interest. As expected, the guild presidents of the major guilds that had now placed orders for Playergen had flipped out the contracts and watched. When they saw this, 1 fine gold level equipment for 1 minute for breach of contract. They were all overjoyed. In the past, this sentence was able to show that Playergen's forging skills were superior. But now, it was the Playergen's catalyst. This is still a contract you drew up yourself. So you can't blame us for this. It's as if I've already seen Playergen go bankrupt. It's really ironic to think that the first article of the update was to restrict player me. These guild presidents, each one of them had a lot of heart, and none of them took the initiative to call Playergen with a communication to urge them on. This is if anyone urges and causes Playergen to send the inventory. Wouldn't this be a bloody loss? Losing a lot of money for a small cause? The thin camel is bigger than a horse. The player I hand the fine gold level weapon stock? There must still be some. Put it together, and maybe we can actually fulfill a few orders. Ding. Player Batian requests a communication. Do you agree? Qin Fong was rather surprised at this communication from Bartion. But he's still connected. President Bartion? What is your business? Qin Fong inquired with a calm expression, still thinking of a way to break the situation in his mind. Merely being able to forge silver-grade equipment. That wasn't a thing either. There had to be a way to break this one shackle. Older brother? I'm breaking the contract this time. Yesterday's order? It doesn't count anymore. Qin Fong instantly understood Batian's intentions when he heard this, and a slight warmth flowed through his heart. If Batian took the initiative to breach the contract, his deposit would be lost even if Qin Fang would not give him a single cent. But if Qin Fang were to breach the contract, the benefits involved would be too great. Therefore, Batian took the initiative to breach the contract, which was also for Qin Fang's sake. President Batian, you don't want me to earn your copper coins. Qin Fang revealed a smile and informed Batian with a hint of flirtation in his tone. Batian instantly understood the meaning of Qin Fang's words. This kid? The inventory was estimated to be enough to pay for this batch of orders. So now? Leisurely. But it was impossible to say. What if a huge organization really existed behind him? President Batian, is there any interest to pit a wave of people with me? A bad smile surfaced at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth, as if he wanted to bury many players. You say? How does it work? Batian was instantly interested. His mood stirred, and he was quite impatient. Batian hung up the communication, and in a short while of light, throughout the Tianyang town, a voice came out. Player Me is burning up right now. Ha. Laugh me to death. Ha. This is his yesterday's order. You guys see? This is the relationship I spent in Old Nose. Fang got awe. What? A full 3,000 pieces of fine gold level equipment. Nearly 20,000 gold level equipment. I understand why Heaven's Destiny wants to block Player Me. This is too horrible, This is completely out of the original intention of the game, Player Me? This is too horrible. The vast number of players didn't realize how terrifying PlayerZhen was at first. But after reading these lists, they were instantly dumbfounded. This by virtue of PlayerZhen alone? Can it be forged? Behind PlayerZhen? It definitely possesses a powerful forging organization. The latest news is that the gold level equipment was forged by the organization behind Player Me. But the fine gold level equipment was all forged by Player Me. Player Me this time is going to be planted. I don't believe that within 2 days to be able to forge 3,000 pieces of fine gold grade equipment. This is not possible even without eating, drinking or sleeping. Gathering pot of treasure. These hands hold players my contract president. This can really be considered in the hands of a gathering pot of treasure. Players this envious have blamed themselves. Why did not they ever give PlayerZhen an order? Have you heard? Player Me is preparing to acquire Essence Gold grade equipment. Ready to fill the holes. The player's words had just fallen when the voice that shook Tianyang town resounded. Player Me is acquiring fine gold grade equipment for 5 million copper coins each. 5 million copper coins. To be honest, this price wasn't low anymore. 5 million to sell to me? Still want to buy it away for 5 million. A fool's dream. Player Me. 10 million copper coins. Selling you a piece. I don't want much. 9 million copper coins. Players with fine gold level equipment? They all shouted out to Player Me, wanting to sell the Essence Gold grade equipment they had in their hands. The players went crazy and flirted with PlayerZhen, weakly asking, can't Qin Fang break the contract in person? Friend, you asked this question? Not leveled in the slightest. Want to break the contract? It requires the consent of both parties. Do you think they'll agree? Understood. This was the moment that the group of players truly understood. No wonder. Everyone was waiting now. In response to such a situation, President Phoenix's heart ticked and spun, and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. He saw PlayerZhen's dilemma, and he saw PlayerZhen's despair. He should be able to operate a wave. PlayerZhen, there's no hurry to pay back my order. At this moment, Baishan's voice rang out with a hint of flirtation. At this moment, the entire Tianyang town was plunged into an eerie atmosphere. I've heard that Batian has a very good relationship with Player Me. Why now? Is he starting to swing for the fences? Husbands and wives were originally birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. Not to mention the game. Hegemony is all about targeting Player Me. This is fun. What to do? I seem to be laughing. In the face of such a situation, the guild leaders of the other orders smiled faintly and didn't say a word. Agu. Player Me still really has stock to be able to fulfill my order. Thank you. 3 hours later, Hegemony suddenly released such news. At once, the players in Tianyang town who were holding PlayerZhen's contract had asked Qin Fang for Essence Gold grade equipment. However, the reply received was to wait, and it would definitely be in place before the contract period arrived. This Player Jin was clearly stalling for time, and everyone could see that he was being false. Faced with such a situation, Player Phoenix suddenly stepped forward. High price for the equipment contract signed with Player Jin. As soon as these words came out, the entire Tianyang town, once again, boiled over. Phoenix? This was to the death of the players. Once the Phoenix took hold of Player Jin's lifeblood, at the very least, it would have to toss him half to death. Imagine, a few days ago, how the players were targeting the Phoenix. Chapter 182 Elite Gold Class Boss, Three-Headed God's Eye Wolf. Phoenix Guild wants to request a purchase contract? 500 million copper coins. I'll sell it to you. At this time, the president of the Great Bear Guild made such a high-profile announcement. The Great Bear Guild, which was usually so unassuming that it couldn't be seen as strong or weak, had more than 30,000 players, and its overall strength wasn't weak. For such a reply, Phoenix replied, "Private chat." In the end, after some bargaining, Phoenix spent 450 million copper coins to buy the contract of the Great Bear Guild. This contract? It allowed for free trading. Whoever sells it to Phoenix will clear it later. At this time, Qin Fong released such a statement again, carrying a strong flavor of threat. Regarding such a threat, the major guilds did not care. Not to mention that Player Me has been half abolished. Even if he hadn't been abolished, he shouldn't have said such words. Player Me? Merely a blacksmith. While these players are his buyers. To put it bluntly, is the Player Me's bread and butter. The Player Me shouldn't offend them all. Just a silver-level blacksmith. Still really take himself seriously. That's right. It's not like we can't train a silver-level blacksmith. You shouldn't take yourself too seriously either. Self-esteem is so boring. I'll wait for the reckoning in the future and see how you bounce around. These words, although these presidents did not release the voice of the all-heaven Yang town, they were still whispering, their words filled with disdain. I can feel Player Jin's emptiness. He definitely can't fulfill this contract. The Phoenix Guild continues to beg for it. Such arguments continue to fester. And in the end, the president of the Annihilation Guild also stood out. The Annihilation Guild, have also begun to beg for the equipment contract signed with Player Jin at a high price. It was only then that the players remembered that there was also a deep-sordid relationship between Qin Fong and the Annihilation Guild yet. Phoenix, Annihilation, two huge guilds, sniping at Player Jin together. At this moment, the players were waiting to see Player Jin's joke. Being able to let Player Jin eat a wave of bug dividends. This is already good. That's right. It's hard to believe that he still wants to eat for the rest of his life. I've heard that the copper coins Player Me has earned in the past few days have made it to the rich list. He should be content. This kind of voice was in the minority. After all, Player Jin's ability to absorb money was too strong and too eye-catching. Therefore, when he fell from the altar, countless players spurned him. This was also the inferior nature of people. Ding. Player Hidden Earth requests communication. Agreed. Boss? Can you fill the holes with all these fine gold-level equipment? Everything Hidden Earth had was from Qin Fong, and he wanted to help. No need. I can handle it. Go brush the bosses without worry. Qin Fong's voice, very relaxed. Not the slightest bit of embarrassment could be heard. Boss, you're not. Ding. Player Hidden Earth requests a trade. For a one-track mind like Hidden Earth, Qin Fong could only speak clearly. Don't worry. This is the setup I laid down. Deliberately pitting the Phoenix. Where is Annihilation? Qin Fong finished speaking and sent a screenshot of all the Essence gold-level equipment within his warehouse to Hidden Earth. Don't worry. I'm completely able to handle it. Only then did Hidden Earth completely put his heart down and hang up the communication. Just after hanging up, the Tree of Life's communication called again. Without saying a word. It wanted to trade. Qin Fong had no choice but to explain it to her all over again. Only after seeing the screenshot did the Tree of Life feel relieved. Finally, it was Xue Binger's communication, and she believed that Qin Fong could handle it. However, she had also prepared a backhand, so that she would be able to help if Qin Fong was not prepared properly. These communications warmed Qin Fong's heart. This group of friends had really not been made in vain. As he watched the time gradually pass, the voices of discussion were also gradually decreasing. Qin Fong met up with Hidden Earth and started brushing the Essence Gold level bosses in the wild. Coincidentally, a member of the Phoenix Guild bumped into Qin Fang. "Io, isn't this our #1 forge master? Why is he so down and out now?" "Uh-huh. Just a silver rank blacksmith. You really think you're a piece of garlic? No way. Do you also want this fine gold level boss to brush your equipment? Can't afford it." All the members of the Phoenix Guild began to taunt Qin Fang non-stop. In response to such remarks, Hidden Earth was somewhat unable to hold back and wanted to charge. This group of scum seemed to have forgotten the pain of being decapitated by Qin Fang and the others. However, Qin Fang stopped him and shook his head indifferently. "Isn't this player me? How about it? Take a look at these deeds. These are all fine gold level equipment." Qin Fang watched silently, a trace of anger appropriately showing in his eyes. But not much. Acting? Naturally it had to be a full set all. These deeds in the Phoenix's hands. Qin Fang believed that 80% of them were deliberately put out by him. After all, every time he forged, a large batch of discarded equipment would appear in Qin Fang's hands, such as heavy armor with agility, which didn't attach defense in the slightest. And in the case of bows and arrows with spiritual attributes, which didn't attach attack power in the slightest. These equipment, even if it was said to be given for nothing, there were people who would resent it. But now, it was the perfect opportunity to sell it. Sell it to someone else? I'm sure I don't want it. But if I sell it to Phoenix, I'm sure he'll want it. What bear guild? All of these are the bastard guild looking for the trust. Or worse, is the bastard guild's trumpet President Phoenix's hands? How many contracts do you hold? Qin asked with a darkened face, causing Phoenix to become even more smug in his heart. Not many. Just 3 or 4. Each with roughly 300 pieces of Essence Gold level equipment waiting for you to cash in. Phoenix finally got out a mouthful of bad breath. His mood was very pleasant. The whole person had a feeling of floating. "Player me. You also have today." This was Stranger's taunt. "This fine gold level boss. I will kill it today." This was Qin Fang's response. One that could only be so. Rather like a vicious, annoyed feeling. Facing such a Qin Fang? Phoenix even laughed openly. "Waiting for you. I don't believe that you are able to strike through my 50,000 men. Player me? A mere 4 of them? How could they carry the Phoenix Guild's onslaught? If it wasn't for the fact that the refined gold level boss refresh was imminent, Phoenix would really want to decapitate Player Jin and take out a good bite of bad anger. Oh, then let's wait and see." Ding. Essence Gold level boss. The 3-headed god's eye wolf has appeared. Please behead the players quickly. This kind of sound rang out, and the members of the Phoenix Guild immediately became excited. "Surround this boss for me. And don't let Player Jin and the others get close." To be honest, Phoenix was still really a little scared that Player Jin would be able to perform some miracle. Qin Fang silently watched and did not make a move. Even taking Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and Snow Binger with him, he went to open a few gold level treasure chests. If the Phoenix Guild wanted to brush this fine gold level boss, it would take at least an hour. And this hour was enough for Qin Fang to do a lot of things. Moreover, the members of the Hegemony Guild had also touched over, preparing to intercept it. Hegemony and Phoenix were completely on top of each other. Chapter 183, completing the contract. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold level forging drawing, Cicada Scepter. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold level potion drawing, Autumn Brightness Potion. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Every time the treasure chests were left for Hidden Earth to open, the success rate was very high. And every time, small extreme items could be opened. It couldn't help but make Qin Fang wonder. Had the probability of the treasure chests really weakened? How could he not feel it all? After opening 7 or 8 treasure chests in a row, Qin Fang and the other 4 of them turned back leisurely and looked at the Phoenix Guilds and the others who were fighting hard. The people from the overwhelming Sky Guild, who were waiting for the monsters to come, had now rushed up and were ready to grab the monsters. The Phoenix Guild fought hard, wanting to succeed in hacking down this Essence Gold rank 3-headed god's eye wolves in the final stage. Qin Fang glanced at Hidden Earth and told him to prepare, before signaling Snow Binger to support the turrets. The turret, together with the cannonballs. This was Qin Fang's backbone, and also the point of Qin Fang's sword. Thud. The life cannon fired out in the form of a parabola, like a thick flaming dragon snake. Emitting a terrifying roar, that shook people's scalps and made their hearts tremble. Dang! The cannonball fell straight down. The terrifying high temperature, carrying a horrifying explosive force, instantly clearing the field. And the three-headed god's eye wolves of the essence gold level, at this moment, were even more miserable. Two of the three heads instantly turned into nothingness. Wounds all over their bodies were constantly tearing apart, and they were dripping with blood. The three-headed god's eye wolves kept wailing, saddening those who heard them, and bringing tears to those who listened to them. The phoenix was furious in its heart. Who would have thought? Player Me actually had such a great killing weapon in his hands? A fine gold-level turret, together with a fine gold-level cannonball. This terrifying combination of lethality was usually used to defend a city. Who would have thought? Player Me could even get it out at will. But this? It also proved from another aspect that Player Jin was really at his wit's end, and couldn't pay for this batch of essence gold-grade equipment. Go! All of you. Don't retreat. The hollowed-out area would be covered full again in 5 seconds. But those 5 seconds? It was the time for Hidden Earth to play. Hidden Earth transformed into a ghost, appearing in front of the three gods' eye wolves in the first place. Epic level equipment worn, and began to frantically output. In 3 seconds, the lingering three-headed god's eye wolf suddenly fell limp and died. Hidden Earth pocketed all the drops in a second, and then quickly left. All of this, in a flowing stream, happened in a flash of lightning. Goodbye. Hidden Earth looked around at the crowd coming up, quickly turned on his invisibility skill, brought a smile to the corner of his mouth, and quickly left. Qin Fang looked towards President Phoenix and smiled bashfully. I told you that you couldn't get this essence gold level boss. Hidden Earth returned, and then followed Qin Fang as he quickly left. Phoenix glanced at Bastard and signaled Bastard to make a move. Earlier, the power of this cannonball was indistinguishable from the enemy. Not only did it annihilate the members of the Phoenix Guild, but the strongest members of the Bastardly Heaven Guild also gradually suffered heavy casualties. This, Player Me is really ruthless. Perhaps it was because Hegemony had sold Player Me first, therefore causing the current result. This matter, that's all. Hegemony's expression was very flat, giving off a sense of calm. This, since Hegemony was not prepared to pursue this matter. What was Phoenix's hurry? Boss, the harvest. Returning within the town, Hidden Earth handed over the harvest of everything to Qin Fang. Qin Fang quietly watched. An essence gold-grade equipment, 5 gold-grade equipment, and the rest, a bunch of miscellaneous items. The harvest was not bad at all. Qin Fang returned to the 10,000 empty alley auction house and started forging. This time, Qin Fang was not prepared to fail, but to succeed. Constantly succeeding, constantly raising his experience value, constantly becoming a higher blacksmith. In the next instant, Qin Fang suddenly thought of something and began to view the divine text. The God of Light had once sent him books of experience value, but because he was unable to recognize the divine text, he was stranded. But now, Qin Fang resumed his studies. To be honest, Qin Fang's studies had already yielded some results, and there were just a few final words to go. Qin Fang began to study. For a full day, Qin Fang did not do anything else, and did his best to study the divine text. Qin Fang's closed door made the Phoenix's mind even more informed. Hey, this time, he would take a good hold of Player Me and make him arrogant. President Annihilation wasn't a fool either. Player Me? This is definitely encountering difficulties. Before exiting the game, Qin Fang overpaid for 3 pieces of essence gold level equipment, and then returned a contracted piece of equipment. This, as also Qin Fang's desire to escape. He was acting step by step to make Phoenix, to make Annihilation fall hard into his big pit. Undoubtedly, this made Phoenix even more determined in his thoughts. The second day, the smile on Phoenix's face grew wider and wider as the deadline for the delivery of this batch of equipment grew closer and closer. Player Me, there's still 1 last hour left. I'm waiting for my equipment. Yeah. Me. I'm waiting for my equipment too. Annihilation. The Phoenix was so vocal that it had already won in the slightest. Qin Fang did not care about such voices. His mastery of divine texts was already not low, and he was already able to read the books bestowed by the God of Light. Qin Fang began to watch. Ding. Congratulations on successfully learning the Bright God's forging technique. Ding. Congratulations on increasing your forging experience value by 999999. In an instant, Qin Fang's blacksmith rank was raised from silver to gold. Ding. Congratulations on becoming a gold-level blacksmith. Ding. Congratulations on your successful transfer to become a bright blacksmith. 10,000 question marks floated across Qin Fang's eyes. This? Is it that simple? He just became a light blacksmith? Bright blacksmith? It wasn't a hidden profession, but it was an extra added attribute. Ding. Your bright blacksmith talent is 10. Perhaps because of the favor of the god of light. Even though this profession was not a hidden profession, Qin Fang's talent had reached 10. 10? Generally, it was something that could only be achieved by hidden professions. 9. This was the limit of ordinary professions. The formation of this profession immediately caused endless thoughts to emerge in Qin Fang's mind. Then, he was now forging the equipment of the god of light? Would it be able to succeed? Before? Qin Fang forging a deity's exclusive equipment. Actually, it wouldn't have been possible to succeed. After all, it was exclusive to the gods, and he had done nothing more than forcing it out with the help of a loophole in the system. Promoted to a gold-level blacksmith, Qin Fang immediately started forging. Gold-level equipment? Qin Fang's forging was now a handful. Phoenix. Annihilation waited patiently. Right at the last-minute moment, Qin Fang mailed all the equipment to them in a unified manner. The contract was complete. President Phoenix. President Annihilation. Clear the final payment to me as soon as possible. Qin Fang sent such a message, immediately causing Phoenix Annihilation's face to turn white and their entire being to go crazy. You? Play rogue. Player me. Yeah. This batch of equipment? Obviously there's something wrong with it. Chapter 184. Arrived? Surprisingly, it arrived? This is also a kind of harvest. Phoenix. Annihilation so comforted himself. But wait for the Phoenix Annihilation after looking at this batch of equipment. The whole person popularity of the 5 Buddha Ascension. Player me. This is not just a pit. This batch of equipment. Completely waste all. Player me. You use this kind of defective equipment instead of good equipment. I can sue you for breach of contract. At that time, you still have to lose money. Damn it. Arbitration. I'm going to apply for arbitration. People like Phoenix/Annihilation were very contemptuous of the rules on weekdays, wanting to be privileged and trample over them. But now that they had been screwed over, they wanted the rules to speak for them again. And they wanted to rely on the rules and crush player me. Because they found out, apart from the established rules, there was really no way to do anything about player Jin now. Please also watch the 184th clause. Because the equipment are all slightly flawed. So price-wise, it's cheaper. Qin Fang's voice was very calm but righteous. Phoenix Annihilation quickly looked through the treaty. And surprisingly, they really saw this article. Only it was a supplementary clause. The font was very small. If they didn't look carefully, they really couldn't see it. This? Not right. Why did not I see it when I acquired the contract? Phoenix Annihilation was speechless at once, unable to say a word. In the beginning, they were still wondering why the selling prices of all these orders were so cheap. It was clear that 500 pieces of essence gold-grade equipment, plus 1,000 pieces of gold-grade equipment. But the final price was no more than 100 million. Although they had spent nearly 3 times, 4 times the price to buy these contracts. They had waited to make money. Not like now, when they were being screwed over by Qin Fang again. Ding. The seller's contract has been completed. Please pay the remaining balance as soon as possible. Hearing such a system tone, Phoenix Annihilation's entire body was instantly furious. The contracts they purchased were never completed. And the final payment, naturally, needed to be paid by them personally. Arbitration. Apply for arbitration. Phoenix Annihilation began to apply for arbitration, wanting to rule the contract invalid. But then, the end result was, ding. The contract is normal. The objections raised are invalid. Hearing such a system tone, Phoenix Annihilation spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his depression attacked his heart. Ding. Please pay the final installment within 3 hours. Otherwise, the assets inside and outside your heavenly destiny will be frozen. Phoenix Annihilation could only be mute, unable to speak of his suffering, and was forced to helplessly pay this payment from player me. Ding. Transaction completed. This more than the payment for the goods. Nearly 700 million copper coins. Phoenix purchased 400 million. Annihilation purchased 300 million. Thank you both for supporting my forging. And thank you both for consuming my entire inventory. Qin Fang released such a voice, sincerely thanking these two, both good people. Ah, this time, the two major guilds could be considered to have vomited blood and lost their trousers. Buying a contract? Paid nearly 3 times the price. Inside and out. This time Phoenix, Annihilation Guild, a total loss of nearly 2.2 billion. And this money? All of them into the hegemony. Players I backpack. Batian shared the big head. 14 billion copper coins. And Qin Fang. It is the small head. 700 million copper coins. After all, contacting other guilds and jointly pitting Phoenix, Annihilation, all of which needed to be punted. Happy cooperation. Qin Fang sent such a message to hegemony. Haha. So cool. Happy cooperation. These two fools. These two? Thoroughly playing the two in the palm of their hands. Annihilation. Phoenix experienced such a thing. It could be described as a major injury. And at the very least, it would not be able to regain its energy for several months. 2,220 million copper coins. That wasn't a small amount. President. Don't worry. Player, we can't bounce around for a few days. His equipment will soon fall to the altar. Right. President. The newly promoted blacksmiths within our guild are also very competitive. They have already been promoted to the silver level. Player me. Is the grasshopper in the autumn. President. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. The members of the Phoenix Guild comforted Phoenix, who looked at the dense forest around him. He really didn't know what he should smash. The last time he smashed the guild premises, it had caused President Pikachu a heartache. This kid. He knows too little to cherish. Boss. Player me dares to pit us like this. Should we go and check his roots? Do him. Things within the game. The Annihilation Guild like to settle things outside the game. For example, making Player Jin completely disappear. Never to appear again. Right. Boss. Leave it to me. I promise to do it for you in a clear way. The players of the Annihilation Guild asked for instructions, wanting to behead Qin Fang outside the game. For such a request, Annihilation naturally agreed. Player me this time? It was too much. He had to pay the price. Annihilation wanted to let Player Jin know that their money wasn't such a good pitfall. This was still the duo didn't know that this was a pit deliberately designed by Qin Fang. Batian. If they knew, they would definitely be immortal. Welcome all players to place their orders and sign the contract. By the way, Phoenix, Annihilation Guild also please don't place your orders. By the way, I said I will liquidate. The following guilds also please don't place your orders. Qin Fang made a series of lists. A full 10 guilds. Some of these guilds. Some of them were permanently on the blacklist of the 10,000 alley auction house. But some, on the other hand, they were Qin Fang's cover to avoid being seen by Phoenix. Annihilation. Grass. You don't. What either? Player me how suddenly promoted to gold level blacksmith. Ah. Right. I remember he was a silver level blacksmith. How did he suddenly get promoted? Is my eyes blurred? Silver rank and gold rank, this is a world of difference. You have to know that today's talented forger, who has been given a great chance, has only barely been promoted to the silver level. As for the gold level? It is impossible. At least 7 or 8 months to be able to promote success. But now, Player me has even been promoted to a gold level forge master. Player me. I'm going to kill you. What the heck? Isn't this a pit for me? Phoenix. Annihilation had all been relieved by the players. But when they heard such a voice from Player Jin, the entire group went black and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Player me. Are you sure you can still forge it? I can place an order. Such a player asked Qin Fang, wanting a definite response. Sure. You can sign a contract. A flawless contract. Hearing such a voice, countless communications called, and countless orders continued to pour into Qin Fang's mind. Within 3 days, if the contract is not completed, it will be returned 100-fold. Such a voice made countless players go crazy. 100-fold return. What kind of divine treaty was this? Forgers throughout the ages, who would dare to promise such a price? Thank you. Bosses. Qin Fang began to forge these Essence Gold grade equipment. The impact of this update restriction on Qin Fang at this stage? reduced to 0. Without any other reason. Qin Fang had advanced to the gold grade level at an extremely fast rate. Even if he failed to forge, it was still 100 pieces of gold grade equipment. Or 10 pieces of fine gold grade equipment. This was the most frightening thing about Qin Fang. Chapter 185 Honor System. I don't know if the program apes who planned this update will die alive. Originally, he wanted to sanction the player me. But it didn't work. But if you look at it from a long-term perspective, it was considered to be restricting Qin Fang. Otherwise, it was highly likely that Qin Fang would have refined a terrifying purple gold level equipment by now. That would be considered to have completely disrupted the entire market. Older brother? Are you really able to continue taking orders? This was Beishan's question. He was a bit in disbelief. After getting a definite reply from Qin Fang, Batian decisively placed an order for 1,000 pieces of Essence gold grade equipment. Delivery tomorrow. It had to be said that Qin Fang's bottom line was strong. Giving such a time. Phoenix, the Annihilation Guild, issued a hunting order. Anyone who decapitates a player me once, with the video view screen, the screenshot of the decapitation, can collect 10,000 copper coins from player stranger's blade. All the members of the Phoenix Guild were unable to behead Qin Fang. But other powerful players could. And this was considered a scourge. After all, it was impossible for Qin Fang to be on guard against sneak attacks all the time. Right? In the face of such a hunting order, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. All players. Anyone can kill me once. But I need 1/3 of the Phoenix Guild's bounty. Let's see. Can the Phoenix Guild resist? With these words, Qin Fang was sending them out towards the entire Heaven's destiny. This was Qin Fang's way of breaking the situation. Qin Fang could die 100 times a day, which was 1,000,000 copper coins. Was the Phoenix Guild able to afford to spend it? If he could afford to spend it, Qin Fang did not mind playing with him. In the next instant, the video screen of Burial Earth beheading Playersian was sent to the Phoenix Guild in a screenshot. Wanting to claim the bounty, Phoenix's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip blood. Playersian. Burial Earth. Was this meant to toy with him? Originally, the order to hunt down and kill. This was a very serious matter. The player who was hunted down and killed. Which one of them is not on tenterhooks? But then look at the Playersian using the tawdry operation. Successfully broke the game. In just 5 minutes, Qin Fang had died 100 times. 100 players waiting for Stranger Sword to cash in. Stranger Knife face fretful look at the Phoenix. Want to get instructions. This? Is it pay or not? Payment. I will be willing to watch player me die miserably. Phoenix was also considered atmospheric. Directly paying. Qin Fang wanted to play. So let's play with him for a while. 1,000,000 copper coins only. Watching Qin Fang die 10,000 times would only be 100,000,000 copper coins. This amount of money. Qin Fang was able to afford it. Seeing that the Phoenix paid the copper coins, Qin Fang's face changed slightly. He originally thought that the Phoenix would revoke such a hunting order. But not to. The Phoenix this person? It was still really difficult to deal with. In that case, Qin Fang could only also issue a hunting order. All Heaven's Destiny players. For every beheading of Phoenix, the bounty is 5,000 copper coins. After all, Chicken Little's dog life is not as valuable as mine. Also Annihilation's dog's life is also 5,000 copper coins. Since he had completely torn his face off, then Qin Fang naturally didn't need to leave them any good looks, and directly went to work. This carried a strong sense of mockery, causing Phoenix's entire chest to keep heaving. But in the end, he silently let out a smile. Player me is nothing more than that. Coming out with such a move. This meant that Qin Fang had no moves. Annihilation, on the other hand, quickly ordered, trying to seek out the area where Playersian's outside world was located, wanting to completely obliterate it. Ding. Please prepare yourselves. The honor system is about to open. Ding. Please players get ready. Ding. Please players. Such a system tone rang out, so that the players in demand began to mutter, "This honor system. What is it?" In Tianyang town, Qin Fang heard such a system tone and fell into contemplation. Before his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. This honor system's first place. The reward was very good. Ding. The honor system is opened. Introduction to the honor system. Slaying monsters outside of towns can result in honor values. 1 point of honor value for black iron ranked ordinary monsters. 2 points of honor value for Black Iron ranked elite monsters, and 3 points of honor value for Black Iron ranked bosses. 2 points of honor value for Bronze ranked normal monsters, 3 points of honor value for Bronze ranked elite monsters, and 4 points of honor value for Bronze ranked bosses. 10 points of honor value for Silver ranked normal monsters, 20 points for elite monsters, and 30 points for bosses. 100 honor points for a gold grade normal, 200 for an elite, and 300 for a boss. Elite gold level common 500 points, elite 800 points, boss 1000 points. This system of honor value is tied to the monster's rank. The higher the rank, the higher the honor points. Honor points every other week. A small cycle, with average rewards potions, etc. 1 month. A large cycle, with rich rewards equipment, etc. 1 year. To determine the final ranking, with amazing rewards. Such a system tone rang out, equipping the players with a preliminary understanding of honor points. What Qin Fong valued was the final ranking of 1 year, which was the ultimate reward. The previous life? The top-ranked existence was rewarded with a sealed artifact, although it needed to be unsealed step by step. As time passed, this player also ascended to the top step by step, becoming a great story. The reward for each year's overall ranking was a chance to change destiny. This honor system, it's very Ness. Haha. This system makes me a monster brushing fanatic. Finally have a use for it. Yeah. Brushing monsters every day. The drops are so low that I can barely brush in. But now? But with such a reward, I instantly feel confident. I wonder if honor points can be traded. If so, wouldn't it just take off? Yeah. There should be an honor point trading system. That way, it's only interesting. The existence of such statements? They're all rich. Or they're all fools. Are you guys stupid? Such as if you can trade? Will you still be able to get the rewards? As if to answer the player's questions, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Honor points cannot be traded from player to player. Ding. The honor shop is open. Honor points could purchase any item within the honor shop, from potions to equipment and beyond. Everything could be purchased. Countless players open the honor shop at once. Will the ranking drop after this honor point runs out? This was one of the questions that players were more concerned about. It will. Losing honor points will affect the ranking. The players' enthusiasm for brushing monsters was raised wildly, and the monsters outside the town could suffer. Knowing that in the beginning? Because the attributes of the monsters outside the town were high again. Countless players had entered the Degree Binzi Guild and stopped brushing the so-called wild monsters outside the town. But now, everyone's goal had changed, and the wild monsters were rather a feeling of not being enough to grab. This was the player. The extremely dynamic player. Ding. The honor point list is opened. The list opened, and the first place was clearly Hidden Earth. Because Hidden Earth? He had just grabbed another Essence Gold level boss. A direct 1,000 honor points. The Phoenix Guild was furious. In one day, surprisingly, Hidden Earth? They had snatched 2 consecutive Essence Gold level bosses. This really couldn't be tolerated. However, Hidden Earth was as slippery as a loach and had long since fled. Chapter 186 Deity Seal, 100% failure. The opening of the honor system had greatly stimulated the player's motivation. Even Qin Fong was no exception. The attributes of a level 20 fine gold grade equipment were only slightly higher than the attributes of a level 22 black iron grade equipment. But the price of the equipment, it was a world of difference. Level 20 fine gold grade equipment had already dropped in price to 100,000 copper coins, which was already a high price. As for level 22 black iron grade equipment, it was 500 copper coins. Only a fool would buy a level 20 fine gold grade equipment. Every 20 levels, the equipment was a big hurdle. This was also the speciality system of Heaven's Destiny. Qin Fong's batch of orders? It was still 1 million or more because what he forged was an Essence Gold grade equipment that was above level 25. As for the drawings, he had long since finished acquiring them. After all, above the rank list, Burial Earth, with a rank of 25. It was at the top of the list. As for the second to the first 100, all of them were level 24. And the players were catching up very closely. The first 1,000, on the other hand, were mostly level 23. Such a situation? Qin Fong naturally had to plan ahead. As a reborn person, this point of awareness was still there. You can't just eat your way to old age by virtue of a level 25 gold level equipment. Only because of the limitations of the system. The drawings for level 25 essence gold equipment? Even if Qin Fang was deliberately acquiring them. Even if he kept brushing the treasure chests. He had only managed to obtain 7 of them. This was the starting point of Qin Fang's new round of wealth. The guild leaders of Bastard Heaven and the others? Originally, they wanted to take the opportunity to press the price. But when they saw that Qin Fang's equipment level was level 25, they shut their mouths. Current stage? Qin Fang really was a forging ceiling that no one could match at the moment. Even if everyone's blacksmith level was brushed up later, Qin Fang wasn't afraid. After all, he had the forging failure return system. Qin Fang began to try to forge equipment with a light attribute. Ding. Congratulations on your successful forging. Ding. You have automatically joined the Light God camp. Ding. Due to interference from external factors, you have withdrawn from the Light God camp. Such a system beep caused Qin Fang to be silent. And he could not help but feel fear in his heart. This? Undoubtedly very dangerous. The Light God camp? This was undoubtedly the antithesis of the human race. No. The 10,000 races. And if Qin Fang joined, he would obviously become the enemy of the human race. This divine destiny game. Qin Fang knew the general direction. The 8th chapter. That is, was the defeat of the gods. Although there were still 8 years to go before it was the turn of the chapter of divine defeat. But when this chapter came, if Qin Fang joined the camp of the gods, he would also be liquidated. God of Light. Although it was possible to defect and join the camp of the human race because of Qin Fang's appearance. If it wasn't my kind, his heart would be different. And who could guarantee that the God of Light wasn't trying to become a two-faced spy? These were all questions. To know, the God of Light in his previous life had never defected. And had fought side by side with the deities until the end. I wonder who. Saving itself from the fire? 2 figures emerged in Qin Fang's mind. The first was naturally Master Li Xie, and the second was naturally Lu Long. Regardless of who it was, Qin Fang still silently bowed in gratitude. By the looks of it, this light attribute equipment could not be forged in the future. According to Qin Fang's original idea, he wanted to forge a set of level 25 light attribute equipment so that he could go and brush the epic copy of the Dark God. But now it looked like it really couldn't be risked yet. Within the Light God's temple, the Light God awoke with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Who was it? Spoiling his good deed again? This move of his had been very stealthy. And if no one had sabotaged it, Qin Fang would now be in his pocket. Having joined the camp of the gods. A blacksmith capable of forging dark equipment? This was a great backhand for him to deal with the God of Darkness. Not just against the God of Darkness. If this blacksmith was able to forge the equipment of other deities, it would also be a weakening for the other gods. This blacksmith? The position in the God of Light's heart was not low. It was one of the more important pawns. But now, everything in the God of Light's scheming came to naught. And dares to strike at my disciple? Then let's go to war. At this time, within the originally empty and very quiet great hall of the God of Light, Li Xie's large face suddenly appeared. Between the opening and closing of his mouth and lips, he spat out such words with a biting killing intent, threatening the God of Light. God of Light? Had never seen Li Xie. But the aura on Li Xie's body was not weaker than him. Even stronger than him. Helplessly, the God of Light could only be threatened without being able to resist. The large face of Li Xie's shadow receded and returned to Tiannong Town. Ding. Divine Spirit level blacksmith Li Evil releases a Divine Spirit seal on you. Ding. Your forging of equipment with bright God attributes fails 100% of the time. This was a kind of protection for Qin Fang. After all, Li Evil could not watch Qin Fang all the time. And in case Qin Fang fell into the camp of the gods again, Li Evil might not always be able to retrieve her back. When Qin Fang heard such a system beep, he knew in his mind who was helping him. And his gratitude overflowed. At the same time, a touch of ecstasy surged to his heart. Doesn't this mean that his success rate in forging the equipment of the God of Light will be 100%? Ha ha. This was truly. This debuff was simply the strongest he had ever seen. Qin Fang was ecstatic as he prepared the light attribute stones, equipment drawings, and started forging. Hidden in the shadows, Divine Forge Master Li Xie's brain felt a buzz and narrowed his eyes slightly. This cheap disciple? Is it hard to be a retard? He had already placed a divine spirit seal. And had to try? To see the divine spirit seal. Is it sturdy? Li Xia hid in the shadows, quietly watching Qin Fang perform. To see what tricks this silly boy could play. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Triggering a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a gold-grade equipment. Scepter of Light * 100. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Triggering a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining fine gold-grade equipment. Bright Burst Scepter * 10. Qin Fang kept forging, and was in a wonderful mood. Li Qi was stupid. This silly boy? What was he so happy about here? It's obviously all forging failures. The God of Light also detected a hint of something. The aura of light seems to have escaped. Although the amount that escaped was very small, the God of Light still felt it. Who was it? Stealing his divine power of light? The God of Light followed the escaping light divine energy to probe, but was unable to detect the source. This time, the God of Light was somewhat flustered. More so than the God of Darkness ever was. This thing? It was terrifying. It was like a stealthy thief that was constantly stealing your wealth without you even knowing it. Ta. Li Xia appeared and ruthlessly knocked down another chestnut on Qin Fang's forehead. Give me a good forge. These materials? It can't be wasted like this. Regarding the source of attribute stones, Li Xia, as the upper echelon, knew something about it. And he really couldn't stand to see Qin Fang wasting it like this. If the forging failed, the attribute stones would become a mess of waste. And? What if Qin Fang, this stupid boy, suddenly succeeded? The God of Light could still be watching intently. Chapter 187 Swiping Honor Points. Although Li Xia threatened the God of Light that he would go to war if he interfered with Qin Fang again. But nowadays, everyone really wasn't ready to go to war. Neither the God of Light nor the human race had ever reached the level of being ready to go to war. Now, it is possible to force a war. But the final result is unspeakable. Teacher. Hey. Nonsense. Facing the stern teacher Li Qi, Qin Fang still smiled hee-hee, with a dead pig expression of being taught in vain. But I won't change. Li Xia shook his head and sighed. Qin Fang, on the path of forging, remember not to take shortcuts. I suggest that you forge all the black iron, bronze, silver, and gold equipment in the realm of level 25 1,000 times, 10,000 times, to bring everything to the most perfect state. Otherwise, the higher your level, the more you'll be left with a breakage, which ultimately leads to not being able to go further. This is like building a tall building. Only by constantly tamping down the foundation will you be able to succeed in the end. If you want to advance to a divine level blacksmith, I suggest you listen to me. Li Xia's words had reached this point. What else could Qin Fang say? He immediately nodded his head, was taught, and began to forge 25 black iron grade equipment. Li Xia sipped his drink and left. Ding. Communication from Hidden Earth. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss? This honor system. What do you think? Should I brush it? Does it work? Zong Tu had already brushed the boss for a while, and the points were still temporarily ranked first, but still wanted to ask the boss about it. If the boss said that there was no need for forging, then Hidden Earth would not brush it. Brush? This honor score is important. Wait for me for a while. I'll brush with you too. Qin Fang hung up the communication, glanced at the black iron grade equipment being forged, and left at once. There was no rush in tamping down the foundation for this moment. Qin Fang, the Tree of Life, Hidden Earth, Xuebinger, and Xuebinger formed a team and began brushing the monsters in the wild. Xuebinger, in the end, gave up on investigating Qin Fang and even gave him a personal apology. Perhaps it was because of the trust in the underworld. So the current brush of honor points? Therefore, Xuebinger was also added. Nowadays, all the monsters below level 20 around the Tianyang town were all gone, as if they were locusts passing through the town, and had been gnawed cleanly. Some large guilds had even monopolized the monster refreshment areas, not allowing any players to approach. If Qin Fang and the others wanted to brush, they would have to go to a level 25 monster area at the very least, or even further away. Qin Fang and the others descended to the level 25 area. Here, there was still a large group of players. Hey, all the way here? Surprisingly, there are still so many players? The Tree of Life marveled a little. They Really ruthless. It's fine. Let's continue onwards. These circumstances, Qin Fong had already expected them, wanting to brush honor points quickly. Nowadays, Qin Fong had the most say. After all, he still knew the fastest few areas to brush honor points in his previous life. Passing through a dark, dense forest, Qin Fong and the others descended into an endless desert ocean. This desert ocean was the destination of Qin Fong's trip. As far as the eye could see, there were all fine yellow sands, and the undulating desert dunes were really like an ocean. As the wind rose and the sand rose, there were no living creatures to be seen, and it seemed that it was not dangerous. Players. Apart from Qin Fong's team, there was no one else. After all, this area was currently a level 30 area. There were not many players who could successfully pass through the dense forest. Qin Fong quickly searched for the best hunting spot according to his memories from his previous life, and then began to put out bait, fresh blood and meat, fresh water, etc., and so on. When all was ready, prepare for battle. Qin Fong looked very serious as he spat out these words. By the looks of it, Qin Fong knew the danger involved. Although Zhang Tu and the others could not perceive the danger, they were still guarding each other back to back, staring at the surrounding situation with a deadly stare. Rustling. The sound of objects rubbing against the sand rang out, causing Zhang Tu and the others to feel a chill. It's coming. Qin Fong spat out these words, and in the next instant, countless desert worms appeared densely, like a tidal wave, piling up and impacting Qin Fong and the others. A rough judgment? At the very least 3,000 of them. Level 30 monsters. Desert worms did not have high attributes, but they were also tough enough to deal with. Facing such worms, Qin Fong immediately gave Shui Qinger a wink. Shui Qinger threw out countless life grenades. Thud, thud, thud. Explosive sounds rang out, and one by one, these worms turned into ragged corpses, green slime constantly diluting out. As for the ones that didn't die, it was Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, and Snow Binger who started harvesting them. Snow Binger was an archer. Only the operation was rather lousy and mistakes were frequent. So it was estimated that she hadn't even touched the threshold of a third-rate expert yet. It wasn't clear if it was just pretending, or if it was indeed the case. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 3 honor points. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 5 honor points. The system beeps kept ringing out. A wave? Shui Qinger's honor points immediately broke 1,000. And Qin Fong and the others had gained quite a lot. Continue. Qin Fong watched the terrain and changed his position, as if he was an old hunter, putting down the bait once again and waiting quietly. In the next instant, the desert was as if it was boiling. Roughly 5,000 desert worms impacted. The scene was very appalling. Hidden Earth discarded the Essence Gold-grade death grenade out. Gusts of black gas were released, and large swathes of desert worms died, transforming into black gas, as if they were being eroded by darkness. The killing power of the death grenade was truly greater than that of the life grenade. Hidden Earth's honor points instantly broke 10,000, and the second place went from being pressed at every step to the gap widening in a matter of a split second. The honor points of Qin Fong and the others were also rising rapidly. After killing all these desert worms, Qin Fong once again began to choose a site and started brushing the worms. In a short span of 3 hours, Hidden Earth first, 50,000 honor points. Qin Fong second, 38,000 honor points. Shui Binger third, 36,000 honor points. Shui Qinger fourth, 34,000 honor points. Fifth Tree of Life, 30,000 honor points. Sixth, Hand of the Vault, 11,000 honor. The difference was so large that the players quickly noticed the phenomenon. Huh? What is this? These 5? How is it like riding a train? It's constantly rising? Yeah. It's only been 3 hours, and this is over 30,000? No. 40,000. How ruthless must this be? Hidden Earth. This is crazy. Grass. This isn't fair. The players all had a number in their hearts. Hidden Earth should have gone to some place suitable for swiping honor points. Where was it? If one wanted people to know, they would not be able to do so unless they did. The traveling route of Qin Fong and the others was immediately published, and the location of Hidden Earth and the others was immediately exposed. Countless players began to frantically enter the desert land and began to watch the movements of Qin Fong and the others. analyzing them. Qin Fong was concerned about this. But not very much. Chapter 188 Songhai Guild. Desert worms. Qin Fong and the others seemed to brush them simply. But the cost invested each time was at least 200,000 copper coins. Fine gold-grade death grenade. If sold? At the very least. It had to be more than 100,000 copper coins to be able to get one. As for Qin Fong and the others, each throw was at least 2. That was 200,000 copper coins. With the addition of Qin Fong and the other set of essence gold-grade equipment, it was even more terrifying. Burial Earth had now changed into a set of level 25 essence gold-grade equipment. And the attributes were very terrifying and powerful. This was another 10 million copper coins. Qin Fong also. A set of level 25 fine gold equipment. Such bold behavior. Such bold equipment. It was simply not something that ordinary people could imitate. Kneeling. Kneeling. Really kneeling for Big Brother. Even though I know about this one area of fast leveling, it's simply impossible for me to imitate it if I want to. It's trenchless. An essence gold grade grenade? Just throw it away. No, okay. I can't watch any longer. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and go up and snatch them. In the face of such a voice, Qin Fong smiled calmly before heading deeper into the desert. Desert worms? The attributes were not too high. If someone with a heart of gold found this place, they would definitely snatch the wild monsters of Qin Fong and the others, affecting the brushing speed of Qin Fong and the others. But Qin Fong had long since thought of a way to enter the deeper parts of the desert. Deeper into the desert, one could already see a level 35 wild monster, the desert scorpion, with a sandy yellow body, hidden in the desert, as if it had long been fused into one, and could not be distinguished at all. Qin Fong kept opening his divine search skill, and the monster refresh points around him were clear at a glance. Stop! Qin Fong saw the swarming place of the desert scorpion and immediately began to prepare for battle and brush his honor points. The level 40 brush point. This was a glacier that extinguished life. As far as the eye could see, there were piles of icebergs. Cold was the only main theme here. The wind that blew was cold. And the wild monsters were also cold. The wind is cold. And so are the monsters. White bears. White tigers. All hissing. The opposite side of these monsters? It was rainy night. Rain lightning. Brother. This honor point? Are we going to brush it? Brushable or not? Basically, these things, we'll just watch. As Rainy Knight said these words, the whole person looked very casual. Not even like words that a serious player could say. Okay, right. Brother. Is the ice lotus flower beautiful? You will see it later. With a mysterious smile, Rainy Knight took out the divine great bow and arrow in his hand and started brushing the white bear, white tiger, and rushed towards the top of the mountain. This absolutely beautiful ice lotus flower. Rainy Knight was sure to pick it for lightning. Name: 300,000 Great Mountains. This was the scene around the town of Qinshui. Countless small mountains accumulated and eventually combined to become a cluster of rolling hills. Countless forests grew freely, bringing endless life to the mountains and rivers. And countless monsters were hidden amongst the forests. Here, a strong man was wrestling with a level 20 plus tiger, killing the tiger in 3 hits. He kept brushing this monster again and brushing honor points. This burial earth? It's been quite popular lately. The burly man muttered under his breath as he brushed. This person's name was Death Art, and he was also considered a legendary level character. This person played the game? There was only one rule. One had to remain number 1 in the entire game rank. In order to accomplish this one goal of his, this player slept very little every day and even lived in a nutritional warehouse. At the beginning of Celestial Destiny, Death's Art had indeed always been number 1. But as time passed, Burial Earth suddenly surpassed him by following Qin Fong to complete epic quests. And then, he couldn't surpass it anymore. None other. Behind Burial Earth was Qin Fong, the most powerful equipment boost in the whole of Heaven's Destiny. And Burial Earth's journey of waking up at 5 o'clock sharp every day to brush up on monsters. Burial Earth was very desperate. Every night, Burial Earth was almost always going to sleep at 2 o'clock. But at 5 o'clock in the morning, he got up again and entered Heaven's Destiny to start brushing different copies. Burial Earth's heart was always filled with guilt. Such good equipment. Such a good opportunity. Could Burial Earth waste it? Every second wasted was a waste of life for Burial Earth. Death's art was already spelling. But Burial Earth's spelling was not even close to that. And so, Burial Soil had remained ranked number 1 for so many days. Death art was bitter. But there was nothing he could do. The equipment was not as good as Burial Soil, which meant that his speed of brushing monsters was far worse than Burial Soil's. Even if his daily time of brushing monsters was long, Burial Soil was enough to make up for the quantity with quality. Deathstroke was very depressed. He wanted to update his equipment, but there was no way for him to do so. Within Tianjue Town, no matter if it was a player blacksmith or an NPC blacksmith, they were unable to forge Essence Gold level equipment. Deathstroke bathed in Tiger's blood and let out a silent sigh. President? A war of honor. It's bound to kick off and must be participated in. In the Heavenly Gold Town, an arms master-like player shook the feather fan in his hand. His eyes filled with a wise light as he looked into the distance, quietly pondering. Beside the warlord was a middle-aged man over half 100 years old, with a lofty body and a set of fine gold-level equipment. Like a dormant tiger, with an aura like an abyss like a domain. Very terrifying. This was the president of the Songhai Guild. Just like the president of the largest guild in Tianjin Town. And even the entire Heaven's Destiny. Songhai Guild. This was a network that had been accumulated from countless online games. All along, the Songhai Guild had been the leader of the entire online game industry, with no one being able to surpass it. Nowadays, the Songhai Guild had already gathered millions of players, and was united as one. This is a very scary thing. You know what? How many players are there in the entire town? Songhai Guild? It's a behemoth that deserves to be here. That's the truth. Well, let the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments pull out 10,000 players. Go and brush up on the honor points. And even if you have to fight to the last, you have to hold up the 1st place for me. This was Songhai Guild's bottom line. Okay. I'll go draw up the documents. From the dialogue, it was not difficult to see the background of the Songhai Guild. That's right. Let the special battalion get active as well. Recently the overwhelming Heaven Guild has been making a lot of noise. Give me some pressure. Otherwise, everyone won't know about our Songhai Guild. Songhai Guild was full of talents. The top 100 players in the Hall of Fame? There were almost 20 of them from the Songhai Guild. These players? They were all from the so-called special battalion. I'll go draw up the documents. Right. We must pay attention to attacking the Divine Phantom copy. The explosion rate of the Hidden Profession Transformation book has been enhanced again. President of Songhai, the warlord, the duo that is, the head, was able to handle everything. Songhai Guild finally decided to move. Because of the honor system, the entire Heaven's Destiny was agitated. Countless guilds, countless players, and countless experts had all come out. Above the honor list, every name was bouncing around like crazy. And some players, who were not well known, began to kill from the bottom to the top. This made a bunch of players chilled. Chapter 189 Hard Tuft Songhai * Broken Sky. Chapter 189 Hard Tuft Songhai Breaks the Sky. Holy crap. Where did all these players come from? Slaughtered the rankings? Really slaughtered the rankings. My ranking? Surprisingly, it's fallen to 1,000 later. And it's still continuing to fall. Look at their names. They all have the Songhai suffix. Is this the Songhai Guild finally starting? The Songhai Guild, known to all, followed their usual practice. Definitely not moving, but striking with a bang. Oops. My ranking dropped to outside of 3,000. This is too scary. Of the top 3,000 in the honor roll, Songhai Guild's players occupy nearly 2,000. This speed? It's still growing. You guys say? Will Burial Earth and the others be able to hold onto the top spot? Hee. I feel like it's hanging. After all, Songhai Guild is a behemoth. The players' interest was raised. Because what did Songhai Guild want to do? It was bound to be number 1. Batian watched with interest. Perhaps? Player, we can break Songhai Guild's blockade? Seriously? Songhai Guild was really like a giant, straddling the heads of all the guilds, oppressing them and making them breathless. In the past, these guilds had also resisted, had also united to resist. But the final result was failure, without a single success. Not only the bastardly Heavenly Guild, the other guilds within Tianyang Town were also waiting to see if Qin Fang would be able to resist the Songhai Guild for a bit. Boss? What should we do? 6th place? It's already at Songhai Guild player. In the depths of the desert. It was as if Burial Earth saw the raging Songhai Guild. As if it was a monstrous wave that wanted to bombard Burial Earth and the others, slapping them to death on top of the beach. Songhai Guild? So fast. It's unimaginable. Above the list of honors. 1 to 5. It was still player we. Burial Earth and the others. However, the 6th named Songhai Breaking Sky had already caught up at an extremely fast speed, breaking 40,000 honor points directly. If not for the fact that Qin Fong and the others were still brushing right now, they might have already surpassed Qin Fong and the others. What a fast speed. From nothing to 40,000? How long was this? 16 minutes? Was this the speed of a great guild? It was simply unimaginable. Qin Fong fell into deep thought. Nowadays, there were only 2 paths in front of Qin Fong. The first was to avoid him, stop brushing the wild monsters, and surrender the first place. The second was to put up a fight, and let the members of Qin Fong's squad go completely crazy. Want to go crazy? Qin Fong made an instant decision. He also wanted to touch base with Songhai Guild head-on. Songhai Guild? This time, it was obviously playing it safe. It must be almost tens of thousands of players, sending a few players to the top of the list. Boss, just do as you command. As long as we can't die, we'll dare to die. Put up a fight. What are you afraid of? The team members were each as imposing as a woman. Alright, I'll go lure the monsters. You guys go to this coordinates. Climb up the boulder and wait for my news. Qin Fong said Burial Earth and the others a coordinate, which was the iconic structure of this desert, Stonehenge. Countless boulders towered over each other, encircling into a huge circle. Each boulder was hundreds of meters high, and at the very least 100 meters wide. Players stood underneath the Stonehenge, as if they were real mole crickets. Qin Fong switched his equipment to a bow and arrow, and quickly sped away. For Qin Fong and the others, the most effective killing power was none other than Shui Qing Air's death grenade. This thing, paired with the Stonehenge, was a perfect match. Stonehenge. It was so spectacular that Burial Earth and the others couldn't even seem to see the head as they stood underneath it. This? How are we going to get up there? The 4 of them were not fools. And when they saw the formation of the Stonehenge, they instantly understood Qin Fong's idea. Qin Fong wanted to lure countless monsters at once, so that he could use the death grenade to kill them all. The whole of the Stonehenge was a column extending upwards, but there was only one entrance without any exit, just like a damaged barrel that had been casually discarded by the gods on top of the earth. I have a way. A small miniature dragon beside Burial Earth suddenly emerged and hovered in the firmament. And under Burial Earth's gesture, the small miniature dragon instantly transformed into a small dragon with a size of more than 3 meters, which was large enough to accommodate 2 players ascending into the air together. The level of the Dark Crystal Magic Dragon also reached level 25, unlocking a brand new function, carrying people into the air. Pets and mounts are available. The only bad thing is that the mount can be linked to the owner's attributes, but not the dragon. The burial ground kept on transporting until all the players had reached the top of the boulder. Standing on top of the boulder and watching the surrounding scene, there is a feeling of relaxation. Songhai Breaking Sky has surpassed me and has become the 5th place. This was Schwebinger's voice, also stunned by Songhai Guild's speed. I wonder how many monsters the boss was able to attract this time. To be honest, there was some anticipation in everyone's hearts. Inside the team channel, I Chinger, give all the death grenades to Burial Earth. Our goal this time is to make sure that Burial Earth is number 1. Qin Fong had already sensed that it was already unrealistic for 5 people to occupy the top 5 of the honor roll list once again. Now, all he could do was to send Burial Earth alone and keep the number 1 spot. Qin Fong's movement speed was extremely fast, and in a short while, yellow sand and smoke appeared behind him. Songhai Breaking Sky is so terrifyingly fast. He has already surpassed 3rd. Hee. The honor points of player me and the others? How come it's not increasing? I guess they've given up. After all, Songhai Guild has moved for real this time. Wait patiently. There might be a miracle. I don't believe that players will give up. I don't believe it either. In the time it took to burn incense, Songhai Broken Sky's honor points had already arrived at 2nd, and was about to surpass Burial Earth and become 1st. At this time, Qin Fong finally rushed back. And behind him? Yellow sand filled the sky, as if it was a scene of annihilation. The number of monsters was already countless. Inside the monolithic formation, the dark crystal demon dragon waited in readiness to rescue Qin Fong. Qin Fong quickly rushed into the Stonehenge, and as if he had rehearsed many times, he ascended into the air on the dark crystal demon dragon. Countless monsters frantically squeezed in through the small door of the Stonehenge. In a short instant, within the Stonehenge, it was filled with countless living beings. Burial earth. Throw. Hearing such an order, the burial earth dropped at least 30 or so essence gold-grade death grenades. As the death grenades were dropped, the black gas spread rapidly like a mist. Songhai asterisk breaking sky, one last push. 30 more silver level monsters, and I'll be able to surpass burial ground and become number 1. The Songhai Guild was in a frenzy, practically sending dying wild monsters to Songhai asterisk breaking sky's mouth for him to eat, and for his honor points to keep rising. Songhai asterisk breaking sky, if you want to fight with Songhai Guild, no one can. Songhai invincible. Just as Songhai asterisk breaking sky was immersed in joy, all of a sudden, burial ground's honor points rose wildly, as if they were on a rocket. Songhai asterisk breaking sky's honor points, which had reached 70,000, were so close that they would surpass buried earth. But in an instant, buried earth's honor points soared to 140,000. And it was still rising. Chapter 190, Catching Up. In the end, hidden earth's honor points stopped at a value of 280,000. This was Qin Fong's entire harvest from luring monsters. There were more than 50,000 monsters, and Qin Fong firmly grasped the hate points of the monsters, eventually bringing them all into the trap. This trip formation, if it was filmed as a video screen, there wouldn't necessarily be any players who would believe it. There was nothing else. It was too magical, and it just wasn't something that humans could accomplish. Luring monsters for 50,000? This is what concept. To know the general first-class masters, but only to attract thousands of monsters. This is already the limit. Who dares to be confident that they can lead monsters to break 10,000? Tens of thousands of monsters. You have to at least every monster to attack. This has to be how fast the distance of the far? There was also a need to continue to make up the damage. Every attack required precise calculations. What's going on here? Player Songhai asterisk breaking sky felt like his brain was being hammered hard. And it was an iron hammer. Buzzing. Obviously, he was close to surpassing Hidden Earth. But now, the gap of 200,000 honor points made Songhai asterisk breaking sky's heart of catching up directly cooled by a large margin. Who's helping Hidden Earth? The players of Songhai Guild were baffled. And one by one, they stopped what they were doing and started discussing. Songhai asterisk breaking sky was able to reach such an achievement. And that was because of the help of almost 3,000 plus players. So what about Hidden Earth? I don't believe it's true. A gap of 210,000? What about this? Keep brushing. I don't believe that the Hidden Earth team can match our entire team? That's it. Brush. The players of the Songhai Guild discussed for a few minutes before once again feverishly starting to brush their honor points. The Songhai Guild fell silent. But the general discussion among the players stood up again. Hee. Look guys. How did Hidden Earth's honor points increase so much in an instant? Yeah. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that it's due to player me? Haha. This gives Songhai Guild something to chase after. A gap of 210,000. Terrible. Is this still human? One by one, the players dropped their jaws and spoke. Boss? This is too fast. Hidden Earth himself was a bit disbelieving. 53 death grenades were thrown down, ultimately creating burial earth. At the bottom of the boulder, there were all piles of corpses, equipment, coins, and so on, because it was a group situation. Although the honor points were all added to Hidden Earth's head, the experience value was shared equally. Sparing the equal share, they managed to push the Tree of Life's level to 20, allowing Schwebinger's level to reach 21. And as for Hidden Earth, it was a little bit short of that, advancing to level 26. Wait for me. Then come back. Qin Fong leapt down from the hundreds of meters above the boulder, once again transforming into a shadow and disappearing. Hidden Earth. Clean up the battlefield. Qin. Continue rubbing death grenades. As for the Tree of Life, Snowbinger. You guys? Just follow and rub experience. This Stonehenge's way of brushing monsters was not Qin Fang's original creation, but was designed by a big brother in his previous life. At that time, the video screen was sent out to directly break the record of viewing. And Qin Fang, too, had seen it. Qin Fang purchased a large batch of materials for the death grenade and handed them all over to Shui Qinger, wanting to forge a death grenade. The most important material was the death attribute stone, which Qin Fang was the least short of it. As time passed, Songhai Asterisk Breaking Sky's honor points gradually followed suit, and had already gained 200,000, looking to catch up with Hidden Earth again. During this period, Buried Earth's honor points did not increase, and was in a state of silence. What's going on here? Songhai Asterisk Breaking Sky had an ominous premonition in his heart. He always felt that he would be targeted. As expected, when Songhai Asterisk Broken Sky's honor points reached 250,000, Zong Tu was like a god descending from the heavens. His honor points began to soar once again. And this time, it was even more terrifying, eventually reaching 610,000, a full increase of 330,000 honor points. Songhai Asterisk Breaking Sky nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What about playing? Letting him see hope every time? And then brutally dashed? This Hidden Earth. There was something unkind about it. The eyes of the melon-eating crowd went straight. Although Qin Fang, Hidden Earth really didn't want to provoke the Songhai Guild. This behavior of theirs? It revealed a strong act of provocation. Haha. This is the first time I've seen such a play on the Songhai Guild? Yeah. I feel like the Songhai Guild is nothing more than that. A full 10,000 people swiping honor points? That's it? That's right. It's not as fast as a squad of players. Songhai Guild? It's not like they're not going to make it. I also feel that the sun is setting. Such voices continue to ring out, eventually reaching President Songhai's ears. Interesting. President Songhai merely spat out such a sentence. That is, he no longer bothered about the matter. To him, this was indeed a trivial matter. One that was not even worth discussing. Arguing about the success or failure of a moment would not serve any purpose at all. What he wanted was the final result. The ultimate victory would definitely belong to the Songhai Guild. Qin Fang had attracted most of the elite monsters this time, so his honor points were rising. Although he had temporarily suppressed Songhai Guild, Qin Fang knew in his heart that he couldn't wear out Songhai Guild. After all, Qin Fang still needed to forge equipment, and he still needed to go see the fireworks and enjoy the snowy scenery with Shui Qinger. His life was more than just a battle of wills. Continue. Qin Fang departed once again, the boots under his feet flickering with a red glow, casting haste for him. Hee hee. Look guys. Hidden Earth's honor points have stopped moving again. Hidden Earth. Let's wait for Songhai Asterisk Breaking Sky first. I'm afraid he won't see hope. Haha. True. Even Hegemony was slightly surprised in his heart as he flipped through the honor list. Hidden Earth was firmly at the top of the list with 61 million in first place. And Songhai Guild, with 300,000, firmly occupy the second position. Second to 10th. A full 3 is Songhai Guild. From the 11th to the 100th, there were 50 members of the Songhai Guild. And after the 100th, there were even more members of the Songhai Guild. From this, one could see the terrifying dominance of the Songhai Guild. But why? It just couldn't surpass the Hidden Earth? What's happening here? Could it be that some hidden leveling spot had been discovered? The Hegemony Guild decisively gave up the battle for honor points, and put all their thoughts on the Divine Phantasm copy. Hidden professions. The lowest goal in Hegemony's mind was 9. The third wave of monsters is coming. The fourth wave of monsters is coming. The fifth wave of monsters came. Qin Fang and the others had brushed until 12 midnight, and their honor points had directly broken 2 million. As for Songhai Asterisk Breaking Sky, it was still dead behind them. It was already 1,280,000, and it was estimated that it was just one night away from breaking Hidden Earth's record. Qin Fang, we have to go rest. Here. This is all of my death grenades. Shui Qinger's eyes were already a little misty. After all, for Sky City's players, 12 midnight. This was already considered staying up late. Take an early rest. Qin Fang took a look. There were still 103 left. Still able to brush 2 more waves. Shui Binger exited the game. Boss, I don't have a problem with it. Only that you're able to resist it? Burial Earth expressed indifference. What about you? Little Tree? Me. All night long isn't ever a problem. Then me. Let's continue brushing 2 waves and rest. Qin Fong had just finished saying these words, when the system beep suddenly rang out. Ding. Chapter 191 Grievous Spirit Copy. Ding. Grievous Spirit Copy recharge is complete. Ding. Tianyang Town exclusive. Level 30 Grievous Spirit Copy is open. Please explore to your heart's content. Note: 1. The copy is only open after midnight, with an opening time of 2 hours. 2. A maximum of 3 players can form a team to explore. Curses exist within the duplicate, so please be careful. 4. Experience is doubled within the replica. V. These 3 system beeps rang out within Tianyang Town, immediately causing the hearts of the players, who were brushing the monsters, to shake. Grievous Spirit Copy? What the hell is this? After viewing the introduction, it was instantly clear that this wasn't just a haunted villa, but it was able to become a brand new copy? Holy shit. A level 30 copy. Is this opened? Tianyang Town exclusive copy. So bullpen? Haha. This copy must be very exciting, huh? Into the Ghost was scared. Out of the Thunder. A level 30 copy. Attack. There must be a lot of good stuff. Explore it. The experience value doubles it. It's worth exploring. To know? The copy thing. Only the first pass. The quest reward is the most generous yet. The most important thing is the double experience value. Who can resist this? Definitely want to enter to explore. Hegemony Guild. All members. Turn to the grudge copy. This was Bashan's order. Double the experience value. Only a fool wouldn't go. Yes. 3 Guns Guild. Let the players who just got offline come back. Where's the double experience value? We can't waste it. Ergo. The players who hadn't quit the game yet were filled with question marks. Do you still have humanity? Annihilation Guild. Shout the ones who drink, play with women, and sleep. All of them wake me up and enter this deck. If the players of the Annihilation Guild didn't brush that grudge copy tonight, without ever getting double the experience value, the gap between them and the other guilds would definitely widen. Even if it was just 1 level, this would be a big gap as the days and months accumulated. Phoenix Guild. Brush. Phoenix's meaning was simple. Whoever wanted to brush went. Now, the Phoenix Guild had hit rock bottom. How could he dare to order the crowd? Hot-tempered? Would have quit the guild a long time ago. Qin Fong, who had already run out hundreds of meters, once again returned from the distance. Quickly, return to Tianyang Town and go brush the grudge spirit copies. Qin Fong's words carried urgency, as well as a strong sense of urgency. Boss, not brushing honor points anymore? Hidden Earth was uncertain. Now, it was obviously more important to brush up on honor points. Honor points can be brushed anytime, but this grudge spirit copy, missing it can be a lifetime event. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life always felt that Qin Fong was godly. Ding. Is it returning to Tianyang Town? Return. Boss, what about the drops on the ground? Don't want it. In comparison, it was still the grudge copy that was superior. Hidden Earth's heart was as if it was dripping blood. This was too much of a waste. Ding. You have returned to Tianyang Town. Within Tianyang Town, it was now crowded with countless players returning from the outside world and gathering before the grievance spirit copy. Players entered one by one, and the scene gradually cleared out. Ding. Is it time to enter the grievance spirit copy? Enter. Qin Fong, the Burial Earth, and the Tree of Life formed a team of exactly 3 people to enter within this grievance spirit copy. Players were rushing towards it, but the aborigines of Tianyang Town were avoiding it like snakes and scorpions. This thing? Surprisingly, it's come out to harm people again. These were the words of Dame Hu, with terror in her eyes, as she hurriedly closed the doors and windows and deadened them. Ghosts? These young people. Surprisingly, they don't know how to be afraid. This was the tea house's boy, with a dodge in his eyes, as if he had experienced something. Huh? This group of people, this is not a sin? Masterly sighed and hurriedly returned to the room, covering his head like a child. Ding. You have entered the grievance spirit copy. Grievance copies were not divided into normal, difficult, or epic. Regardless of who entered, the difficulty was the same, because he was a one-time copy. As long as there was a player who had completely cleared the level, this copy would disappear. which was why Qin Fang was in such a hurry. This copy. Qin Fang remembered that in his previous life, he had successfully cleared the level in 8 days and got the final reward. The complete plot of the villa and the ownership of the building on top of the plot directly led him from the petty class, promoted to become the ranks of billionaires. No matter what the price of this piece of land. Too expensive. 8 days? Perhaps Qin Fang's memory was off. So Qin Fang was prepared to end this one copy in 6 days. The player who had cleared this copy in his previous life was anonymous. So Qin Fang didn't know who he was and couldn't pull it together in advance. Ding. Your current scene is a crying woman on the shore. Please pacify her and let her soul rest in peace. Ding. Pay attention. The weeping woman will be in position in a minute. Hearing such a system tone, Qin Fang understood everything at once. Just send her to her death. All around, it was all filled with mist, making Qin Fang and the others unable to see clearly. Hidden Earth. Here, this is the light equipment. Qin Fang and Zhang Tu were a brand new forged level 25 light attribute equipment that only had the light attribute attached to it. Rather, the attributes of this equipment were not low. New. Yours. Little tree. Qin Fang threw the Tree of Life a set of level 20 elite gold grade thunder attribute cleric's equipment. This. It also gave the Tree of Life some ability to defend itself. After all, this set of equipment was specially selected by Qin Fang, and all that was attached on top of the equipment were control skills. With 7 control skills, it was enough for the Tree of Life to hold out until Qin Fang and Hidden Earth provided support. Qin Fang and the others finished preparing. The mist gradually dispersed. The familiar scene. Still the shore. Still the crying woman. Still the red clothes. Only this time? A strong sense of oppression appeared on the body of the woman in red, as if a fierce beast had awakened. Qin Fang used divine level skill. Probe. Ding. The information has all been probed. Please check. Qin Fang flipped through the information and was given a small shock. Name. Weeping woman in red. Profile. A poor woman who was persecuted to death because she was imprisoned by an evil power and could not free herself. Over time, she became a powerful and resentful spirit. Rank 30. Rank fine gold. Life value 80 million. Magic value 80,000,000. Strength 10,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 20,000. Physical strength 80,000,000. Physical defense 6785. Magic defense 4887. Active skill I. Spiteful Spirit Shriek. Active skill 2. Grievous Spirit Summoning. Active skill 3. Grievous Spirit Summoning. Active skill 4. Grievous Spirit. A full 9 skills. With control and damage. It could be called all-round. And this attribute? It's comparable to a level 20 purple gold level boss. Terrifying. Very terrifying. Now Qin Fang was all a bit panicky. 6 days? Can it really be brushed through? You know what? This copy had a total of 18 floors. 1 day. At the very least. You have to brush 2 floors. But now? Even brushing 1 floor a day is a luxury. You guys? Able to return my eyes to me? At this moment, the woman in red slowly turned around. Chapter 192 Blessing of the Grieving Spirit. Hearing such a voice, Qin Fang, who was certainly a staunch atheist, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, and the whole person shivered, as if countless ghastly winds were blowing from all around. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life felt the same, feeling an endless coldness. This will return your eyes to you. Hidden Earth. Qin Fang unleashed 1 left and 1 right like cheetahs. The epic level dagger. The fine gold level dagger of light. Ruthlessly pierced into the woman's empty eye sockets. Minus 45,124-14511. Hidden Earth's damage was almost 3 times that of Qin Fang's. It was true that the monster's attributes were high, but the damage dealt by Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, was not too low. All of you, go to hell. Under the pain, an agonized expression surfaced on the woman's face, and her resentment increased. Spiteful Spirit Summoning. Although the 2 skills, both were Grudge Spirit Summoning, but the effects could be completely different. The second skill, Grudge Spirit Summoning. As soon as this skill came out, the lake began to boil, and a full 9 gold level ghosts slowly crawled out from the lake. Each one was a woman. Each one's face was as white as could be. and each one was so frightening. The 9 gold level ghosts hissed and pounced on Qin Fang's 3 with open teeth and claws. Hidden Earth. I'll deal with them. You focus on attacking the weak points of this boss. In a flash, Qin Fang's figure turned and rushed towards these 9 pale-faced women. Qin Fang's attacks. Each strike was heavy. Boom! The annihilating thunder fell like rain. Qin Fang, as if he was the center of the thunder. Electric snakes, electric dragons, and everything else, all crazily impacted on the bodies of these gold-level monsters. Qin Fang did not skimp on the skills attached to his equipment in the slightest. His flat A interspersed with skills made Qin Fang's output not weaker than Hidden Earth in the slightest. The Tree of Life's heart was divided into 2, watching the duo's blood level. And as long as it was below 50%, it would heal them. The amount of milk was full, allowing Hidden Earth and Qin Fang to have no worries at all. Qin Fang spent 3 minutes sending 9 pale-faced women to their deaths. I don't know if it was Qin Fang's illusion. Before these women died, they seemed to carry a look of relief towards Qin Fang. It was even with a touch of gratitude. In the next instant, a system beep sounded, informing Qin Fang that all of this was not false, but real. Ding. You have obtained the Grudge Spirit's Blessing *1. Ding. You have obtained the Grudge Spirit's Blessing *1. Ding. You have obtained the Blessing of the Grievous Spirit *1. The amplitude of the Grievous Spirit in 9 iterations caused a flash of surprise to appear in Qin Fang's eyes. Qin Fang clicked to watch the Grudge Spirit's Blessing. Grievous Spirit's Blessing. There was no synopsis to be seen, and there was no way of knowing what role it possessed. However, Qin Fang always felt that this Grievous Spirit's Blessing was very useful. So he turned on the Divine Grade skill, explore the specific effects of this blessing. Ding. Probing successful. Grievous Spirit's Blessing. Each player can only iterate this blessing 80 times. Each iteration adds effect 1, reduces the damage dealt by the Grievous Spirit to the player by 1%. And effect 2, increases the damage dealt by the player to the Grievous Spirit by 1%. Such a blessing? It immediately made Qin Fang's eyes light up, and he seemed to understand something. Burial Earth? Let this weeping woman boss continue to brush the second skill and spend it with her. In the next instant, Qin Fang pasted the blessing attribute panel of the buried spirit to the duo. When the duo finished reading it, they were instantly filled with hope for the future. If this iterated enough for 80 floors, how could this be? Don't spread it out. This is top secret. Sign the contract. It wasn't that Qin Fang didn't trust the two of them, and this Grudge Spirit's Blessing was too important. It determined whether or not this could be cleared quickly within 6 days. I hope you guys understand. Agreed. Zhang Tu was the first to agree. To Qin Fang. He trusted him 100%. Agreed. This kind of thing. It was better to lay it out in the open than to be second-guessed behind the scenes. This point, the Tree of Life also understood. Ding. The signing of the contract is complete. After signing the contract, Qin Fang and the others immediately began to brush the Grudge Spirit's Blessing. Grievous Spirit Summoning. In 5 minutes, the Weeping Woman's skill was refreshed, once again summoning 9 pale-faced women. Qin Fang instantly brightened up and started brushing and slaughtering. According to the deduction, it would be brushed every 5 minutes. 9 miserable women each time. In that case, 1 hour could be brushed 12 times, and 2 hours, 24 times. Enough to iterate 216 layers. Enough for Qin Fang. Hidden Earth to iterate up to 80 layers first. As for the Tree of Life, it could only iterate 66 layers. The world of grievous spirits. You will not understand. The weeping woman spat out these words, and then started summoning once again. This was the 3rd skill of Grudge Spirit Summoning. This time, it was 9 gold-level young men, covered in clothes that had long since rotted, only able to cover some parts of their bodies, crawling out from the bottom of the lake with great difficulty, maggots permeating their cheeks, causing people to retch and feel sick to their stomachs. Qin Fang, Hidden Earth took a look at this situation and instantly understood. The Tree of Life, too, was able to iterate up to 80 layers. Qin Fang and the others discovered this secret and began to brush rapidly. Outside, a heated discussion also began. This damage. Is it so terrifying? I can't even carry it if I enter alone. A level 30 Essence Gold class boss. The damage is so high. 2 summoning type skills. Divine Fate Designer? I suspect you have a pit in your brain. Damn. It's so difficult. I don't believe anyone will be able to clear it. One must know that the players today were roughly level 20. And their equipment? They were mainly bronze. And facing a level 30 Essence Gold boss, they would only be sent to their deaths. Only the major guilds were able to resist it with their Essence Gold level equipment. The two-man team consisting of Bastard Sky and Sword of the Sky also felt a gust of difficulty. This level 20 fine gold grade equipment should be eliminated. Yeah, it's not as good as a level 22 bronze grade equipment. In his heart, Batian was somewhat looking forward to the level 25 Essence Gold grade equipment that Qin Fong had promised. According to Qin Fong's intention, this batch of level 25 Essence Gold grade equipment would all get delivered tomorrow. But what about now? Until the last second of the contract, Qin Fong was not prepared to give them the 25 levels of Essence Gold grade equipment. If he gave it, he would definitely call it enemy financing. The guilds within the Tianyang town were also cursing. What a perverted attribute. And restricting it to a maximum of 3 people. It's still a matter of equipment. This one day, at the very least, you'll be able to clear a layer. This copy? It seems to have 18 layers. I'm nil. This is too difficult. What a strong copy. Even if the equipment was strong, there was no bright future in sight. 1 hour and 53 minutes later, the system beeps that swept through the entire Tianyang town rang out. Ding. Congratulations to Team Bastard Sky for successfully clearing the first level of the Grievance Spirit. Such a system beep immediately shook the players' hearts. It was over. Bastard Sky Guild had actually cleared the level. At this moment, Hegemony Sky was muttering in his heart. Because he had cleared the first level, and he was ranked first. What about Player Me? Hegemony didn't believe that with the combination of Player Zhen, Hidden Earth, and Tree of Life, he would be behind Hegemony Guild. It was something that was simply impossible. Is it hard to believe? Was there a secret on the first level that he hadn't discovered? Hegemony thought so. Chapter 193 Grieving Spirit Protection Necklace. Boss? Why can't I sense the Grievous Spirit's blessing? Hidden Earth took the time to kill the 3 rotting men. But the system beep did not ring in his head. Hidden Earth was extremely puzzled as he expressed his lack of understanding. Qin Fong also whirled around and used the divine skill check. Blessing of Hidden Earth's Grievous Spirit *3. You swiped this buff. But perhaps because so it did not manifest. To be honest, Qin Fong didn't know because of what. In the next second, Qin Fong suddenly realized. No wonder. If everyone knew about the blessing of the grudge spirit summoned by beheading the weeping woman, wouldn't everyone start doing it? It was because of the unknown nature of the grievance spirit's blessing that the previous generation. It took the 8th day for someone to clear the entire copy. Batian? Indeed. He didn't know about the grievous spirit's blessing. However, he kept muttering in his heart when he saw that Player Zhen and the others had not yet cleared the level. He even wanted to hit a communication to ask Player Zhen the reason for this. As for paying a little bit of gold, it was all secondary. 1 hour and 59 minutes. Ding. Congratulations. Your team has successfully killed the first Essence Gold level boss, Weeping Woman. Is it a full day Yangtown notification? Inform. Ding. Time has expired. You have been kicked out of the copy. Qin Fong, the Tree of Life, and Hidden Earth were kicked out of the Grievous Spirit copy. Not just them. Other players were also kicked out. Ding. Your copy progress has been saved. Next time you can just read the file. Ding. Teams can be replaced freely, but the replacement team will start reading the file based on the weakest teammate. This was the design of Heaven's mandate. Ding. Congratulations on gaining experience points. Ding. Congratulations on your experience value. This experience value. It was a lot, but it wasn't enough to allow the duo to upgrade again. As for Qin Fong, the experience value was ineffective against him. Go offline and rest. After Qin Fong said these words, the Tree of Life couldn't hold on any longer and exited the game at the first opportunity. Going offline to rest. Burial Earth. On the other hand, open the honor roll list. The town where Songhai Breaking Sky was located didn't have a copy of the Grievance Spirit. So Songhai Breaking Sky's honor points once again rose by a large margin, and was about to surpass Buried Earth. Boss? Should we? Go again. In response to this request from Hidden Earth, Qin Fong shook his head decisively. Get offline and quit the game. Otherwise how will you have the spirit tomorrow? Let me tell you, The body is the essence of everything. I don't want your body to suddenly collapse. Saying that, Qin Fang exited the game in front of Zhang Tu. Zhang Tu once again glanced at the honor roll list unwillingly and helplessly exited the game. Indeed, everything was for naught if the body was exhausted. Songhai Guild, 2:10 midnight. Hidden Earth's honor point rise has already stopped for 2 hours. Let's continue to work hard and try to surpass him tonight. Facing such a voice from Songhai breaking sky, the vast number of players expressed their tiredness and exited the game one by one. This request? It was really excessive. Songhai breaking sky was just on the same level as them. Merely pushing him. This son of a bitch? He dares to give orders. Isn't this a game? And President Songhai stipulates that any player of Songhai must exit the game after 2 o'clock midnight. This extra 10 minutes? Has been considered to give him face. Songhai broken sky eyes watching the players all quit the game. Under the helpless. He could only quit the game if by virtue of him alone? Even if it was similar, it was impossible to surpass Hidden Earth. Even though it was now late at night, the enthusiasm of the Heaven's Destiny players' discussion was still unabated. And the discussion was directed at the exclusive copy of Tianyang Town. I'm not convinced. Tianyang Town even has an exclusive copy? Right. Every night from 12 to 2 o'clock. It's even double experience. Isn't this a farce? Fooling around? Double the experience value. How does this allow us to catch up? That's right. Tianyang Town is already considered to be in the lead. Now? Surprisingly, they're still giving double the experience value? Disagree. All towns must be opened. The players were all in a state of righteous anger, wanting to demand a statement. Thus, Heaven's Destiny gave the players an argument. Ding. Any town has a hidden exclusive hide. Only it needs to be activated. Please also ask towns that have not activated their exclusive copies to pay attention to the bits and pieces within the town and activate their exclusive copies as soon as possible. Ding. If you can't activate it, you don't need to be discouraged. You can activate the exclusive copy when the first player in the town reaches level 30. Ding. The drops of the exclusive copies vary. There may be experience copies, potion copies, or equipment drops. For example, a double experience copy would not have any other drops other than experience. Such a system tone rang out, causing the players to fall into self-doubt and shut their mouths. Original? Unable to open an exclusive copy? It's our own problem, So that's how it is. Hee hee. I feel like this one quest I recently took on has a tendency to open exclusive copies. Haha. I feel it too. I said how come this quest? It's a continuous quest. An exclusive copy of the Heavenly Spirit Town is definitely opened by me. Ding. For the player who opens the exclusive copy, there will be a special reward. Please pay attention to the player to check. This? What is the special reward? At the same time, the system beep sounded in Zhang Tu's mind. Hidden Earth was just about to exit the game when he heard such a system tone. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special reward for opening the exclusive copy, Grievous Spirit Protector Necklace. Name, Grievous Spirit Protection Necklace. Description, a necklace made of the finest aspects of the hearts of countless grievous spirits, to hold their grief. Effect 1, damage inflicted on grievous spirits is increased by 100%. Effect 2, damage inflicted by grievous spirits on the wearer is reduced by 100%. It was fortunate that Qin Fang had not seen this equipment. Otherwise, he would have to die of anger. Qin Fang. What the fuck? So that's how it was. After Qin Fang had deduced for a night, he couldn't figure out how the reason he was able to pass this exclusive copy in his previous life was because of this. With this grudge spirit protection necklace, even if it was a dog, he would be able to clear it. Hidden Earth pasted the attributes of this piece of equipment and threw it to Qin Fang, waiting for him to watch it when he came online tomorrow. Qin Fang was completely unaware of this at the moment, as he was calmly preparing fresh water for the black cat and planting 2 cat grass seeds along the way. After finishing his dinner, Qin Fang entered a deep sleep. These days, the Black Widow Guild was flourishing. The surrounding mob groups had gradually recognized the existence of the Black Widow mob. After all, at a time like this, no one would want to make a big fuss and lose troops. The latest news was that the military forces within the town, having received subsequent replenishment of their war preparations, would most likely launch a surprise attack in a short period of time and unify the entire town. Therefore, these days, 2/3 of the Thug Corps have closed their doors, and no one dares to stir up trouble, for fear of being the first to be liquidated. This news, some people said it was fake news, but more mob groups thought it was true. Thug Corps that think it's fake, these days are still going their own way, and seem to be provoking the military. Chapter 194 Legendary Level Mission. For such a death-defying behavior, the Major Thug Corps had set aside their relationship with him. Any news could not be empty. This matter, rather believe it. Qin Fong woke up from a nap and logged into Heaven's Destiny. Ding. You have a new message notification. News from the burial earth? What could it be? Qin Fong was puzzled in his mind as he clicked on that message. And when he saw the so-called grievance blessing necklace, Qin Fong instantly understood everything. No wonder then. The player who obtained this piece of grudge villa to reside in his previous life? It was not an expert. Qin Fong was still puzzled, and thought that he was constantly brushing the grudges, accumulating the blessing layers of the grudges, and eventually passed the level. So it was like that. The early bird gets the worm. Qin Fong went into the 10,000 alley auction house and started forging black iron grade equipment. As an old-timer, as Qin Fong's teacher, Li Qi's words, Qin Fong still had to listen to them. As for Hidden Earth, he was brushing different attribute copies. Although he couldn't brush the Hidden Profession transfer book, but brushing attribute stones, it was also very important. During the day, players were either brushing their honor points or brushing their copies of Divine Phantasm. In short, players were extremely busy. Ding. Player Batian requests communication. Do you agree, older brother? When will this batch of equipment be given? To be honest, Qin Fong's delivery speed this time? It was very slow. President Batian, please be patient. Before the contract expires, it will definitely be given as much as it should be. Understand? The production capacity can't go up lately, and I still have to go brush up on my honor points later. Hearing the player's perfunctory voice, Batian sighed helplessly and hung up the communication. Within the honor shop, there were also equipment for sale. This didn't require copper coins to purchase. As long as you killed enough monsters, you would be able to exchange them for the corresponding fine gold grade equipment, or even purple gold grade equipment. 8 points. The Tree of Life. Shuiqinger logged into the game one after another, and the Brush Honor Point squad was formed once again. Gather. Prepare to go brush honor points. Qin Fong led the three of them, once again traversing through the hardships and dangers. Arriving in front of Stonehenge, only the time spent on the road took a full 40 minutes. Qin Fong's eyes kept rolling. This was too much of a waste of time. If only there were teleportation equipment, gems, or drawings. Qin, start rubbing grenades. There were still some grenades left from last night, leaving Shuiqinger with plenty of time. Qin Fong stopped thinking about these impractical things and turned to lure the monsters. The first wave. The second wave. Hidden Earth's honor points kept rising once again. Songhai asterisk breaking sky sighed. Just a little bit. Really just a little bit. He would have surpassed Hidden Earth. Third wave. Qin Fong was in the process of gathering all of his mind to attract monsters, when all of a sudden, the divine craftsman Lu Long seemed to have ripped through space and suddenly descended beside Qin Fong with a very relaxed expression. Qin Fong was directly shocked, but he quickly regulated his mind and looked at divine craftsman Lu Long. His eyes were calm and his complexion was as normal. The wild monsters not far away, on the other hand, they were kneeling on the ground, as if they had received a great shock, shivering and shitting themselves. Ding. You have triggered a brand new scene. Ding. Your every move will determine the direction of the plot. Senpai? May I ask what's up? Divine Artisan Lu Long's eyes were deep, as if he was hiding a sea of stars, glancing at the monsters behind Qin Fong. Ding. A hammer fell as if it was a thunderbolt destroying the world. The hammer mark was deep, and the wild monsters that were not far away from the nearly 30,000 were instantly reduced to nothingness. Oops. Honor points. Air. Upon hearing this, the corners of Divine Artisan Lu Long's mouth twitched minutely as he extracted the honor points of the dead monsters, turning into dots of white light and integrating them into Qin Fong's body. This is like a fly's leg of honor points. Don't put it too much on your mind. If you are able to complete this quest, you are guaranteed to have an endless amount of honor points. Divine Artisan Lu Long's words took on a touch of compelling atmosphere. Qin Fang immediately brightened up. By the looks of it, at the very least, it was an epic-level quest. Senior, please also command. As long as the kid can do it, he will definitely go through fire and water. Qin Fang looked like he was about to die heroically, causing Divine Artisan Lu Long to look in a trance. This kid? Was his consciousness so high? Recently, under the Prophet God's deduction, we discovered the lair where the Dark God was hiding, and wanted to take advantage of his weakness to kill him in one fell swoop. And this time, it is also a perfect opportunity for us to test the Light God. Divine Craftsman Lu Long said this, and Qin Fang instantly understood the general idea. Ding! Godsmith Lu Long releases a legendary level quest to you. Contact the God of Light, and convince him to join the plan to kill the Dark God. Ding! Mission time limit, 24 hours. Mission reward, legendary grade forging hammer. It seemed that Qin Fang hadn't possessed a forge hammer yet, so the reward was specifically set to be a legendary grade forge hammer. To be honest, this task of contacting the God of Light was very dangerous, and if one was not careful, Qin Fang would most likely be trapped. After all, that was a deity. Ding! You have successfully taken on this quest. Legendary grade forging hammer. This was enough for Qin Fang to use it for 3 or 4 years without needing to change the forging hammer. So he decisively accepted this quest. Divine Artisan Lu Long hid in the shadows and waited quietly. Ding! Is it contacting the God of Light? As a centurion under the seat of the God of Light, Qin Fang could contact the God of Light. Ding! The God of Light agrees to your communication request. In Qin Fang's eyes, the shadow of the God of Light instantly surfaced, as if it was a small sun. What is it? Cast your name. Qin Fang merely uttered 3 words, and the God of Light immediately changed his face. His eyes widened, and at the first moment, he condensed a one-person high vortex of light, taking Qin Fang away from where he was, and entering within the temple of the God of Light. As for Divine Craftsman Lu Long, he also wanted to follow and enter, but in an instant, the light vortex shattered. Qin Fang could enter because he was the centurion of the God of Light, and the two's breaths would merge without triggering too much commotion. But if Divine Craftsman Lu Long entered, the commotion would be too great and would definitely be detected by the other gods. Moreover, with the current weak God of Light, it really wasn't certain that he would be able to hold on to Godsmith Lu Long's shift teleportation. Human, you have a lot of guts. The God of Light was disgruntled and in a grumpy mood. This humble molecule in front of him was merely his chosen molecule. But the molecule did not have the posture of a molecule. Not kneeling. Not bowing down. Even wanting the right to dialogue as equals. If you want to jump out of this circle and live forever, you can only rely on the human race. This is no longer hundreds of thousands of years ago. The human race? It's no longer fit to be lambs to the slaughter either. Hearing Qin Fang's words that were so unassuming, the God of Light couldn't help but calm down and seriously surveyed the mole cricket in front of him, only to see that on the mole cricket's chest, a piece of glowing substance guarded his entire body, forming a very considerable defense. This was the handiwork of Divine Artisan Lu Long, and it was also one of the cards he had handed over to Qin Fang. This piece of glowing substance was named the Stone of Heavenly Spirit. Name, Stone of Heavenly Spirit, Sun. Grade, Legendary Grade. Description, after being bound to the target, it can die once as a substitute and be resurrected next to the Stone of Heavenly Spirit Mother. If the God of Light were to behead Qin Fang in a fit of annoyance, then Qin Fang can be resurrected next to the Stone of Heavenly Spirit Mother in the hands of Divine Artisan Lu Long. Chapter 195 Legendary Grade Forging Hammer. The statue of the God of Light extruded a dazzling ball of light, making it impossible to see inside. Inside, there was the phantom of the God of Light. The God of Light stared at Qin Fang dead on, as if he wanted to see through him. This brat? There was a lot of potential. The power of the God of Light, he was also able to contain. And the power of the Darkness God, he was also able to contain. But this kid, his background wasn't small either. The Divine Craftsman Lu Long was eyeing him and had high hopes for him, while the vanished powerhouse, Li Xie, had become his teacher. With these 2 god-level bigwigs endorsing him, even the God of Light did not dare to make any moves. The reason why Qin Fang was still a centurion under the seat of the God of Light was not because Li Xie, The divine craftsman Lu Long was incapable of getting rid of him. But in order to maintain this identity of Qin Fang, so that he could laze with the God of Light, the God of Light was sending the message that he wanted to betray the human race through Qin. Then, at this moment, his pitch came. Be specific. The God of Light calmed down completely, seemingly tolerating Qin Fang's dialogue with him as an equal. This was a blasphemy to the gods, who had always been high and mighty in the past. My master, the prophet God, has detected the lair of the dark god, and wants to unite with several great masters to eradicate it together. This time, it is the best opportunity and the best pitch for the God of Light. Impossible. The God of Light was shocked. His eyes filled with horror as well as a strong sense of disbelief. Qin Fang, cough cough. Is it hard to reveal this? Were his acting skills that bad? Qin Fang had originally thought of pulling the tiger's skin, pulling a big banner, and pretending that the prophet God was his teacher, lest the God of Light would have any bad thoughts and accidentally decapitate him. Even though Qin Fang possessed the heavenly spirit stone, Z, in his hand, he did not want to waste it. Divine artisan Lu Long promised that as long as Qin Fang could not die, this stone of heavenly spirit would be given to him. This kind of legendary great prop. Qin Fang definitely did not want to waste it for nothing. Qin Fang thought so, but did not move on the surface. As for what the God of Light was thinking in his heart, God of Light, how could the humble human race be able to discover the hiding place of the dark god? This couldn't be possible. One must know that even though the God of Plague managed to seal all of the gods, the heavenly emperor still used all of his strength to hide all of the sealed gods, attempting to wear out the power of the seal with the passage of time. This was the heavenly emperor's plot. And one day, he would return. The gods do not die. The heavenly emperor does not die. The seal of the heavenly emperor. Even after all these years, no one has been able to break it. But now? And yet? In the mouth of a mole cricket. You heard this news? The God of Light looked at the griffin's expression of conviction, and it was hard for him not to believe it. As for the prophet God being Griffin's teacher, the God of Light didn't look deeply into it. After all, these were all existences that became gods in later generations? With innate deities? There was still a certain gap. It should not be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem. Agreed. The God of Light eventually agreed to ally with the human race to slaughter the God of Darkness. This was also a helpless move. Only, because of my injuries and the double restriction of the seal, I can only exert at most 1/3 of my main body's strength. And on this point, you have to make it clear to the old guys in the outside world. Never mind. It's better for me to say it in person. As soon as the words fell, the God of Light separated into a small mass of light, transforming into a pure-colored jade pendant that fluttered into Qin Fang's hand. Take out this jade pendant and hand it over to divine craftsman Lu Long. This matter? I want to talk to him face to face. A mole cricket? After all, it was a mole cricket. For such a big matter, a mole cricket as a messenger was already giving a heavenly face. It's possible. Buzzing, a swirling mass flashed out in front of Qin Fang, who then burrowed into it and disappeared. Senior divine artisan. Here. Qin Fang complied, handing over the jade pendant of the God of Light to divine craftsman Lu Long. Divine craftsman Lu Long let out a faint smile, before patting Qin Fang's shoulder and leaving with the jade pendant. This time, Qin Fang had completed his task well, as long as the God of Light was willing to talk. Divine craftsman Lu Long was confident that he could make the God of Light join their camp. Divine artisan Lu Long departed. However, this legendary level quest did not show completion. Perhaps, the party would only show the completion of the mission when everything was finally settled. Qin Fang had really become an errand boy. There was a delay of almost an hour between one round trip and the next. Ding! You have exited the scene. Hearing such a system tone, Qin Fang could only sigh and began to start luring monsters once again. In the special scene, Qin Fang could not receive any information. Now, countless messages erupted. More were greetings from the small team. After all, counting the time spent luring monsters, Qin Fang had disappeared for too long, and everyone was extremely worried in their hearts. Qin Fang dialed his communication and informed them that they were fine. Wait for me for 40 minutes. I'll be over. Songhai * breaking sky watched as he was about to surpass Zong 2. But this cut was truly like a heavenly rift, becoming an insurmountable chasm. Whenever Songhai * Breaking Sky thought that he would be able to make a breakthrough, Zong 2 would always be able to violently scramble a large chunk. Songhai * Breaking Sky's mood was getting a little irritated. This feeling of being teased was hard to bear. Qin Fong and the others were still brushing again. Shui Qing Air, Tree of Life went offline to rest and eat. Qin Fong. Hidden Earth 2 people brushing. Regarding the massive amount of honor points that the godly artisan Lu Long had said, Qin Fong believed it for the time being. Ding. Congratulations on the completion of your quest. At 3 in the afternoon. The system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade forging hammer. Qin Fong immediately couldn't wait to view the attributes of this legendary grade forging hammer. Name, Thunder Hammer. Introduction. The masterpiece of divine artisan Lu Long. Forged with the Thunder Stone as the foundation of the forge. And 3,000 thunderbolts as the guide. And finally forged. Rank, none. Rank, legendary. Additional strength, 30,000/9999999. Additional physique, 30,000/9999999. Additional spirit, 30,000/9999999. Additional agility, 30,000/9999999. Ding. Attribute seal in progress. Gradually unsealing along with leveling up. If it was not sealed, Qin Fong would not have to think about forging any piece of equipment successfully. One hammer down, and all the materials would have to go up in smoke. The value of 30,000 was exactly the peak of what Qin Fong could control. Any more? Any more? There was a high possibility that it would go out of control. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Qin Fong sucked in a breath of cold air. Just a little bit short? It can break 10 million? No wonder it was the masterpiece of the divine artisan Lu Long. If its attributes broke 10 million, it could be called a divine weapon of the lowest grade. And this forging hammer? It's all stuck at 999,999,999. It's the peak of a legendary grade forging hammer. If you have the chance in the future, it's not impossible to become a god-level forging hammer. This gift was too generous. To be honest, Qin Fong was merely passing on a message, and was not worthy of such peak equipment. This forging hammer had pushed Qin Fong's attributes to its current peak. Additional skill 1. Extraction can extract the active ingredients from forging materials. Extraction rate of 80%. Additional skill 2. Thunderstorm gives the material the power of thunder with a powerful thunder illusion. Additional skill 3. Thunder flickering gives equipment the power of thunder with a strong thunder illusion. Additional skill 4. Spirit attachment empowers equipment with a bit of spirituality. Chapter 196 Divine Grade Quest. This legendary grade forging hammer. Even Qin Fong too couldn't help but tremble after reading it. And his entire body was extremely excited. A forging hammer of such a grade was something that even Qin Fong had not possessed in his previous life. And now? It was less than a month since the opening of the service. And he even possessed such a terrifying equipment. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Fong would no longer need to worry about the forging hammer in the future. You know? Nowadays, the 25 level of gold level equipment. Only nearly 10,000 additional 4 dimensions. However, Qin Fong's forging hammer was directly attaching 120,000 4 dimensions to him. This was a very frightening value. Boss? This hammer of yours? Where did you get it? Qin Fong was weighing this small hammer in his hands, when he suddenly heard such a voice from Zong 2. Zong 2's eyes stared straight at this equipment. The body was purple and black in color, letting people know at a glance that it was very noble. And it was densely covered with scarlet-colored lines, as if it was a cracked lightning bolt, letting people be fascinated. In a word, this equipment, at a glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Just a newly acquired legendary grade equipment. Qin Fong's words were very calm. But when he heard Hidden Earth's ears, it was no less than a bolt from the blue. What? Legendary grade equipment? Was the boss even this bullish? Hidden Earth took out his own epic level equipment and quietly compared and watched. Boss, how many 4 dimensions are attached to this legendary grade equipment of yours? 120,000. Hidden Earth seemed to be choking, unable to say a single word. 120,000 attributes? This was only the attributes of a forging hammer. Did this still let other equipment live? Knowing that this piece of epic level equipment of Hidden Earth had a full 50,000 4-dimensional attributes attached to it. So, Hidden Earth was very scary. The damage was very high. and an ordinary brittle skin, under one strike, would surely die. But now, with this legendary level equipment, wouldn't it be a meat shield that would also have to die under one hit? Qin Fong glanced at Hidden Earth's epic level equipment. As a level 20 epic level equipment, after a while, it would have to be replaced. But for now, it was still able to make do with this. If other players heard this, they might have to be more sour. Epic grade equipment? Make do with it? Nowadays, in the entire equipment list, Hidden Earth's epic equipment ranks second. Right? As for the first place, it was Qin Fong's legendary equipment. The players of Heaven's Destiny were the first to see this equipment. Am I blinking? Or am I dreaming? Elder, punch me. I can't believe I saw a legendary grade equipment. I feel like I didn't wake up from my sleep. Wife, do you think I'm having problems with my eyes? I'm actually. The first reaction of the players was to doubt their own eyes rather than the authenticity of this equipment. Because in their minds, this equipment simply shouldn't have appeared. As time passed, the players could only passively resign themselves to the fact that, as it turned out, legendary grade equipment really did exist. Is this still a forging hammer? Surprisingly, it has such a high 4 dimensions attached to it. Yeah. Unfair. Unfair. Fake. It must be fake. Players questioned Heaven's Destiny about the origin of this equipment. Shortly after, Heaven's Destiny replied, "Everything is normal." These words, in turn, prove that Qin Fong's piece of equipment was obtained through normal means. Big brother, requesting for a belt. May I ask where I can get a legendary grade equipment? Big brother, give me a chance. Please forgive my ignorance. For a while, countless players knelt down to lick Qin Fong, wanting to know where this equipment originated from. Qin Fong ignored all such remarks. As for the communications from Batian and other guild leaders, Qin Fong also did not answer any of them, so as not to add to his troubles. The Tree of Life. Xueqing returned, and once again started brushing honor points. Night. Qin Fong finished leading the last wave of monsters, allowing Hidden Earth's honor points to maintain this number 1 status once again. Ding. You have triggered a brand new scenario. Just as Qin Fong and the others were packing up the equipment dropped by the monsters, the system beep sounded. In the next instant, Divine Craftsman Lu Long's figure descended to this place. Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and Xueqing immediately rose, their eyes filled with ill will. These three had not seen Divine Craftsman Lu Long before. Senior, may I ask what else is going on? Qin Fong looked at Divine Craftsman Lu Long and inquired in such a manner. Divine Craftsman Lu Long glanced at Zong Tu and the others, his eyes flickering with a clear meaning, as if he viewed Zong Tu and the others as outsiders. Senior, these are our own people. I wonder if they can join this mission. Qin Fong wanted to fight for the rewards for them to participate in this mission. Qin Fong had thought that his mission had been completed. But since Divine Craftsman Lu Long had reappeared, then there must be another mission in place. Give me a reason? Godsmith Lu Long looked at Qin Fong seriously. These people, when forging, can help me. This reason of Qin Fong's was very far-fetched. However, Divine Artisan Lu Long fell silent and silently nodded in agreement. They are permitted to participate in this mission. But how much reward they can obtain, that is, depends on their performance. Hearing such words, Qin Fong was instantly overjoyed. Senior, I wonder what the mission this time is. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long has issued a divine team quest to you, forging Divine Artifact Dark Scepter. Qin Fong. Qin Fong quietly looked at Divine Craftsman Lu Long, his eyes filled with shock, as well as a glint of eyes looking at a fool. Divine Artisan Lu Long was taking himself too seriously. Forging divine weapons? Not to mention that Qin Fong was only a gold-level blacksmith now. Even in his previous life, he had never succeeded. Now, this god-level task? How could he succeed if he was asked to forge a divine weapon? Senior, aren't you joking? No. We will exert strong-arm tactics to forcefully raise your blacksmithing level to god level, so that you can forge a divine weapon. Don't worry. I'll assist you. A darkness-attributed divine weapon? At the very least, it will be able to split 1% of the darkness god's combat power. Qin Fong instantly understood his role, weakening the strength of the god of darkness. Forging dark equipment was, to a certain extent, also considered weakening the god of darkness. The stronger the dark equipment Qin Fong forged out, the stronger the dark god was weakened. Moreover, in the entire Heaven's Destiny, only Heaven's Destiny was able to forge the darkness god's equipment nowadays. This was Qin Fang's greatest value. And other than him, it was impossible for other players and NPCs to succeed. A single thought? Qin Fang's eyes lit up terrifyingly. Like a great sun that was about to be destroyed. He could deliberately not succeed. Succeed? It would only be able to weaken the dark god by 1%. But if the forging failed on purpose, it might directly whip the darkness god alive. After all, the hundredfold system was not a vegetarian when Qin Fang's forging failed. Qin Fang even left his mouth watering as the scene of his 100 Dark Scepter artifacts floated in his mind. It was the most terrifying part of Qin Fang. Ding! You have successfully taken on this quest. Chapter 197 Attached Legendary Level Quest. Player Me decisively accepted this quest. In the next second, Divine Artisan Lu Long's voice sounded once again. Me? There is one thing that I still need to make clear to you. Forcing you to raise your Forge Master rank to Divine. You also need to pay a certain price. The most serious consequence is that you fall into darkness and become an alternative dark god, becoming our enemy. The lightest consequence is that you won't be able to forge again for at least 3 years. And your attribute value will drop to 1, becoming an invalid. I hope you're psychologically prepared. Please rest assured that we'll try our best to avoid this outcome. Qin Fang, you didn't say anything earlier, and you're only saying it after I've taken up the mission? Aren't you bullying an honest person? Elder, am I able to lift this mission? Qin Fang's cheeks instantly became the color of bitter melons as he bitterly looked at Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Ahem. Once a task is taken, it cannot be refused. Thank you for your contribution to Heaven's mandate. Since you've already taken the task, still want to give it up? Impossible. Quest reward, forge successful divine weapon. Qin Fang, %#, Yuan ####. Qin Fang kept swearing in his heart. This time, he had been completely screwed. This if the forging was unsuccessful. Wouldn't it be considered a mission failure? The operation against the Dark God will open 72 hours later. So enjoy your last days of forging. Bah! Divine Artisan Lu Long left with a weak heart. This time? It's considered to be a pitfall for the player Me. Only that he can't forge for 3 years. Qin Fang would definitely be able to become a divine craftsman in the future. His lifespan would at the very least break 10,000. A mere 3 years was nothing. If the player Me pays a terrible price this time, the divine craftsman Lu Long and the others will still compensate him. For the divine craftsman Lu Long, this time the task in fact Qin Fang persuaded the god of light to join the camp of the human race. That is considered to be the completion of the task. That is, he is no longer needed. After all, Qin Fang was merely a gold-level blacksmith. However, for some unknown reason, all of a sudden the prophet god had changed his attention again, and had asked Divine Artisan Lu Long to contact Qin Fang once again, asking him to take part in this operation, so that he could ascend to the level of a divine artisan and forge divine artifacts. It seemed, Qin Fang had become the key to the entire mission. Regarding this, divine craftsman Lu Long did not know why. But then, he could only do as he was told. The prophet god, as it were, became the leader of the gods. Regarding this, Qin Fang was unaware of it. Ding! Congratulations on accepting a legendary ranked quest, assisting player Me in completing the task of forging a divine weapon. Ding! Congratulations on accepting a legendary ranked quest, assist player Me. Ding! Congratulations on accepting a legendary level quest. Ding! Mission reward, unknown. Note, rewards of different levels are given based on the degree of completion of the quest. Such a system tone emerged in the minds of all 3 players. This was their mission, to assist Qin Fang in forging a divine weapon. Upon hearing such a system tone, the 3 of them? All of them were dumbfounded. Boss, I so want to hallucinate. No. 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 I'm blind. Forging a divine weapon? Qin Fang, is it hard to believe that you are able to forge divine weapons? The 3 began to doubt their 5 senses and their perception. It had only been a short time since the opening of the service. Could it be that Qin Fang was able to forge divine weapons? The 3 people present expressed their disbelief. Look, you guys. Qin Fang took a screenshot of the divine level quest and showed it to the crowd. The 3 of them instantly closed their mouths and looked at Qin Fang in disbelief. A flight to heaven. This was simply about to soar to the heavens. Once they completed this mission and received the divine artifact reward, no one would be able to suppress Qin Fang's rise anymore. Dry. It has to be done. Now, what honor points? What competitions? Were all left behind by the buried earth. What? None of it was as important as this god-level mission in front of him. Qin Fang, can we help in any way? Since the quest had already been released, Shui Qing'er and the others still wanted to help a little. Help me find legendary grade materials. In order to forge a true divine weapon, the most fundamental thing was that the materials were divine grade materials. This part, Qin Fang believed that divine artisan Lu Long would have prepared. But legendary grade materials were also essential. This was also the next task for Qin Fang and the others. To look for legendary grade forging materials. I'll go ask within the city guards. I'll go ask my sister. I'll go set up a stall. The three of them instantly thought of their own channels. And Qin Fang let them go, letting them play. As for Qin Fang himself, he went to look for Li Xia, preparing to inform him of this matter. For Hidden Earth and the others, Qin Fang did not inform them of the serious consequences. Not being able to forge equipment for 3 years was a form of torture for Qin Fang. Li Xia was still tossing Yuze within Qin Fang's private territory. Yuze is going crazy. Every day have to at least 2 bottles of wine. Boss Qin Fang gave him this salary. All of them gave Li Xia. Become wine money. Yuze want to cry without tears. Qin Fang descended to this place. Yuze immediately left as if he was relieved. His face was on the verge of tears. At the mouth of the mine, Li Xia was like a leather ball, curled up and quietly sleeping. Qin Fang could only as to take out a bottle of fine wine and open the cap. The fragrance of the wine quietly passed out as the air wafted. Huh. You brat. As soon as Li Qi took the fine wine from Qin Fang's hands, he drank it while asking Qin Fang what was wrong. Teacher, I so want to be pitched. Qin Fang did not hide anything and directly opened the door to inform him. Beheading the Dark God? Nonsense. With regards to the study of ancient deities, Li Qi possessed a certain amount of say. These deities? It was impossible to kill them, even if they were weakened to the extreme. Otherwise, why would the god of pestilence need to go through so much trouble to seal them? Wouldn't it be done by decapitating them one by one? These gods? Wanting to behead the god of darkness. It was simply impossible. Even if Qin Fang managed to forge a dark divine artifact with the help of the means of pulling up seedlings and successfully weakening the god of darkness by 1%, it would still be impossible to accomplish. Qin Fang, your existence can be called the nemesis of the ancient deities, but I don't want you to die prematurely right now. I will personally talk to divine craftsman Lu Long about this matter. Li Xia left such a sentence. That is, he disappeared beside Qin Fang out of thin air. This time, Li Xia was really angry. He did not believe that this group of new gods could not see Qin Fang's value. Qin Fang's value was in the future, not wasted on meaningless things. Especially not being able to forge for 3 years? What a restriction that had to be. It was undoubtedly the cruelest for blacksmiths. Li Xia was going to point at their noses and scold them this time, asking them, what on earth were they thinking? Is it hard to not have to harm Qin Fang? Seeing Master Li Xia leaving, Qin Fang did not leave either, waiting in place for Li Xia's return, summoning Little Black in the process. These days, Little Black had accumulated quite a lot of legendary grade materials, enough to forge 1/3 of the legendary grade materials needed for a divine weapon. After all, Big Brother Li Qi was feeding daily. Little Black was also purifying daily. Waiting for an hour, Li Xia returned. Only now the anger on his face had all but dissipated, and was replaced with calmness. Qin Fang, for this mission, you must go. Li Xia's attitude produced a 180-degree transformation. Chapter 198 True Big Brother. Qin Fang didn't know what exactly Teacher Li Xia had gone through, and the reaction before and after would be so huge. In the beginning, he had wanted to go and give back justice. But now, it was a feeling of frustration, agreeing to go on its own. I will, teacher. This mission, even if Teacher Li Xia prevented it, he would still end up going. After all, the gains that this would bring simply shouldn't be too terrifying. The reason he came to Teacher Li Qi today was not to have his teacher dissuade him from giving up on this mission, but rather to look into how he could minimize his losses, and how he could prevent Qin Fang from not being able to forge for 3 years. Teacher, is there a way to be able to avoid the aftermath? In response to this inquiry from Qin Fang, Li Xia fell into silence, as if he was a wooden fetus idol. Only after a long time did he leisurely vocalize. There is. But I cannot be so. Qin Fang? This isn't a play? This matter? It's good for you. Sorry. I can only reveal so much. Qin Fang heard a hint of guilt in Li Qi's words, as well as scorn. But more than that, it was protection. Qin Fang vaguely felt a hint of something wrong, as if he was being targeted by something. An existence that could make so many deities scornful. One option suddenly popped up in Qin Fang's mind, the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that he was really being targeted by the Heavenly Emperor? Teacher, I believe you. After saying these words, Qin Fang turned around and left. This time, it had to be a fight. As long as he could obtain a divine weapon, even if he didn't open for 3 years, he wouldn't lose out. The most crucial thing was the experience of a divine forge master. And he thought that with this experience, Qin Fang would also be more comfortable when he wanted to break through to divine forge master again. Right. Don't be too stupid. Forging materials? What are you doing collecting them yourself? This was Li Qi's advice. As a forging master, it was never others who rushed up to send materials for forging. Where was the reason for a forging master to collect materials by himself? Hearing such a voice, Qin Fang felt quite foolish all of a sudden. Qin Fang returned to the 10,000 empty alley auction house and began to forge frantically, seeking to purchase all kinds of gold-grade materials, which can be converted into fine gold-grade and gold-grade equipment on a priority basis. With this message, Qin Fang sent it to all the guild leaders. In an instant, countless gold-grade materials were sent to Qin Fang through the form of emails. Qin Fang counted them one by one and sorted them into different categories. Xiao He had returned and left behind a large pile of gold-level materials. Under the massive pile of materials, Qin Fang closed his door. Qin Fang wanted to forge gold-grade, fine gold-grade equipment, and he had to leave behind a large enough stock. The Tree of Life, Xueqing, and Hidden Earth, on the other hand, were left free to move about without the need to be collecting legendary-grade materials. To be honest, with the strength of the three of them, they really couldn't collect legendary-grade materials. Even if Hidden Earth got a tiny clue, the price they needed to pay was simply not too horrible. Hearing Qin Fang arrange it in such a way, everyone gave up at once. Boss, what about the honor points? Give up. Since Qin Fang had said to give up, then Hidden Earth naturally wouldn't dwell on it and turned to bring the Tree of Life to brush the divine phantom copy. As for Xueqing, she quietly left without a trace. It was night. Songhai Broken Sky finally managed to catch up with Hidden Earth and managed to surpass it. Phew. Finally surpassed this brat. This depressed breath in Songhai Broken Sky's heart finally came out. These 2 days had almost caused Songhai Broken Sky to lose confidence in his heart. Every time he thought of being able to surpass, Hidden Earth was always able to surge forward. It was really disgusting. Songhai Guild is invincible. Songhai is invincible. Songhai is invincible. Such voices constantly stirred out, spreading to the entire Heaven's destiny. To be honest, Songhai Guild's execution was truly terrifying. Before Songhai had entered, other guilds could still see a little shadow. But now all the major guilds were covered by Songhai Guild, leaving them in the dark. What? Even Hidden Earth couldn't stop Songhai Guild? Teams like Hidden Earth, after all, only have 4 people. Right. The arm? How can it twist over the thigh? And Hidden Earth and the others? At most, it's a small thumbnail. Hey, letting Songhai make a splash again. I wonder if someone will break Songhai Guild's record. Regarding this result, President Songhai had already expected it. He wasn't surprised and merely replied with a sentence, "Keep it up." And so, Songhai Broken Sky had a brand new mission. The players were discussing it, when all of a sudden, a player's name rose out of nowhere, directly surpassing all of the players, ranking first, and with 10 million honor points. No one was able to surpass it for the time being. Crap. Great God. Who is this? Rainy Night. Why does this name feel so familiar? Great God. Really great God. It's amazing when you don't make a move. 10 million honor points? May I ask if player Rainy Night is a god slayer? This? How does it feel so fake? Above the list of honor points, it was clear that Rainy Night's name was ranked first. and it was flashing with a faint golden light that seemed to speak of his difference. Countless guesses flooded the players' minds, but none of them were correct. The smile at the corner of President Songhai's mouth froze and turned back to calm. What a terrifying young man. If one were to say that Songhai Guild was the top-line ceiling of heaven's destiny, then Rainy Night was like the true sky. The records created by Songhai Guild could still be cracked with effort, but the records created by Rainy Night, generally speaking, no one could break. This is the law. This man, always so strong, draft 3,000 people to break Rainy Night's record. This was the thought in President Songhai's mind and put into action. It had to be said that other guilds, other players, were stunned by such a value. One had to know that killing a black iron ranked monster was just 1 point of honor. To break 10 million. This meant that one had to kill 10 million monsters at the very least. How was this possible? Even if you take 10 honor points as an example, it would still have to be 1 million monsters. This was simply an impossible task. No matter how much the players speculated, Rainy Night ultimately didn't say a word, leaving everyone with infinite reverie. Hidden Earth, who was brushing the copy of Divine Phantom, stopped and sighed out in awe. Big brother. This is the real big brother. 10 million honor points. He simply couldn't even think about it. In an instant, Hidden Earth came out of the mood of Songhai Broken Sky overtaking him, and wanted to laugh a little. Songhai Broken Sky chasing him. Chased him very closely. But now? Can you continue to catch up? Qin Fang was forging with one mind. Not seeing such data. The scene shifted, and it was still the cold and windy endless ice plains. At the top of an iceberg, a flower that could not be described in words bloomed. Facing the cold wind, it opened proudly. Rainy Night easily picked this ice flower and personally handed it to Lightning, adding a few more points to her beauty. Thank you, brother. Rainy Night. Lightning Row departed. After they left, the perspective was pulled away, and it wasn't hard to see that a huge corpse was lying quietly on top of the iceberg. This was perhaps the source of the 10 million honor points. This corpse, which seemed to be of a high level, was not refreshed. Chapter 199 Furiously brushing the grievous spirit copy. The matter of the honor points came to an end for now. As for how Rainy Night had killed this huge monster, no one knew. 12 o'clock at midnight. Qin Fang, the Tree of Life, and Hidden Earth entered the grudge spirit copy on time. Hidden Earth. Little tree. Let's try to settle this copy within 6 hours before the night grows long. Qin Fang wanted to end this copy quickly and take this land into his own hands. The value of this land was extremely high, and this was something that Qin Fang was saving for a rainy day. If he was unable to forge equipment for 3 years, then that was considered to have completely swung the pendulum and would lose any source of income. And the hardest point? It was the fact that when Qin Fang returned from killing the Dark God, his attributes would drop to the extreme. And this copy, potentially, would pass him by. Worse still, the special scenario of this quest would trap them for a long time, causing this copy to become someone else's possession. All of these issues were taken into consideration by Qin Fang. 6 hours? Would it be too tight? Boss. Hidden Earth's confidence wasn't too high. After all, it was a whole 18 floors. If one wanted to complete it, one would have to brush 6 floors today. Even if Hidden Earth had obtained the Spiteful Spirit Blessing Necklace, he was still a little weak at heart. We can do it. Qin Fang spat out these words and waved the forging hammer in his hand. That is, he entered the second layer. Inside the second level, inside the small, closed black room, 7 hanging strongmen jumped down from the top of the ropes, joining in the procession of decapitating Qin Fang. The Hidden Earth. Qin Fang and the others had long since brushed up to the 80th floor. The damage suffered was reduced by 80%, and the damage dealt was increased by 80%. This was a very terrifying boost. Qin Fang directly transformed into a butcher and rushed into the spiteful corpses, with 30,000 additional strength attributes and an amplitude of 80%. In the end, Qin Fang's flat A damage got 50,000, triggering a blitz. A proper 100,000, 200,000. With such high damage, it directly stunned Hidden Earth. Maybe it was really possible. What about Hidden Earth? With a damage amplitude of 180%. It wasn't even close to Qin Fang's damage. But the most eye-opening thing was taking the damage. Because of the grievance necklace. When Hidden Earth was attacked, instead of dropping blood, on the contrary, It was also dabbing and adding blood. This motherfucker was simply a bug. Seeing this, Qin Fang could only let out a sigh. This thing. Indy couldn't come. He could, right now, only lament that. Thankfully, Hidden Earth was in his camp. Otherwise, to be honest, this 100,000 copper coins was really not a loss. This should be one of the investments that Qin Fang gained the most from. There's a show. Hidden Earth probably didn't even think to himself that he would be able to be so noob. Tree of Life, you guys are like this? It looks like I'm nerdy. Hidden Earth didn't need to reply. And Qin Fang. His positioning was too good. His damage was too high. And it was almost impossible for these Essence Gold level grievance monsters to deal any damage to him. In desperation, the Tree of Life had no choice but to change its position to hold the scepter in its hand, as if it was holding a burning stick, and join the battle. Although the damage dealt was low, it was still better than nothing. Qin Fang was all shocked by such a violent woman. Originally, brushing the grudge spirit copy had left Qin Fang still pondering whether or not to bring the Tree of Life. After all, this copy was still quite scary, and it wouldn't be good if it scared the Tree of Life. But now, the Tree of Life seemed to be more adaptable than the two of them. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, to be able to survive in the end of the world, which one would be afraid of ghosts? Grievous spirits? Not as good as the human heart. In just 10 minutes, Qin Fang and Hidden Earth had cleared this level. There were no drops. Only double the experience value. Ding! Congratulations to the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house for successfully clearing the second level of the Grievance Spirit copy. Such a system tone rang out, recalling a burst of murmuring voices within Tianyang town. This speed? Is it winged? Damn me. I wouldn't dare to brag like this even if I were bragging. The second level? That fast? If I remember well, there should be 7 bosses on the second level. If you have a legendary forge hammer, you can do it too. If you have epic grade equipment, you're good too. It had to be said that the players were sour in the face of such system beeps. Bastard Sky was undoubtedly the most surprised because they were also brushing the hangman on the second level. There were enough 7 hang ghosts to make Bastard Sky's team run into a problem. 3 people? Against 7 Essence Gold level bosses. Even if the attributes of these bosses weren't too strong, it would be impossible to succeed at all. Bastard Sky and the others were being beaten back. But then, they heard the news that the player I had succeeded. This? 10 minutes? Only 10 minutes? I remember yesterday. Player me also completed the first level at the last second. This? So fake. Chairman, why don't you ask Player Jin about his secret? Maybe you'll be able to get something out of it. Right. Chairman, with such a fast speed, Player me definitely has a secret. Hearing such a voice, Hegemony was silent for a while before finally deciding to dial the communication. Ding. Player Batian requests communication. Reject. Qin Fang chose to reject it at the first opportunity, and then traded the equipment ordered by Hegemony to Hegemony. When Bartian heard the system beep of the transaction, he froze, understanding that Qin Fang had misunderstood him. But he was unable to refute it. Didn't pick up the communication. Bartian and the other 3 had no choice but to continue brushing hard. 10 minutes later, Qin Fang and the others once again cleared the 3rd level. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd level of the Grievance replica. Is it a communication within Tianyang town? Faced with such an inquiry, Qin Fang thought about it and decided to give up. This big night? It was better not to stimulate this group of ordinary players. What if stimulating the hearts of this group of players to explode? This would not be good. Hidden Earth. Qin Fang still underestimated his operation, strength, and the dreadfulness of the grudge blessing. In just 2 hours, Qin Fang and the others had cleared 10 layers. There were still 8 layers left. That was considered to be completely cleared. No matter what. This speed? It was terrifying. Too top. Really too top. Boss. Overachieving. The Tree of Life. Hidden Earth were all very excited. As for Qin Fang, he was calm. Quickly go and rest. After saying these words, Qin Fang namely exited the game. The body was very relaxed, but the spirit was very tired. This feeling, it was very bad. Qin Fang slightly exercised twice, so that his body also felt a certain amount of exhaustion. Ate his dinner, and prepared to sleep. Xiao He quietly curled up in the corner of the wall, eyes closed, silently enjoying a moment of peace. The Sky City quietly crossed over from the firmament, like a perpetual motion machine, running non-stop. The Sky City was so huge that it could undoubtedly be seen from any position. In the past, Black Widow would not raise her head to look at the Sky City. But tonight, she watched silently. In her heart, a flutter that shouldn't belong to her surfaced. She'd also like to climb up to the Sky City to take a look. A kind of moving heart called ambition was stirring. The second day, Qin Fong logged into the game. Ding. Welcome back to Celestial Destiny. Ding. Enjoy your game. After waking up from his sleep, Qin Fong ate breakfast. He logged into the game again and started forging equipment. Chapter 200, Passing the 11th level. Qin Fong used the materials in his hands to start forging equipment, cherishing the last moments. At 8 in the morning, Qin Fong received a list of materials from Shui Qiner for him to prepare. As Qin Fong viewed these materials, a look of embarrassment appeared above his cheeks because he didn't recognize any of these materials. Not even these words. Is it important? Qin Fong inquired. So, it should be able to help you in your mission. To a certain extent. After all, I also want to contribute. Hearing such words, Qin Fong namely stopped saying anything else and prepared to collect them for Shui Qiner. Upgrade as soon as possible to level 25. Qin Fong had prepared a set of Essence Gold grade equipment for the Tree of Life. But the Tree of Life's level was still not enough. The Tree of Life, Hidden Earth, began to frantically brush copies and level up. The second day passed quietly. 12 o'clock at midnight. Qin Fong and the others once again entered the grudge copy. Ding. Welcome to the 11th level of the grievance copy. Qin Fong and the others opened their eyes and saw a black fog that filled the entire scene. And within the black fog, countless mournful cries were emitted, making one's scalp numb and sending shivers down one's spine. When Qin Fong and the others saw the scene, they immediately understood who the boss of this level was. It was a group of young girls who had a very miserable life. They, brutally killed by this monster, who then forcefully sewed their corpses together, combining them to become one of the most terrifying monsters. No. Or artifacts. A work of art that belonged uniquely to the monster. The black mist shielded Qin Fong and the other senses, and the monster took the opportunity to start attacking. As the attack got closer, Qin Fong also saw this one monster. It was a large orb, except that there were countless arms, thighs, and even heads stitched on top of the orb. All of these heads were still alive, with their eyes open, glaring fiercely at Qin Fong and the others, as if they wanted to eat them alive. And on the monster, a black aura of resentment rushed through the sky. Qin Fong checked some attributes. Su was a monster composed of 99 victims, so the monster's attributes were very high. Hidden Earth was still in the lead, not defending in the slightest, wielding an epic dagger in his hand as he charged. Qin Fong's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of intolerance surfaced in his heart. These young people? Just how much had they gone through? The Tree of Life, on the other hand, closed her eyes for the first time. She couldn't bear to look. She really didn't dare to look. Cruel. This was the cruelest level she had ever experienced. Sending you all to rest in peace. Qin Fong roared out. The forge hammer in his hand crazily blasted towards their heads. High amounts of damage constantly bursting out. Ah. These monsters could only emit meaningless syllables, as if they were animal roars. If one looked closely, one could not tell that their tongues had been cut out. Thud. Thud. Knock. Qin Fong continuously knocked out these heads, causing them to turn into pieces. Caw. Snap. Purple thunder skills fell, covering all of the monsters, causing their wails of pain to intensify. After fighting for 15 minutes, Qin Fong and the others managed to decimate this monstrous monster. Vomit. Hidden Earth was the first to hold back and started vomiting, followed by the Tree of Life. Above the ground, countless maggots were crawling around. It was very disgusting. Yellowish-green colored liquid was like a riverbank breaking down. It kept gushing out. The most crucial thing was the fishy smell. This smell was like the smell of fermented stinky tofu, rotten eggs, dung, and other substances that had been fermented for 10,000 years and fused together. Eventually, Qin Fong couldn't help himself and started to vomit. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 11th level of the Grievous Spirit Replica. Is the Tianyang town informing you? Ding. Since you have not made a choice for a long time. To automatically inform. Xin Fang, who was in the process of vomiting, felt like he was almost vomiting his guts out. So he did not pay attention to this system beep. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Ding. Congratulations to the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house for successfully clearing the 11th level of the grievance replica. Such a system beep sounded, and the entire People's Heavenly Sun town was plunged into a deathly silence. Honestly speaking, because of the existence of this copy, it was born to delay the sleep of the players in Tianyang town for 2 hours. Nowadays, no one wanted to miss out on this double experience value. Almost 80% of the players in the entire Tianyang town were brushing this grievous spirit copy. But the problem that everyone encountered was the same. Difficult. Very difficult. Tonight is the third night. The guilds that brushed fast, for example, the Bastardly Heaven Guild, past the second layer, is now hovering in the third layer. Want to completely pass, at least need 18 days. As for the other guilds, they are still on the second level. After all, not all of them are like Qin Fang and Hidden Earth. They have epic level and legendary level equipment. After all, not all of them had the same god level skills as Qin Fang. The first level? Relatively simple. For the strong. Nowadays all to pass the first level. But this was also a missed opportunity to brush the grudge blessing. Among these strong people, it was nothing more than brushing the first level. 2 levels, and more. It was impossible. On the contrary, for a portion of the weaker players, there were still more grievance blessings to brush. And some players with sharp senses were even able to clearly feel the monsters reduce damage to themselves. But this? What's the use? It doesn't change anything at all. It's still impossible to pass the level. Especially in this grudge spirit copy, there existed a limit on the number of deaths. Every night, if you die 3 times, you will be kicked out of the replica 3 times. That is, you cannot re-enter. You can only wait for midnight tomorrow. This makes a whole lot of players criticize. After all, such a difficult copy? Who cannot die? Outside of the spiteful spirit copy, this villa area, countless players piled up together, discussing and sharing. How do I pass this second level? It's so hard. It feels like, yeah, we've all died for the second time. And it's only the 11th minute. This just isn't a copy we've died our hands on. Even though there's a lot of experience? If we can't pass the level, where's the experience? Pawn. This rubbish game. You guys? Where are all the other guilds? This grudge spirit copy was not designed with a clearance list, allowing players to know at a glance which team was the fastest. Wanting to know which team had passed? One could only listen to the system beeps. Ding. Congratulations to the Annihilation Guild. They have successfully cleared the third level. The news that Annihilation Guild had cleared the level immediately surprised the players. Third level? I didn't hear it wrong. Crap. Is Annihilation Guild even this deep? Yeah. That's something. The gossip is that the Annihilation Guild has been researching this villa area for a long time. And with such speed, they don't have to worry in the slightest. Is that so? These big guilds, they're all hiding secrets. The players began to pass the gossips amongst themselves on a small scale, and were all interested at once. It's still my Annihilation Guild that's mighty. I wonder if the so-called number 1 guild in Tianyang town, Bastard Heaven? Which level has it reached nowadays? Who knows? I guess it's still at the 3rd level. The members of the Annihilation Guild suddenly branched out. Chapter 201 Research Results. The Annihilation Guild had managed to take first place in this competition with great difficulty. Could it still not make people proud? One must know that because the Annihilation Guild had been pulled into the blacklist of the 10,000 Alley auction house. The overall equipment of the Annihilation Guild was a little worse in terms of quality. But also fearing that it was a little bit worse, the Annihilation Guild had also become number 1. This was something to be very proud of. The overwhelming guild is so well prepared. But it's only second. Yeah. It's simply weak. Hee. Within this Heavenly Sun town, we still have to look at my Annihilation Guild. Facing such players from the Annihilation Guild, the players from the Hegemony Guild couldn't say a single word. What else could they say? Saying anything was nothing more than proving that they were weak. I wonder where the so-called #1 expert, Hidden Earth, player me, and the others have brushed to? It wouldn't still be on the 3rd floor. At this moment, a player from the Annihilation Guild, who seemed to have drifted off, actually mentioned Qin Fong and the others. As if in response to this Annihilation Guild player, the system beep sounded, and the entire Tianyang town suddenly fell silent. I'm really laughing my arse off. Griffin's actually mocking the giant dragon in the sky. Yeah. Why don't you guys ask again? The 11th floor. The Annihilation Guild's players are stupid. The players frantically dissed the Annihilation Guild. And it was a way to get out of the way. After all, earlier, this condescending expression of Annihilation Guild had really upset the players. So now, countless players towards this Annihilation Guild began a wild bombardment. Let them dizzy drill set. For a time unable to refute, the players of the Annihilation Guild closed their mouths, their faces reddening. This feeling of being slapped in the face at the speed of light was simply driving everyone crazy. At this moment, an emotion called loathing spread continuously in the hearts of the Annihilation Guild players. Terrifying as hell. Players like me surprisingly cleared the 11th level. Yeah. This is unbelievable. How could they be so fast? Holy shit. I don't believe it. This is too fake. Yeah. We're still at the first 2 layers. But player me and the others? Surprisingly, they've already reached the 11th and 1st floors? This middle split really makes people despair. After the players finished mocking the Annihilation Guild, more of them were surprised. Surprised that Player Jin had swiped the map so quickly. You guys say? Does Player Jin and the others have some special method? I also feel that. Otherwise, how could they be so fast? You guys say? Is there a possibility that it's open? Such an argument made people roar with laughter. Open hanging? That's a word from a long time ago. Basically, impossible to realize. Fate of Heaven was the biggest AI, and could be considered a second world. Within such a game, wanting to appear to hang, then the game closing down? Much more difficult. The frontier echelons of the major guilds were silent when they heard such a system tone. This, if we say that player me and the others don't have stealth, this group of people died not believing it. Hegemony wanted to contact Qin Fong for the 2nd time, wanting to purchase the secrets in Qin Fong's hands. But in the end, it was still rejected by Qin Fong. Are you kidding me? At a moment like this? How could Qin Fong possibly sell his big head because of a small profit? Batian sighed helplessly, putting himself in Qin Fong's shoes. Perhaps he wouldn't be willing to part with it either? Hegemony also did not blame the player me more. Can only be a helpless sigh. But Qin Fong did not sell his senses. Other players? There were also capable people. For example, right now, an article titled How to Quickly Brush Grudge Spirit Copies instantly topped the boards above the Tianyang towns. For a time, countless players from Tianyang town spent copper coins to purchase this article. The article was priced at 100 copper coins. Not too high and not too low. But it was instantly bought out. In just 10 minutes, 300,000 copies were sold, directly allowing the author to achieve financial freedom. This way of coming into money was so fast that even the author himself had a sense of impracticality. This piece of article was very simple. Nothing more than quoting 2 arguments. Countless pictures to verify. In the first picture, it was obvious that the damage was high. But as time went on, the monster's damage to him became lower and lower. Even if the decrease in damage was only a few points at a time, it was still captured by this player, and eventually became an article. At first, I thought it was the increasing number of times we entered the copy that gradually reduced the damage the monsters dealt to us. But what? That's not the case. I begged nearly 300 players to confirm that some of their damage had been reduced, and some hadn't, and there was no doubt that this argument was wrong. So I ventured to surmise that it should be a problem with the gargoyles. And I suspected that on these gargoyles, there was something present. I began a comparative experiment. This time, at the very least, an experiment with 100 people. Below, then, are the pictures. This creator of the article directly threw out before and after damage comparison pictures of 100 people. These pictures were so intuitive that even a fool would be able to read them. So, my final conclusion is, slaying the minions summoned from the first level is the key to clearing the entire grudge copy. As for how many to brush, there is no argument yet. So please look forward to the next article. Argumentative additions, player we, player Hidden Earth and others. In terms of their strength, it is impossible to break through the first layer also need 2 hours. I suspect they discovered this argument a long time ago and put it into practice. That's why they were able to pass the level so fast. It had to be said that this player's entire thought process was very clear, and with countless pictures testifying to each step. With players involved, the credibility was extremely high. Wanting to complete such an argument? At the very least, it cost hundreds of thousands of copper coins. After all, this world, do not give money? Who wants to help you do it for nothing? The most crucial thing is that the argument supplement became the last straw that crushed the camel. The players within the town of Tianyang all believed it. Right. I should have thought of it. Why player me? Hidden Earth will fumble for so long in the first layer. Player me. Hidden Earth dawdled within the first layer for a long time before taking flight. Grass. How insidious. Why didn't you inform us? This is the result of someone's own research. Why would they inform you? It's really funny. But it doesn't matter now. Let's continue. The players sighed that the copper coins were not a loss. Bastard also finally knew the crux of the matter. As for how to start over, it wasn't difficult for the guild's players. All that was needed was to regroup, re-enter the ground floor, and start brushing. Thus, a new round of teaming up began. As for Qin Fong and the others, on the other hand, they had cleared the 12th floor. On the 12th floor was a group of pale-faced children. Very tender children. And amongst them, the method of death varied. Some were drowned, some choked to death, and some burnt to death. All in all, very miserable. Uncle and Auntie, we are in pain. Are you able to give me your bodies? Yes, Uncle and Auntie. I'll treasure it. Sister, come play with me. Chapter 202, The King of Spitefulness. These voices were full of childish fun, but they also made one feel a chilling coldness that sent chills down one's spine. Within the large room, it was very miserable. And what about the reflection? At the very least, more than 100 children, each from the aura. All are fine gold level boss. Boss, how to kill this? Hidden Earth swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His heart fuming. This? More than 100 essence gold level children? How high the damage must be, even if he was unharmed. What about the Tree of Life? Boss? Wouldn't it die quickly? Qin Fong also detected a hint of something wrong. If this was more than 100 essence gold level monsters, not to mention Qin Fong and the others, how would other teams play? Hidden Earth. Kill the last one. Qin Fong used his divine level detection skill and instantly saw something fishy about this. These 100 were so children, like puppets, although they also possessed essence gold level strength. They were very naive and stupid. Whether it was their attack power or their movement speed, they were all a bit slow. In the center of these children, there is a fair-skinned child. This child is out of place with the surrounding children, playing with toys in his hands, a small shovel, pushing the sand, very engrossed. The body of this beautiful child. There is no wound. Do not know how to die. This clean-cut child was the real boss. From his body, countless threads emerged connecting to the bodies of these puppets. Name, King of Grievances. Description, the existence with the deepest grievances amongst the children killed, drawing on the grudges of other children to become the King of Grievances. The four-dimensional attributes were very high, and the skills were also very perverse. Skill 1, Grievous Spirit Self-Explosion. Skill 2, Grievous Spirit Shock. Skill 3, Grievance Spirit Breaking. Qin Fong. Hidden Earth immediately crossed over so many puppets and began to attack this King of Grievances. The King of Grievances seemed to not be able to perceive Qin Fong, Hidden Earth's attacks, and did not panic in the slightest, still quietly piling up the sand, as if it could not perceive anything in the outside world. In the next instant, Qin Fong's attack fell, blasting straight at the top of the King of Grievances' head. The sound of breaking air rang out. Qin Fong's attack did not land on top of the head of the King of Grievances, but instead landed on top of the head of another essence gold level child. Ka! Zong Tu's attack landed with an equally high damage burst. This child who had been burnt to death by fire was like dry carbon, without a trace of moisture in his eyes, staring straight at Qin Fong. Hidden Earth. Grinning. All of them were blackened stone charcoal. minus 19,874, minus 58,739. The damage was quite high to a point, but it made Qin Fang sigh in his heart. This was the fifth skill of the King of Grudge's shifting shape, able to change position with these children as they wished. Cooldown, 1 second. Such a cooldown meant that Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, and the others needed to kill all of the Essence Gold rank children. Otherwise, they would never be able to touch the corner of the King of Grievances. Boss, do it. Zong Tu was the first to adjust his mindset away, ready for a protracted battle. These children all seemed to be very Buddhist, except for a few very violent ones who took the initiative to attack Qin Fang and Zong Tu. Other than that, all of them were playing their own games. Qin Fang and Zong Tu could only kill these cranky ones first, letting them die and turn them into huge amounts of experience value. Dang. After these children died, they exploded. Qin Fang was in a sorry state, but Zong Tu said that he could withstand another wave. After all, it was harmless to him. And the green light flickered, making him feel refreshed. The other children? On the other hand, they were playing with themselves. Qin Fang, the Hidden Earth, found one of the children and began to send her to the afterlife. This was a girl who had frozen to death, covered in ice all over her body, shrinking to the side, her body trembling unceasingly. She looked towards Qin Fang. Zong Tu's eyes were filled with woodenness, and did not resist, allowing Qin Fang, Zong Tu's attacks to fall on her body. In a short while, Qin Fang, the Hidden Earth, killed it, reaping huge amounts of experience value. Whoosh! The Tree of Life's level soared to 25. Hidden Earth's level also arrived at level 28. What a terrifying amount of experience value. If we brush them all, how can we not go up another level? Hidden Earth muttered under his breath, shocked by the massive amount of experience value. At this moment, Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, seemed to realize that this layer was just giving away experience value. There seemed to be a lot of bosses, but nearly 80% of them were not actively attacking. Some, even when they died, they did not resist. But some others, it was Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, who took the initiative to attack. They namely began to resist. But this, it couldn't change the end of death. The Tree of Life felt very bored, flipped open the Top Priest Operation video, began to watch and study. Operation, smooth away the position. These are the basics. Second, third, the fourth. As time continued to pass, Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. 1 hour. Finally, they had killed all of the 100 or so Essence Gold level bosses and harvested a full 2 levels of experience value. It was important to know that this was Hidden Earth's level reached level 29, nearly a hair short of becoming a level 30 player. Above the leveling list, Hidden Earth was still leading the way. As for the Tree of Life, it had also reached level 27, and was now the first female player with a high level in Heaven's Destiny. Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, placed his eyes on the last boss, the King of Grievances. This King of Grievances, from the beginning to the end, never watched the battle. It seemed that in his eyes, there was only this small shovel toy. He was indifferent to the death of these puppets. When all the ghosts died, the King of Grievance finally took the small shovel and got up from the sand pile. His eyes seemed to carry infinite wisdom, as well as the dead silence, to step to the side of the Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth, a little surprised. This King of Grievances? Surprisingly. Is it intelligent? Boss, should we make a move? Zong Tu asked Qin Fang with his eyes if he was going to make a move. Qin Fang silently shook his head. Hidden Earth. As if he had triggered a brand new scene. As if a quest would be generated. Your bodies? There is our flavor. So I have not attacked you. This King of Grudges seemed to be explaining. Hidden Earth silently nodded in a knowing manner. May I ask, do you have anything else? Zong Tu spat out these words under Qin Fang's guidance. I have 2 more requests that I hope you can agree to. If you do, it's fine. The King of Grudges gave off a feeling of calmness, as if he looked down on everything. But this? Very much at odds with his age. Please say. Zong Tu pondered for a moment, but agreed to help him. My first request. Please help me find my father and give him this small shovel. And I think that he will understand everything. I remember where my father was. A sea of ice cream flowers. Where? All are wandering with ice cream flowers. Saying that, The King of Grudges handed over the extremely well-preserved small shovel car in his hand, solemnly handing it over to Hidden Earth. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the prop. Perfect grade small shovel cart. Prop's introduction. A birthday gift from a father to his son. Full of his father's love. However, it is full of resentment due to the long period of resentment erosion. Please treat it with caution. Chapter 203. The 17th floor. Quest duration, none. Quest reward, none. I can't promise you anything. But I think my father will be able to give you what you want. The King of Grudges spat out these words before looking expectantly at Hidden Earth. Good. Zong Tu agreed to this request from the King of Grievances. Iceling flower? Qin Fong quickly searched in his mind, trying to pinpoint this area. However, after pondering for a long time, Qin Fong could not think of where this location was. There was no choice but to give up. What about the second request? Hidden Earth put this perfect little shovel into his backpack and began to ask about the second request. The second request. I hope that you will be able to kill the mastermind behind this resentful villa, so that our souls can rest in peace. This request? Hidden Earth agreed. Thank you. Ding. You have successfully received the object-level quest. Help the King of Grievances to find his lost father, and help the King of Grievances to free himself. Such a system tone rang out. As for the quest reward, there was none. There is nothing I can do to help you. I hope that this equipment can be of help to you. From within himself, the King of Grudges drew out a scarlet-colored skeleton, as if it were a spinal bone, and handed it over to Hidden Earth. As for him, he silently fell limp on the ground, as if he had been drained of everything, and instantly fell into weakness. I hope you help me. This child silently looked at Zong Tu, and a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. It was the smile of relief. Zong Tu nodded solemnly. In the end, this King of Grievances transformed into a faint cloud of smoke and silently dissipated into thin air. Ding! Congratulations on gaining experience value. The massive amount of double experience value allowed Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, to level up once again. Boss? You say this quest? Will there be something fishy about it? Hidden Earth had a feeling in his heart that there was always something wrong with this quest. Give me the small shovel from earlier. Qin Fong silently looked at this small shovel, wanting to probe him. Ding. Probing completed. Ding. Is the result viewed? Viewing. The results of the appraisal were as usual. No different from earlier. Although it was no different, Qin Fong still threw it into the ring given by the God of Light. This ring? There must be something fishy about it. This little shovel. There must be something fishy about it as well. If that's the case, then let the two go and touch each other. Qin Fong threw it in, and the level no longer bothered about it. As for what consequences would be triggered, no one could tell. Ding. Is it entering the next level? Ding. Is it Tianyang Town informing? Yes. Yes. Qin Fong chose to inform as much as he could, so that the players within the Tianyang Town would be envious. Boss. Look. Hidden Earth took a break and saw this piece of article that had been posted earlier. Within the article, it clearly elaborated on how to quickly brush the Grievous Spirit copies. Hidden Earth was startled. This article? Could it be that the boss had posted it? Qin Fong looked at it silently, and after a long time, he gave an opinion. It looks like we have to brush it quickly. 13th floor. Continue. With the last 15 minutes of time left, Qin Fong got serious. To be honest, before ever seeing this piece of writing, Qin Fong didn't care and was even a bit lax. After all, his advantage was really too great. But now, Qin Fong was a little anxious. Really anxious. Ding. Congratulations to the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house for clearing the 12th floor. Such a system tone rang out, immediately causing the players to be surprised. Hee hee. Not right, Why player me and others? It took such a long time for the party to clear the 12th floor? This was the point where players were amazed. Mind you, player Jean's brush was very swift. Just 10 minutes can pass a layer. But now, it is a full hour. Fong just passed the 12th layer. There must be some kind of catnip hidden again. Right. What exactly is player me doing? This 12th floor. There might be a secret to killing the final boss. The players weren't stupid either. Qin Fong's secret of staying on the first layer was now being revealed. Then the secret of staying on the 12th floor? What was it again? Faced with such a voice, The players couldn't wait to enter the so-called 12th layer to see what secrets were hidden here. Players do not know. This 12th floor is not hiding a secret, but contains an infinite crisis. These Essence Gold level bosses did not attack Hidden Earth, Qin Fong and the others, but because of the efficacy of the Grievance Blessing Necklace. As for other players entering, there might be some kind of nurturing situation. It might just collapse and kill all the players who entered it. The author who compiled this article, hearing such a system tone, he couldn't wait to enter the so-called 12 floors and take a look. But with his current speed, if he wanted to successfully crack the secrets of the 12th floor, it would have to be 5 days later at the very least. AI. This player could only let out a powerless sigh. To be honest, Qin Fong sincerely admired this player who compiled the manuscript. This person was really idle. Batian had already finished regrouping and continued brushing the first layer. 3 guns, Phoenix and the rest had all completed regrouping and started brushing the first layer. As for the president of the Annihilation Guild, he kept cursing the player who compiled the script. Wasn't this a brain-dead person? Why did the Annihilation Guild brush fast? It was because they had also researched the so-called brokenness and knew the secret. Originally, Annihilation was thinking of eating alone. But now, it found out that the secret had been made public. This? Simply unbearable. Annihilation suspected that the person who compiled this manuscript was a member of the Annihilation Guild. Otherwise, definitely wouldn't have leaked it. Annihilation began to look into it. Qin Fong glanced at the time. There were still the last 40 minutes left, so he should still be able to break through the 13th level. What about the 13th level? Very simple. A skinny man, covered in wounds, eventually died. Qin Fong. The Hidden Earth managed to kill it and enter the 14th level, 15th level, 16th level, the 17th floor. Each layer of the Essence Gold level bosses made Qin Fong feel a refreshing sensation. Each layer of the bosses showed them novel ways to die. Essence Gold level Bo SS with very strong attributes. In 40 minutes time, Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life had successfully cleared the 17th layer, and were only 1 level short of breaking through the entire Grievance copy. Victory, it seemed, was within reach. Player Jin has successfully cleared the 17th floor. Hey, people are still short of the last level. We are still at the first level. Terrible. Terrible. The players exclaimed one after another. Ding. You have been kicked out of the copy. Boss? Rest early. Qin Fong. Rest early. Qin Fong. Hidden Earth. And the Tree of Life exchanged a good night before exiting the game. On the 18th floor, no one knew what was going on. Didn't know it was the final boss? No idea? 2 hours tomorrow night? Will it be possible to clear the 18th floor? Chapter 204 Heavenly Chance Pavilion. 17th floor? What a fast speed. I'm now 100% certain that there must be something on the 12th floor. Right. We should know that according to our deduction. The further back we go, the stronger the monsters are. Player, we must have got some kind of chance on the 12th floor. That's why we were able to go so fast. Agreed. That must be it. The players were red-eyed wanting to know the secrets of the 12th floor. Qin Fong was indifferent to this. Exiting the game, Qin Fong quietly looked at the entire town while preparing dinner. The calm before the storm. The outbreak? It should be in these few days? The previous life? The official forces were supported, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to recapture the entire town. But the end result was that countless thugs united and eventually overthrew the officials, making this town a paradise for the thugs. It also allowed Qin Fong to successfully become a prisoner, and had no choice but to seek help from the Phoenix before being able to get away. In this life, I wonder what the final outcome will be. Qin Fong ate his dinner, taking advantage of the moonlight. The azure light flickered between his sleeves and quietly left. He had to go and make preparations for the second hand. Qin Fong was dressed in a black robe, wrapping himself up tightly, revealing only a hint of his eyes, and even wearing a little bit of extra clothes to make himself look bulging, making it impossible for people to see Qin Fong's appearance, or even recognize him from his body type. Black Widow joining forces with the official forces? It might be able to completely remove the mob's power. But where would Black Widow go from here? This was a question that could never be escaped. After all, from a strict sense, Black Widow, too, was considered a thug group. Buzzing, dark clouds covered the moonlight. also allowing Qin Fang to completely blend into the darkness. The southeastern corner of the town. This was a hidden room. An otherworldly, unique secret room hidden under the infinite ruins. No, or a bazaar, was more appropriate. Qin Fang followed the signals he had inquired about in his previous life. And before a wall, he tinkled, tinkled, tinkled rhythmically. The surroundings? No sound. But Qin Fang knew that at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were staring at him. This feeling made one's heart faintly hairy. Qin Fang casually scanned around, hiding behind cover to ensure his safety. These existences? He was able to decapitate them in the first place. But he couldn't do so. After all, behind this puppy, there existed a powerful master. Click, click. The wall cracked. A black-robed man came out from it, looking Qin Fang up and down, just wanting to reject the moment. Qin Fang's azure-colored object pointed at his head, and eventually the man granted Qin Fang entry. This secretive organization was spread throughout the land. Who knew who the master behind them was? But everyone knew in their hearts that the existence behind it was extremely terrifying. For the Thug Corps, this place is able to buy guns, ammunition. For scholars, this is the place to buy books, notes. For petty thieves, this is the place to sell stolen goods. All in all, this is a place that serves the masses. And no matter what your requirements are, they can be fulfilled here. Even if it's instantly realized in countless ways, at most 3 days, it will also be realized for you. This place is called the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Once a powerful mob group did not believe in evil, and wanted to bombard the Tianji Pavilion premises and sweep up their belongings, knowing that it was a mob group of tens of thousands of people. But the end result was the thugs group all destroyed, and Tianji Pavilion unharmed. That night, still doing business. After this, no one dared to hit Tianji Pavilion anymore. This was the destination of Qin Fang's trip. Tianji Pavilion. Click, click, click. The portal closed, and the place returned to its original state. Qin Fang followed the black robes and traveled along the dark passageway towards the bottom at a fast pace. At both ends, there was only a faint illumination of night pearls, so he couldn't really see the situation. 10 minutes. Only then did Qin Fang walk down from the long steps above and below. What met his eyes? It was the red lights and willow greenery before the earth was destroyed. Here, as if it was a small gathering group, houses built of reinforced concrete, all sorts of high-tech products, smartphones, floor-sweeping robots, etc., hit Qin Fang's nerves. This kind of thing? Where had he ever really seen it in reality? Please move on your own. Honorable guests. The location of this area was not small. So Qin Fang signaled for the black robe to leave and began to explore on his own. Stolen goods area, arms area, women's area. Qin Fang traveled above everything along the way. Each zone was a separate house, while inside the houses were dark, making one unaware of the situation inside. Escape zone. Qin Fang saw this one small house and strolled into it. This small room was only 10 square meters and was separated from the front and back. The rear? It was the members of the Tianji Pavilion. In front, it was Qin Fang. And in the middle, there was a thick wall. And in the center of the wall, there was a small opening in the tempered glass, so that sound could be transmitted. Qin Fang looked inside along the glass. It was pitch black. But the members inside? However, they were able to clearly see Qin Fang's figure. "May I help you?" A voice came out from inside the glass, taking on a mechanical quality. But if one listened carefully, it should be the effect of a voice changer. "I want to escape from this town and head to a safe place. How much is the price?" Qin Fang, hidden within his black robe, deliberately lowered his voice. "Ding. You have 3 options. First, you can choose to enter the Sky City in 1 step for 50 billion Chinese coins. Second, you can choose a safe area controlled by the official Chinese government. For example, Shangjing, 30 billion Huaxia coins. Haining, 10 billion Chinese coins. Yan'an, 20 billion coins. Thirdly, one can choose to flee to another region that possesses a mob group. Minimum price, 100 million Huaxia coins." Qin Fang's entire body felt his hair go numb after hearing all of this. The price simply shouldn't be too high. Nowadays, although Qin Fang had a certain amount of small money, Counting in tens of billions? For Qin Fang, it was really too much all. As for the third option, fleeing the area that was possessed by the mob group, wasn't he sick? By the looks of it? What was in front of Qin Fang now? There is only one way out. But Shangjing, Yanqi, these places? All of them are the biggest gathering places of the officialdom. Ordinary thug groups don't dare to approach. No, even large thug groups don't dare to approach. Ahem. This knowledge. The previous life Qin Fang agent no. Farewell. Qin Fang wanted to leave. Leave behind 100,000 copper coins in consultation fees. Qin Fang's arse had just left the bench when he heard such a voice. Qin Fang did not dare to be careless. His mind recalled a story. A previous life? Someone entered inside the Heavenly Chance Pavilion? After asking a few questions and not paying the bill, he was eventually beaten alive and thrown out. A shiver ran through Qin Fang's body. May I ask if I can use Heavenly Destiny copper coins to pay? Yes. Heaven's Destiny's copper coins were, in a certain sense, considered to be circulating currency. In that case, please wait a moment. Qin Fang logged into the game and coalesced a payment voucher in Heaven's Destiny, remembering the code before exiting the game. No. Here you go. Qin Fang handed over a series of codes to the interior. With this code, one could enter within Heaven's Destiny and exchange for 100,000 copper coins. You can go now. Waiting for a while, Qin Fang was relieved to hear such a voice. Chapter 205 Divine Grade, Heart of Gold. Qin Fang left the escape zone. At this moment, he finally knew why the escape zone location? It was empty. Because trying to escape? The price that needed to be paid was truly too great. The bigger thug groups probably knew the price they had to pay to escape this place. So this place has always been the coldest. Escape? It might as well be a fight. Qin Fang's second option was forced to abort under the pressure of reality. Qin Fang looked at the other areas, and eventually started lining up in front of the arms area. This time? It couldn't be for nothing. After waiting for 10 minutes for the 3 or 4 people in front of him to finish their purchases, it was Qin Fang's turn. The familiar scene, still with a wall separating the inside and outside, when a pretty girl's voice rang out from inside. Honorable guest, this is the list. You can take a look at it first. The prices are all noted at the back. No credit. Qin Fang took out the list and began to watch it patiently. AK-47. 6,000 huaxia coins for one. Equipped with 20 bullets. Revolver. 5,000 huaxia coins. Equipped with 15 bullets. 42 sniper rifle. 23,000 huaxia coins a hand. Equipped with 5 bullets. To be honest, the prices of these firearms were really not expensive. But the bullets were really expensive. 7.62 bullets. 25,000 Chinese coins. 5.56 bullets. 25,000 Chinese coins. So cheap? Qin Fang muttered in a small voice, and then began to quickly tick off 200 pieces of each first. I'm sorry, sir. Because of the inventory, we can only sell you a maximum of 5 pieces of each of the firearms, and 20 pieces of 7.62. 5.56 bullets. Upon hearing such a voice, Qin Fang was stunned, and then inquired, how can I buy these arms in large quantities? In order to purchase arms in large quantities, you first have to spend up to 50 billion huaxia coins within the Tianji Pavilion. Qin Fang frowned. He somewhat didn't quite understand the operation of this Tianji Pavilion. Could it be that you guys? There's still money left to be made? Qin Fang's batch of orders, if completed, would at the very least break the billion mark. But this seller? Yet, he chose not to sell, and only gave Qin Fang a share of around 1 million. Wasn't this a play? Are you sure? Sure, sir. Qin Fang confirmed again and again. And this person? Just wasn't increasing the order. Unable to do anything else. Qin Fang had no choice but to ask once again. Buy it in the name of the Thug Corps. Is it possible to get more goods? Yes, but limited to 3 types of firearms, each of which shall not exceed 100 pieces, and limited to 2 types of bullets, each of which shall not exceed 10,000. Qin Fang finished his purchase, and the final price was 13 million Chinese coins. Is it able to be delivered to your door? Black Widow mob? So much equipment. How was Qin Fang going to give it a shipment? This wasn't a game that could be loaded into a backpack. Yes, an extra 1 million transport fee. Can it be sent there stealthily? It's best if God doesn't know what's going on. Yes. Add 1 million Chinese coins. Give me a Heavenly Destiny account. I'll transfer it to you directly. Heaven's Chance Pavilion. Qin Fong logged into the game and checked this account. Full name Heavenly Chance Pavilion 48572. Ding. Is it paying 15 million copper coins? Pay. Ding. Payment successful. 15 million copper coins. Qin Fong paid with alacrity, without any procrastination. At the latest tomorrow afternoon. This batch of equipment will be delivered within the Black Widow Thug Corps. Here's the note. Tianji Pavilion? Just gave a note. As for signing a contract or something? Completely non-existent. Qin Fong could only trust Tianji Pavilion and turned around to leave. Without stopping towards the front, Qin Fong saw the information area. Here? Information that was able to purchase everything. Claiming to have everything. Walking forward, it was the Heavenly Fate area. Some of the props in the game could be purchased here. Tonight, Qin Fong had opened his eyes. Returning the same way, Qin Fong entered the Black Widow's area first, threw in one of the slips of paper, and then returned to his room to sleep. Not long after, someone delivered this note to Black Widow's hands. On top of the note were only 3 sentences. Firstly, the town is about to be in chaos. Quickly fill up the Thug Corps. Second, a shipment of arms will arrive tomorrow. Make arrangements. Third, survive the riot. Returning within the official sphere of influence, Qin Fong glanced at the door of Old Li Tu's room before abandoning this thought in his mind and returning to his own room. 3:20 in the morning. Qin Fong fell into a deep sleep. The next day, everything was as usual. As if nothing had happened. Qin Fong came out from under the covers, prepared breakfast for himself, sobbed and drank a big bowl of black porridge. And only after his stomach warmed up a little, did he log into the game. Ding. Welcome back to Heavenly Destiny. Ding. Wish you a happy game. The system beep sounded, making Qin Fong feel refreshed and start forging equipment. This might be Qin Fong's last day forging equipment. Qin Fong first forged a set of level 30 Thieves equipment for Hidden Earth, and then began to use his authority to unseal the life armor for the next stage. As for the Tree of Life's level 30 equipment, he also forged it for her, so he might be able to use it in a few days. Qin Fong silently forged the. Xiao Hei seemed to have sensed something was wrong. And today, she no longer went to devour ores. Nor did she drink and play drunk. But instead, she quietly lay beside Qin Fong's feet and watched him forge without leaving him. Qin Fong stroked Xiao Hei's fur and did not drive Xiao Hei away. Little Blackie? This was his treasure pot. Even if he was unable to forge for 3 years. As long as Xiao Hei devoured enough endless materials for him, Qin Fong would be able to rise again. Even if he didn't log into the game for 3 years. As long as he had a 100-fold return system, he would be able to gain a foothold. These few days of forging allowed Qin Fong to successfully fill up the Bright God's ring, as well as his own backpack. Inside, undoubtedly all of them were fine gold level equipment. And the lowest level? It was also a level 25 existence. This batch of equipment? That is where Qin Fong's backbone lies. Ding. Yu Zhe is requesting for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss. For last night's large transaction. May I ask what you purchased? For Yu Zhe, it was as if the money had disappeared into thin air, not transforming into any items within Heaven's mandate. After all, Yu Zhe was not in existence in reality. He could not understand the exact reason why this copper coin disappeared. I used it up. Qin Fong spoke in a cloudy manner. And Yu Zhe did not pursue the matter. Qin Fong. Follow me. Just after dealing with Yu Zhe, the teacher's voice rang out again, beckoning Qin Fong to the hidden place. This is the protective amulet I refined yesterday. Take it and use it. Li Xie took out 3 special equipment that resembled hearts with the color of gold throughout the words from within his backpack. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of Gold. Ding. Is it possible to use the divine level skill to check the attributes of the Heart of Gold? Yes. Name, Heart of Gold. Rank, Divine. Introduction. A special equipment forged by the Divine Artisan. Li Evil. Utility Profile. A special equipment forged by the Divine Artisan. Li Evil. Utility Profile. Incorporated into any piece of equipment, at least fine gold grade. It can automatically protect its owner in times of crisis, and withstand a blow from a divine spirit. This item. Qin Fong himself was a blacksmith. How could he not know the value of this item? Thank you, teacher. Qin Fang's eyes instantly became moist. Chapter 206, the 18th floor. This kind of special accessory that could be integrated into the equipment. Generally speaking, at least a legendary level blacksmith would be able to forge it. And they would not give it out easily. This thing? For Qin Fang and other players, the value may not be too high. After all, Qin Fang and the others were players. They could be resurrected after death, and could keep coming back again and again. This thing? It was nothing more than in terms of prolonging Qin Fang's time of death a little. But for the entire indigenous population of Heaven's Destiny, the price of this thing was extremely high, calculated in terms of 10 billion copper coins at the very least. And there was no market for it. Each heart of gold, for them, was considered a life. It's all about Li Xie's strong bond of master and disciple. Qin Fang? Li Xie fancy is really want to take as the mantle to inherit the disciple. But this mission? And very serious. Serious? Qin Fang must go. Even Li Xie cannot refute. Get lost. If you scrap this time, I will pass on the true emotion forging method to you. These were Li Qi's words. Seemingly stern, but with a touch of warmth. Emotion forging method? Qin Fang had only groped for the beginning. As for the specifics, Qin Fang had yet to learn. Teacher, I will definitely scrap it. Why don't you pass it on to me now? Seeing Li Qi blowing his mustache and wanting to give Qin Fang a punch, Qin Fang immediately left with a smile on his face and started forging equipment once again. Songhai Broken Sky looked at this name of Rainy Night and fell into a deep suspicion. To surpass Rainy Night, it would take at least 15 days of light. This person? Is it really that terrifying? If one said that Hidden Earth could still catch up, then Rainy Night? It's really like a monster. It's hard to catch up. But they're still catching up. Because of Rainy Night's stats. It wasn't rising again. These days, because of the appearance of the honor system, the players were in a high mood to level up. And the rate of leveling up was 3 percentage points more than the previous 2 days. Within the Tianyang town, the Phoenix Guild was still constantly killing Essence Gold level bosses, wanting to obtain the guild token. But the other guilds within Heaven's Destiny town? Always intentionally or unintentionally blocked them. Specifically looking at the Phoenix Guild's jokes. The Phoenix Guild could only keep cursing. It could only keep cursing. But it couldn't achieve any effect. As for the members of the Phoenix Guild, they quit the guild in droves. Only some of those who had signed very harsh contracts were forced to stay. For a time, the Phoenix Guild had fallen from a top guild with no second place in the limelight to a third-rate, no, fifth-rate guild. Players who were new to Tianyang Town? They hadn't even heard of the Phoenix Guild. And even if they casually listened to a sentence, it was treated as a joke, and became the capital of everyone's conversation and laughter. Thus, the Phoenix Guild was getting weaker and weaker. Correspondingly, Batian Guild, Three Guns Guild, etc., were getting stronger and stronger. After all, there were more and more players within Tianyang Town. There were players who didn't like the life of the guild, but there were also players who liked the life of the guild. After all, not everyone. All as powerful as Qin Fang. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life formed a 2-person squad and started brushing the Ice God's phantom copy. Inside the 6th floor of the Ice God's mirage copy. Hidden Earth. Do you know how old the captain probably is? The Tree of Life was still curious about Qin Fang's age. Qin Fang's face? It looked very young. As if he was a young man in his 20s. But his behavior was as if he was an old man. I don't know. But it should be older. Zhang Tu had a rough estimation of Qin Fang's age in these days together, and estimated that he was in his 40s. I feel the same. Calling me little tree? And so natural. It should be older than me. After a while, the Tree of Life no longer dwelled on this point, and continued to ask. Hidden Earth? Did you feel that? The captain has a bit of a crush on Yukari. In her spare time. As a qualified female. The Tree of Life's heart for gossip blazed. Felt it all. Hidden Earth wasn't blind. He had seen it long ago. I feel like the boss is looking at Shui Qinger's eyes all wrong. As if he's carrying light. How do you think they know each other? It feels like they're close friends, who have known each other for many years. But it's as if they've just met not long ago. It had to be said that the Tree of Life was very accurate in reading people. I don't know. Maybe they are close friends in reality. Hidden Earth said a couple of words before adding, "It's not good to talk about others behind their backs. Brush off the monsters." Hidden Earth forced an end to this topic, not discussing it with the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life sighed. Uninteresting man. Shui Qinger disappeared into thin air. No one knew her figure. Batian and the others quickly brushed the monsters and leveled up. It was night. 12 o'clock at midnight. Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life entered the middle of the Grievous Spirit copy on time. For this copy, tonight, it had to be conquered. Otherwise, when Qin Fong reappeared, there was no telling when it would be. It might be that another guild would pick the peach. Hidden Earth, strive to clear the level in one go. Little Tree, prepare to heal. This is a tough battle. Qin Fong and the others were situated on the 17th floor and began to give instructions one by one. I will. Boss. Don't worry. Captain. The three of them were ready. That is, they chose to enter the 18th layer. Inside the 18th layer, it was as if it was completely made up of black mist, and one could not reach out and see anything. A coldness swept in from all directions. Suddenly, Hidden Earth felt an undertone of fear, as if he was recalling something. Boss, this should be where the final boss is. Do you still remember that day? Endless painful memories surfaced in Zhang Tu's mind. This feeling of being dominated by fear. He really didn't want to experience it a second time. No harm done. Kill him. Qin Fong lit the torch, immediately illuminating the surroundings. But the firelight was like a flash in the pan, extinguishing in an instant. However, taking advantage of this bright light, Qin Fong and the others also saw the situation of this place. Skeletons. Endless skeletons. Underground? All piled up by skeletons. Qin Fong and the others were stepping on top of the neat skulls, and they could not even feel any clucking feet. Not far away, there seemed to be a huge coffin placed vaguely. It seemed to be made of stone, because the time was too short. Qin Fong couldn't see it too truly. Ka! The flames ignited once again. Qin Fong once again looked towards the endless darkness. It was confirmed. A huge coffin, 3 meters long and short, as if a giant was lying inside. Such a big coffin? To be honest, Hidden Earth was also frightened. How big of a corpse would this have to hold? Be careful. Qin Fong heard the slightest noise, as if it was the sound of the corpse inside pushing the coffin boards. Hidden Earth squeezed the life grenade in his hand and stood on guard. The Tree of Life, on the other hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quietly hid behind Zhang Tu. Who is it? Disturbing my slumber. The sound of bones rubbing together rang out, as if it had not spoken for a long time at the same time. Hoarse with a raw feeling, anger mixed with a hint of doubt. Chapter 207 Death Mage. Ding! The sound of gold and stone striking resounded, as if something had fallen on top of the ground. In the next second, as bright as day, a brilliant light lit up, and in an instant, the entire 18th floor was as bright as day. This was the terrifying effect of the flashbang. Qin Fong? It had been expected. This kind of copy? It was better to always bring items that illuminated all. Flashbangs? Not exactly a fire, so it was able to glow continuously. The flickering time was enough for Qin Fong and the others to see the surroundings clearly. It turned out, not only was the ground made of white bones, the walls, everything around, all of them were made of white bones. Above the walls, can even see the scene of countless living beings struggling, and eventually turned into white bones. In the central area of the 18th floor, there are 9 pillars towering, which are also arranged down according to a certain pattern, and are completely made up of ghastly white bones, so that when one looks at them, one can't help but feel numbness in one's scalp. At the center of these bone pillars was the 3-meter-long coffin, which formed a certain echo with the bone pillars, as if it was some kind of special formation that seemed to be guarding the coffin in the center. Qin Fong quietly watched and listened. The sound was transmitted from within the sarcophagus. In the next instant, a shadow, like a ghost emerging from hell, silently floated out from the sarcophagus, staring at Qin Fong and the others. Sarcophagus? It was not opened. You and the others? How dare you interfere with my resurrection? The flashbulb gradually dimmed, but taking advantage of the last light, Qin Fong could also see the shadow. The silhouette was a dry and thin old man. His muscles seemed to have been dehydrated. His overall condition was that of skin and bones. His height was only 5 feet. As if he was a skinny monkey, with a sharp mouth and cheeks. He looked like a snarky person. Qin Fang silently looked at him, puzzled in his heart. Such a small dwarf? Why should he exist within such a large coffin? Could it be that he died because he had an inferiority complex in his life due to his height, specializing in finding a huge coffin to bury? Regarding this point, the hidden earth, the tree of life, was also puzzled. Humble mole cricket, I felt my aura on your body. It seems you were once tortured by me, and you were even able to escape. By the looks of it, you are not simple either. The sharp-mouthed, monkey-like silhouette stared at Zhang Tu and vocalized thus. What you inflicted on me, I will return it 100-fold. Zhang Tu let out such a vicious sentence, and then waved the dagger in his hand, ready to see the truth underhand. Qin Fang cast the divine grade skill investigation. In an instant, he learned of the attributes of this void shadow. Wild monster template. Name, Death Mage, Shadow. Profile, a wisp of a former necromancer's soul, possessing divine wisdom. Wants to resurrect its body and descend back into this world. Level, 30. Rank, Fine Gold. Life value, 100 million. Magic value, 10 million. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 100,000. Physique, 10,000. Such attributes made Qin Fang and the others tremble with fear. 100,000 spirits? If this was converted into a skill, wouldn't it be 2 skills? Both capable of smashing Qin Fang and the others alive? Physical defense, 0. Magic defense, 10,000. Active skill 1, Death Summoning. Active skill 2, Death Fireball. Active skill 3, Death Blast. Active skill 4, Death Burst. Active skill 5, Death Recovery. The damage of each skill was terrifying. It was really a case of death by graze and injury by touch. The only good news was that this boss had 0 physical defense, which was good news. This meant that the damage dealt by Qin Fang and the others could be full damage. Pay attention to your positioning. Don't ever get sprayed by him. With this damage, 1 hit and you'll die. Even though Hidden Earth had changed into a level 30 all-around fine gold grade equipment and was confident that he had become a Blood Bowl thief, in the hands of this boss, he was able to hold out for a maximum of 3 hits. Qin Fang, the Tree of Life, on the other hand, was wearing the light armor that had been unsealed once again, and his attributes had skyrocketed. According to Qin Fang's estimation, he would be able to carry it for a maximum of 10 hits. And if he had more, he would die as well. Ding. Is it dialing player Baishan's communication? Dial? What is it? Baishan's heart still carried a touch of anger. He had called player Zhen 3 times, but they were all rejected. But now? Player Zhen's communication. Yet he had to answer it. President Batian? 3,000 perfect grade recovery potions. Price as you wish. Hearing such a voice, Batian was immediately choked. This kid really fucking dared to open his mouth. 3,000 copies? The entire Hegemony Guild wouldn't necessarily have 3,000 copies. At most 1,000 copies. Take the goods at 90% of the original price. But you have to tell me one thing. 90%? This bargain? Qin Fang definitely had to take advantage of it. What is it? If I know, I will definitely tell you everything. The first level of the grievance copy? What hidden secrets actually exist? Batian? Surprisingly, this question was asked. The corner of Qin Fang's mouth surfaced. This question? Qin Fang was familiar with it. If it was 3 days ago, Qin Fang would definitely not have informed Batian. But it was different now. If the life potion was sufficient, Qin Fang was confident that he could break through the grievance spirit copy and make it dissipate without any further concern. President Batian. The first level of the grievance spirit replica waits for him to summon monsters. And for every summoned monster that you kill, you can attach a layer of grievance spirit blessing buff, which is able to reduce the damage sustained by 1%, as well as amplify the damage by 1%. It can be iterated up to 80 times, so don't be in a hurry to get through the level. By the way, what level is President Bastard Sky on right now? The last sentence? This was Qin Fang's deliberate attempt to discuss Batian. However, after hearing it, Batian did not have any dissatisfaction. Instead, he still reported his gratitude to Qin Fang. There was no other reason. This information, to him, Batian, was very important. The information that was purchased at a cost of 100 copper coins was only known to be able to reduce damage. But the specifics? It was still unknown. When Qin Fang said this, Hegemony instantly understood everything. If possible, the Hegemony Guild might come later. Thank you for this information. The potion you need will arrive later. Qin Fang froze. This? He had pitted bastard heaven and got a thank you. Ding. Mail from Bartion. Please pay attention to it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 bottles of perfect grade resurrection potion. Remarks, below level 30. Including level 30. Can restore life value in an instant. Here. 200 bottles per person. Don't be stingy. Otherwise it's not good if you die. Qin Fang distributed the potion. And Hidden Earth grinned greatly. Ready to take it. However, the Tree of Life was able to see the price of the potion at a glance. After all, as a priest, he needed to compare himself with potions from time to time, which allowed him to accurately know his value. This perfect grade potion? If one were to calculate the price according to the market, it would be at least 5,000 copper coins, and possibly even higher. After all, this was something that had a price without a market. Captain, this potion, it's also too precious. The Tree of Life was still thinking like a small farmer. Don't worry and use it boldly. As long as we can beat this grudge copy, I guarantee that the harvest will be worth 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Don't worry. As soon as the Tree of Life heard this, the level knew that Qin Fang might have known something inside. Squatting seemed to no longer go to the province. Chapter 208 War. The potions were distributed and Qin Fang paid the copper coins. To be honest, Qin Fang's heart was very meaty, and he couldn't help but send a message to Yuze. When will our apothecary able to dispense a perfect grade recovery potion? It seemed like it was late at night. Yuze did not reply to Qin Fang. Humble ant. Go to hell. The death mage condensed a black mana ball. A pure black color without any impurities, even absorbing all the surrounding light. This mana ball, roughly the size of a raindrop, was filled with a strong aura of death, as if it was able to deprive people of their lives. Dodge. Zong Tu instantly transformed into a ghost, like a pinball, and kept dodging. For a while, he was unable to get close to this death mage. As for Qin Fang, he was frantically approaching the coffin while dodging. Qin Fang had a feeling in his heart that this coffin was the root of this time. If he was able to break the coffin, perhaps this death mage's shadow would be able to dissipate quickly. The death mage also noticed Qin Fang's pace and instantly released his second skill. Death Shock. Ka. The death attribute's spiritual impact, in the form of ripples on the surface of the lake, madly descended onto Qin Fang's body. This was a directional skill, and Qin Fang was unable to dodge out of the way. He was forced to endure this strike. Minus 120,989. A whopping 120,000 damage surfaced, causing Qin Fang's blood level to plummet. Luckily, he and the Tree of Life were life-linked together by virtue of the Light God's equipment. Otherwise, he would really hang. What a high damage. Hidden Earth's eyes went straight. Qin Fang also let out a dark sigh. The Tree of Life, on the other hand, forced down a mouthful of saliva to calm himself. That's not right. Why is the grudge blessing? Doesn't play any role? According to reason, if the grievance spirit blessing worked, if the damage was weakened by 80%, it would be impossible to cause such high damage. Is it possible? Did it not work? Hidden Earth boldly impacted towards this death mage, taking a hard wave of damage. By all rights, Hidden Earth's damage should have bubbled up with green light, allowing him to frantically regain blood. But now, instead, it was a bright red blood light, and endless pain swept through, causing Hidden Earth to quickly turn back under the pain. It's not working, although it was expected. But Qin Fang and the other side. By the looks of it, killing this boss would require real talent from Qin Fang and the others. You guys? How come you're the centurions of the God of Light? Is it hard to believe that the God of Light sent you guys? The death mage's silhouette took on a touch of worry, a hint of doubt. Under the seat of the God of Light, even a centurion was not something he could fight against. Having been favored by the God of Light, I hereby reward you with the position of centurion. Look! Qin Fang immediately had the thought of pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the banner up in his mind again, and gave this being a look at the light ring given by the God of Light. As expected, when he saw this ring, The death mage's silhouette visibly shrank back 2 steps. His heart filled with worry and fear. This, the humble human race, was really sent by the god of light? But then, a flash of resentment, as well as madness, surfaced in the death mage's heart. Rubbish human race. You guys? Become a sacrifice for my resurrection. As long as I sacrifice you all to the god of death, perhaps the glory of God will grant me a rebirth. The death mage spat out such a sentence maniacally, as if he had already seen Qin Fong and the others as the root of his resurrection. Qin Fong instantly felt that he seemed to have lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Wasn't this a botch-up? Originally, the death mage's killing intent hadn't been this strong. But now, he was determined to behead Qin Fong and the others. Pulling the big flag failed. The hidden earth flew a blank stare. The tree of life flew a blank stare. Qin Fong laughed awkwardly twice, penetrated all of the death mage's attacks, waved the dagger in his hand, and viciously stabbed at the death mage's body. Minus 85,987. The damage dealt by Qin Fong was also very high. After all, the death mage's physical defense was equal to 0. At this time, Hidden Earth also descended behind the death mage and stabbed down fiercely. Minus 123,487 strike. Blast damage. Very high. The death mage roared out in pain, and his death skills fell down like raindrops. Qin Fong took some distance from him at the first time, switched to bow and arrow, and started attacking without stopping. Hidden Earth, on the other hand, was preparing to throw out life grenades. Life, death were mutually exclusive, but they were stopped by Qin Fong with a look. This kind of great killing weapon, at the very least, could not be used now. This thing, once it was used now, the death mage would definitely make preparations earlier, and it would be difficult to make it work again. Qin Fong was prepared to take advantage of the death mage's berserkness to build up his success in one fell swoop. The bow and arrows kept on blasting, and Hidden Earth was also trying frantically at the edge of death. It had to be said that getting up close and personal with the death mage could still help Hidden Earth's operations. The Tree of Life was exhausted and kept adding blood to Hidden Earth. But his blood level, like a bottomless pit at the same time, could not reach full value no matter how much it was healed. Qin Fong's bow and arrows kept shooting out, dealing ever-increasing damage. Humble Griffin, you have completely angered me. The death mage didn't move in place. A faint black mist kept filling the air, and in the next instant, the bone pillars seemed to be resurrected as countless skeletal puppets crawled out from within them. A rough estimation. At the very least, it broke into 1,000. Poof! The time limit of the flashbang was up. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness, and only the sound of bones rubbing against bones could be heard. This sound made Qin Fong and the others shudder. Click! The flashbang was dropped again, and the surroundings were once again as bright as day. Qin Fong and the others were looking, and the terrifying skeletal silhouette had already impacted. Hidden Earth, leave it to me. You go attack the coffin. Releasing this skill, the death mage froze in place like a stone statue. Resistance increased 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Even the 0 physical defense was promoted to 100,000 at this moment. Qin Fong, Hidden Earth could not break through it all. The damage was very low. With no choice but to let Hidden Earth attack the coffin, Qin Fong could only let Hidden Earth attack the coffin. Coffin? Qin Fong still suspected that it was the death mage's weakness. Earlier, because of the level of skill being too dense, Qin Fong was never able to get close. But now, it was the perfect opportunity. Hidden Earth hid into the darkness, blending in perfectly with it as he quickly approached the coffin. In 10 seconds, Hidden Earth managed to touch the corner of the coffin, and fiercely waved the dagger in his hand, fiercely stabbing on top of the sarcophagus. Qin Fong was astonished and began to doubt Hidden Earth's intelligence. Shouldn't you open the coffin first? You have to attack the corpse inside. What are you doing now? Zong Tu laughed nervously, while trying to violently break the coffin. Thud. 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 The sarcophagus was like an inseparable whole, and it was impossible to break it open, no matter what kind of methods Zong Tu used. All of them were as usual, unable to break open. Humble ant. This coffin was forged using the legendary grade material crystal stone. Even a deity wouldn't be able to break it open with a single strike. Seemingly sensing Hidden Earth's movements, the stone-like death mage couldn't help but taunt. So, Chapter 209 Death Equipment. Hidden Earth. You lead the monsters. Hearing this, Qin Fang was simply furious. Can't break it? Then today. Have to break it open for you. Legendary grade sarcophagus. Just right? In Qin Fang's hands was a legendary grade forging hammer. Although it was now sealed. In essence, it should be a little stronger than a legend grade sarcophagus. Alright. Hiding the earth. Qin Fang quickly shifted his role. In 30 seconds, Qin Fang shifted to the front of this legendary grade sarcophagus. A hint of disdain in his face. Today, I'll blast it open for you. Qin Fang strenuously raised the legendary grade forging hammer in his hand before fiercely blasting down towards a corner of the sarcophagus. Haha. Humble ant. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? The death mage who was like a stone sculpture was still taunting Qin Fang, thinking that he was wasting his efforts. However, as this hammer of Qin Fang's fell violently, a crack appeared at the edge area of the sarcophagus. And this crack was spreading. Thud. Second hammer. Thud. Third hammer. With 9 hammers, a corner of this so-called legendary grade sarcophagus was forcefully blasted down by Qin Fang. The original perfect work of art instantly turned no longer perfect. Nothing more than that. Qin Fang mocked and started blasting once again. This time, it was the turn of the death mage, who was like a stone statue, to get anxious. The death mage who was under the summoning state could not move. But now, he could only be forced to cancel this skill. Otherwise, once the sarcophagus was broken, his resurrection plan would become a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. No longer possible. His body was the key to his resurrection. This sarcophagus could ensure that his body would not rot. But once the sarcophagus was broken, his body was exposed to the air. It would definitely rot rapidly. And ultimately his resurrection would become an empty word. How dare you? Lowly human? The death mage was infuriated, and immediately gave up his summoning state, rubbing out black skills in his hands, and frantically throwing them near the sarcophagus. This human must die. At this moment, the death mage instantly understood everything. What this humble human was actually holding in his hands was a terrifying legendary level equipment. Only legendary level equipment could break through his sarcophagus and make his heart tremble. This human? Just who was it? Facing the intensive death skills, Qin Fang simply couldn't dodge in time, and had no choice but to use the newly opened skills of his bright armor. This death mage seemed to be completely enraged. Bright invincibility. This one skill was able to keep Qin Fang in invincibility for 3 seconds. At this moment, it came in handy. As the 3 seconds of invincibility ended, Qin Fang quickly approached the death mage and attacked him in close quarters. However, if Qin Fang did not expect it, the death mage's skills continued to explode beside him. The death mage could not feel any impact, but Qin Fang suffered horrific damage. With no choice but to keep retreating, Qin Fang could only keep retreating. As for Hidden Earth, the summoning skill stopped, and Hidden Earth was instantly relieved, now hidden in the shadows, and ruthlessly gave death a blow. Dang! The death mage instantly went into unconsciousness. Qin Fang, Hidden Earth frantically attacked. When the death mage awoke from his unconsciousness, the Tree of Life threw out a demon banning skill. The death mage was in a difficult situation, unable to release all of his skills. When the effect of forbidding magic ended, what was waiting for the death mage was another control. Repeating this several times, the death mage was like a fool, standing in place and having difficulty moving. Unfortunately, by the time the crowd's control skills were all swiped, Qin Fang and the others could only endure the death mage's bombardment once again. Boss? Do you have the death mage's equipment? Hidden Earth gave Airbag a whole new thought process for once. Since this death mage has knowledge of the God of Light's equipment, then, what about his knowledge of the God of Death's equipment? This time, it was sort of a word that woke up the dreamer. Qin Fang's mind was suddenly flooded with some yellowed memories of the fixed thoughts he had previously fallen into. Right. Weren't professions like the death mages of the previous generation all committed to the embrace of the God of Death before they succeeded in their transformation? This kind of death mage transformed from a human? Their status? It seemed that it was not as good as a centurion under the banner of the God of Death. After figuring out this step, Qin Fang immediately transformed his own equipment into a set of death attribute ones. This set of death attribute equipment was still secretly refined by Qin Fang. Death armor? You? What exactly are you? The death mage perceived this set of death armor, and was immediately like a deflated ball. This thing? The fear of him was too deep to know. It looked as if the death mage was godly and powerful in front of Qin Fang as a human. But what? As in, an existence like a death mage? In front of the so-called centurion of the Death Legion? No. Even a decapod? He was also like an ant. After all, he was also just a so-called human, transformed into a death mage. In other words, also a mole cricket. The legions under the god of death? These were the direct lineage of the god of death, claiming to be the people of the god of death, carefully hatched out, and thus of extremely high status. As for death mages like this, it's the cannon fodder that is used as such. This resurrection spell is given by the god of death, allowing them to concentrate on doing things for the god of death. Even if they die, can also be resurrected. But this? Anyone with eyes can see that it's just a big cake. How many thousands of captains, and 10,000 captains had never been resurrected by the god of death? So how could the god of death resurrect a mere so-called mole cricket? It was a complete waste of energy. Kneel down. Qin Fang put on a set of the god of death's armor, and immediately started another round of pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the banner. This time, the death mage was enlightened and torn as to whether or not he should kneel down, according to the rules that the god of death had branded within his body. Seeing the 10 masters meant that he needed to kneel. But then, perhaps because of death, perhaps because of a wisp of residual thoughts, the death mage's silhouette could still struggle. In the end, he did not kneel. Instead, he looked at Qin Fang with eyes full of all the rage. This armor. You must have stolen it. Die for me. The death mage's eyes were red. This equipment? He wanted it too. Before the death mage died? Being tossed around by the so-called 10 husbandmen. 100 husbandmen. He now also wanted to wear this equipment and try it out. Just how much benefit this equipment could have. By wearing this equipment, could he also become a centurion? Qin Fang froze. This death mage? It seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Was he even able to break free? According to the script, this was the main character. Qin Fang had no choice but to wrestle with him again. However, Qin Fang realized that the damage that the death mage had inflicted on him. 0. This was the benefit of the death equipment. The death mage was able to break free from the so-called confinement, but he was unable to inflict damage on the beings wearing the death equipment. It was like the first law of robotics, never being able to harm his master. People wearing death armor must be all the children of the god of death. That's what they are. The point of this? It's also set up for humans to riot after they've been converted to become death mages and thus riot. Chapter 210, Mission Accomplished. To the Death Centurion. Death mages were nothing more than slaves, presuming to harm, to rebel against their masters? This was clearly impossible and not allowed. This kind of setting. It was very good. Qin Fang liked it very much. Being pressed by you for an hour? Now, Qin Fang could finally fight back. This time? For sure. I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Hidden Earth. Here you go. Little tree. Here you go. The death attribute equipment was thrown by Qin Fang to Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life. The duo instantly put it on and approached the death mage with a fierce smile. Now, the situation was instantly reversed. Hidden Earth. Qin Fang gave up everything, no longer going on the defensive, standing straight in front of the death mage, as if chopping at a steak, chopping without stopping. In a short while, the death mage's blood quantity was only left at 1/2. And this value was still rapidly decreasing. At this moment, the death mage was actually in a naive state. This death equipment? It was impossible that Griffin could equip it, because of the limitations of the death equipment. He couldn't even attack Qin Fang and the other 3 humble mole crickets. The death mage could only keep raging with impotent rage. But in the end, it was also just impotent rage. Remember, the one who killed you is the god of death that you have believed in all your life. Dang. The death mage's blood level dropped to 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, and 1/10. The death mage triggered the rage state, and the amplitude of attributes and such nearly doubled. But this? For Qin Fang's current Qin Fang and the others, it could not cause any damage at all. Resurrection? What a delusional thought. How Hidden Earth laughed out in shame. Killing so many living beings in a vain attempt to resurrect? It's almost impossible. The so-called resurrection is merely a trick. Do you believe it? Your body has long since rotted. Qin Fang revealed an expression that he had long known. Killing and killing. I don't believe it. How could the god of death deceive his followers? Hearing Qin Fang's words, the death mage's belief seemed to collapse. The entire person was muddled. Ahem. And it was also possible that he had entered a state of weakness. This sarcophagus of yours? Condensed with the grievances of countless living beings? Could it be that you think the grievances of these living souls would willingly keep your body intact? Under Qin Fang's divine technique, nothing was hidden. By virtue of cannon fodder like death mages? Where would he go to coalesce a legend-rank material sarcophagus? This was also one of the means of the god of death. With this special technique, it was possible to condense a legendary grade sarcophagus. But every living being that was killed by the death mage would all become the spiritual power for the god of death to get out of his trap. Everything was for the god of death's extrication. As for resurrection, it was nothing more than fabricated evidence to make these cannon fodder work harder. I don't believe it. The death mage was still unwilling to believe. Since you're unwilling to believe it, then I'll give you a chance to open the sarcophagus and witness it with your own eyes. The death mage pondered for a long time, checking his own state. The current him? Only one final blow away from being killed. In that case, might as well check it out. The death mage stepped aside from the sarcophagus, allowing Qin Fang to use the forged hammer in his hand to blast this piece of sarcophagus. Dang! The sarcophagus shattered, and the fine slag was forged into fine powder, revealing a body inside that had long since decayed. And even the white bones? All of them had already turned gray and white and were about to decay. Such a situation? At once, the death mage froze. Immediately, as if he had gone crazy, he laughed out loud. His persistence. It turned out to be all flowers in the mirror. The moon and the water. Ah. Death, old thief. Old me in my next life? Will definitely kill you. Snapping, Qin Fang slashed, ending the death mage's life. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the grievous spirit copy. Ding. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Investigate the cause of the non-stop deaths in the villa. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the deed to the villa area. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Rescue the spirits. Ding. Congratulations on gaining experience value. 987451. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blessing of all the grievous spirits. Ding. The grievous spirit blessing necklace is evolving. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a brand new necklace. Blessing necklace. Blessing necklace. Luck value plus 10. This was the sincere blessing of all the grievous spirits. This was the system beep that surfaced in Hidden Earth's mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Destroy the legendary ranked grievous spirit sarcophagus. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the grudge spirit's sincerest thanks. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the grudge spirit copy. This was the system beep that surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. Destroying the legendary level sarcophagus of the grievous spirit. This was the quest that popped up only after Qin Fang had cracked the sarcophagus. This one quest? Only Qin Fang was able to take it. It was also because he had taken on this one quest that Qin Fang used his divine level inquiry to scan the legendary grade sarcophagus. Without looking, it was a shock. This sarcophagus? Surprisingly, it was made up of the hearts of all the slain living beings. And because of this, the resentful spirits of this place could never be dispersed. And it became a haunted house over time. Only by destroying this sarcophagus can these spirits be completely liberated, thus allowing them to return to nature and dissipate into thin air. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest, successfully destroying the beliefs of the death mage and disintegrating his blind worship of the god of death. This one quest? It was suddenly released to him by divine artisan Lu Long. It was also considered a kind of side quest. Ding. Congratulations. You've received a reward. The drawings for the fine gold grade set Ghostly Shadow. This, a full set of fine gold grade drawings, was enough to make Qin Fang's heart flutter. That was why Qin Fang had to spare no effort in persuading the death mage to collapse the beliefs in his heart. Qin Fang did it. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the grievance copy. Ding. Congratulations on gaining experience points. This was the system beep that surfaced in the Tree of Life's mind. The Tree of Life didn't have a strong sense of participation, so it received the least amount of rewards. Boss? See? Hidden Earth immediately gave Qin Fong his own harvest. And along with the land deed, he gave Qin Fong the blessing necklace as well. This is considered to be returned to you, boss. Hidden Earth was afraid that he would be rejected and deliberately snorted. Give me the land deed. You take the necklace. This thing doesn't suit me. Qin Fong needed a forging failure, not a success. But on second thought, Qin Fong added, you'll have to give it to me when I need it. Hearing such a voice, Zhang Tu instantly nodded his head, agreeing to this request from Qin Fong. Hurry up and put on this blessed equipment and go touch the corpse. To be honest, Qin Fong was very envious of this necklace with added luck value that Hidden Earth had. To know, luck value adding equipment was very rare. And even in the previous generation, when the service had been open for 10 years, there were only 100 pieces. On average, out of every single person's head, out of at least 30 million people, it was only possible for one to appear. But now, Hidden Earth actually won 2 pieces alone. What kind of luck is this? If one thought about it carefully, Zhang Tu's luck, it seemed to be ridiculously strong. Right. A boss that was so difficult to kill. It must produce good goods. The Tree of Life was also a little too impatient to wait. Chapter 211, 2 Choices. Hidden Earth wore this equipment with additional luck value. Plus with his original luck value, it directly broke through 20. With this terrifying luck value, there was no telling what kind of goodies he would be able to touch. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining skill books *9. Snapping. 9 skill books were touched out by Hidden Earth, all of which were Death Mage's unique skill books. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Death Mage transfer book. Going to touch it again. That is, a transfer book was touched out. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life, on the other hand, lit up. A transfer book? This was a transfer book. Sure, it wasn't a hidden profession transfer book. But the value of this thing? It shouldn't be low either. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life thought so. And in the next second, Qin Fong directly pulled them back to reality. This thing? It's just a pitfall. Once you are promoted to a Death Mage, that is, you are considered to have left the righteous human camp. And what awaits this transmuted player? It can only be an endless hunt. Qin Fong simply explained the stakes. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life immediately winced. And with a nod from Qin Fong, the duo understood the crux of this. But this thing, if used to trap people, it's also not bad. With a belly full of bad water, Qin Fong immediately thought of pitting people. Only who to pit? How to pit them? This had to be planned out properly. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold level equipment, the Eye of Death. Although it was the Eye of Death, it was a long knife with very good attributes. And at the very least, it would be able to fetch a price of more than 3 million. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an elite gold grade treasure chest. Ding. Is it opened? Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Qin Fong and the others did some careful calculations. The harvest this time, at the very least, was more than 10 million. Or more than 500 million if they counted this piece of land. It's worth it. The Tree of Life looked on quietly. She was a little confused. The harvest this time? It seemed like it wasn't as expensive as the so-called perfect grade potion. Right. These two? What were they happy about? The matter of the land deed? The Tree of Life didn't know. And Qin Fong didn't want her to know, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Ding. Is it informing that your team has cleared the grievance copy? Inform. Ding. Congratulations to the 10,000 Empty Lane Auction House team. They have successfully cleared the grievance copy. Ding. Congratulations to 10,000 Empty Lane. Ding. Congratulations. The system beeps kept ringing out, causing the many players to sigh in their hearts. Grass. Player me and others? It's still really fast. Damn. It's surprising that they're number 1 again. Can it be that we don't have any capable people in Tianyang Town? Exasperated to death. Alive to death. Surprisingly, it was player me who got it again. Congratulations. Congratulations. This copy? It's still up to my brother me. Among the players, there were naturally both praise and criticism for Qin Fong's operation. This thing? Qin Fong was already used to it. Nowadays, what annoyed Qin Fong was not these voices cursing him, but another system beep. Ding. You have successfully cleared this grudge spirit copy. Currently, you have two options. First, take the grievous spirit copy into your possession, and do not allow any players to enter. Note, with this option, the double experience value will continue for 9 days. Second, open the Spirit of Grievance copy to the entire Heaven's Destiny, allowing any player to enter, and charging an entrance fee each time. Note, ticket price can be customized. Note, with this option, the double experience value can continue for 24 hours. Ding! Please choose as soon as possible. Countdown is 15 minutes. 15 minutes? This made Qin Fang's heart very torn. All of a sudden, he was really a bit puzzled. However, in his previous life, Qin Fang knew that this grudge spirit copy had players who passed through it, i.e. disappeared into thin air. So, Phoenix Guild rose to prominence, and the levels of the players soared rapidly. This, contacting the changes in this life, and recalling the plot of the previous life, some of the problems that plagued this Qin Fang were solved. The previous life? It was 100% that the Phoenix Guild had gained ownership of this hidden copy. If you think about it carefully, the Phoenix Guild in the previous life was really equipped with a heavenly destiny. Boss? What's wrong with you? Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life was curious in its heart when it saw Qin Fang's pig-livered face. Qin Fang returned to his senses and informed the two of this difficult matter, asking them to advise on what he should do. All heavenly destiny. It must be for our own use. The Hidden Earth and the Tree of Life each had different ideas. In the end, Qin Fang chose the second option. After all, Qin Fang, Xueqing, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life. All told, this was only 4 people. No. The ones that needed double experience? Just 2. Letting the 2 of them go and brush the grudge copy? Even if they brushed up to level 40? The gains that would be brought about wouldn't be too great. And so, the moment Qin Fang chose the second option, all the players of Tianyang Town who were brushing the grudge spirit copy were kicked out of the game. Ding. The copy you are currently in is a private copy. Please understand. Ding. The copy you are currently in. Ding. The system beeps continued to ring out, and the players within Tianyang Town were each dumbfounded. Huh? What the hell is going on here? I'm brushing the 5th floor? How come it suddenly kicked me out? A private copy? How can this be a private copy? Isn't this an exclusive copy within Tianyang Town? Grass. There's a bold idea in my mind. I wonder if it's true. I also have an idea in my mind. Why don't we verify it? Before the players could discuss a result, Qin Fang spent 10,000 copper coins to top an article on how should privatized grievance copies pay back society. When the players saw this one article, a huge uproar ensued. This time, the entire fate of heaven was abuzz. Ahem. Granted that it was now 2 o'clock midnight, but the enthusiasm of the players was undiminished. Good man. Player me is really a good man. A double experience day trip. Starting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock? That's really nice. What? Tickets are only 100 Dayong. No. It's not possible. It's strongly recommended that players should increase the price. At the very least, it has to be 3,000 Dayong in order to qualify to enter it. Upstairs. Be careful of me whacking you. Heaven's Destiny was suddenly abuzz for the following reason. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. On time to start double experience grudge copy. The ticket 100 oceans. All players. All can enter it. That's all there is to it. Causing countless players to look sideways. Ding. Is it requesting Heaven's Destiny to cooperate with the publicity? Note, 10% dividend. 1% publicity. In the end, Qin Fang chose to split the dividends 30% to 70%, allowing Heaven's Destiny to participate in the publicity. As for the specific propaganda, Qin Fang no longer bothered about it. If the administrator of Heaven's Destiny was not a fool, he should know how much income this was. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long guidelines in progress. Qin Fang was just about to go offline when he heard such a system beep. Divine Artisan Lu Long had given Qin Fang a guide to follow. Hearing such words, Qin Fang was not able to refuse, and immediately followed the guide to where Divine Artisan Lu Long was. Chapter 212 Egg of Darkness. Forbidden Technique. Qin Fang kept walking along the small alleys of Tianyang Town, and eventually, he felt the scenes around him becoming more and more blurred and darker, until eventually, He could not see any of them. He had stepped onto a dark path. Qin Fang's heart gradually became bottomless. But he still walked on, with a stiff upper lip. This road? It seemed like it would never come to an end. The concepts of time and space were gradually blurring, eventually turning into palpitations in Qin Fang's heart. Qin Fang didn't know how long he had been walking. As if he had kicked something. It kept rolling on top of the ground. And the sound of stones banging continuously rang out, breaking through the endless death-like silence. In the endless darkness, Qin Fang half-kneeled on the ground and began to feel around. This thing that made a sound? It shouldn't be simple. Not knowing how long it would take, Qin Fang managed to touch this item. This environment? Out of reach. Qin Fang could only rely on his general feeling to know that it was an egg. It was round and gave off a warm feeling. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a black iron-grade egg of darkness. Such a system tone caused Qin Fang's entire being to freeze. Egg of darkness. What was this thing? Egg of darkness. An egg that was conceived hidden in the darkness. Utility. Can hatch a pet of the darkness series. Qin Fang? This is actually a pet egg? And it's still black iron grade? Divine Artisan Lu Long called out to himself. What exactly was it for? Qin Fang couldn't help but start thinking wildly. As time passed, Qin Fang continued to step forward and saw a flash of light. This flash of light was like giving Qin Fang hope. And he kept running towards the range of this flash of light. With a click, Qin Fang shattered the scene, thus reappearing in the familiar streets of Tianyang town. You? Got it? Not far from Qin Fang, the divine craftsman Lu Long stood quietly waiting for Qin Fang, raising his head to the sky and assuming the air of a superior man as he asked this question. Within the words, there was a vague disdain, but there was also a dash of anticipation. What? What is this? Divine Artisan Lu Long suddenly lowered his head and saw the egg of darkness in Qin Fang's hand, his entire being shocked beyond attachment. This thing? But no one had ever taken it out before. After all, it was the darkness god's thing. Qin Fang looked at divine craftsman Lu Long's eyes and instantly understood that there was some confusion in his heart. This thing? Wasn't it just the so-called dark-grade pet egg? As for making Godsmith Lu Long so excited, it wasn't to be. Earlier, facing the bright light, Qin Fang had already examined this egg in detail, even using his god-level skills to check it out a bit. But the final result he got was, everything was as usual. This was an ordinary black iron-grade pet egg. This egg? The whole body was a pitch-black color, as if it was able to absorb all the light into it. And the lines were as if they were made in heaven, flashing with a refreshing light. It was roughly only the size of the palm of his hand, and its appearance looked as if it was very hard, as if it was a piece of iron. Qin Fang also couldn't help but experiment with this thing. Even if it was used to smash iron walnuts, it wouldn't be a problem. Qin Fang was puzzled in his mind. So he inquired out, Senior Lu Long? Is there anything special about this thing? Qin Fang casually played with it. So he saw the nervous expression of divine craftsman Lu Long. This item? It was as if it was a very important item. In the end, divine craftsman Lu Long snatched this item from Qin Fang's hands into his hands. Don't know how to cherish this item at all? If you break it, it will truly be a loss to heaven's destiny. After finishing these words, divine artisan Lu Long immediately began to popularize the knowledge of this item to Qin Fang once again. Ding! You have triggered a brand new scene. Perhaps you don't know the value of this item, but I'll tell you this. The divine artisan or this egg? Which one would I rather have then? I would definitely choose this egg of darkness. Divine craftsman Lu Long spat out such words that Qin Fang couldn't help but think about it. But at the same time, he thought to himself, this old guy won't be trying to fool people again. This egg is a growth type. These words directly made Qin Fang's eyes glow. This thing? He couldn't let divine craftsman Lu Long snatch it away. Senior, this thing is my trophy. Qin Fang was the first to emphasize the ownership of this egg of darkness, lest he be cheated away by this old disgrace. Divine artisan Lu Long blankly glanced at Qin Fang and instantly replied, Don't worry. I'm not so greedy as to take your things. And this thing? It is no longer related to me. Even if I forcefully use my means, I will not be able to succeed. Qin Fang looked at the godly craftsman Lu Long and took a step forward, bringing a fawning smile on his face. Please also teach me, Senior. Seeing such a Qin Fang Godly craftsman Lu Long, but did not deliberately make things difficult, but said directly, "You kid? Really want to know?" Qin Fang nodded decisively. The upgrading of this kind of monster? It's not turning into a pet, but symbiosis with the human race. When Qin Fang heard this, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations. You have touched the forbidden use method of the Egg of Darkness. Forbidden use method? What was this? This is the forbidden method of using the Egg of Darkness. And it is also one of the so-called methods of cultivating the human race's dark sons to infiltrate the Dark God's territory. Congratulations. For willingly contributing to the human race. Qin Fang's first feeling was that he was being punked. What? He had been upgraded to an undercover agent this way? This thing. Qin Fang understood his use. It was a divine object to ordinary people. But to himself it was nothing more than chicken ribs. He couldn't use it at all. The present-day Qin Fang? Capable of forging the equipment of each deity? But if it was linked to this Egg of Darkness? Would it not be asking for trouble? Digging his own grave? Ultimately, leading to his own strangeness. This Egg of Darkness? Are you able to use it? If I can't use it, I'm willing to exchange it with a promise. This Egg of Darkness was of great strategic significance to the human race. Among the Dark Gods, there hadn't been a single nail inserted into the human race yet. And this was a huge failure for the human race. This time, it was the Prophet God who had purposely opened a small copy of Qin Fang for the purpose of testing him. A small copy that was specially opened. This copy had been opened many times before. But those who were able to succeed in the end, those who were able to take out the Egg of Darkness as Qin Fang did, was 0. This time, Qin Fang completed the test perfectly. This thing? Surprisingly, it was really brought out by Qin Fang. The Prophet God, who was hidden in the shadows, could not help but nod his head secretly, thoroughly agreeing to allow Qin Fang to join this god hunt. What promise? Qin Fang was still somewhat interested in this. This god hunt? I will protect you as much as possible. Let's shorten you from 3 years of being a wastrel to 2 years and 220 days. Qin Fang immediately rolled his eyes. Isn't this playing? Is this a game? I'm just bound to become an invalid this time. Qin Fang didn't believe it. Nor was he willing to believe it. Well, do you agree? If not, stop here. Ergo, facing such a threat, Qin Fang decisively agreed. Yes. Take it to you. Chapter 213 Opening the Brush. What a wise choice. Divine artisan Lu Long complimented Qin Fang and immediately took this Egg of Darkness into his own pocket. This Egg of Darkness? To be honest, it was not intended to be given to Qin Fang. It was not something that he could grasp at the moment. Especially at this stage nowadays? Alright. I'll see you later. As the time to snipe the God of Darkness drew nearer and nearer, divine artisan Lu Long quietly disappeared into thin air. Qin Fang, coming in a daze, leaving in a daze. Qin Fang had no idea at all what he had experienced. Inexplicably walked a path. Inexplicably picked up an egg. Inexplicably. Although Qin Fang was puzzled in his heart, he felt that his general direction should be right. Everything was in preparation for hunting the God of Darkness. Qin Fang exited the game with a confused look on his face, looking at the night sky and imagining the beauty of the sky city. It was night. The sound of Qin Fang snoring rang out, bringing a touch of noise into the silence. The second day, Qin Fang awoke and decisively logged into the game. Ding. There are still the last 2 hours left before the opening of the Divine War. Please player Jin and his team. Get ready. The system beep sounded, and Qin Fang immediately began to gather his team. Hidden Earth? Where is everyone? Boss is brushing the copy. Wait a little bit. In the middle of Qin Fang, Hidden Earth's voice call. Some otherworldly voices surprisingly surfaced, and with a faint springiness. Could it be that the god of murder in his previous life would also fall in love in this life? This shouldn't be possible. From the other end of the voice call, another voice came to mind, and it carried a subdued feeling. Qin Fang hung up decisively. It was really hot to the ears. In the next second, Qin Fang dialed the voice communication of the Tree of Life. On the other end of the communication, a sound as if a hand was covering his mouth rang out. And the scream, although small, was very mournful. Qin Fang instantly brainstormed. This Hidden Earth? It wouldn't have been screwed with the Tree of Life. It was still really possible. Little Tree. Who are you with right now? Facing Qin Fang's inquiry. Little Tree responded frankly, with hidden earth. Ugh. There were simply no eyes to see, and no ears to hear. Qin Fang hung up decisively. The other end? Hidden earth? The Tree of Life actually really did brush the monsters. Brushing the deity copies. Only the scene around it was very unfriendly. It was a difficult level copy of the God of Flame. Of this, there is nothing more terrifying than the heat. Hidden earth. The Tree of Life was like a clay puppet. Was dancing on the ground non-stop. Why? It's too hot. This was also the reason why they kept him and awing. Qin Fang shook his head, stating that the world was going downhill. He dialed Shui Qinger's communication. Where? Corner Cafe. Wanna come? Shui Qinger's voice brought with it a thick fatigue, as if she hadn't slept for days. How could you? Weak like this? Qin Fang guessed everything right from Shui Qinger's weak voice, and immediately ran to the corner cafe and questioned Shui Qinger. At this moment, Shui Qinger's entire face was without a trace of blood color, as if she had been overdrawn of countless potentials. Her eye sockets were all somewhat sunken, giving off a feeling that was truly as if she was a tired princess. What have you done? Qin Fang's heart was extremely worried. Even in the middle of a game was this kind of result? Then let alone in reality. Perhaps Shui Qinger's situation in reality was even worse. Perhaps about to approach death. This kind of feeling was truly unbearable. Caw caw caw. It was the sound of a broken heart, and Qin Fang couldn't draw in his breath at once. It's alright. Qin Fang. It's just a small injury. I used to do this a lot in the past. Shui Qinger squeezed out a smile, and paired with her dismal complexion, it was really unconvincing. I'll go ask Shui Binger. Qin Fang turned away expressionlessly, wanting to go ask Shui Binger. Qin Fang's heart was messed up. Completely messed up. He now was forcibly holding on, keeping himself from being overwhelmed by anger. Don't worry about it. It's just a small injury. The Sky City's medical treatment? Completely curable. Only after hearing such words did Qin Fang's hanging heart drop. But this time? It was also because of you that Qinger was injured. She originally could have not needed to be injured. Shui Binger still wanted to say something, but was notified to force her offline, because in reality, Shui Qinger was tugging on her internet connection. Shui Binger looked at Shui Qinger helplessly, and the more she looked at her, the more she felt that she was a fool. Qin Fang slowly came back to his senses, and once again started forging other Essence Gold level equipment. Qin Fang was cherishing the last good moments. Brothers, so excited. We'll be able to go in for a double experience value copy later. This was the plainest thought of the players representing the widest range of players. 100 copper coins? Into which this gain and input is not proportional in the slightest. The gain is too big. The input is too small. I'm going to brush the brush alive for a day. And I definitely won't rest until I've died 100 times. Right. I'll brush for 20 hours as well. The players were in high spirits, and they began to wait enthusiastically. But there were voices of praise. And naturally, there were also voices of curses. Grass. Player me, isn't this a pit? Right. Player me choosing to open this hidden copy? What about the other players who opened their private copies? Doesn't it have to be opened as well? If not open, then this is simply putting people on a rack and roasting them. Grass. Yeah. I just remembered this layer now. Laughing alive. What does it matter if you think of this layer? It's hard not to believe that you've opened a brand new private copy. For such a voice, Heaven's Destiny directly blocked it. After all, this time, Heaven's Destiny will also share a sum of money it. So for such opposing remarks, it is directly blocked. The second was an advert. Why overnight? Almost all of the players knew this one news. This is the energy of Heaven's Destiny. Hard implantation, soft implantation, non-stop implantation. And ultimately it can become a household name. Ding. The grievous spirit copy has begun to the public. The system beep sounded. Countless players immediately boiled over. Quick! Grab a position. We must grab a position. I also feel the need to grab a position. This is a copy that involves the entire Heaven's Destiny. So it's most of all a test of the system's stability. I don't know if it can stabilize 100 million people entering at the same time. Convinced? Really convinced? Holy shit. What a powerful heavenly fate system. These words were Qin Fang's exclamation. For a minute, the copies that went in it exceeded 100 million. But the server? No sensing whatsoever. This? Too powerful. 200 million. 300 million. 400 million. Destiny's system still stabilized. In just 10 minutes, 900 million players were still able to stabilize. At this moment, everyone then realized how powerful Heaven's Destiny was. The copper coins that Qin Fang had acquired in these short 10 minutes was more than some people had earned in their entire lives. The players who entered it. The strong ones were strong and powerful. But some of the rubbish players, they chose to suffer in silence. Chapter 214 Terrifying Gains. This copy. Surely it was only when the strong joined forces with the strong that they were able to make it to the end. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of gold for nothing? 3 people in a team. Even if the experience was shared equally, it was still more than brushing wild monsters outside. Grass? What a scary copy. Yeah. I've only killed the first boss. How can I play this? The experience value of a single boss is able to match up to 2 elite gold level bosses in the outside world. Steal your joy. Hey. My strength is too weak to pass the level. Why is it so hard? That's right. Pitting me for 100 copper coins. This 100 copper coins is my food expenses for a day. Such voices were endless, giving a feeling of great difficulty. Seriously, the difficulty of this copy was really high. After all, this was a level 30 copy. At this stage, if players wanted to clear it, they would need at least a set of Essence Gold level equipment. In the face of the players whining, Heaven's Mandate couldn't care and didn't dare to care. After all, this was the wrath of the people. The difficulty of the copy was, indeed, very high. Approaching noon. At this point, 4 hours had passed, and the number of players had peaked. But the whining had also peaked. 80% of the players in Heaven's Destiny? It was simply impossible to clear the level. No, it wasn't impossible to clear the level. Even on the first level, they couldn't succeed in clearing the level. This meant that they could only pick up a little bit of experience value from the monsters that were summoned out. Wasn't this a farce? With such a small amount of experience value, it was enough for anyone to eat. Faced with such a situation, Qin Fang made public the benefits of swiping summons. As a result, the players went crazy once again. Eventually, at 3 in the afternoon, Qin Fang sold all of the equipment within his backpack and ring of light. The price of each piece? At least 800,000 copper coins or more. After all, Qin Fang's batch of equipment? The lowest level was level 25, and the highest was level 30, which was much stronger than the black iron level equipment. This batch of equipment? Enough over 10,000 pieces. Qin Fang was afraid that the Heaven's Destiny town couldn't eat it. So he opened Heaven's Destiny's auction house and began to hang pieces for sale. These? All of them are Qin Fang's collection these days. As an old blacksmith, Qin Fang had the habit of hiding equipment. But this time, there was not a single piece of equipment left in Qin Fang's hands. And all of them were sold out. Holy shit. Look guys. So many fine gold grade equipment. Among the Heaven's Destiny, the first player opened the auction panel. That is, he saw such a terrifying scene. Dozens of pages? Surprisingly, they were all the so-called fine gold grade equipment. This is too much. I can't be blinking. No. I've already purchased one. The real deal. Hearing such a sound, where could the players hold back? And they all began to purchase. Grass. I actually hesitated. I was still thinking about whether this equipment was suitable for me. And it was even bought by someone else before me. Me too. I was looking at the equipment's attributes when it was suddenly bought away. Each of the 50,000 pieces of equipment was almost above 1,000,000 copper coins. Qin Fang had thought that it would take some time for Heaven's Destiny to digest these equipments. But it only took 3 minutes from the time they were put on the shelves to the time they were sold out. No. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to be exact. This was the most frightening part. Heaven's Destiny's spending power was very powerful. But Heaven's Destiny auction house's draw was also very terrifying. This time, since it was a large transaction, Heaven's Destiny extracted a commission of 9,000. A $10 billion large transaction, completed in just 2 minutes. Qin Fang arrived with 991 million. 90 million? This was the deposit charged by Heaven's Destiny. Qin Fang's heart was practically dripping blood. This commission. It was really too expensive. However, in order to raise gold coins faster, Qin Fong could only do so. The equipment that Qin Fong had forged was a large sum of money. But compared to the proceeds from the entire grievance copy, it was a small sum of money. The spirit of grievance copy. This was a horrifying copy that the entire Heaven's Destiny participated in. You know what? The number of participants who entered this copy reached the final 900 million. And then this value, that is, began a slow rise. Heaven's Destiny's observers predicted that the final number of players entering would reach a level of 1.45 billion. What a concept. The copper coins needed for each entry within the replica was 100. On average, every 3 people were counted as one time. So this was a horrifying price of 50 billion. Even if it was divided into 30% for Heaven's Destiny, it would still be 35 billion when it landed in Qin Fong's hands. Together with a price of 5 billion in Qin Fong's hands, Qin Fong's gain for this time had reached 40 billion. This was the entirety of this gain. Qin Fong's entire haul. 40 billion copper coins. This, even a top tycoon who had spent his entire life would not be able to obtain such wealth. But Qin Fong? At this age, that is, he had reached such an achievement. This amount of money? It was enough for Qin Fong to retire. Even if Qin Fong could not be forging equipment, this amount of money would be enough for him to die alone. Hidden Earth looked at the number of people entering the arena. The whole person was suddenly dumbfounded, and kept muttering under his breath. It's still the boss who is wise, he said. This is a huge amount of money. Hidden Earth, even if it is a lifetime, but also cannot come out all. This copy, if yesterday really agreed to give him a person to use, then it is really in vain. 40 billion? Where would he go to earn this amount of money? At this moment, not only is the Hidden Earth look hot, the fate of every player who opened the hidden copy of the player, all of them were red in the eyes. The earnings are so high? Hidden copies? This is a money tree. A billionaire maker. Damn it. I want to open the hidden copy too. Grab the time to pass. Let's strive to open this equipment copy. Right. This copy earnings? Simply absolute. This is merely a hidden copy with experience value? Surprisingly, it's able to sell so many tickets? What if this is a terrifying pet hidden copy? The minds of the entire Heaven's Destiny players were suddenly alive. If it was said that when Qin Fong swiped the hidden copy, the entire Heaven's Destiny erupted with a commotion like a stone that fell into a lake, then now, it was a complete meteorite that fell into this great lake of Heaven's Destiny. Like countless fish crazy, non-stop ready to peck hidden copies of this big fish. The premise is that you have to be able to find this big fish. High price for clues to the hidden copy. I'll offer 1 billion copper coins for the clues to the hidden copy. 1 billion copper coins. It was really quite a lot. But before the horrifying gains of the hidden copy, it was already considered small. I'll offer 2 billion copper coins to acquire it. The players were going crazy. The players who knew about the hidden copy, all of them were quiet. No one dared to expose it. Hegemony watched Qin Fong reap so many copper coins and sighed helplessly. This was fate. The Hegemony Guild had never had such a good fate. This copy, who didn't brush it from the beginning? But unfortunately, first, the Annihilation Guild was the jewel in the crown, followed by Qin Fong's 1-2 punch. Hegemony Guild? It could only keep running along. The president of the Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, hated his teeth. A little-known character at the beginning? Now that it had grown to this extent, it was really something to marvel at. But unfortunately, this was the Phoenix Guild's enemy. Enemy? It's better to be dead. Chapter 215 Time and Space Merchant. The Annihilation Guild? Perhaps the most pissed off in this grudge copy. This grievance copy. No. This cluster of grievance villas. The Annihilation Guild had set their sights on it from the very beginning, and had obtained a lot of results. For example, Annihilation had targeted Qin Fong's cursed skeleton from the very beginning. If Qin Fong hadn't known the way to break the game long ago, he might have really been acted upon by Annihilation. If one calculated carefully, the Annihilation Guild had been studying this place for longer than the Hidden Earth had been studying it. But within the guild, because of various reasons, no one had joined the city guards, and thus no one had seen the legendary level quest that Hidden Earth had accepted. Otherwise, the Annihilation Guild would definitely be even more frantic in their research. Perhaps, something would really be researched by them. The Annihilation Guild did have a certain head start in this grudge copies operation. But in the end, it was still intercepted by Qin Fong. Annihilation? It was simply going to die of anger. Who was it? Who leaked the information? Leaked our results. Annihilation was within the guild, constantly fuming and dropping things. Even forcefully checking the players' chat records and so on. Investigate. Investigate me to the end. President Annihilation was hysterical. He felt to himself that within the guild, there must be a mole. Otherwise, how did the player me know this secret? The players within the Annihilation Guild, forced to cooperate with this president. But the final result of the investigation was, within the Annihilation Guild, there was no one to pass the news outwards. After all, the players who knew about the Villa of Grievances? Only a few. In the face of such a situation, Annihilation calmed down. But today, after seeing the horrific gains that the hidden copy had brought to Playergen, Annihilation was suddenly red-eyed again. Let Playergen take the initiative to hand over half of the proceeds to the Annihilation Guild. Otherwise, the Annihilation Guild will hunt him down to the ground. Annihilation was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. And thus, came up with such an idea. The players within the Annihilation Guild, without exception, they all agreed. Thus, the news of such a thing was quickly passed on. In the face of such a strange request, Qin Fong silently cursed that he was sick in the head. I.e., he no longer paid attention to it. But the other guilds were also learning in style, and had demanded Qin Fong to give half of the copper coins, or else they would not rest until they were dead. In the face of such a demand, Qin Fong was silent. Qin Fong was very busy. The copper coins in his hands nowadays had reached 30 billion. Qin Fong was currently disguised as a reckless man, constantly rushing through the doors of all the NPC shops in this Heaven's Destiny. He had too many coins in his hand and needed to spend them. And the most worthwhile place to go? The most worthwhile place to go? Nothing was better than the Time and Space grocery store. Qin Fong went up to refresh the location of the Time and Space grocery store first in a hurry. But in the end, he found nothing, and it was long gone. Thus, like a madman, Qin Fong began to keep entering the shop, seeking that ray of possibility. However, temporal grocery shops could be encountered but not sought. Qin Fong was already lucky to have encountered it once. How could he expect to encounter it again? And to look for it in a Tianyang town that had already appeared once? The chances of that? Almost zero. I see player me? It looks sneaky. I don't know what he's thinking. Yeah, I saw it too. This person. As if he's looking for something. Haha. Is this player me? Why do I look similar to a dog thief? You guys say? Will player me surrender? I have a feeling that it won't. After completely pissing off Playergen, I have a feeling that he'll make all these guilds pay. The players who saw Qin Fong were talking a lot. But Qin Fong, in response, remained shielded. After a full 4 hours, Qin Fong completely gave up. With just him alone? It was impossible to find it. After all, the time period of each existence of the temporal grocery store was too short. If Qin Fong wanted to check out some grocery shops in the entire Tianyang, he would need at least 10 hours. Even if they appeared, Qin Fong would also miss it. Unable to do so, Qin Fong stopped his pace. Qin Fong had the intention to issue a quest for the players within the entire Tianyang town to search together. But after thinking about it, he let it go. Give up. Give up. Just as Qin Fong was about to give up, a voice with excitement rang out. The voice was vicissitude but very powerful. Little friend, I see that you have amazing bones. You must be a person of great wealth. You and I are destined to be together. Ta. The owner of the voice came from far away and landed beside Qin Fong, gently patting his shoulder. Not being able to find the temporal grocery store, Qin Fong's mood was already very irritable. And at this moment when he heard such a voice, his fire came up. Especially when he was tapped on his shoulder by a stranger. For Qin Fong, this undoubtedly brought out a cold sweat, and he quickly jumped away towards the front. When Qin Fong saw the visitor clearly, his original anger, panic and other emotions instantly disappeared without a trace. In the end, all of them were transformed into surprise. This person? Surprisingly, he was a space-time merchant. The golden font on top of his head was as luxurious and spectacular as it could be. From afar, it gave off a feeling of golden light in the sky. I am the tycoon. Behind the time merchant? Carrying a tattered backpack. Oil stains, dirt, gray and other impurities are attached to it. Looks very inconspicuous. But this was the most fundamental thing about the time trader. Qin Fong? It's kind of crooked. A time merchant? As the name suggests. It is the same as the time and space grocery store, which sells high-grade items. Both are randomly refreshed. Moreover, space-time merchants are even more difficult to come across than space-time grocery stores. It looked like Qin Fong was lucky today. Yes. 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 You and I are destined to be together. Qin Fong instantly switched to a smiling face. Time merchants, even in his previous life, had not appeared a few times. Every time, there was a detailed record. When the time merchant saw such an enthusiastic Qin Fong, he also put on a smiling face and silently looked at Qin Fong. And within his pupils, a light blue-colored glow seemed to be flickering. In the next instant, a very faint feeling of being spied on arose in the bottom of Qin Fong's heart. But it quickly disappeared. At this moment, the number of copper coins in Qin Fong's backpack was seen through by the time merchant. Senior? I wonder if I can take a look at your backpack. Qin Fong rubbed his hands together. The time merchant silently opened his backpack. And a skill book that shimmered in pure gold lay quietly. This was a demigod-level skill book? Qin Fong struggled to get closer to view it, to see other items. But within this dirty backpack, there seemed to be only this one skill book. Elder? What skill book is this? Golden light shone, and Qin Fong could not see the name of this skill book at all. Demigod-level skill, the art of divine thievery. The golden light gradually dissipated, and Qin Fong cast the investigation skill on his own. Introduction to the art of divine piracy, stripped from divine pirate, Jiang Li's skill. Due to the stripping process being too brutal, it resulted in a skill book that eventually became demigod level. Effect of the art of divine thievery. The first time it is used on that day, the theft is bound to succeed, and the success rate gradually decreases afterwards. Seeing this, Qin Fong's breath suddenly caught. Now this was a divine skill. Chapter 216 Skill. Thunder Punishment Substitute Death Doll. Divine Thief Skill. From Divine Thief Jiangli? Jiangli. Qin Fong had never heard of it. But to be crowned as a divine thief, it must still be very powerful. Price, 30 billion copper coins. Can steal all living beings below the god level. Remarks, with the blessing of lucky value, the probability of stealing the very best will be higher. Qin Fong froze. This price? So sweet. As if it was tailor-made for him. Currently, Qin Fong only had 30 billion copper coins on him. And this price? It happened to be 30 billion. Elder? Are there any other items for reference? After thinking about it, Qin Fong decided to take a look at the other items first before making a decision. After all, if one were to buy this book of Divine Thief's art, Qin Fong could not use it himself. He could only give it to the Hidden Earth. Yes, only price-wise, it will be a bit more expensive. The temporal merchant quietly responded to Qin Fong. His eyes swells flickering with golden light as he estimated the full amount of copper coins he had. Elder? Below 40 billion. It's not a problem. Good. In that case, I have 3 more items here for your reference. A golden light once again emerged from the time merchant's backpack. And in the next second, 3 items that shimmered with golden light once again emerged. The first item. It was still a skill book. The whole body was only palm-sized, flickering with golden light, and the lines on it were constantly trembling, as if it was breathing. This skill book. Name Thunder Punishment. Skill name, Thunder Punishment. Skill level, Black Iron grade. Skill attribute, Growable skill. Skill description, a terrifying thunder punishment birthed from amongst the infinite thunder. A skill that can grow up to be a god-level skill that can destroy gods. Skill evolution, can be evolved by devouring the power of thunder. Skill remarks, a skill exclusively belonging to the Thunder Blacksmith. Qin Fong took a look at such a skill. He was instantly enlightened. This skill? It went well with him. Qin Fong's transition was that of a thunder mage, and he dealt with thunder on a daily basis. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that for blacksmiths, forging epic level equipment i.e. above, that is, there would be a thunder block. Every piece of epic level and above equipment contained greatness. So it needed to experience thunder punishment. This one skill? It just happened to be able to devour the thunder punishment and thus grow. If Qin Fang obtained this skill, his future path of forging would undoubtedly be easier. Qin Fang forcibly controlled himself to move his eyes away and turned to the second item. The second item was a small golden-colored forging hammer. This forging hammer was very suitable whether it was used for forging or fighting. It was also a legendary grade forging hammer. But it was still far from the legendary grade forging hammer that divine artisan Lu Long had given to Qin Fang. Whether it was from the four-dimensional attributes or the so-called control, it was far inferior. With this piece of equipment, Qin Fang directly gave up. In the next moment, Qin Fang shifted his eyes to the third item. This was a special doll. No matter if it was a limb or skin, it was lifelike. The only thing that was puzzling was that it was faceless and could not see its face clearly. Name: Scapegoat Doll. Brief introduction. Can substitute for the host's death once. Even if it's a god level? Can't see any of it either. Usage: put in a drop of blood to form a brand new doppelganger. Remarks: the doppelganger will inherit all the host's attributes. If the doppelganger dies, the host will be weakened for 3 days. This special prop? It directly made Qin Fang's eyes light up. This prop was what he needed most at the moment. If possible, perhaps this time's god slaughtering plan? He would not need to fall into a 3-year period of silence. Asking price: 38 billion copper coins. This one scapegoat prop? Surprisingly, it was so expensive. To be honest, Qin Fang was suddenly a little reluctant to part with it. 380 billion in exchange for a 3-year period of weakness? I wonder if it was worth it or not. In these 3 years, would Qin Fang still be able to earn 40 billion? Qin Fang was in a state of hesitation for a while. Junior, I see that your seal hall is black and your body is entangled in black qi. There will definitely be a bloodbath in the near future. I suggest that you purchase a scapegoat doll. After all, life only comes once. Seeing Qin Fang's hesitation, the time merchant couldn't help but start selling. Qin Fang couldn't help but take another look at the so-called scapegoat doll. In the end, Qin Fang chose the first skill book, Thunder Punishment. Thunder Punishment? Priced at 10 billion. Although it was a growable skill. But then, currently, he was merely at the black iron level. Eventually, can it be upgraded to god level? It wasn't even certain. Junior, wise choice. This scapegoat doll, I'll give you a 50% discount. 20 billion copper coins to sell to you. Consider it? This thing? Even a god level? All of them can be used yet. You can't lose by buying it. You can't be fooled by buying it. Hearing this, Qin Fang instantly decided. Buy this thing. Even if he couldn't use it, other deities could still use it all. In addition to the fact that the time and space merchant had cut the price in half alive. If he didn't buy it, wouldn't he be a mallet? Ding. Congratulations on your successful purchase. Ding. Congratulations on your purchase. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the prop, scapegoat doll. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the black iron grade skill book, Thunder Punishment. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully learnt the black iron grade skill, Thunder Punishment. Generally speaking, blacksmiths were unable to learn any skills. But this one skill was an exception. Ding. Promotion to bronze level Thunder Punishment. Need to devour normal thunder * 99. As soon as Qin Fang took a look at this skill, he knew that his journey of being struck by lightning was about to begin again. Ding. Setting an alarm clock to remind of thunder and lightning weather. Ding. Alarm clock to be set. Young man, you and I are destined to meet again. Elder, can you leave your contact details? It'll be easier to trade next time. When your assets reach 100 billion copper coins, I'll leave you my contact information. After saying that, the time and space merchant namely disappeared, as if he had truly stepped into time. With a click, the space around Qin Fang shattered, allowing him to return to reality again. This time, Qin Fang's harvest was not small. 72 hours away? There was still the last hour left. Qin Fang returned to the middle of his private territory and threw the scapegoat doll in his hand to his teacher. Li Qi. Teacher, this thing? Is it useful to you? This scapegoat doll would be a complete waste if Qin Fang were to use it himself. After all, he could be resurrected. Even if he fell into a weak state after resurrection, he would still be able to resurrect. But for NPCs then, this might as well be a second life. Useful, but not very useful. Li Xie sized it up in his hand for a while before throwing it to Qin Fang once again. Right. This thing? Was it purchased from the time trader? Yes. Teacher. Is there something? No. Casually asking. By the way, this equipment. I suggest giving it to the prophet god. Perhaps it can be exchanged for something remarkable. Li Qi gave Qin Fang a piece of advice. Qin Fang nodded at once. Prophet god? Qin Fang had heard this name 3 or 4 times. No. What kind of person would he be? This mission? It was the prophet god who asked him to participate by name? Could it be that he would be the key to this mission? Chapter 217, Do You Want to Die? The last 10 minutes. Qin Fang gathered all the members within the team and waited for Divine Artisan Lu Long's call. Are you ready? Ready. Qin Fang cheered his teammates. This mission might be a turning point for all of us. We must seize it. Otherwise, we will definitely regret it for the rest of our lives. Understood? Boss. Understood. Captain. Qin Fang's eyes lingered above Xue Qing'er's face for a long time. Xue Qing'er was still pale and exuded a feeling of exhaustion. The Tree of Life supported Xue Qing'er with concern, suggesting that if she was not feeling well, she could temporarily give up this mission. No. I'm able to persevere. And moreover, this prop. Only I can use it. Xue Qing'er's face was stoic and her eyes were resolute, causing even more heartache. The Tree of Life, on the other hand, understood and stopped persuading. Me? Are you ready? Just as Qin Fang wanted to say something, Divine Artisan Lu Long arrived out of nowhere, interrupting Qin Fang's rhythm. Ready. Ready to go at any time. Divine Craftsman Lu Long looked around and saw that Qin Fang's 4 people were all ready. So, with a wave of his hand, Divine Craftsman Lu Long brought them into the special scene. Ding. You have entered the special scene, an illusionary realm woven by Godsmith Lu Long. Here? It's an illusory world that I wove using my divine power after I became a god. And it's capable of shielding others from probing to a certain extent. Divine Artisan Lu Long made a point of explaining to Qin Fang and the others. This mission. I need to pick my battles with you. Divine Craftsman Lu Long snapped his fingers. And instantly, the construction of the house was completed. And Qin Fang and the others plopped down on top of the futon. And fragrant tea was delivered with it. Everything, as much as possible, happened in a flash of lightning. Thanks to you. Last time, you performed the forging technique in the back garden of the God of Light to create dark attribute equipment, thus inducing the dark god's doppelganger to leave the lair of his own accord, and ultimately succeeded in allowing us to find the approximate location of the God of Darkness. The task of eliminating the God of Darkness has already been laid out by the gods. But there are still 2 things you need to do. The first thing, wait for the right time to start forging equipment with dark attributes, thus drawing out the dark god's doppelganger and re-allowing us to pinpoint the dark god's exact location. Qin Fang froze. So you guys haven't even locked the dark god's exact location yet? A feeling of unreliability arose in Qin Fang's heart. The second item, on the other hand, I will, along with the 2 divine artisans, forcefully instill in you the divine artisan senses, so that your blacksmithing level reaches the divine level, thus allowing you to forge divine level darkness god's equipment. This item will cause serious damage to your body, but rest assured, we will minimize the damage. Saying that, Divine Artisan Lu Long took out 2 radiant fruits that shimmered with red light. Here, this is the fruit of life, able to instantly increase your life force by 10 times and keep your body from collapsing, thus allowing you to withstand the power infusion of a divine level. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a legendary grade fruit, the fruit of life. These 2 fruits are very precious. Even if you use magical trading, there are at most 3 fruits of life that can be traded successfully for a divine artifact. So I hope that you realize the seriousness of any this time. Hearing this, Qin Fang instantly understood the value of these 2 fruits. The other divine artisan and I will forcefully imbue you with the fruit of life. And afterwards, the 2 of us will also fall into a state of weakness for up to a year. And we will need to go into seclusion to recuperate. So I also ask that you don't mentally have any burdens. By the way, afterwards, we will make due compensation to you. And even if the mission fails, your rewards will not be invalidated. Hearing such a solemn assurance from Divine Craftsman Lu Long, what else could Qin Fang say? This time. But there is a request. I dare not resign. Mum. In that case, then I will take you to rendezvous with the other deities now. Ding. Scene shattered. Qin Fang and the others stepped out from the scene weaved by divine craftsman Lu Long, and were then led by him all the way to an unfamiliar land. This was flying. Divine craftsman Lu Long led Qin Fang and the others through the sky. Although it wasn't the first time that Hidden Earth, Qin Fang and the others had flown in the sky, after all. Hidden Earth's pets could always take people to experience the feeling of flying in the sky. It was really the first time that they had flown so high, and it was inevitable that there was some fear in their hearts. It had to be said that the scenery at high altitude was truly beautiful. The scenery on the ground was like small ants, quickly skimming past, and godly artisan Lu Long's speed was extremely fast. In a short while, the huge Tianyang town turned into a small black dot and completely disappeared from Qin Fang's line of sight. Not long after, divine craftsman Lu Long descended into a valley. This valley was completely covered by a transparent light curtain. This was a means of shielding and a means of concealment. Divine craftsman Lu Long made a certain mark and branded it on top of the transparent light curtain before he was allowed to enter. Qin Fang and the other four, on the other hand, they were enveloped by the light falling from the light curtain, and an energy was constantly operating within them, seemingly checking them out, whether they were spies or not. In the end, no one in the group was able to enter it. In the valley, the infinite mist that permeated this mist, it also carried the effect of shielding perception. Qin Fang and the others immediately became blind with open eyes, unable to see the path at all. Under the guidance of divine artisan Lu Long, Qin Fang and the others arrived at a flat piece of land, surrounded by 7 or 8 small wooden huts built randomly. Each of the wooden huts was very simple, but within each of them, a deity was hidden. Be careful. Don't annoy the deities here. Divine artisan Lu Long arrived at this place, and was inexplicably a little alarmed. When Qin Fang and the others arrived at this place, the deities within the wooden huts stepped out one after another, and their eyes couldn't help but throw themselves on Qin Fang's body. These days, the original plan to slaughter the gods should have begun, but it was directly postponed because of the prophet's words. Qin Fang was also not humble, and directly faced these so-called gods. After all, the Qin Fang of his previous life, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run, right? In his previous life, in the light of 10 years, the deities entered an explosive period. Although Qin Fang had never become a god, other players and NPCs had all become gods. These gods, wanting to convince Qin Fang by virtue of their own identity. This must be impossible. Humph. Among these deities, a grumpy deity let out a cold snort. Endless waves of light suddenly impacted on Qin Fang's body, wanting to teach him a little lesson, and incidentally assess whether Qin Fang was really worth their weight. In the next instant, Shui Qing'er suddenly stood out from Qin Fang's back, playing with a small bullet-style prop in her hands. Her mouth was cold, as if a voice was coming out from the 9 ghosts. Her eyes, as if she was looking at the dead. At this moment, it was as if the situation had reversed, as if Shui Qing'er was the deity. You want to die? At this moment, Zong Tu was directly scared alive. Was Shui Qing'er even threatening a deity? Nay. She couldn't have taken the wrong medication. The Tree of Life was also frightened, and she wanted to pull Shui Qing'er. However, at this moment, although Shui Qing'er's face was pale, her footsteps were as hard to shake as if they were rooted to the earth. Qin Fang also saw the item in Shui Qing'er's hand, and his entire being was suddenly startled. And then, endless warmth flowed out of his heart. Chapter 218 Prophet God. This item, Qin Fang recognized. No, not only Qin Fang, but any player from his previous life knew it. Annihilation Divine Bomb. In the previous life, at the moment when all the infinite deities on the Heavenly Emperor's side got out of the trap in the 8th year, and all of them were inflicting abuse on the Heavenly Destiny continent, there was a mysterious player who refined a terrifying divine weapon prop called the Annihilation Divine Spirit Bomb, which blasted 10 deities to death in one fell swoop. Let this bomb's fame. But somehow, the refiner's identity is hidden. No one knows. The Annihilation Divine Spirit Bomb is perennially ranked number 1 on the prop ranking list. Price? Up to 1 billion gold coins. After all, this was an existence capable of directly slaughtering deities. Qin Fang was fortunate enough to have seen the video screen of the Annihilation Divine Spirit Bomb's power once. And the power was astounding. Even a deity would not be able to withstand it, vaporizing in an instant. Who would have thought that this thing would have been forged by Shui Qinger? The memories in Qin Fang's mind continued to emerge. And along with everything, he seemed to understand. Shui Qinger. Why did she look so tired? It was all because she was forging this prop for herself. With this prop alone, Qin Fang's trip? There would be no more problems. Even if she faced the darkness god directly, she would be able to kill him and save Qin Fang. Past life. Some of the unsolved mysteries were also gradually solved. Why had Shui Qinger disappeared for no reason? Why had some of the problems around him been solved silently? And why? It turned out that everything was Shui Qinger secretly protecting him all. But now, there was still one more question. Shui Qinger. Why was she able to avoid the restrictions of the Heaven's Destiny system, ignoring the rules in general to forge something of such a high grade? Whether it was in her previous life, or in this life, Shui Qinger seemed to have such a knack. Unable to figure out this matter, Qin Fang turned to look at the human deities around him. The surrounding deities had very sharp senses. And this bullet-sized thing? It gave them a great threat. The 8 deities, without exception, all perceived the terrifying power contained within this bullet. As if it was going to destroy the entire world. The feeling of death gradually emerged. The deities gradually gathered together, staring at the girl with unblinking eyes. If one said that the previous threat that the deities had posed to Qin Fang was a clear breeze, merely giving him a downward spiral, then the threat that Shui Qinger posed to these deities was like a level 13 hurricane, where the slightest slip would result in death. Shui Qinger's cold, ruthless, and threatening words left these deities speechless. Divine craftsman Lu Long was also able to sense the intent of death flowing around him. This kind of sensation had been rarely perceived after he had achieved Godsmith. What's this for? We all have the same goal. We're all aiming to kill the Dark God. Don't make the relationship so frosty. Murdoch, put away your divine aura. Divine artisan Lu Long stood out and snorted, which was also considered to be a step for both sides. Forget it. Murdoch took advantage of the step and walked straight down. We need to have an equal dialogue. Otherwise, we are willing to give up this mission. Shui Qinger added another sentence, looking around and staring at the group of deities, temporarily raising the stakes. This was tantamount to betraying one's trust. If it was before, this group of deities would definitely not agree. But now, Shui Qinger really seemed to possess equal dialogue. This annihilation deity bomb was too strong. It's fine. At this moment, an old man with a head full of white hair, full of endless vicissitudes, and with eyes that seemed to hold the entire starry river in their eyes, as if they were as wise as the stars, slowly stepped out from within the house, quietly looking at Qin Fang and the others. This old man, the aura of death was pervasive, but his waist was very straight, and his white clothes were washed out with the traces of years, all too eager to be discarded. The folds above his cheeks were like the skin of a bun, emerging with endless vicissitudes of change. The old man had just stepped out from within the house, and the surrounding gods bowed slightly to show their own respect. This prophet god, who had made an indelible contribution to the rise of the human race, deserved the respect of the entire human race. Qin Fang and the others bowed slightly. Ding. Whether to use the divine investigation skill. Use. Curious. Qin Fang could not help but use the divine grade probing skill, wanting to satisfy his curiosity. Ding. Probing failed. A god-level probing skill was not all-powerful. Right now, Qin Fang was unable to probe even if he touched the wall. Young man, this probing skill contains a strand of the God of Light's divine thought. No matter whose information he probes, the God of Light can be informed in the first instance. The prophet god looked towards Qin Fang with a smile on his face, his voice resounding in his mind. Qin Fang was startled when he heard such a voice, and he understood the evil intentions of the God of Light. Wouldn't this mean? Had Qin Fang become a scout of the God of Light in an invisible manner? Qin Fang glanced at the light god silhouette not far away, and the prophet god also glanced at the light god not far away. The prophet god was the first to lock onto the location of the God of Light, within the back garden of the God of Light. Qin Fang and Hidden Earth had all had the honor of visiting it once. To be honest, the God of Light had to cooperate with the human race. Otherwise, until he was unsealed, it was highly likely that these human deities would descend within his palace one day and strike at him. If the position of the God of Light had not been exposed, with his lofty deity mentality, how would he have cooperated with the human race? From the moment Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, entered the back garden of the God of Light, the game between the high-end battle forces began. Qin Fang. It was merely a lottery. Able to break through? Qin Fang didn't hide it, and asked directly. Yes. Just give up this one skill. The prophet god looked towards Qin Fang and smiled with interest, seemingly waiting for his choice. This skill, at the moment, does not help me much. Qin Fang made himself clear that he would not give up. The prophet god was slightly disappointed. So a light blue-colored glow fell, placing a restriction on this one of Qin Fang's god-level skills. Ding. The prophet god has placed the following restrictions on your skill. Probing. Ding. Unable to probe the attributes of the human race and their allies of legendary rank, including legendary rank. Ugh. Qin Fang let out a silent sigh. This restriction. He could only endure it. This is a small restriction on you, to prevent you from divulging the confidential information of the human race. Qin Fang said that he could understand. Lu Long boy. Give these little ones an introduction to the rationing of our personnel this time, as well as their abilities. These words directly caused Qin Fang and the others to shift from a state of vassalage to one of cooperation. The entirety of the prophet god's eyes were thrown on the woman named Shui Qinger. This child possesses a great secret. A thin deity dragged out a chair and respectfully invited the prophet god to sit down, handing over tea. Hidden Earth. Tree of Life. Shui Qinger. Let me introduce you to the current staffing ration. This is the prophet god. After the plague god fell silent, the prophet god carried the banner of the human race, helping the human race to step back into today's splendor from the level of imminent silence. It can be said that the splendor of my human race cannot be divorced from the prophet god's spirit of bowing down and dying. This is truly a deity worthy of the respect of all the human race. Chapter 219, The Dark Abyss. Regarding the prophet god, Qin Fang did not know much about it in his previous life, and had never even heard of the human race possessing such a deity at all. I don't know if it was because the secrecy was done too well, or because the prophet god had died long ago. Qin Fang was inclined towards the latter, and there was a premonition in Qin Fang's heart. Perhaps, that is, it was this action that led to the death of the prophet god. Prophet god? Too old. He was from the same era as the god of pestilence. This is the god of speed. Murdoch. He has a rather quick temperament, and was not in control of his emotions earlier. But his speed is unrivaled and unmatched. This is the god of space. Sanchi. Able to control space, allowing us to reach the darkness god's location peacefully. Able to lead us to avoid the prying eyes of other gods. This is the god of dragon's eyes. Becoming a god with a pair of dragon's eyes. Able to see through any fog, helping us penetrate the darkness god's palace, and go straight to the dragon. This is divine artisan Zhongling. Although he is a newly promoted divine artisan, he is not weaker than me at all. This is the god of archery of the elven clan, Ekras. Proficient in long-distance combat, with an extremely high hit rate. This is the god of soul breaking, capable of targeting the power of the spirit and attacking. His strength should not be underestimated. This is the god of anger, controlling the anger of the 7 emotions, with great killing power. This is the god of light, also considered to be our ally. Be careful of him. This old boy is always likely to defect. Divine craftsman Lu Long introduced the 8 deities one by one to Qin Fang and the others. It only included names, some simple attributes, specialties, and more. It was kept secret. After Qin Fang and the others finished listening, they were considered to possess a rough understanding of the gods. Do you possess a general understanding of your mission? Possess a rough understanding? I hope you don't drop the ball. At this time, the god of speed couldn't help but open his mouth, asking Qin Fang once again. Qin Fang nodded his head. The god of prophecy stood up from atop the rattan chair, as if he were a giant, slowly lifting up this firmament. At this moment, he was no longer a frail old man, but a deity that stood on top of the heavens. In that case, then you will start forging space. Keep an eye on it at all times, and as much as possible, within an incense stick, determine the position of the god of darkness, god of light. Cooperate, or else, I don't mind going ahead and eradicating you first. The prophet god's words were slow and light, But every single person heard them very seriously. No one dared to slack off. Qin Fang did not hesitate and took out his forging hammer. Waiting in place. Divine artisan Lu Long coughed lightly twice. This kid? He has learnt the fine art. He had no choice but to take out his own forging table. Dark materials. And throw it to Qin Fang. Doing something for the public? Is it hard to use your own things? Where is the reasoning for this? Qin Fang was shocked when he took a look at divine artisan Lu Long's forging table. This? What an extravagant forging platform. Even using a whole block of legendary grade material to forge it. How many copper coins does this cost? Qin Fang's eyes reddened. Phew. Suck. Qin Fang forced himself to calm down and started forging. Dang. The first hammer fell. And the infinite power of darkness immediately converged towards this place. The surrounding gods were shocked. And they recognized the importance of this player. This was an existence that was truly capable of resisting the deities. It was important to know that although human beings also became gods, they were a different kind of god. Ancient deities held the most original forces of heaven and earth, such as earth, fire, water, wind, etc. The most original, visible and tangible elements of heaven and earth were almost all held by them. Those who came after them could only find another way to become gods in a different way. This group of gods before the Qin dynasty is representative of this. Mastering the emotion of anger to become a god. Becoming a god with the eye of the dragon god. Becoming a god with the identity of a divine craftsman. And becoming a god with the path of soul breaking. All in all, as time passed and society continued to progress, the number of gods became more and more numerous. And more adapted to the trend of the times. Qin Fang? It was the one who truly shook the roots of these ancient gods. As long as Qin Fang didn't die, it was entirely possible for him to fight with the god of darkness for the ownership of the abyss of darkness. And even, it was possible to take over the nest and completely destroy the god of darkness. At this moment, there was no more resentment in the heart of the god of speed. The god of space continuously captured the spatial fluctuations of the god of darkness, following the direction in which the darkness she was coming from, and started tracking it in reverse. In the next second, along with the impending awakening of the god of darkness, the god of space's eyes narrowed, and a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. I found you. The god of space signaled Qin Fang to stop forging, and a light-colored light instantly enveloped the entirety of the gods, including the prophet god, and disappeared in place in an instant. Spatial shifting, and shifting quickly with so many deities, was a very great test for the god of space. But the god of space withstood this test, and he succeeded. When they emerged from within the spatial passage, the gods, Qin Fang and the others suddenly appeared at the place of a Norse abyss. It was like a terrifying gully left behind by a violent 18-magnitude earthquake. The width of the gully seemed to be able to contain the ocean below, as if the earth had been directly torn apart. The depth of the gully was so deep that there was no way to investigate it, and countless darkness gases kept surging up from under the abyss, gradually spreading towards the surroundings. In the abyss, nothing could be seen. Evil, seductive, and dark voices transformed into a musical score that was constantly played in the abyss. Light. It's up to you. The prophet god shifted his eyes towards the god of light. And in the next instant, the god of light instantly felt the heavens fall apart and felt a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If he did not follow the prophet god's intention, he would have to die. The god of light involuntarily shivered as he realized that he had underestimated this prophet god too much. The strength of this prophet god, perhaps it wouldn't be weaker than the once heavenly emperor. A human race? Was it even possible to give birth to such a strong person? The god of light stepped forward, and countless forces of light began to coalesce, eventually transforming into a passageway that led straight into the depths of the abyss. The god of light was the first to step forward, stepping on top of the passage of light, and continuously advancing towards the depths. The prophet god, Qin Fang, and the others followed. Qin Fang's heart was beating extremely fast. After all, this was a deity hunting trip. Thud. Dang. Thud. The abyss, as if it possessed life, awakened at this moment, and the sound of its heart beating powerfully resounded. The god of darkness had awakened the moment Qin Fang forged his equipment. And at this moment, under the stimulation of the god of light, how could he still sleep peacefully? When he saw the situation around him, the darkness god was instantly startled. Human race? Surprisingly, They had set a full 10 deities to target themselves. And the prophet God, who was known to be the first in wisdom, was also right behind him. Was it to completely grind itself down? No. No. How did the human race locate its own lair? Just as he was thinking about this, the god of darkness saw the figure of the god of light. And everything? He figured it all out. God of light? You traitor? Yes. In the darkness God's perception. It must be the god of light who had betrayed him. Otherwise, these humble humanoids would never be able to detect his position. The darkness god wanted to escape, but it was already too late. These human deities approached his darkness great hall. Him lost the best time to escape. And even if he was able to escape, where could he escape to? Chapter 220 The Emboldened Darkness God. Heaven's net. The prophet God shouted out in a low voice. And golden thin threads suddenly appeared in the hands of the 10 deities, as if they were spider silk. Crystal clear, but flashing with a terrifying aura. The threads continued to weave, eventually turning into a web that enveloped the entire abyss. Whether it was from the outside or the inside, it was impossible to break through in a short period of time. This was the first layer of the prophet God's arrangement. Heavenly chance sphere. Confuse the heavenly chances. The prophet God once again droned out. And in the next instant, a red-colored luscious ball was drilled out from his body, spinning around, and eventually completely blackened, becoming one with the dark abyss. Originally, the entry of the god of light and the others had caused the dark abyss to begin to riot, causing the dark chi to begin to boil. But now, everything returned to calm, as if it had never happened. This was the terrifying aspect of the heavenly chance orb. Slaughtering the gods. The commotion would be extremely loud. But under the cover of the heavenly chance orb, the god of darkness would die, and no one would notice in a short period of time. This was the second layer of the prophet God's arrangement. All those who fight in the proximity of the army. The prophet God's mouth kept muttering, and his hands kept pinching the seals. Countless lines like tadpoles kept drilling into the surrounding darkness aura, forming a kind of protection or erosion against it. As the countless tadpoles poured in, the rejection of the surrounding darkness towards Qin Feng and the others was no longer so serious. Instead, there was a feeling of closeness. What a terrifying power. This was the third layer of the prophet God's arrangement. Prepare for action. With powerful brute force, the prophet God and the others directly split open the door of the dark palace. Inside, darkness so thick that it was like a mist of water condensed out and shattered with a loud bang, transforming into an infinite number of black snakes, condensing this gloomy aura and flashing scarlet eyes as they hissed towards the gods. Sculpture. The furious god stepped forward, bright red-colored lines emerging within his body surface, scattering in all directions, like a giant red dragon, fighting hard against these black snakes. Boom! The black snakes gradually dissipated, while the bright red-colored lines were still spreading. And in a short while, all of the black mist was about to be swept away, revealing the scene within the great hall. Within the dark hall, the most central, there towered a huge black stone pillar, pitch black and forged from god-grade materials. Its height seemed to be able to reach the sky, and its width reached tens of meters. This was the ceiling pillar. What was sealed inside was the god of darkness. On top of this ceiling pillar, not only did it carry the aura of the god of darkness, it also coalesced with a strong aura of the god of plague. After all, this was all the handiwork of the plague god. The space within the hall was very wide, as if it was a large venue. Holding more than 10,000 people? Shouldn't be a problem. The walls, the floor, all paved with black crystal stones, as if it was a mirror, making people's mood pleasant. Above the walls, carved dragons and paintings adorned the history about the dark god. Images of enslaving the human race. Images of achieving godhood. Everything. These images, carved on top of the stone, could at the very least ensure that they would not be lost for millions of years. Qin Feng raised his head and watched these images with interest. However, these images silently transformed into a vortex, as if they were going to swallow Qin Feng into it. In the next second, a system beep sounded. Ding! You are about to enter into a brand new scene. Ding! You have been forcibly interrupted. Don't look around. These images, they are all illusory yet real. This was the voice of divine craftsman Lu Long, with a strong hint of admonishment. Earlier? That is, It was divine craftsman Lu Long who was the first to discover that something was wrong with Qin Fang and forcefully pulled him back. This particular scene. Once Qin Fang fell into it, he would be sealed for 10 million years at the least. And at the most, he would never be able to come out. Even if he beheaded the God of Darkness, he would not necessarily be able to save Qin Fang. Just after rescuing Qin Fang, divine craftsman Lu Long immediately turned dark. This group of young people, they really didn't let people worry about them. Not only Qin Fang, the Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, and the others were successively attracted by the mural on the wall, and were almost sucked into it. This mural? To a deity, it was merely a mural. But to Qin Fang and the others, it was a great crisis. Above the ground, countless ripples kept intertwining, as if they were fine lines. And they were very complicated. At the edges of these ripples, the followers of the God of Darkness, under the seat of the God of Darkness, were sealed. The 8 demigod-level god generals. Behind each of the divine generals, 9 more legend-ranked ward generals were sealed. This was a very strong force. God of Light, you traitor. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, you will surely not be allowed to die. On the sealing pillar in the center, the giant face of the God of Darkness emerged with endless resentment and endless gnashing of teeth. At this moment, instead of hating the prophet God and other deities, he hated the God of Light as a bare-bones traitor. If it wasn't for him, the traitor, how would the dark god of his sugar have ended up in the current situation? The Heavenly Emperor died a long time ago. And now it is the human race that reigns supreme. I am merely following the heavens. The light god faintly spat out such a sentence, his expression bland. You guys? If you want to kill me, you first have to break the sealing pillar. Haha. This is also considered to be a blessing in disguise for me to get out of the trap. And once I get out of the trap, even the Heavenly Emperor will not be able to extinguish my true body. You guys on this trip? It will surely be a fruitless return. The God of Darkness seemed emboldened. Yes, as the most blessed existence between heaven and earth. As long as the darkness is not extinguished, the God of Darkness will not die. This was an unchanging law. Even the most powerful God of Pestilence, when dealing with these elemental gods of heaven and earth, could only seal them, but could not completely kill them. Because, even if you kill this dark god, after how many years, you will still be able to gather other dark gods. It was better to seal it instead. Qin Fang cast his divine grade skill, probing. He wanted to probe the attributes of this sealing pillar. Ding. Is it possible to unfold the skill, probing on the god-level sealing pillar? Ding. Warm reminder. This probing has a 90% chance of failure, and is prone to counterattacks by the God of Darkness. Will you continue probing? Probing. Fortune and riches. Qin Fang still wanted to take a look at the attributes of this god-level sealing pillar. After all, this kind of opportunity? How many times could he come across it? As for the Darkness God's counterattack, Qin Fang believed that with the means of so many gods present, he would definitely be able to protect himself. If not, ahem. This group of people? It was still really rubbish. As soon as divine artisan Lu Long took a look at Qin Fang's movements, he instantly knew that this brat was going to commit another act of death. He wanted to block, but it was already too late. In Qin Fang's eyes, a brilliant light of light shot out, aiming directly at the darkness sealing pillar, where the darkness god was located. This? Divine artisan Lu Long sighed, not knowing what to say. This Qin Fang? Perhaps he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and even dared to directly investigate the sealing pillar. Kid, how dare you? A mere centurion under the seat of the God of Light. How dare you insult me? Seemingly being stepped on by a mole cricket, the God of Darkness was completely enraged. Buzz! Countless dark air currents transformed into huge black pythons and impacted, wanting to completely obliterate Qin Fang. Chapter 221. In the face of such a terrifying, as if capable of annihilating a demigod-level god general's attack, Qin Fang was not afraid in the slightest, and even wore a smile on his face, as if he was mocking the God of Darkness's insouciance. The God of Darkness couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that this kid possessed some strong cards? Or perhaps this was the descendant of some big brother. Otherwise, would he dare to be like this? However, in the next instant, the darkness god's face darkened. This kid? Could it be that he really possessed some kind of strong identity? Surprisingly, he was able to get 3 deities to escort him to safety. Yes, At the moment when the infinite dragon of darkness was about to devour Qin Fang, the god of wrath, the god of speed, and the divine craftsman Li Long all stepped in to intercept the dragon of darkness, allowing Qin Fang to be spared. Ding. Failed to investigate. Expected. But in the next instant, Qin Fang checked again. The god of light gritted his teeth as he hated to immediately withdraw this one skill bestowed upon Qin Fang. Every time Qin Fang released it, all needed to consume the divine power in his body, especially in such a close proximity and with such a strong opponent. The divine power in the god of light's body was like a floodgate opening up, constantly flowing away. In this situation, the non-stop flow of divine power within his body was very bad news for the god of light. The god of light still has his little mind. This time, he was ostensibly uniting the 10 gods of the human race to fight against the god of darkness. But it might not be impossible for him to unite with the god of darkness and work together to pit against this so-called god of the human race. The prerequisite for all of this had to be sufficient divine power in the body. In order to plan for success, the god of light even poured 2/3 of his entire power to break the seal into this doppelganger, in order to prepare for a snipe and clam fight. But now, what Qin Fang had done had dismantled his plan to a certain extent. Could he endure this? Definitely not. Ding. The god of light has cut off the supply of divine power. This skill cannot be used for the time being. Ding. If you are forced to use it, please pay the corresponding light attribute stone. When Qin Fang heard such a system tone, he immediately glanced at the god of light. This even if Qin Fang thought with his toes. He could tell that the god of light had a ghost. Thus, Qin Fang hurriedly reported to divine craftsman Lu Long. The god of light contains a huge amount of energy within him. Be careful of him. Qin Fang's words were so strong that he was afraid that divine craftsman Lu Long wouldn't believe him. I was prepared for this. If it's not my kind, his heart will be different. Divine craftsman Lu Long's reply made Qin Fang's heart settle down slightly. Right. These big brothers? How could they not see it? How could they not make preparations earlier? It looked like he was the one who was a bit overworried. The god of darkness took advantage of the interval when the gods of the human race were not yet in a hurry to attack and wanted to contact the outside world, wanting to seek help from the outside world. However, under the restriction of the heavenly orb, every message that the god of darkness transmitted was intercepted at all times and could not be transmitted at all. Qin Fang rubbed up against the prophet god's side, his small white hand touching against the prophet god's pale palm, writing Chinese characters in the prophet god's hand. Scapegoat doll. Qin Fang wrote these 4 words before opening the transaction. At this moment, even the prophet god could not help but be surprised. With a touch of surprise while being surprised in his heart, he quietly looked at Qin Fang, nodding his head uncontrollably in his mind. But on the surface, there was no sadness or joy. This, good boy, it looks like his plan, can be changed slightly. Prophet God Shun instantly transformed his own plans that had been plotted for thousands of years. Qin Fang knew nothing about this. At the moment, he was watching the show as if he was a passerby. Dark God, you seem to be overconfident. The prophet God spat out such a sentence before offering the decree of the god of pestilence. This was the decree that the god of pestilence had left behind in heaven's mandate, specifically used to deal with gods. Pestilence Dharma decree. It can penetrate the boundaries set up by the god of pestilence. This Dharma decree was specifically collected by the god of prophecy to deal with the current situation. It was clearly impossible for the human gods to enter the ceiling pillars. With a click, the seer god threw the decree on top of the pitch-black ceiling pillar. And as if a glacier was melting, gradually corroded a 10-foot-high portal. This portal topped the sky. The dark god within the ceiling column wants to follow this portal to drill out. Want to get out of the world within the ceiling column. But in the end, failed. This portal, if one did not master a special sealing decision, one could only enter and could not leave. This time, the seer god was also trying to go for broke, wanting to enter the ceiling pillar and kill the darkness god in one fell swoop. If he failed, the many gods of the human race would probably be sealed within the ceiling pillar forever. You guys? Come on. In my kingdom, I am a god. A hint of anticipation vaguely surfaced in the heart of the god of darkness. He didn't believe that the human race's ants would dare to enter within the ceiling pillar. A ceiling pillar? It appeared to be where the god of darkness was sealed. But after so many years of erosion and transformation, within it It had long since become the kingdom of the god of darkness. And here, it was his territory. Enter. In an instant, the prophet god handed different looks to different deities. These deities knew their own tasks. And at the first opportunity, they defiantly rushed inside the portal. The divine craftsman Lu Long pulled Qin Fong, the tree of life, and the others, and also entered the portal. In the original spot, only the god of light, the seer god, remained. Bright god, I can sense the abundant energy within you. Hand over half of it, or else you'll have to die here. The figure of the prophet god metamorphosed in an instant, as if it was experiencing old age, middle age, and returning to youth again. Its aura rising without limit, eventually reaching an extreme and a very terrifying state. At this moment, it was as if the prophet god was a true god and demon, capable of slaughtering everything in the heavens and earth. Old man, if you kill me, I'm afraid that you will die yourself. And furthermore, your plan this time will definitely fail. The god of light general had his hands being behind his back. He was truly emboldened. No matter who he teamed up with, he was innately invincible. Is that so? How about you and I try? An ugly doll suddenly appeared in the prophet god's hand, playing with it non-stop. Before looking at the god of light playfully, the god of light's face instantly turned white, and his eyes widened as he stared at the doll in the prophet god's hand with a deadly stare. You? How did you get it? A god-level scapegoat doll. This thing? Wasn't it said to have gone extinct a long time ago? The god of light was truly frightened. This was something that even he, as an ancient deity, had merely heard of it, and had never seen it before. Scapegoat doll. This thing was not uncommon in the age of deities. But a doll that could make a deity die in its place? It was almost always in the hands of a heavenly emperor. Ah! Somewhere in the middle of the heavenly destiny void. This was a multicolored world, with different colors filling the surroundings. Very splendid. The time and space merchant wandered here, strolling to the place where a tombstone stood. I've already given this piece of god-rank scapegoat doll to a specific person at a specific point in time as you requested. Such as if you hadn't paid the bill a long time ago. This thing? How could it be so cheap? Saying that, the time merchant took out a bottle of fine wine and poured it by the side of the tombstone in a dripping manner. Chapter 222 Gambler Qin Fong. The time and space merchant seemed to be moved with emotion, standing as dumbfounded as a wooden stake. His eyes were deep within his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. For such a thing, Qin Fong did not know. The darkness god did not know. And the prophet god did not know. Even if the seer god was able to calculate everything, he could not calculate the time and space merchant. The time and space merchant. This was originally an unpredictable character. You win. When the god of light saw this scapegoat doll, he understood that he had lost the big picture. And now, he had become a fish and could no longer resist. Prophet god? It was entirely possible to spell this doppelganger of his alive with this scapegoat doll. And him? Still at his peak. Still able to kill the darkness god. This doppelganger of the god of light had condensed nearly 2/3 of his divine power. And if it was annihilated, it would be a great harm to him. And he would not be able to turn around and get out of the trap within 10 years at the very least. For the god of light, this was a great harm. And all his ambitions could not be realized. God of light. He wanted a lot. At this moment, when the god of light finished speaking these words, his entire breath was like a balloon, gradually wilting down, and all the light disappeared. And then the god of light spat out an orb the color of light, and threw it to the prophet god. A wise choice. The corner of the prophet god's mouth put on a smile. And then, like a candle that was about to be extinguished, it gradually dimmed, and the figure like a god of war gradually shriveled, and eventually quietly became a harmless old man again. No one could imagine that this old man was the same person as the previous strong man. The prophet god swallowed this small ball of light into his stomach in one gulp, looked at the god of light with interest, and pointed to the location of the gate, signaling for the god of light to enter. The god of light couldn't help but freeze when he saw the prophet god move in such a manner. This person, how confident did he have to be to dare to swallow his energy in one gulp? Wasn't he afraid that the light god's energy would suddenly go out of control? The god of light perceived in detail, and suddenly realized that he couldn't perceive the energy that had just been divided, as if it had never appeared. This old man? So strong. Hiccup. This power. So comfortable. The prophet god burped comfortably and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. looking very pleasant. The god of light's eyes widened? Hardly. Hardly in such a short period of time. Just to digest this massive amount of his power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the god of light sensed the prophet god's slightly enhanced aura, and had to believe it again. The god of light eventually entered within the pitch-black gate, as if he were a prisoner being escorted. The prophet god was the last to enter, but he incorporated a drop of blood into the body of the scapegoat doll, leaving it in the outside world. Within the gate, it was a pitch-black world where not a single ray of light could be seen. Stabbing. Hidden Earth habitually threw out a flashbang, and the surroundings were suddenly as bright as day. The many deities immediately cast approving glances towards him. This kid? Brain reaction is quite fast. Here? There was darkness everywhere, and lighting a flame with divine power would extinguish it in a very short period of time. This is like lighting a flame in the middle of the deep sea. Although there are means to continuously light up the surroundings. But then, it's very draining of divine power. Right? And in such a dangerous situation, it's always good to be able to save a little bit of divine energy. This flashbang? It's just right. Receiving the deity's praise, Zong Tu was instantly a little embarrassed. Keep it up, lad. You're good. Divine artisan Lu Long didn't mince words in his praise. The time the flashbang lasted was shortened to merely have 5 seconds. But 5 seconds. It was enough. Hidden Earth received the praise. And instantly, like a happy silly roe deer, he kept throwing out flashbangs. Flashbangs? How much was it worth? But the praise of a deity. Even a fool would know the value of it all. Click. 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 Flashbangs kept being thrown out, offending my god's territory. All of you griffins deserve to die. Griffins like ants? How dare you intrude into a god's kingdom? Griffins, you are too bold. Countless furious voices rang out, transforming into terrifying sound wave rhythms that kept pounding the crowd. Be careful and vigilant. Divine artisan Lu Long, along with another divine artisan, was responsible for guarding the safety of Qin Fang and the others, preventing them from being decimated. The god of fury, the god of speed, quickly pounded out, hidden in the darkness. Clanking, thumping, the sound of collision rang out. Caw caw caw. Flashbulbs were thrown out non-stop, and Qin Fang took advantage of the instant of light to see snippets of the battle between the gods. The rage god's general body was attached by the rage value, flashing a brilliant red light, and red light gushed out with each strike as it landed a punch. The rage god's opponent looked as if he was a night fork from the sea, only to be encased in pitch-black armor that shone with an oozing sheen. The night fork held a trident in its hand, still pitch-black, and a ring of light shone beneath its feet. This circle was the transmission of dark power. This black night fork was one of the 9 demigod-level gods, and exuded a terrifying might in every move he made. And although he was passively taking a beating, but then, his armor was hard enough. And dun 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 dun. And the Fury God's fists didn't inflict any deeper damage. The Black Knight fork integrated the trident in his hand within his spine, and his breath fiercely increased by a large margin. Thud. Darkness struck, and Qin Fang could no longer see clearly. On the other side was the battle of the God of Speed. With great speed, the God of Speed kept playing with his opponent like a cat catching a mouse, gradually putting him to death. The God of Speed's opponent was a huge black scorpion with a tail hook that flashed with a terrifying toxin light. Every time the scorpion controlled its tail hook to attack the God of Speed, it was dodged, while the God of Speed not only dodged it, but was also able to attack the scorpion's tail knuckle in passing, causing him pain. It was clear that the God of Speed had the upper hand. The battles of the deities at the other end had the upper hand. After all, these humanoids were all deities. Whereas what about the dark beings? They were demigods. From this, it could be seen that these dark beings were strong. An egg of darkness inexplicably appeared in the hands of the divine craftsman Lu Long. And then he cast his eyes towards Hidden Earth, his eyes revealing a spiritual light as he opened his mouth with a touch of seductive power. Hidden Earth, I'll give you a choice. If you succeed, you'll be able to collect a god-level pet. But if you fail, you won't be able to keep your pet. Do you want to put up a fight? 1 minute to choose. Otherwise it will be too late. The countdown begins. These words, if another person had said it to Zong Tu would have definitely slapped him on the face. But at the words of divine craftsman Lu Long, Zong Tu cast his eyes towards Qin Fang, wanting him to make a decision. Qin Fang instantly understood the joints and looked at divine craftsman Lu Long and inquired, "Will it have an effect on Zong Tu?" "It won't. The worst outcome is nothing more than the death of the pet. In that case, put up a fight. Divine-grade pets. Even if Heaven's mandate had been open for 10 years, there were only a handful of them. So if Hidden Earth won the gamble, he could be considered to be flat on his back from today onwards." Qin Fang's gambler's mentality came online. Chapter 223 Slaughter Clean. Bet. This was Qin Fang's answer. Even though he wasn't the one involved. His eyes were red. Definitely betting. Losing? It was nothing more than losing an epic level pet. Even if the demonic dragon had been forcibly upgraded to the legendary level by Qin Fang. His essence, after all, was epic level. When it grew up in the future, it would definitely be weaker than a true legendary grade pet. Between epic rank and legend rank, the difference was far. And between legend rank and god rank, the difference was even farther. It was truly like a gap, like a chasm. However, once a pet stepped into the divine level, as if it was transformed, it didn't matter if it was forcefully raised. It was enough to crush millions of legend rank pets. Put up a fight. Since the boss agreed, what was Hidden Earth waiting for? This pet was originally for nothing. It was originally because of the boss that this was obtained. Although he played a certain role in brushing the monsters on the way. But then again, it was better than nothing. And it was worth a fight. Here, Senior. Hidden Earth summoned the bewildered demonic dragon and threw it to divine artist Lu Long. As a pet, the devil dragon's perception was very sharp. And when it sensed the aura of big brothers all around it, it nearly pissed itself in fear. This was too terrifying. The aura of the surroundings. Only his chief master and the three fools were a little weaker. Other than that, is this a deity? As a legendary level pet, his rank was also very high, alright. To be able to let him perceive a strong sense of death. These people? It can't all be deities. So many deities. What kind of people are these? The demonic dragon said that he was scared. In the next second, the devil dragon felt a strong threat. As if he was being watched by some supreme being. Such a dangerous feeling. The demonic dragon instinctively sensed a hint of something wrong and wanted to break free. However, he had already fallen into the tiger's claws of godly smith Lu Long. Although Godsmith Lu Long was a blacksmith. But what? He also possessed god-level power. In the hands of the Godsmith Lu Long, the demon dragon with legendary level talent was like rubber clay, being needed by others, unable to resist it all. Thus, the demon dragon watched as the black-colored, horrifyingly patterned thing was forced into his body from his mouth by the blacksmith Lu Long. What is this thing? I won't eat it. I won't eat it. The demonic dragon wanted to resist. But in the end, the arm couldn't resist the leg. This egg was swallowed by the demonic dragon. And in the next instant, the blood, flesh, skin, essence, etc. within the demonic dragon's body immediately turned into air currents and surged into the pitch-black colored egg. So far, the devil dragon was integrated into the egg. As for it to be able to take over the nest, and to be able to successfully ascend to the divine level, that is, it would depend on his destiny. Hidden Earth looked at his pet bar, and it was already empty. Ding. Your pet is already at $1. It seemed that the system was also unable to determine what state Zong Tu's pet was currently in, replacing it with a weird symbol. In a word, Hidden Earth had no pets at the moment. Such a tactic left Qin Fang in a small state of shock. But the players in the outside world? But it was an explosion. Holy crap. I'm not blinking. Where's Great God Hidden Earth's pet? Yeah. I just saw it. And now the pet list has even disappeared into thin air. There are only two reasons for a pet to disappear into thin air. Either the Hidden Earth Great God personally releases it, or it dies. I'm leaning towards the latter. I'm leaning towards the latter as well. How could it be released? The price of this pet? It's directly broken 100 million. Are you willing to throw away 100 million coins? Is it hard to believe that it's really dead? But who could decapitate such a strong legendary rank pet? The players were talking, and no one could give an answer. A considerable portion of the players, on the other hand, they were happy in their own minds. After all, if they didn't have it, they naturally hoped that others didn't have it either. This kind of person? Typical of those who couldn't eat grapes to say that they were sour. Caw caw caw. The flashbulbs lit up again. And Qin Fang saw a cruel scene. The god of speed had managed to twist off the tail of the massive scorpion for him, casually discarding it on the ground, where the scorpion's severed tail was. Countless black chi kept spreading and converging, seemingly wanting to coalesce a tail again. The god of speed obviously wouldn't give him this opportunity, lifting up the broken tail on the ground with great speed, and then ruthlessly using the scorpion's broken tail, stabbing it into the scorpion's eyes. The scene was once very cruel and bloody, but it was very out of breath. Taking advantage of the light, Qin Fang saw that the huge scorpion demigod-level god general was rolling around on the ground in pain, pitch-black colored blood flowing out unceasingly, ripping and pulling. The god of speed tore off the scorpion's head ruthlessly, and casually tossed it aside. God level? After all, it was a god level, not something this demigod-level creature could challenge. The god of wrath's opponent, the Black Knight Fork, was also torn in half, and its trident was forcibly drawn by the god of wrath and used to chop its head off. The god of space's opponent at the beginning was a humanoid, pitch-black creature with a terrifying disc-shaped weapon held in its hand, a tiger that made people's hearts palpitate. But now, the disc was directly broken open and turned into pieces casually discarded on the ground. And the humanoid pitch-black creature? On the other hand, it was turned into countless pieces and casually tossed aside. This was what happened to this demigod-level god general. Death, the god of space, with a hand of terrifying spatial power that almost no one could resist. The opponent of the god of dragon's eyes was also lying on the ground at this moment, and everything in his mind was reduced to nothingness, as if he had been gutted by something terrifying. If one were to look closely, the god of dragon's eyes could not only have eyes that were the eyes of a dragon. His body, densely covered with a layer of fine scales. His claws, as sharp as a real dragon's claws. The god of dragon's eyes was as if he was a true humanoid ferocious beast. Snap! As the flashbang rebloomed, the battle ended in the distance. The elf clan's god of archery, too, lowered the bow and arrows in his hands, while his opponent, who had transformed into the brightest eye blossom in the sky, exploded, instantly lighting up half of the firmament. This was the terrifying strength of the elven god of archers. Each of his arrows contained a hint of explosive intent, eventually exploding within the demigod's body to form the most beautiful fireworks. The opponent of the god of soul breakers, on the other hand, was like a statue, quietly paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were godless, his body was cold, and from the outside, one could barely see any wounds. This was the dreadfulness of the god of soul breaking. According to the rumors, the god of soul breaking was a god of spiritual power, and after becoming a god, his spiritual power directly achieved a sharp sword, capable of breaking the soul of any non-divine being. Therefore, the battle of the god of soul breaking was the earliest to end. No matter how much the flashbulb shone, the god of broken souls would always stand frozen in place. The 9 so-called demigod-level battle general experts under the god of darkness were decimated by these deities, as if they were chopping up vegetables. Not bad. At this time, the prophet god stepped in and praised the crowd for a job well done. Before the main course, it was finally possible to clear away all the little rubbish. Like God? How much longer are you going to hide? Come! Fight me to the death. This was the voice of the dark god's violent rage. Chapter 224 Attack. The corpses of these dead demigod-level god generals were not wasted. All of them were silently handed over to divine craftsman Lu Long by the speed god spirit. Underneath the feet of divine craftsman Lu Long, at some point, a deep black-colored hexagram star formation appeared, looming, and the demigod-level corpses were thrown into it. And in an instant, they were transformed into black air currents that merged into the star formation, never to be distinguished from each other again. In the center of the star formation, there was a deep black-colored egg. This egg was trembling rhythmically, as if it was breathing. With the constant integration of black chi, the body surface of the black egg was transforming towards a crystal state. The darkness god was surrounded by 9 deities, too overwhelmed by hatred to see the situation here. Darkness, it's not me who wants to kill you. It's the great power that wants to kill you. Do you understand? The god of light appeared and quietly looked towards the god of darkness not far away, his words filled with helplessness. The god of light glanced at the prophet god, who could transform at any time, and then at Qin Fang and the others. He did not believe that Qin Fang and the others were useless. The god of darkness, transformed into a black mist, making it impossible to see his body. But in the center of the black mist were two eyes that were like large red lanterns, staring at the god of light and death. The black mist was the darkness god's essence. He was originally the first strand of darkness in the heavens and earth, eventually possessing wisdom and achieving godhood. What great power! Within my kingdom, you all must die. The black mist continued to expand, instantly enveloping all 9 deities. God of darkness? Your kingdom? Have you forgotten that this is still a cage under the establishment of the god of plague? The prophet god looked towards the god of darkness with a hint of mockery, and once again offered up the pestilence god's decree in his hand. Inside the ceiling pillar, the spell decree was still able to function. Buzz, the god of darkness, immediately felt an infinite compression force, transforming into a terrifying power like that of heaven and earth, rolling towards him. This power surpassed him by too much. This was the power of the god of pestilence. This was the power that made him timid in his heart. But he didn't dare to resist. This power back then? It simply made his hard demons appear. A single strike that caused the peak god of darkness to be sealed. How terrifying was this? These years? The god of darkness barely managed to expand the crystal ball that sealed him. Expand? Expand again? And was finally able to stretch his legs. But now, under the urging of the decree, the crystal ball around him still seemed to be shrinking rapidly. The god of darkness was afraid. Break, break, break. Break it for me. The god of darkness sacrificed his power, fighting to the death. Click. A slight crack appeared in the decree. The god of darkness saw hope. So when he wanted to add more strength, the seer god decisively put away this plague god's decree. It looks like I have underestimated you. The prophet god's face was in a rare state of gravity. All these years? Not only did the strength of the god of darkness seem to have not declined, but on the contrary, it had even slightly increased. Old man, you shall not die. The god of darkness coalesced into a pure black-colored human form. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and his eyes looked deep into the prophet god. At this moment, the god of darkness understood that the prophet god seemed to be the head of this group of gods, and if he was able to kill the prophet god first, the battle might still be able to be reversed. At the same time, the god of darkness began to secretly contact the god of light. Brightness, help me to kill one of the human race's griffin deities, and I'll overlook your faults and won't report them, and will even recognize your merits. And help me to kill 3 of the human race's deities, and I'll hand over the brightness god's egg that was condensed out of the darkness over endless years to you, so that your cultivation will be further advanced. This was the darkness god's scheming. The god of light was the one he wanted to draw in. After all, they were technically considered to be of the same race. To be honest, if it was earlier before the power of the god of light had been devoured by the prophet god, the god of light would definitely have instantly agreed with this statement of the darkness god and turned against him on the brink. But now, the god of light, who had lost nearly half of his power, was only a little stronger than the god of speed's power. So what else could he do? It was almost impossible to turn over any waves. Although if he put up a fight, he was still able to rely on a sneak attack to kill a human deity. But was it useful? It was almost useless. Not only would he not be able to save the god of darkness, he would even take his own down with him. Faced with such a situation, the god of light could only shake his head slightly, rejecting the darkness god's proposal. Regarding this point, the god of light also had his thoughts. This underground light god egg, he definitely wanted it. At this moment, the god of light was also negotiating with the prophet god. When the dark god saw the god of light, there weren't too many ripples in his heart. After all, it was sort of expected. But the dark god contact can not only the god of light alone. Other gods, he is also in contact. For the human race, this kind of ants, the gods almost study thoroughly. Interest is the fastest speed to make them collapse. Thus, the god of darkness promised these deities different benefits to make them fall back. The god of prophecy was making a deal with the god of light. The god of darkness is then making deals for the other gods. The hearts and minds of these gods piled up to be able to circle around heaven's mandate. There were too many. Kill. The god of wrath hissed out. And in regards to the dark god's offer, the god of wrath considered it an insult. A great insult. If the god of wrath was willing to submit, the darkness god was willing to let the god of wrath take charge of the entirety of the darkness army's wrath, helping him to reach the next level. In the face of such an offer, The god of wrath felt nothing but disgust. The god of wrath heaved a heavy punch above the darkness god's heavenly spirit point, immediately causing his form to stall. It doesn't hurt. You mole-like god. I'll send you on your way. With extremely fast reaction speed, the god of darkness offered the sword of darkness in his hand, and violently slashed across the goddess's abdomen, tearing and pulling. A mouth as long as an arm appeared on top of the god of wrath's divine body, as if the intestines inside were about to ooze out. The god of wrath blasted his own belly with a powerful force of will, allowing it to heal quickly. In the next second, it rushed into the battle once again. The surrounding deities were all taken aback. What a sharp sword. The dragon eye deity charged up, fine dragon scales surfacing on his body's surface, wanting to test his defense. This was the sound of the dragon eye deity sucking in cool air. This dark long sword, too, broke through his defense, and his scales, which only served as a hint of a block. This is a true divine weapon rewarded by the heavenly emperor. Ants tremble, seeing that the divine weapon kept taking credit. The complacency in the darkness god's eyes grew more and more vivid, as if he saw victory right before his eyes. In the face of such a powerful artifact, the prophet god did not step forward, but instead looked towards the god of light. Go on. At the very least, waste the divine weapon in his hand. The god of light felt a hint of discomfort. Wasn't this treating him like a pawn? Calling him when he comes and waving him away. This motherfucker. I'm not your servant. The god of light was thinking like this, and was about to give up and quit, when all of a sudden, he felt a hint of killing intent. If you don't go on, I will kill you first. A surge of anger surfaced in the heart of the god of light. The battle opens. Kill your comrades first? Chapter 225 Light God Egg appears. A teammate sacrificing to the heavens with unlimited mana? The light god couldn't help but spit. But facing the killing intent of the prophet god as well as the many gods, the light god really couldn't hold his own, and had no choice but to sacrifice the same divine weapon given by the heavenly emperor, and began to attack the dark god in a feigned manner. The weapon in the hands of the god of light was also a long sword, except that it was all snow white in color, and at a glance, it was full of light, the power of justice. It was the polar opposite of the darkness gods. It had to be said that with the god of light's hold, the pressure on the prophet god and the entirety of the gods plummeted. The god of light, even if it was grinding, had played a role. As time passed, the prophet god searched for an opportunity, instantly exploding his clothes and reverting to the state of a young man. Snapping, with a palm, he managed to knock the long sword out of the darkness god's hand. The god of speed, who was hidden on the side, picked it up in an instant, and then quickly moved away, not giving the dark god any chance. The darkness god wanted to summon the sword of darkness, but the other divine artisan spat out a large mouthful of blood, suppressing the artifact to the death, so that it wouldn't return to the darkness god's hands again. In the end, this divine craftsman directly blew up his own forging hammer, hitting the sword of darkness, making his sword covered in streaks, no longer able to resist, directly reduced to a mortal object. This divine craftsman directly used his own divine forging hammer as a price to destroy the dark god's weapon. The divine smith laughed maniacally, as reckless as a victorious general. Coughing and coughing, blood kept coughing out like a river and sea, unable to stop the flow, and his breath kept dropping. Even though this divine artisan had paid the price of a heavy wound, he had managed to destroy the dark god's weapon. This was his shining point. This was how strong he was. Originally, dealing with the darkness god's weapon, this was something that the dragon eye deity needed to do. But now, it was indeed done by the divine artisan on his behalf. A trace of inappropriateness, a trace of apology flooded within the dragon eye deity. Don't give me that look. Slash him one more time for me, or else this set of dragon scale armor that I forged for you, won't it be for nothing? Yes, this set of dragon scale armor was forged for the dragon eye divine spirit by this god-level blacksmith, not something that the dragon eye divine spirit was born with. The dragon eye deity coughed twice in embarrassment, before the movements in his hands became even more vigorous. The god of space manipulated the thin threads of space and kept cutting towards the god of darkness, causing even more wounds on his body. As time passed, the god of darkness became more and more weakened. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to find that the weakened power of the god of darkness had all followed the hexagram star formation engraved on the ground and merged into the pitch-black egg. The god of darkness couldn't notice his own weakness. Because, even if his power was devoured, the infinite dark abyss in the outside world still had an infinite amount of power that was integrated into his body, allowing him to be in a peak state all the time. The dark abyss? After so many years of development, it could not only hold a deity. To know, this world, as long as living beings existed, it would be nourished by darkness. This was also the result of why, after so many years, the god of darkness had not only not weakened, but instead, it had also vaguely strengthened. The god of darkness took a deep breath, and his entire body instantly transformed into a state of black mist. And in the next instant, when his body once again returned to its human form, the wounds on his body's surface were all recovered, as if he had never been injured before. The eyes of the prophet god and the other gods wrinkled heavily. This? So hard to kill. In the abyss of darkness, darkness gods were inherently in an invincible position even if they were sealed. You griffins. How could you know the might of a god? I am immortal. No one can kill me. The god of darkness spoke out arrogantly, seemingly not placing this group of people in his heart. Here, I am invincible. I am immortal. And today, it is you who will die. The god of darkness seemed to have seen the image of him decapitating the prophet god. What a wonderful scene that would be. Light. It's still too late for you to back out now. Join me in killing these humble ants. This time, the god of darkness seemed to have swelled up, and instead of transmitting a voice, he took the initiative to open his mouth and ask. In the face of such a voice, the god of light said nothing and continued to resist this god of darkness. Joking aside, if he agreed at this time, the god of light believed that the prophet god and the others would definitely behead him at the first opportunity. The god of light wasn't stupid, and right now, he was in a pretty good state. Feel the fish, and incidentally find out where the god of darkness had hidden the god of light egg by the god of darkness. If the god of light searched for the location of the light god egg, he would definitely be the first to dive down and fight for the light god egg. Battle. The god of prophecy and the others were once again engaged in battle. And as both sides fought to the death, they were all suddenly colored and bruised. The god of space, god of speed, and the others had mouths on their bodies that opened and closed like a baby's tiny mouth. And countless black chi filled the air above their wounds, making it impossible for their wounds to heal in a short period of time. Mouths also appeared on top of the prophet god's burly muscles. The god of darkness was even more miserable. His entire head was almost cut off, drooping on the ground, and there was barely a single piece of intact muscle on his body. If this was a normal god, he would definitely be dead at this moment. However, what the prophet god and the others were facing was the god of darkness. As the god of darkness transformed back into a state of mist, the seer god and the others wanted to stop it, but they didn't know how to stop it. In the end, they could only watch as the god of darkness drew back the beaten darkness and regained his strength. The prophet god took 2 deep breaths and suppressed the anger within him. He was simply going mad. Found it. At this moment, the god of light suddenly lit up. The god of darkness had inhaled darkness chi twice in a row, which instantly caused a crack to appear in the place where the light god's egg was sealed, allowing the brightness god's egg's aura to leak out. Not playing with you guys. The light god instantly turned into streams of light and disappeared. This light god egg, he was determined to obtain it. Only by obtaining this light god egg would he be able to truly rise again in this world. Seeing the god of light rapidly advancing towards the location of the god of light egg, the god of darkness immediately became anxious. This god of light egg? If the god of light was allowed to get it, his strength would probably rise to a very terrifying level. We can't let him get it. The darkness god wanted to stop it. So the prophet god and the others immediately got out of the way, allowing them to go dogfighting. The prophet god and the others, on the other hand, quickly recovered the power in their bodies. Despicable. The god of darkness saw the arrangement of the prophet god and the others as they ran. Surprisingly, he used the egg of darkness to steal the dark energy of the abyss. With this level of tactics, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to try to extract clean power from the god of darkness. It was like taking a bucket and loading an entire ocean with seawater that simply wouldn't fit. This egg of darkness, although it was unknown where the prophet god and the others had obtained it from, trying to extract the power of the god of darkness was like a drop in the bucket, inviting laughter. As for Qin Fong, the god of darkness only felt somewhat familiar. but had no impression at all. Chapter 226, The God of Light's Reversal. Growing Egg of Darkness? The God of Darkness checked again, and his heart was suddenly shaken. He had originally thought that this Egg of Darkness was merely an ordinary existence, at most a legendary class egg. But now look. This egg still possessed a certain level of threat to him all. The God of Darkness flew down, dong, and blasted a fist directly onto the body of Divine Craftsman Lu Long, wanting to cut him down and obliterate this Egg of Darkness in the process. However, in the next instant, the surrounding darkness aura instantly transformed into shielding, transforming into a shield, frantically condensing out, blocking in front of the Egg of Darkness, ultimately resisting this strike from the God of Darkness. The Darkness God's face darkened even further. This thing? It was actually able to mobilize Darkness Chi? The God of Darkness clearly felt a hint of threat, as if his own position had been severely provoked. At this moment, he seemed to understand the planning of this group of humble human races. They wanted to cultivate another God of Darkness that was close to the human races. No, perhaps the God of Darkness under the human race's hatchet. In that case, if this brand new God of Darkness was able to devour himself, he would also be considered to have died out to another degree. Can't wait. Can't wait. The God of Darkness was caught in a dilemma for a moment. The God of Light below was just one last step away from the God of Light egg. The God of Darkness could even sense that the seal he had set up was being constantly attacked by the God of Light. And in an hour at the most, the God of Light would be able to blast open his seal and successfully take the God of Light egg, if he was allowed to get it. The Darkness eventually glanced at the location of the Light God egg and once again sent a message to the Light God. I'll give you this Light God egg, but you need to join me in the same fight. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy this Light God egg. It was a threat from the God of Darkness, with a colorful aura. The God of Light fell into deep thought. With his deduction, the Light God egg was very fragile, and the God of Darkness was still really capable of destroying it. But was it really necessary to join forces with him? I'm not asking you to do anything else. You just need to destroy this Darkness egg for me. The God of Darkness gave in once again. This was already his limit. Faced with such a voice, the God of Light pondered for a while and chose to agree. But with it, he transmitted a voice at the same time. Give me the God of Light egg first. I want to fuse it. Otherwise, I won't agree. The Light God weighed the pros and cons and finally made this decision. Fine. The God of Darkness looked resentfully at these deities and decisively opened the seal. And the Light God egg inside glittered in the endless darkness, shining brightly. It was as if a large pool of clear water had suddenly dripped general ink into it in a brightly colored manner. The Light Divine egg was absorbing the darkness, but the radiance that it emitted was so bright. This was transformation, the conversion between darkness and light. This divine egg was very important to the God of Light. The God of Light looked at the divine egg of light that was close at hand, and instantly moved to the side of this divine egg, opened his bloody mouth, and devoured this divine egg into his stomach. Nowadays, it was obviously not the best time to refine it. After the God of Light finished devouring it, he made a move towards the darkness egg, condensing the spear of light in his hand, wanting to destroy all the vitality within the darkness egg. At this moment, the darkness god breathed a sigh of relief. This Light God egg, he had studied it for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't get any benefit from it. Instead of staying in his hands non-stop like a waste, it would be better to give it to the God of Light and ally with him. The God of Darkness weighed the pros and cons of this egg of darkness. Compared to the God of Light, it was still the egg of darkness that was a greater threat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cannot let him grow up in such a small amount of light. The aura of this darkness egg had already rushed to the epic level. It was estimated that in a little while, it would rush to the legendary level, demigod level, and even the final god level. Once it really achieved god level, with the current strength of the God of Darkness being restricted, it might not really be able to defeat it. The God of Darkness and the God of Light jointly condensed the spear of light and darkness and impacted towards this egg of darkness. Light, how dare you? You treacherous villain. Old me should never have trusted you. The gods of the human race glared angrily and chastised the God of Light. Although it had long been known that the God of Light was a wallflower, the timing that the God of Light searched for was simply not too perfect. Down below, the God of Darkness covered his tracks, and in the next second, the God of Light and the God of Darkness appeared and struck at the same time. The forces of light and darkness were intertwining. At this point, it had become impossible for the prophet god and the other heavily injured gods to intercept. The epic darkness egg had resisted one attack from the darkness god, which was already the limit. But now, facing the onslaught of the twin gods, it was simply impossible to withstand it. Divine Artisan Lu Long had already coalesced all of his defensive armor against the egg of darkness. Dang! The sound of a collision rang out. In the next second, Divine Craftsman Lu Long flew out backwards. The god of darkness, the god of light seized such an opportunity, and once again gathered terrifying damage. This time, it was still the same terrifying bow and arrow, only that the power was even stronger. Qin Fang, the Tree of Life, and the others wanted to help, but their strength was really too low. Even if Qin Fang had a set of level 30 Essence Gold grade equipment and bit his bow, he was only able to leave a mandatory -1 damage on the light god, the dark god's body. As for Hidden Earth, hiding his form and trying to attack, he was casually raked over the coals by the god of darkness, i.e. death. The Tree of Life cast Resurrection, which prevented Hidden Earth from dying. Shui Qinger was the only one who acted calmly from start to finish. When the gods of light, darkness didn't attack her, she stayed quiet. Within the egg of darkness, a smudge of intent was birthed, and it was unknown if it was the intent of the demonic dragon or the intent that existed within the egg of darkness itself. This flash of thought, at this moment, was also very alarmed, frantically devouring the power of darkness, condensing a darkness shield, wanting to resist. However, the strength of this shield was significantly weaker. Pestilence Dharma Decree. The prophet god once again sacrificed the Plague Dharma Decree, causing it to coalesce into a light blue-colored shield that blocked in front of the egg of darkness. The egg of darkness managed to dodge wave after wave of attacks under the shield of the Plague Dharma Decree. However, the degree of fragmentation of the Plague Dharma Decree was also gradually increasing, with a hint of cracks that continued to grow. Not long after, this Plague Dharma Decree was as if it had been pieced together from broken eggshells. At this moment, the level of this egg of darkness was raised to legendary. The prophet god and the others recovered 1 or 2 of their injuries and immediately impacted beside the god of darkness, blocking their movements. The god of darkness, the god of light, was drawn away. The other divine artisan, who was also not idle, dragged his heavily injured remnants of his body and delved into the darkness realm, decapitating all 81 legend-ranked generals and integrating them into the body of this darkness egg, wanting to accelerate his growth. A darkness attribute legend-ranked general? Very weak. Even though this godsmith was severely traumatized, he was able to decimate them all. Prepare to begin? At this moment, the prophet god's voice rang out in Qin Fang's, and in the minds of the 2 divine artisans. Qin Fang. It was finally time to begin. Chapter 227 Preparations. Gaze and calm down. Godly artisan Lu Long's voice resounded in Qin Fang's mind. In the next second, a hammer-shaped silhouette coalesced within godly artisan Lu Long's body, and the other godly artisan's body similarly coalesced a hammer-shaped silhouette. This was the coalescence of the duo's godhood. If a human being wanted to become a god, the first step needed to condense a god position and use it to carry the strong power within them. These 2 forging hammers were the divine positions of the 2 divine craftsmen. Generally speaking, divine positions could not be revealed in front of people, or else once they were destroyed, it would not be a joke. But right now, the 2 divine craftsmen were not afraid. The 2 forging hammers were continuously solidifying, transforming towards the state of life like real objects. Godsmith Lu Long's forging hammer was full of the beauty of strength, like a muscular and strong man, while the other godsmith's forging hammer was full of the passion of speed. And even though it was slender, one could experience the terrifying power that was birthed on it. Hold on. The divine craftsman Lu Long controlled the divine bit forging hammer, as if it was moving a huge mountain. The entire person was panting. The veins above his forehead were bulging, and sweat was constantly dripping down. The other divine artisan's situation was even worse. After all, he was originally heavily injured. Qin Fang began to take deep breaths and kept adjusting himself to be in the best state to endure. Take off all your equipment, divine artisan Lu Long reminded once again, and Qin Fang immediately complied. Qin Fang took off all of his equipment. And so, Qin Fang's attributes at this moment were very touching. At this moment, a small monster that casually scurried out could possibly decapitate Qin Fang. After all, as a blacksmith, Qin Fang was unable to upgrade and raise his attributes. The reason why Qin Fang was strong was all because of his equipment. And now that he had taken off his equipment, he still had his initial attributes. Go! Godly blacksmith Lu Long, godly blacksmith Zhang Ling, at this moment, chopped themselves into their own godly senses, causing them to turn into godly streams of consciousness that merged within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness. Ding! Huge information has been detected being forcibly transmitted. Ding! The process cannot be interrupted on its own. Ding! Please wait patiently for the host to endure. The system beep sounded, and in the next second, Qin Fang felt countless burly men, holding forging hammers as big as mountains, frantically banging on his head as if they were quenching impurities. Qin Fang's eyelids went white for a while, and his entire being was in a state of chaos. Countless forging scenes coalesced in Qin Fang's mind, as if he was personally forging. This was an inheritance, although there was a kind of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Divine Artisan Lu Long, Divine Artisan Zhang Ling had already controlled their movements to be very slim, just to avoid hurting Qin Fang. The time lasted for 3 minutes, and the system beep sounded. Ding! Your Forge Master has been upgraded to the demigod level temporarily. Successfully. Divine Artisan Lu Long, Divine Artisan Zhang Ling had successfully raised Qin Fang's Forge Master rank to demigod rank. This was the first step. Completion. Qin Fang recovered as before, and immediately felt the surging forging knowledge in his mind. This was the most valuable asset of Qin Fang's trip. This part of the knowledge corroborated with the forging knowledge from his previous life. And vaguely, the beginnings of a divine position also appeared in Qin Fang's mind. The unfulfilled dream of his previous life seemed to be on the verge of completion today. Click. The divine position prototype appeared at just the right time. After all, Qin Fang's rank at this moment was a demigod rank. If Qin Fang's forging rank had not been raised, his godhood fledgling had not appeared. At this moment, Divine Artisan Lu Long, Divine Artisan Zhang Ling instantly sensed all of this. The two of them looked at each other, and both of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This? Player Mi's talent. Is it even this terrifying? Just by the chance of being forcefully raised to the demigod level, was he able to perceive the embryonic form of the god position? If Qin Fang was truly allowed to become a god, can his godhood prototype be directly transformed into a godhood? Would he be able to directly transform into a godhead? Divine Artisan Lu Long, Divine Artisan Zhang Ling did not dare to act rashly again for a while. I can't afford to make a mistake. A few years later, I will be able to achieve the divine craftsmanship and, at the very least, I will be able to go farther with deadless Lu Long and deadless Zhang Ling. Don't dawdle. Continue Prophet God's voice rang out with a hint of urgency. While fighting, the Prophet God took a look at the situation of this place, and he found out that all of them were actually dazed. Prophet, take a look. Divine Artisan Lu Long signaled the Prophet God to take a look at my situation at the moment. The Prophet God looked at it, pondered for a second, and spoke again. The plan continues. If it fails, I will personally beg a time-breaking Dan for him. Hearing these words, Divine Artisan Lu Long instantly became bold. The time-breaking pill was said to be able to make up for any and all root losses. Even if Qin Fang was wasted here, swallowing this Dan would allow him to restore his roots perfectly. I continue to endure. Divine Artisan Lu Long forced out a set of divine grade armor from within his own body, allowing Qin Fang to apply it with his blood. When Qin Fang finished applying all of the armor with his blood, in the next second, the set of divine grade armor turned into flowing water and merged into Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang's attributes began to rise by leaps and bounds. Qin Fang felt incomparably powerful, and he was even a little eager to participate in the great battle of the gods in the distance. As Qin Fang viewed some of this defensive nature of the divine artifact suit on his body, his entire body froze, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. He became engrossed in it, and began to examine it in detail. Every detail made Qin Fang feel the subtlety of the forging. Every carving made Qin Fang feel the profundity of the forging. Qin Fang's forging technique had improved tremendously. Divine Artisan Lu Long was clear that at this moment, Qin Fang had gone into the state of the so-called epiphany, and the prototype of the divine position in his mind was gradually solidifying. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully condensed the divine bit fledgling. Godlikeness fledgling? Such a sound immediately caused Qin Fong to freeze. This, a goal that Qin Fong had not even accomplished in his previous life, was now easily accomplished. For a moment, Qin Fong actually had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. The second step, completed, enhancing Qin Fong's attributes to the point where he was able to carry the divine position. Seeing Qin Fong awaken from his state of epiphany, divine artisan Lu Long once again began the next step. Prepare and begin the bearing of the divine position. This step is vital. We must not fail. Divine craftsman Lu Long's mood was very complicated. When his divine bit, along with Zhang Ling's divine bit, entered Qin Fong's body, Qin Fong's divine bit prototype would definitely instantly break and become a nutrient. This meant killing Qin Fong's future. Come on. Qin Fong swallowed a fruit in his mouth. His life value returned. His strength returned. And his agility returned. Qin Fong reached his peak state. Here, a divine grade potion that can boost your wave of strength. Divine artisan Zhang Ling threw Qin Fong a bottle of potion. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the God grade potion, Berserk. Divine grade potion, Berserk within 8 hours. Double the attributes of all living beings. Chapter 228 Divine Craftsmanship. Later. If you cannot bear it, remember to swallow it. This was a life-saving potion for Qin Fong. If Qin Fong's strength was not strong enough to withstand these two godhead inheritances, then he could amplify his attributes after swallowing this potion. So he might be able to barely withstand it and temporarily become a god. This was also a roundabout means. Bear it. It was as if divine craftsman Lu Long had arrived at his limit. The power within his body was somewhat uncontrollable, and the divine attribute produced a bumpy sensation on its way to moving. A divine attribute aura that should have been sealed intact by the equity was now transformed into a horrifying crushing sensation in the form of a great river that bombarded Qin Fong's sea of consciousness. In just a moment, Qin Fong was covered in blood, and every part of his skin was as if it had been cut open by a sharp blade. Ding. Your life value is decreasing. Minus 999,999, -99999, -999999. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Fong's attributes had been greatly amplified with the support of this set of equipment, then at this moment, he would have died long ago. Even so, at this moment, Qin Fong was losing 1% of his blood per second. And in a minute or so, Qin Fong would die. You only have the last 98 seconds. Divine artisan Zhang Ling seemed to have reached the extreme. The blood in his mouth had gradually dried up. The divine light in his eyes was lax. The movements in his hands were becoming more and more feeble, and he was about to pass out and fall to the ground. Lu Long. Let me go first. Divine artisan Zhang Ling's lips whitened as if he was returning to his senses. A refined light flickered within his eyes before he forcefully raised a breath, barely controlling the slender divine deity inheritance and integrating it into Qin Fong's sea of consciousness. Within Qin Fong's sea of consciousness, there was no specialized place to carry the divine bit. And so, divine craftsman Zhang Ling's divine bit entered it and took the initiative to condense the divine bit stage. Qin Fong's divine bit prototype was unable to withstand the instant that Zhang Ling's divine bit entered, and the entire thing burst. Seeing this, the divine craftsman Zhang Ling did not want to let the power of this strand go to waste, and instantly turned it into nutrients and integrated it into the divine bit stage. Divine bit platform. This was a stone pillar within the sea of consciousness that specialized in carrying divine bit. The stronger the pillar, the stronger the divine position it could carry. Perhaps because of the integration of the divine bit prototype. The divine bit platform that had just formed in Qin Fong's mind was instantly hard enough to carry the divine bit of divine craftsman Zhang Ling unharmed. The divine bit landed on the ground and instantly became one with Qin Fong. Ding. The fledgling form of your divine bit has been destroyed. Ergo. Qin Fong felt a blackness before his eyes, and a gust of weakness swept over him. But at the same time, there was a very powerful feeling that flowed through Qin Fong's body. These two bizarre states caused Qin Fong to be in agony. Ding. Congratulations on temporarily fusing the divine position of divine artisan Zhang Ling. Ding. Congratulations on becoming a divine craftsman, temporarily. Qin Fong succeeded, and temporarily became a divine craftsman. Click. A gap appeared in divine craftsman Zhang Ling's divine position for some unknown reason. Qin Fang's heart could not help but be very worried. Quickly, Lu Long, divine craftsman Zhang Ling seemed to have anticipated this, and was not alarmed. In the next second, divine craftsman Lu Long let out an explosive cry, and his entire body's muscles bulged even more exaggeratedly, only to be accompanied by the color of blood. With a thud, divine craftsman Lu Long's divine position also merged onto Qin Fang's divine platform. Ka ka ka. There were more cracks in Qin Fang's figure, just like a broken porcelain doll. The two godheads, all side by side on top of the godhead table, began to rotate according to a fixed program. This seemed to be the metaphysics of Taiji. As this force stabilized completely, the injuries on Qin Fang's body surface were recovering rapidly, and his breath kept expanding as if he was blowing up a balloon. And in the end, Qin Fang became a divine craftsman whose breath was stronger than both divine craftsman Lu Long and Zhang Ling. Me, I have become a divine artisan. He did not feel this power in detail, but began to feel this drawing. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the drawing of the Dark Divine Artifact, Dark Divine Spirit Breaking Sword. This drawing, condensing the deduction efforts of these 7 or 8 divine smiths, was deduced together. The perceptions of the divine artisan Lu Long and the divine artisan Zhang Ling were all included in it. So even though Qin Fang had just obtained this copy of the drawing, he had a good grasp of it. His grasp of this drawing had already reached its peak, and it could be forged at any time. However, Qin Fang, in order to make sure that everything was fine, was still watching it once more. The God of Darkness and the God of Light also saw the situation over here, but were somewhat uncertain. Self-appointed 2 divine artisans in battle shaped a short-lived new divine artisan. What on earth were they going to do? Huh? Both gods were as ignorant as they could be. However, the moment Qin Fang took out the darkness-attributed divine materials and began forging, the God of Darkness suddenly reacted all of a sudden. This kid? It seemed to be the existence that was protected by the God of Light at that time, and was capable of forging dark equipment. And even though he did not succeed in forging out the equipment of the God of Darkness in the end, there was hope for success. It was hard to believe that this person, a divine artifact capable of forging a darkness equipment, the emergence of divine artifacts naturally required the absorption of countless amounts of darkness power as well. This was similar to the plot of the Egg of Darkness, possessing a similarity. Only, even if the dark divine artifact was forged successfully, the darkness chi of the dark abyss that was absorbed wouldn't be too much. At most, it would only be 1%. The remaining 99% would be enough for the God of Darkness to furiously abuse this group of human deities. It was not enough to be feared. The God of Darkness scoffed at the idea of humans being so humble. A humble human race? It was nothing more than decapitating him head-on. So use the Egg of Darkness. Use the dark divine artifacts and other aspects to weaken him. But what? They were destined to be disappointed on this trip. Kill! The God of Darkness began to not care about his injuries, completely fighting with his life. After all, the God of Darkness could recover. But these humble human ants, they couldn't be resurrected. In the face of absolute strength, any scheming is nothing but vanity. The God of Darkness was heavily injured once again. Only, he also managed to severely injure the dragon god deity, making him unable to participate in the battle. In the next second, darkness filled the air, and the God of Darkness recovered once again. The dragon god's spirit was paralyzed on the ground, secretly hating his incompetence. The God of Light wanted to pick up the pieces and wanted to decapitate the dragon deity. But after thinking about it and seeing the seer god's furious eyes, he still gave up on this idea. He still wanted to leave alive, as long as he could bring the light god egg out alive. Then, the time for him to dominate the entire heaven's destiny would not be too far away. The prophet god threw a bottle of potion to the dragon eyes deity, and then his physique seemed to grow 1 point stronger once again, tangling with the God of Darkness. The prophet god's eyes, his mind, nearly a third of them were on Qin Fang. He firmly believed that Qin Fang was the turning point of this battle. As a prophet god of the human race, the old man possessed deep attainments in the art of divination. The tortoise armor used for divination in the hands of the prophet god was rumored to have been left behind during the time of the heavenly emperor and possessed incredible subtleties. The prophet god had once used the tortoise armor to divine that the chances of killing the God of Darkness on this trip were 0. However, in order to awaken the bloodline of the human race, in order for the human race to regain a sense of worry, And in order for the human race to stop being extravagant, the prophet god was ultimately prepared to carry out this battle. After all, the human race had been peaceful for too many years. There were even some of the human race that had forgotten that these ancient deities were merely sealed, not dead, and that these ancient deities would, one day, still reappear. Chapter 229 Salary Flame Inheritance. These weren't the most frightening. The most frightening thing? Among the human race, there was a small portion of beings that were willing to become the lackeys of the gods, becoming sharp blades in the hands of the gods. The entire ethos of the human race seemed to have changed. The fire lit by the god of pestilence seemed to be going out. For such a situation, as the prophet god of the human race, he was very sad. No, the gods of the older generation were all very sad. They had experienced the splendor of the plague god's era, so they didn't want this era to fall. To be honest, each and every one of the gods present was very old, and even if they didn't participate in this battle, they would only have about 10 years to live at most. And with the passage of time, their power would gradually diminish. So as soon as the prophet god contacted them, they were instantly responded to and decided to participate in this operation. This time, they called it the Salary Flame. The fire of the human race that was lit by the god of plague was lit to the extreme and radiant at the moment when the god of plague sealed the gods. But as it developed to the present day, there was a tendency for this fire to gradually dim and even go out. The first task of this group of gods was to pass on the flame. This action, in the human race's temple, don't classify as the highest secret. Mission success can be opened. Mission failure can also be opened. The mission can also be opened if the mission fails, leading to the future of the human race. The prophet god also knew that the possibility of the mission succeeding was zero, something that the god of plague has not even accomplished. Why should they? A group of people who were not as good as the god of plague were able to complete it. The prophet god had projected several times, wanting to see the end of being, but in the end, the results were all zero. And the future, it seemed, was dark. Until, that day, with a smile on his lips, divine artisan Lu Long brought good news, saying that a human teenager was capable of forging all sorts of divine equipment. At first, the prophet god did not believe it. After all, this kind of thing had never been seen or heard of in all of his long years of existence. But looking at divine artisan Lu Long's words, the prophet god began to pay attention to the player me. Eventually, the prophet god was shocked. This kid? It seemed to really be able to forge divine equipment. Although this kid failed to forge every time, there was no shortage of divine spirit equipment in his hands. On a whim, the prophet god decided to divine my future. Click. Cracks appeared in the tortoise armor, which meant that it was undetectable. The prophet god saw an infinite mist with regards to Qin Feng, as if he did not belong to this world, this space-time. Faced with such a situation, the prophet god did not know what to do. And so, the prophet god programmed me into this operation and began to project the success rate of this trip. Ding! A glimmer of light appeared in the infinite darkness. The success rate was no longer 0, but 1. Although there was only a 10% chance of success, the prophet god was still astonished. This teenager, just what kind of magic power does he possess? In this regard, the seer god did not know. When he divined again, the success rate dropped to 0.3. But when he divined again, the success rate rose to 50%. Faced with such a success rate that repeatedly jumped sideways, the prophet god was also puzzled. This had never happened before in his divination career. No, it had appeared, and a yellowish memory began to emerge in the prophet god's mind. This memory, it was too old. This elusive destiny, the god of plague. The seer god thought of the god of pestilence. When he was young, he had once given the god of pestilence a few divinations as well. And the final result? With the player me, the final result was the same as the player me. It was the same. All of them were unaccountable destinies. The god of the plague, in which era, who also do not look favorably on. But ultimately it is the god of the plague. To save everything. After thinking for a long time, the prophet god finally decided to let the player me participate in this operation. Now, the prophet god had placed all of his hopes on Qin Feng. Regarding this, Qin Feng did not know, and neither did any of the gods present. I'm relying on you. Divine artisan Lu Long took out his own carefully crafted forging table for Qin Feng to use. And then, he turned all the remaining power in his body into a barrier to guard Qin Fang from being hit by the battle waves of the deities and dying. Dang. The first hammer fell. Qin Fang first quenched the legendary grey dark materials to familiarize himself with his power. In his previous life, Qin Fang had grasped this legendary great power, and although it possessed an essential difference from the power of a god, it was still quite fast to familiarize himself with it. In a short while, Qin Fang had reached 100% control over his power. Divine Craftsman Lu Long and Divine Craftsman Zhang Ling could not help but sigh in admiration. This was a genius. A true genius. The entire heavens mandate? Who would be able to familiarize themselves with the power of a deity so quickly as Qin Fang? Dang. Dang. Thud. As time continued to pass, Qin Fang's forging was getting better. The Tree of Life and the Hidden Earth were doing what they could on the side, such as turning the materials over, such as handing them over, and so on. The duo must rub off on the rewards of the quest this time. As for Xueqing, her eyes kept running over the God of Darkness, staring at him non-stop. The God of Darkness was all a little grossed out by the stares. But just as he wanted to lay his hands on Xueqing, a palpitating sensation suddenly surfaced, surprising him. It wasn't right. Why would he develop a convulsive feeling when faced with such a mole? Could it be that? Was this also a hidden deity? Possibly. According to the humble human race's nature, this young girl should also be one of the bottom cards, just waiting for her own weakness, ready to give herself a fatal blow. The light god also followed the dark god's eyes, and also felt this aura of destruction, and was instantly shocked. Crafty humans, even letting deities disguise themselves as lower-ranked existences. If it wasn't for the darkness god's keen senses, he would have really missed it. Go to hell. The God of Darkness self-destructed his own deity arm, gathering a terrifying killing power comparable to self-destruction. The God of Speed and the God of Space were all heavily injured and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The God of Darkness recovered amidst the black mist, but it was clear that his aura had dropped by a large margin. Self-explosion? It was also a very high damage for him. The ultimate victory is definitely mine. I'll still be able to self-detonate a few hundred times. But what about you guys? The God of Darkness had a seizure and charged once again. The prophet god separated life juice from his own body and integrated it into the God of Speed and the God of Space, allowing their bodies to recover quickly and achieve peak status. Old Willow, your life sap? How much more can there be? The God of Darkness and the God of Light were aware of the prophet god's roots. After all, he was a contemporary of the God of Pestilence. Moreover, the prophet god had become a god even earlier than the God of Pestilence. The prophet god's essence was the willow tree that had become essence. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a human, but he had sheltered the human race for so many years. Nowadays, he even wants to use his remnant body to rekindle the human race's fire. 1%, 2%, 3%. Qin Fang kept his dead eyes on the progress bar above as he prepared to forge. Failure. 100 divine weapons. And success. Just one divine weapon. Chapter 230, The Law of Divine Disruption. Fang. 10%. Dark energy surged ceaselessly, turning into tiny rivers that generally merged within the rough billet forged by Qin Fang. Ding. Ding. Dong. Qin Fang unconsciously added the forging means of the emotion forging method. Only because of anger. All that remained in Qin Fang's heart right now was anger. The actions of the two divine craftsmen that resembled sacrifices, the prophet god and other deities being ravaged like dead dogs. All of this caused anger, infinite anger, to arise in Qin Fang's heart. Thud. The God of Darkness glanced over, inexplicably feeling that this forging method of Qin Fang's was a bit familiar. God's method of breaking? Suddenly, it was as if the God of Darkness thought of it. But instead of uttering a sound, he surprised the God of Light by transmitting his voice for him to watch. The God of Light drew out his residual light, scanned it, and was instantly startled. The law of divine disruption? How was that possible? Wasn't this the forging method claimed to be the best in the world, mastered by the #1 forger under the Heavenly Emperor, the Fang Master? This kind of forging was claimed to be able to turn decay into a divine weapon. And to a certain extent, it was also able to bring out the maximum power of a divine weapon. Only this kind of forging method. Since Fang disappeared, this kind of forging method disappeared? The God of Darkness and the God of Light's divine weapons and equipment were all forged by Fong. Today, the two of them had actually seen the legendary forging method. Is it possible? Is this young man of the celebrity race Fong's disciple? If so, then this teenager cannot be killed all. Fong, most of all, was protective of his calf. Spare his life. In the perception of the light god, the dark god, this might be a trial for Fong's disciple. Moreover, the fact that Qin Fong was able to forge dark equipment, light equipment was perfectly explained. Fong's disciple, this name, was better than anything else. The deities from the Celestial Emperor's time? Although they had all dispersed. But then, everyone knew in their hearts that it was impossible for deities to die. And that one day, they would all come together, unbeknownst to Qin Fong. Invisibly, an unconscious action had bought enough time for his forging. 30%. 40%. Ding. Sparks flew in all directions. The darkness Qi was like a swimming dragon and merged into the sword of darkness. The god of darkness perceived it and breathed a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This level of absorption was a bit less than even the absorption of the egg of darkness yet. Right. The egg of darkness. Brightness. I'll stop them. You hurry and destroy this egg of darkness. The egg of darkness, together with the sword of darkness, was able to absorb at least 2% of the energy of the dark abyss. And that energy? If you cannot waste it, it is best not to waste it. After all, this is all the darkness god's capital all. The god of light got in the way of the oath and started attacking this darkness egg. Something as important as the god of light's egg? The god of darkness wasn't stupid. So how could he easily hand it over to the god of light? It must have made a heavenly emperor contract with him, allowing him to destroy the darkness egg. Only then was he able to obtain this light god egg. If you can't do it, I'm sorry, you can't get this light god egg. In order to accomplish this goal, the god of light once again sacrificed his divine weapon and killed this egg of darkness. This darkness egg, at this moment, had already become an egg at the peak of the legendary rank, just one step away from breaking through to the demigod rank. Thud. The prophet god and the others were anxious, wanting to break through the god of darkness to stop the god of light's destructive move. However, in the next second, the god of darkness smirked with the corners of his mouth and took the initiative to blow up his left leg. Terrifying aftershocks began to sweep through everything as the darkness Qi exploded with such might that it managed to stop the prophet god and the others. Pricklaw. This egg of darkness had no guardian of the gods, and could only pale mobilize the Qi of darkness, condensing it into a shield to guard itself. But legendary level defense? It was simply not worth mentioning. Divine Artisan Lu Long and Divine Artisan Zhang Ling wanted to make a move to shelter this egg of darkness. But the strength of the two of them? Just as they mobilized, they were countered and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The god of light didn't care about these two deities. The long sword of light in his hand pierced inside this egg of darkness in an instant. Stirring twice, the yolk was shaken apart for him. Inside the egg of darkness, the light was generous and targeted, cutting down all the intentions within it. This egg suddenly no longer absorbed the darkness of the gas to grow, not exuding vibrant vitality, becoming a dead egg. Click. The eggshell shattered. The sword of light above the burning flame instantly made this darkness egg-baked egg. Only when the god of light could not detect any breath of the darkness egg did he stop moving. Ding. The heavenly emperor contract has been completed. Such a system beep sounded in the darkness god's mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but float into a slight smile. The sorrow brought to him by this darkness egg had finally come to an end. At this moment, although the recovered darkness god looked very weak, there was a light in his eyes. The god of darkness truly saw the future. You group of mole-like characters, die for me! Just as the god of darkness was having a great time, the voice of the god of light resounded in the prophet god's mind. Let me go! I will no longer participate in this battle. Outside, the pestilence laws still existed, and the many arrangements of the prophet god also existed. The god of light was unable to leave, and he could only make a deal with the prophet god. The prophet god could disagree. But the next moment, the god of light, that is, rushed to the god of speed's body, wanting to completely obliterate it. The god of light. Speed is what he is best at. After all, the speed of light, among the heavenly destiny, no one can match. The god of speed in his eyes basically belongs to the unimpressive gods. Waving his hand, can be wiped out. Light itself threatened with the life of the god of speed. which was simply the prophet god's soft underbelly. The god of darkness looked at the god of light's battle performance from the side, and immediately agitated for him to obliterate the god of speed. However, the god of light was slow to make a move, and the god of darkness keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. The next second, the prophet god shot out a ray of light, and threw it indignantly at the god of light. It was a token, one that was enough to allow the god of light to leave in peace. After weighing the situation for a long time, the prophet god finally decided to let the god of light leave, without any other reason. The presence of the god of light at this moment would be the most unstable factor. The god of light betraying and destroying the egg of darkness. These, although it was the prophet god and the others who hated their teeth. But then, against him, there was really nothing that could be done about it. The prophet god had ultimately underestimated the mind of the god of light. If the god of light did not leave, and then the god of darkness promised him a heavy gift, the situation would be even more uncontrollable. The god of light got this token in his hand. A wise choice. Whoosh! The god of light instantly turned into a streak of light and disappeared. When the god of darkness saw this scene in front of him, he first froze before breaking into a rage. You villain! The contract between you and me? It was meant for me to destroy this darkness egg. And now that I've completed the contract, I'm leaving. The god of light also gave a special explanation to the prophet god and the others before disappearing into streams of light. At this moment, the speed of the god of light reached the extreme. This time, the god of light seemed to have become the biggest winner. After all, the god of light this time was originally for the god of light egg, which was why he agreed to join the prophet god's team. Although a large amount of light god power was lost this time. But was it important? Obviously not important. After all, as a deity born from the light, he was naturally able to draw power from the light as well. Chapter 231, Destroying Divine Artifacts. Hidden Earth looked at the charred egg of darkness not far away, and at the moment of his appetite, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. This time, it was them who had lost the bet. Originally, they wanted to have a god-level pet, but now, instead, they had harvested a scorched and baked egg. The Tree of Life patted Hidden Earth's shoulder, signaling his condolences. This was, after all, a legendary level pet. And now, it was gone! The prophet god did not stop the departing god of light, nor was he able to do so. The existence of the god of light was, to be honest, really like a ticking time bomb. Whether it was for the prophet god's side, or for the god of darkness, this god did not possess any benevolence, righteousness, or shame, and could fall back at any moment. The god of darkness stared viciously at the departing figure of the god of light, unable to utter a single word. At the very least, the god of light had really broken the hidden danger of the egg of darkness for himself. And the rest? It was up to him. As for Qin Fang, this newly forged dark divine artifact, which he could not possibly take away, would become the darkness god's underbelly, and was not enough to be feared. Divine artisan Lu Long. Zhang Ling was already considered a waste, and the remaining 3 deities were no longer capable of fighting, leaving only 4 deities who still had the ability to fight. Let me end you all. The god of darkness augmented the sword of darkness in his hand and blasted once again. The pressure on the prophet god and the others increased, and they spat out blood. In the next instant, sap filled with the breath of life was forced out of the prophet god's body and integrated into each of the gods' bodies, helping them quickly recover from their injuries and regain as much combat power as possible. The prophet god's breath gradually decreased, and his face gradually paled. 60%. 70%. As Qin Fang kept forging, he felt a hint of something wrong. The forging of this equipment seemed to be moving in an indescribable direction, and Qin Fang was somewhat unable to control it. Qin Fang had a feeling in his heart that he would definitely be able to forge it successfully. This wouldn't work. Once he succeeded, Qin Fang would merely be able to obtain a divine artifact. 80%. Qin Fang was so anxious in his heart that he was performing tricks to fail. Deliberately failing the quenching. Deliberately forging a few more hammers. Cracks appeared. Deliberately. Qin Fang's means were continuously unleashed. Watching divine artisan Lu Long and divine artisan Zhang Ling in a daze. Why did it feel like this brat was stupid? Just like he had drunk too much. In the beginning, Qin Fang's forging flowed smoothly, possessing a different kind of beauty. Even the veteran divine craftsman Lu Long and divine craftsman Zhang Ling felt a hint of novelty. giving them some brand new feelings about forging. But now, Qin Fang's forging was like that of a drunkard. When it was clear that it should be quenched, he had to forge it again twice, causing the billet to be greatly damaged. When it was clear that it should be iced and purified, he had to let the flames scorch it again for a few times, greatly affecting the toughness of the material. All in all, in the beginning, Qin Fang's forging was like that of a senior god-level forger, but now, Qin Fang's forging was as if he was a child playing with his axe. A comical thought even surfaced in the mind of divine craftsman Lu Long. This kid wouldn't be trying to deliberately fail at forging. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. 83%. 85%. The forging was getting easier and easier, even though Qin Fang had deliberately failed. The darkness chi that had coalesced around him, as if it possessed intelligence, was struggling to make up for the wounds that Qin Fang had deliberately left behind. The sword of darkness was gradually taking shape. Qin Fang was anxious in his heart. What to do? Qin Fang took a deep breath and forcibly stopped the forging, wanting to force it to fail. Divine Artisan Lu Long and Divine Artisan Zhang Ling's eyes widened, itching to strangle Qin Fang. These two divine artisans had expended their entire bodies and given everything in order to create the perfect opportunity. And now you're actually swinging for the fences? Surprisingly, you're not forging anymore? Isn't this a farce? Godsmith Lu Long was still consoling himself in his heart. Maybe it's because I've encountered some kind of difficulty. But the more he looked at it, the more the mind of Godsmith Lu Long overturned this idea of his. It really is playing on me. What are you playing at? Godsmith Lu Long chastised Qin Fang, wanting to wake him up, wanting him to forge again. But in the next second, divine craftsman Lu Long suddenly froze. The unrestricted darkness chi in the surroundings quickly and rapidly condensed, transforming into a great dragon of heaven and earth, merging into this sword of darkness that had yet to take shape, quickly helping it to take shape. 89%. 90%. When divine artisan Lu Long saw this scene, he immediately felt his face redden. He seemed to have misjudged Qin Fang. This divine artifact had certainly possessed spirituality, able to absorb the surrounding darkness chi on its own to help mold itself. As a veteran divine artisan, it was surprising that he had not even seen this. Divine artisan Zhang Ling, on the other hand, gave a cry in his heart. It was fortunate that he didn't say anything, or else he would have made a fool of himself just like divine artisan Lu Long. Qin Fang was also taken aback. What the hell? Absorbing the darkness on its own. It had become an essence. Qin Fang had thought that if he stopped forging, the forging of this divine weapon would surely fail. But looking at it now, his plan had failed. The prophet god looked at it, and was puzzled in his heart. Was this a success? Was this able to turn the tide? Although this artifact was also rapidly absorbing the darkness in the surroundings. But this speed, this quality, it had absolutely no effect on the god of darkness, alright. The god of darkness also took the time to glance at it. Not bad. This thing, at a glance, is particularly suitable for him all. Qin Fang looked at this automatic metamorphosis artifact in front of him and spoke in his heart. This won't work. What to do? Qin Fang raised divine artisan Lu Long's forging hammer, and with a thud, he fiercely blasted at the tip of the sword of this divine artifact, wanting to destroy it. Thud. 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 Godsmith Lu Long looked. This operation is not right. This is forging equipment. This time, divine artisan Lu Long did not make a sound. Maybe this is a special quenching method of mine. Sword body, sword hilt, sword tip, all endured the terrifying bombardment. Bending, constantly bending, breaking, cracks appearing. But no matter how hard Qin Fang tried, how many cracks there were in this divine artifact, but this divine artifact just wouldn't break, just wouldn't be destroyed. 93%. 94%. As Qin Fang forged, the speed of the darkness chi integrating in the surroundings became even more rapid, and the time it took for this equipment to take shape also shortened drastically. Qin Fang couldn't wait to give himself a fist. Wasn't this a work? As for divine artisan Lu Long, he sighed at his own wisdom. Fortunately, he did not make a sound. This was indeed a brand new method of forging. If it was an ordinary divine artifact, it would definitely not be able to withstand such a toss. But this divine artifact, which was very unusual, he was able to withstand it. After enduring it, he was definitely stronger and more powerful than ordinary divine artifacts. Qin Fang began to examine himself to see if he possessed any cards to be able to destroy this piece of equipment. But in the end, Qin Fang shook his head. Prophet God, see if you can destroy this piece of equipment. This was Qin Fang's voice, tinged with urgency. At this moment, not only did the seer god freeze, the divine craftsman Lu Long, Zhongling froze. Even the god of darkness couldn't help but freeze. All of them were doubting their ears, whether they were still normal or not. Are you sure? Just as everyone was thinking that I am making a joke. But the prophet god spoke seriously. I'm sure. Chapter 232 Hundredfold divine artifacts returned successfully. Of the gods present, perhaps the prophet god was the one who had the most confidence in Qin Fang. Therefore, when Qin Fang asked him to make a move to destroy this divine artifact, the prophet god did not say a word and directly used the scapegoat doll to coalesce a doppelganger under the complete state. Buzzing. In an instant, the body of a huge, incomparable willow tree that covered the sky appeared in the dark earth. This willow tree, the whole body looked up all filled with brilliant golden breath. Thick trunk, even if more than 100 people to hold, are not necessarily able to encircle the hold. Ancient, too old, cracked bark, like a dragon's scales in general. Part of the place are scorched black. Looks like it has been through the battle. Very fierce. Very horrible. Let a person feel the iron and fire breath. Green and slender willow leaves, but also exudes vitality. Let a person sniff a mouth. All feel relaxed and happy. The willow leaves covered the sky. But unfortunately, some of them were gradually withering away, as if they were about to drop dead. This was the prophet god's weakness. He was too ancient. So ancient that he was about to step into death. Above the willow tree a vicissitude of breath stirred out, forcing the darkness of the surrounding air. Did not dare to come close. As if it had become a world of its own. The body of this willow tree appeared. And under the sweep of the willow branch, the traumatized gods returned one after another. And the willow leaves transformed into points of light and merged into their bodies, quickly helping them recover. This was the prophet god's most furious, most complete state. This state of the prophet god was something that even the gods had never seen before. And at this moment, they could not help but sigh. The tree of life. Hidden Earth was even quicker to take a screenshot. Ready to sell. Just kidding. This kind of god-level big brother? Just any picture. Are very sought after. Okay, not 2 people? In this period of time. Has already taken no less than 1 million pictures. Just ready to realize it. The fighting god of speed. The proud god of space. The miserable divine craftsman Lu Long. This was all excellent material. Go to hell. As the prophet god raged, countless willow branches turned into an encircling circle, enveloping the god of darkness. Faced with the prophet god in such a state, even the god of darkness could only avoid it. Buzz. The god of darkness was unable to dodge, and was imprisoned by the prophet god's countless willow branches. Green balls of light coalesced, and the god of darkness transformed into a black mist. Unable to escape, the muscular prophet god, on the other hand, took a step to Qin Fang's body, carefully watching this divine artifact that was about to be forged. Are you really going to destroy his mother? This thing. It can become your companion divine weapon. For a moment, countless thoughts surfaced in the prophet god's mind. The grade of this divine artifact was so high that even he could not bear to destroy it for a moment. Hurry up. Within 30 seconds at most. It must be destroyed. Qin Fang acted very anxious. Simply because the system beep had already sounded. Ding. 97%. Still missing the last 3%. Time was running out. Good. I hope you won't regret it. The prophet god ultimately believed in Qin Fang and mobilized all his strength, condensing it into a single point. And with a thud, he blasted at the body of this divine artifact, following the prophet god's speed in the surroundings. Zhongling and the other deities froze. They wanted to block it. But on second thought, maybe the prophet god had something else up his sleeve? Hidden Earth. The tree of life was also in a state of stupefaction. These two? What kind of double act are they playing? This is a divine artifact. The probability of this artifact belonging to Qin Fang was high. If this divine artifact was brought out, the whole of heaven's destiny will be in an uproar. It's only been a month since the start of the service. And a divine artifact has appeared? How terrifying would the sensation caused by this be? You know? Even a white man like Hidden Earth would be able to know the terrifying power of a divine weapon. This divine artifact could temper a peak powerhouse, and even allow it to ascend to the heavens in one step and enter the Sky City. In short, this divine artifact was too important. But now, the boss wanted to destroy this divine artifact? Isn't this a farce? Burying his future with his own hands. Do young people nowadays play so big? Click. The divine artifact that was about to become a god began to break. Ding. Divine artifact damaged. About to fail forging. Hearing such a system beep, the corner of Qin Fang's mouth brought on a hint of a smile. His eyes encouraging the prophet god to attack again. Dang. The prophet god was not ambiguous. Once again gathering enough damage to destroy the heavens and the earth. Blasting on top of this divine artifact. Ka ka ka. The sword body of the divine artifact was about to break into two. Master, save me. Vaguely, Qin Fang even heard the cry for help from this divine artifact. The divine artifact of heaven's destiny had a spirit, and was even capable of fighting on its own. This was something that Qin Fang was aware of. Generally speaking, in this situation, if Qin Fang saved this divine artifact, in the future, the fit between this divine artifact and him would increase rapidly, and the amplitude of his strength would be even greater. This divine artifact was resilient, still devouring the darkness on its own, trying to make up for the wounds it had sustained. Destroy it. Qin Fang was indifferent to this. After all, his vision wasn't just this corner of the world in front of him, but the stars in the sea, so he couldn't lose out on the small. Thud. Thud. Dang. The prophet god's attacks continued to fall, and in the end, this dark divine artifact turned into two, emitting a mournful cry, losing all of its luster, and falling to the ground in a very miserable manner. Countless dark auras no longer merged into this abandoned artifact and dispersed on their own. Ding. The artifact you forged has been damaged. Ding. Forging failed. Hearing the system beep, Qin Fang could not help but get nervous. After planning for a long time, waiting for this moment, I wonder, is this system powerful? The 9 deities stared blankly. Is this the destruction? Is this the end? Then, what should we do next? The deities shifted their eyes to the body of the darkness god, who was not far away. Things had come to a head. Prepare to fight for your life. The prophet god looked at Qin Fang, wanting an answer. Qin Fang was silent, stumped in place like a statue. The whole person was dumbfounded. And above his cheeks, he seemed to be being surprised. The prophet god sighed. The scapegoat doll was about to reach its limit. He had to turn back. Divine Artisan Lu Long, Divine Artisan Zhang Ling were a little baffled by the current situation. So, they had gone through all the trouble and emptied everything. And in the end, they just saw 2 pieces of scrap metal? Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 divine positions returned from within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness and merged into the 2 divine smiths' bodies, allowing their strength to return. The 2 divine artisans glanced at the pieces of the divine artifacts on the ground, and then glanced at the stupefied Qin Fang, sighed, and joined the battle against the god of darkness. Boss, don't be discouraged. We will definitely be able to forge it. At this moment, Hidden Earth was panicking. The gods around them seemed to have given up on them, no longer bothering with them. After all, the role they could play? It had already been played out. Qin Fang remained silent, unbeknownst to him. Just at the moment when the many deities turned to leave, a system tone emerged in Qin Fang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on your departure 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact. Dark Divine Spirit Breaking Sword *100. Chapter 233 Desperate Situation. Qin Fang's entire body nearly went straight down. Excitement. Excitement. Fear. Ecstasy. Worry. Madness. Countless different emotions constantly surfaced, intertwining together to form a very complex emotion. Qin Fang's expression gradually transformed. An expression that was very complicated. Hidden Earth. You said that the captain wouldn't be stupid. To tell the truth, the Tree of Life was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on Qin Fang's face. A human's expression? It was surprising that it could be rich to such an extent. A feeling of horror arose. Hidden Earth was also startled and could not help but push Qin Fang, wanting to wake him up. In his perception, was the boss this not infected with hysteria? Shui Qinghe looked at Qin Fang's distorted expression and lightly coughed twice. These two sounds? Directly causing Qin Fang to return from his state of madness. He managed his expression at once, struggling to bring himself back to normal. A smirk spreading from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the three people. I'm fine. After Qin Fang said these words, he immediately revealed a don't you worry look. It's a big profit. This time, he had really earned a lot. Ding. Divine artifact return in progress. Please wait a moment. Such a system beep sounded, and Qin Fang instantly began to wait. Buzz. The wind had risen. The entire dark abyss was picking up wind. The god of darkness was about to break free from the binding of the willow branches when, all of a sudden, he sensed a hint of something wrong. The energy that had been piled up for countless years within the dark abyss seemed to be being devoured by some terrifying existence. It was as if an abyssal maw was devouring without limit in the sky above the dark abyss. The god of darkness dispersed his own divine sense and was instantly horrified. The concentration of darkness chi within the darkness abyss had dropped by 1% in a very short period of time. 2%. 3%. 4%. The god of darkness was shocked and frightened. This vast amount of darkness chi was his source of power. But now, his source of power was being constantly weakened and devoured by an unknown existence. To be able to devour the chi of darkness so quickly, even if the god of darkness thought through his head, he wouldn't be able to think of a candidate. Truly, even a heavenly emperor would be impossible. The god of light backstabbed him? It couldn't be. The prophet god's backstabbing. It wasn't possible either. Then? Who could it be? 10%. 15%. Damn it. Who the hell is it? The god of darkness hissed out, staring the prophet god dead in the face. You broken old willow. Are you the one counting on me? The god of darkness' mind was filled with anger, as well as a hint of fear. 20%. Go to hell. All of you. Go to hell. The god of darkness sensed death approaching. And so, he wasn't concealing himself. In the next second, the god of darkness began to explode himself, wanting to quickly decimate these deities, so that he could also separate his mind to investigate the reason for the leakage of the darkness chi. Come back and brace for the strongest defense. The huge willow tree that the prophet god had condensed began to expand at this moment, turning into a true behemoth in an instant, as countless strips of paper transformed into great dragons, recklessly imprisoning the god of darkness and reducing his damage to a minimum. The prophet god put up a fight. The gods present, too, all noticed that the darkness around them was rapidly declining. Armageddon. Open! The deities couldn't help but place their eyes on Qin Fang's body, not knowing why. Everyone always felt that the current situation was caused by Qin Fang. Although Qin Fang was merely a gold-ranked blacksmith. Although Qin Fang's rank was far from the crowd. The prophet god, on the other hand, was sure that it was definitely me. Such a bizarre situation could not have been caused even by a god. Hold on. When the darkness chi escapes altogether, that's the time for the darkness god to die. The prophet god saw into the future, and saw the time when the god of darkness would die. Old willow, you really deserve to die. The darkness god's body burned with black flames that kept pulsing. He began to burn his lifespan. With a bang, his strength more than doubled. This group of trash, to be able to push him this far, really hate it. The darkness god's attacks became even more severe and powerful. Is that you, kid? The god of darkness also looked towards Qin Fang's position. All of this, could it be that it was all Qin Fang's doing? That being said, the boy's actions earlier were really strange enough. But the god of darkness was still unwilling to believe that with just a gold-level blacksmith was able to absorb 30% of the darkness abyss's darkness chi. 40%. 50%. As the darkness chi continued to dissipate, the god of darkness grew increasingly furious, while the prophet god and the others, on the other hand, saw hope. Damn it. Are you the only one who dares to put up a fight? The prophet god was also struck with true anger, and the willow branches began to explode themselves, blocking the god of darkness and delaying time in the process. The darkness god's attack was once again resisted. 60%. 70%. Crazy. The god of darkness is truly crazy. Dang. Dang. Thud. The god of darkness directly blew himself up 3 times, and the old willow tree was blown to pieces, its trunk directly breaking and falling to the side. The prophet god spat out a large mouthful of blood, and immediately after, He felt the energy in heaven and earth rapidly converge, allowing him to recover to his peak. This was the efficacy of the scapegoat doll. The death of the scapegoat doll incidentally restored the prophet god's status to full value. Now, the prophet god no longer had any cards. Old Willow. You now? What other cards do you have? The god of darkness held the sword of darkness and continuously bombarded. And the prophet god was instantly defeated. Damn it. Just you dare to fight for your life? The old human race. There are no cowards. The god of speed's injuries completely recovered under the prophet god's nourishment. At this moment, the god of speed exploded, directly burning his divine position and burning his divine sense. Dang. All of the god of speed's attributes doubled in amplitude as he rushed towards the god of darkness. The god of speed. This was with the belief of certain death, wanting to die with the god of darkness. The darkness god's figure was once again stopped. 80%. The darkness abyss's darkness, she was forcefully absorbed by 80%. And the darkness abyss, which was originally as black as ink, was now as clear as if it was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black mist. In the past, can't see the situation under the abyss with the naked eye. But now, one could vaguely see the skeleton racks underneath the dark abyss. Go to hell. The situation was irreversible. And the god of darkness calmed down instead. The sword of darkness kept swinging. The god of speed's head was cut off. The inner divine frame was pulled out by the god of darkness and casually tossed aside. The corpse was even left unattended. The god of speed died. Cripple. Slow down. I'll come and accompany you. The god of space also began to explode, burning everything he had. Damn. Are you the only one who will burn yourself? Old me will come too. The god of darkness dared to put up a fight. So what? Did they not dare? It was simply a joke. Thus, 3 more life-burning deities rushed forward to block the god of darkness. The darkness god's face was calm as he displayed his strongest strength and began to continuously slaughter gods. Chapter 234. Slaying the god of darkness. 93%. The darkness gas in the endless darkness abyss had thinned to the point of invisibility. Just like a pure Tianshan lake. A glance was able to see from the top of the darkness abyss to the bottom of the situation. Clear and incomparable. At the bottom of the dark abyss, there are different exotic flowers and plants growing, thriving. Quite a paradise feeling. These flowers and plants were all incomparably precious in heaven's destiny. Pure white creatures, with a peaceful atmosphere, freely and happily played between the mountains and forests, bringing vitality to this area. No one could imagine that underneath the dark abyss, there would be such a scene. Qin Fang quietly watched the deities that kept going to their deaths with a saddened mood. But at this moment, all Qin Fang could do was just stand quietly. He couldn't help in any way. The Tree of Life, Hidden Earth and the others were also standing quietly, as if they were watching an epic blockbuster. Shui Qinger was still waiting, like a statue of absolute beauty in the heavens and earth, looking at the battle in the distance. Only that the dangerous aura on her body was getting heavier and stronger. Boss, should we find a way to hack the darkness god twice? The defeat of the god of darkness was already a foregone conclusion. If Hidden Earth and the others were to participate in the attack at this moment, they might be counted within the category of those who killed, and might be able to gain a huge amount of experience or even drop. Only, the god of darkness has gone berserk at this moment. The surrounding darkness spreads for thousands of meters. Living beings who get close will surely die. Wanting to run into the god of darkness is almost impossible. The Hidden Earth was in melee combat, and it was even more impossible to get close. As for Qin Fang, at this time, he only felt endless exhaustion sweeping over him. In Qin Fang's mind, system beeps had long been ringing non-stop. Ding. Detected player, my situation is extremely inappropriate. Please go offline in time. Ding. Detected. Qin Fang's state was as if he was returning to the light, and he was holding on by sheer force of will, as he wanted to see the death of the darkness god. After all, Qin Fang had endured the impact of 2 major godhoods, and this soothing feeling. At this moment, Qin Fang did not dare to say a single word. He was just holding on strongly by virtue of his breath. Thud. 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 The sound of self-destruction rang out, and the divine craftsman Zhang Ling exploded himself, turning into a rain of light that merged into the infinite darkness. Even if he died, he wanted to use his power to wash away the darkness. The god of space blew himself up. The dragon eye god spirit blew himself up. The divine artifacts exploded. In an instant, the scene was tragic. The prophet god couldn't help but shed 2 lines of blood tears as he looked at this group of former friends. The gods who had exploded themselves. Buzz, the prophet god once again revealed his original body. This was his true original body. And he was going to fight for his life as well. This time, at such a great cost, the god of darkness had to die. Only this time, the prophet god's essence. The willow leaves fell off what was left, as if it was a late old man. And the whole no longer had a luster like jade. The spots filled the air, like an old man's spots, gently sniffing, and was even able to smell the breath of death. Willow tree's breath withered. But the next second, willow tree from the root place of spontaneous combustion. Prophet god's breath violently exuberant. Countless falling willow leaf branches, like a golden swimming dragon, bombarded to the god of darkness. None of the remaining gods were chattering blood and looked sad. Prophet god? In a way, it was no less than an existence like a spiritual totem. But today, he burned himself and gave everything. For a time, the god of darkness was retreating. Kill me? You namely pay such a price. But my divine race? More than 1,000 gods. The human race, destined to become my divine race's slaves. 97%. The god of darkness seemed to be sensing that the tide had turned. Silently conversing with the prophet god. The prophet god's gaze burned. My human men and women. They dare to fight and dare to be the first. As long as the human race is not extinguished. If we kill one of you today, and one of you tomorrow, you ancient assholes, we'll eventually kill all of you. Uh-huh. What a joke. Old Willow. You can't kill me. As long as the darkness doesn't die out. One day, I will be resurrected. And you guys? Once you die, you cannot reappear. The god of darkness felt the darkness within the dark abyss completely dissipate into thin air. And his last barrier also turned into nothingness. It was truly time to die. 100%. Yes. Did you know? The Hall of Valor designed by the human race after the heavenly palace seems to be ready for use. The prophet god didn't seem to be flustered. And with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he revealed this news to the god of darkness. Hearing such news, the god of darkness was suddenly shocked before falling silent. Come on. You and I will have our final battle. The god of darkness inhaled the last strand of darkness chi and restored himself to his peak condition. The prophet god fiercely burned a small half of his own torso, also raising his aura to its peak. The battle was imminent. The still living elf god, divine craftsman Lu Long and the others, wanted to help. However, the terrifying damage caused by the battle's fluctuations prevented them from leaning forward, and they could only watch quietly. The battle between these two gods exceeded their perceptions and, it seemed, detached itself from the level of a god. Don't freeze. There are plenty of good things under the dark abyss. Go collect them. Just as the elf god and the divine craftsman Lu Long were anxiously waiting for the moment, the voice of the prophet god rang out, instantly causing them to leave. Below the dark abyss. In the past, the darkness that was so dense to the extreme was shrouded in darkness. Except for the god of darkness. Who would be able to go down there? After so many years of nurturing, the heavenly treasures below were sure to make people's eyes red. Without the added strength of the sea of darkness chi, the prophet god was confident that he would be able to decimate the god of darkness. The divine craftsman Lu Long and the others left at once. Traveling below the dark abyss, hidden earth, the tree of life duo, were also brought down by him. As for Qin Fang, he was still left where he was. And divine craftsman Lu Long was also able to see Qin Fang's condition. And at this moment, he could not be moved. Kid, in sending you a chance to make up for the death of your pet, Godsmith Lu Long spat out these words, namely dropping the hidden earth, the tree of life, transforming into a locust and quickly harvesting everything around him. He was ready to dig into the ground and pack everything away. Hidden earth, tree of life looked at the scene in front of him and immediately lit up. But immediately, his face darkened. Ding. You are collecting the legendary grade dark herb, dark dragon tobacco. Collection success rate is low. Will you continue collecting? Ding. Collection failed. Ding. Collection failed. Are you kidding me? This dark dragon tobacco was already one of the most inconspicuous grasses, as lush as a roadside weed. The divine craftsman Lu Long and the others, even more so, did not even look at it. Despite this, Zong Tu and the others were still unable to collect a single plant. Zong too simply wanted to vomit blood. All around this? Any one of the herbs, stone taken out, are worth a lot of money. But then, he cannot get the same. This real a painful thing. Ding. Collection failure. Ding. Collection failure. Faced with such a system tone, the Tree of Life was on the verge of crying. In the next second, the elf god sympathized with them, and threw the two of them each a ray of light. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Gathering Technique temporary. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Gathering Technique temporarily. Chapter 235 Human Emperor's Palace. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life began to happily gather under the enchantment of the Divine Gathering Technique. Ding. Congratulations on successfully gathering the legendary grade, Dark Dragonsnake Flower. Ding. Congratulations on successfully gathering the legendary grade, Darkness Breaking Grass. Ding. Congratulations on successfully gathering the legendary grade, Dark Poria Grass. The system beeps kept ringing out, and the duo's backpacks filled up in no time. Ding. Player Hidden Earth requests communication. Xin Fang, whose spirit was already on the verge of its limit, answered this communication. Boss, hit the money and open a new backpack box. Hidden Earth's tone was very anxious. And so? Ding. Player Me requests a trade. Ding. You have obtained 10 million copper coins. Hidden Earth was dumb. Really dumb. It was also too much. The Tree of Life was also stupid. It had never been heard of. Which fool opened a backpack for 10 million copper coins? This was the last copper coin Xin Fang had on him. This amount of copper coins was originally reserved for retirement, since Hidden Earth needed it. Then, that is, all of it was thrown to Hidden Earth. And he believed that Hidden Earth would not let him lose. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life instantly opened up the lattice and started collecting once again. As for the Light God's light storage ring, this thing, with its hidden dangers, could not be given to Hidden Earth. Ding. Congratulations on your successful collection of the Divine Grade or Dark Ink Spirit Stone. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully collected the Divine Grade or Dark Crystal Seed. Every minute, every second, Hidden Soil, Life had a harvest. These things, at this stage, were worthless if sold. But wait 4 or 5 years, and this was a heavenly price. Hidden Earth glanced at the wet ground in the distance, and could not help but sigh. Godsmith Lu Long is really a wild goose. Not an inch of grass. Godsmith Lu Long pursued the policy of extermination. Any herbs, ores, trees and other materials, all swept away. Running pure white creatures, also has not been left behind. Threw into the Godsmith Lu Long's pocket. The depths of the ground have been turned over 7 or 8 times. The pure white-colored earthworms in the ground were all dug out and taken away. With this kind of skill, Hidden Earth was ashamed of himself. Compared to Divine Craftsman Lu Long's cleanliness, the area of Hidden Earth's duo was as if it was dog-eared. What a waste. Just as Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life's backpack could no longer fit. The figure of godly craftsman Lu Long appeared and scolded. Before starting to plow the land, it was called a clean one. The original peaceful dark abyss. At this moment bare. Only a pitch-black spring eye in the very center remained. This black spring eye was the core of the dark abyss. The infinite darkness that is from the darkness of the fountain eye scattered out. But the speed is extremely slow. Need time to pile up. Even now, this dark spring eye is still spewing out darkness towards the outside world. The divine craftsman Lu Long and the others. No matter how to block, to destroy, all to no avail. The darkness spring still maintains the most perfect appearance. This darkness spring eye was not something they could intervene with nowadays. Looking at this darkness fountain eye, the gods' faces were all very ugly. If this thing was not eradicated, after a number of years, the god of darkness would really return here again, and no one would be able to stop it. Faced with such a situation, the gods could not help but sigh. At the same time, a system tone that resounded throughout heaven's destiny rang out. Ding! The god of darkness is dead. Ding! The god of darkness is dead. Ding! The god of darkness dies. Even if this place was the dark abyss, it didn't affect the delivery of the system beep. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life had a face of exuberance. Finally seeing the results. Finally waiting for this day. The gods, on the other hand, were silent. and even in some moods of grief. The god of darkness died? The prophet god is still alive? The gods began to fly away from the dark abyss, and descended before the dark palace. The dark palace was shattering. Before the dark palace, there was the weak prophet god, as well as the unconscious Qin Fong and Xueqinger. These deities didn't know what was happening, but they were able to see the complex eyes of the prophet god as he looked at Qin Fong and Xueqinger. It couldn't be that the beheading of the god of darkness? Did these two also take credit for it? Gather everything that can be utilized. Let's leave. The prophet god weakly spat out these words and waved his hand, strengthening his spirit. The 5 major gods struck out, instantly emptying the place. Divine artisan Lu Long took out a teleportation portal, and a milky white-colored light wrapped around the crowd, departing in an instant. Thank you for the help of a few of you. The rewards will arrive later. Godsmith Lu Long left Qin Fong and the other 4 within the Heavenly Sun Town, while the 5 deities turned around and left. The impact of beheading the god of darkness this time was too great. The entire human race, as well as the human race's allies, were shaken and deeply shocked. One had to know that deities could not be killed. This had already become something that was seared into the minds of the human race. But now? Yet, they were told that deities could also be killed, and deities could also die. The prophet god returns. Gods from all over the human race descended to Mount Qixia in an instant. Mount Qixia, the abode of the prophet god. The gods of the human race created the palace of the human emperor, and those who have become gods can stay there. But the prophet god never goes there. After all, his body is a willow tree, which is not compatible with the human race. Today, Mount Qixia had become a holy place, and nearly 100 human gods had come to check the news and chastise in passing. An ancient god of darkness? How could it be beheaded? Is it hard to believe that in the hands of the prophet god, he is hiding some great killing weapon? This time, for if my human race's deities died in battle, I will definitely look for him. Old Willow. To seek justice. That's right. Is it too unworthy to pay such a price for beheading a dark god? Prophet god must give us an explanation. The human race. It was one of the most complicated races, and the one that was most preoccupied with internal turmoil. When all external dangers were eradicated, what was left for the human race was endless internal chaos. Another reason why the prophet god did not want to go to the human palace was because of the chaos and pandemonium within the human palace. The prophet god is heavily injured and will not see guests. Divine craftsman Lu Long, who was an absolute follower of the prophet god, was currently standing in front of Mount Qixia, not granting the group of gods permission to enter. Humph. What a big score. We have come here today in a joint rice planting. Can't the prophet god still not see us? I have to have come for the darkness god as well. Please ask the prophet god to show up and make this matter clear. Right. In case the ancient gods rebound. This matter? Who should take the blame? You can't ask us to wipe the prophet god's arse for the trouble you've caused. I'll just until those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. This old undead willow tree must be deliberately provoking, wanting us to go to war with the ancient gods. Such remarks instantly made divine craftsman Lu Long furious and stormy, wishing to directly cane this group of deities. Within the Tiannong town, Qin Fong's unconscious body gradually became illusory, and was eventually forced offline and out of the game. Xueqinger's comatose body was the same. Forced offline. Who knew? The two of them. What exactly had they done? Tree of Life. Send all the harvest from this trip to the boss's auction house. The harvest this time was simply mind-boggling. Hidden Earth was still really afraid that the Tree of Life would run away with the money, so he stared at her dead on. The Tree of Life is also not ambiguous. Closely follow the Hidden Earth to the Finisher's Empty Alley auction house. Chapter 236 Lifting the Table. Tianyang Town. And even the entire destiny of heaven. In hearing this system tone, whether it is players or NPCs all fall into a dead silence. The first chapter of the Destiny of Heaven is not called The Vengeance of the Gods? What? The gods failed to take revenge? So they were killed? Is it possible that this first chapter has been renamed The Rebellion of the Human Race? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. The most critical thing is that this is only the early stage of the game. Deities should not be the strongest boss of the heavenly destiny. Now beheaded a deity? This is not scientific. Holy shit. Did you guys hear this system beep? Nonsense. I'm blind. But I'm not deaf. Why does it feel so fake? This system beep. It's not right. Dark God. Dead? Who killed it? Was it the players? Or will it trigger some plot? Just wait quietly. There should be a second system prompt sounding. The players rose with great interest in this system beep. After all, the death of a deity was extremely good news for the players. Whether it was the subsequent quests, the subsequent wiping of the Rs, the deity's backlash, and so on. These were all things that the players were happy to see. The players were waiting. And generally speaking, there wouldn't be just one system beep. The NPCs of Heaven's Destiny showed great joy. Beheading a deity? This was simply the greatest good news in heaven and earth. Each one of them put up lights and colors, preparing to celebrate. For a time, the entire Heaven's Destiny was overflowing with an atmosphere similar to that of the new year. The aged NPCs of Heaven's Destiny had tears in the corners of their eyes as they burned yellow paper. Bean-sized muddy tears mixed with black soot as if praying to the heavens. The countless areas of Heaven's Destiny were all like this, overflowing with a different atmosphere. This shop? Surprisingly offering a 10% discount? Crazy. I also feel that he's crazy. Only it seems like he's not the only one who's crazy. This shop is even more ruthless, giving it away for free. I grasp. Crazy All crazy This is at least 3,000 copper coins on weekdays. But today it's only 30 copper coins. How do I feel it's a bit fake? As foreign players, they simply didn't understand the joy that the NPCs of the Heaven's Destiny natives were feeling today. Deity This was a deity. Throughout history, no deity had ever died. Even the most powerful god of plague was merely sealed, and could not be completely killed. Being able to decapitate a deity meant that from today onwards, the situation between the deities and the human race would be reversed. Could the human race of Heaven's Mandate not be happy? Could they not be excited? Today's big reward. Until it's finished. Old me is happy today. Really happy. Come! Come! Help me kill a few evil ferocious beasts. I want to drink blood and eat meat. Countless NPCs were releasing quests. And the players were suddenly busy. The entire Heaven's Destiny's goods were basically swept away. The players who subsequently logged into the game looked at the empty shelves and listened to the players' narratives for a long time. Speechless. Lamenting that they had lost several $100 million. Only the second system beep. A long time did not ring. The official briefing for this deicide also did not ring. Now, everyone just knows that the Dark God is dead. Why? Simply because the matter has not been characterized before the Sutra Mountain. If the Palace of Humanity qualifies this matter as the Prophet God's personal behavior, then the chastisement that should be meted out, and the subsequent ones, will all be suffered by the Prophet God. And if the Palace of Humanity takes this matter on, the entire subsequent situation will all be borne by the human race. Are the Prophet God and the others heroes? Or are they traitors? Their own words didn't count. Only the human palace's words counted. Let the Prophet God come out and explain. Otherwise, deal with them according to disrespecting the human emperor and step on Mount Shishya. Right. This matter, it needs a perfect explanation. I seem to have seen the backlash of the ancient gods and the destruction of my human race. This matter, it was all caused by the old willow tree. Come out. These normally placid deities, for some unknown reason, revealed their ugly faces to the heroes at this moment. You scum. You groveled and fawned in the face of the ancient gods. But now, to our meritorious ministers, you are colorful and disgusting. At this moment, even in death, divine craftsman Lu Long spat out these words, deeply despising this group of gods. The Prophet God was indeed right. At the start of the operation, Godsmith Lu Long had also asked the Prophet God if he would allow the human imperial palace to participate in this operation. The Prophet God merely smiled faintly and stated his assessment of the human imperial palace. This group of gods. Infighting is fine. But killing gods? No way. Their knees. They have long since gone soft. At first, Godsmith Lu Long was unwilling to believe it. But now, with the facts in front of him, he was forced to believe it. Godsmith Lu Long, the elf god, and the other gods all stood together, not permitting this group of dirty gods to set foot on Mount Shishya. Ha. Are these the deities of the human race? I pooh. The elf god directly hurled out curses. He really couldn't look at it anymore. Obviously the Prophet God had beheaded the god of darkness. This was heavenly news. heavenly good. But in the eyes of this group of human deities? How did it become something that was 10 evils and unforgivable? Oh, traitor of the elf race. I now suspect that you are colluding with Old Willow and want to plot against my human race. Quickly surrender. Lu Long. I advise you not to resist either. Otherwise, on the divine punishment platform, there shall be your body. And you gods, I now suspect you. The elf god merely said one sentence. And in an instant, countless hats were snapped down. And an infinite number of deities transformed into mountains and pressed down as if they were able to crush him alive. Looking at the ugly faces of this group of human deities, divine craftsman Lu Long couldn't wait to kill them all. More than 100 deities. Not all of them were so shameless. 560 questioned. 340 watched the show, while the rest wanted to say a fair word, but were too weak to say anything. Prophet God? You still don't appear? A new round of persecution began. Ultimately helpless, the Prophet God dragged his broken body and stepped out from within Mount Chixia. The Prophet God at this moment was already dying. His hair color had all transformed into wither. The fire of life was about to dissipate. And his entire person? There were at most a few hours of life left. Old Willow, hand over the way to behead a deity. And perhaps, be able to leave you a whole body. This group of human deities surrounded the Prophet God in an instant, as if they were afraid that he would escape. The Prophet God merely smiled blandly at this situation, looking at the surrounding deities as if they were looking at a clown. You guys? Just rubbish. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? After divine craftsman Lu Long finished his sentence, and before the deities could get angry, he continued to point at the nose of one of the deities, who had previously screamed the most fiercely and opened his mouth. Do you still remember your father begging me bitterly to give you a drop of divine liquid so that you could live? And you? I remember your grandfather begging me for 3 years before I agreed to instruct you twice. And you? What are you hiding for? Remember the oath you made with me? Chapter 237 The God of Pestilence appears. Hearing the Prophet God begin to lift their old brother, this group of deities instantly fell silent, their eyes dodging, not daring to face the Prophet God directly, and the thin-skinned ones, even turning red in the face, shrank towards the middle of the crowd. This? Too shameful. Too humiliating. But no one could say that the Prophet God faked. These periods really existed. After all, the Prophet God was too old. Older than their fathers and grandfathers. Strictly speaking, if they didn't become gods, they didn't even have the chance to face the Prophet God directly, to be able to have the honor of receiving guidance from the Prophet God. This was undoubtedly something worth bragging about when they were teenagers. After all, only those with excellent talent were able to give the Prophet God a favorable glance. As for how one obtained the Prophet God's guidance, on the contrary, it wasn't that important. In the past, everyone had tried their best to cover up this history. After all, no one knew. But now, the Prophet God had lifted this piece of shaming cloth for them and dropped it in passing. Thus, after the group of gods were shamed, endless anger surfaced in their minds. Prophet God, you must not humiliate us. The first deity couldn't help himself, and a huge great stick emerged in his hand, wanting to impact the Prophet God. At this, the other deities couldn't help themselves and raised the weapons in their hands, wanting to behead the Prophet God and shut him up in the process. You traitor of the human race, I'm going to do justice for the heavens today. Go to hell. These gods, with their eyes open, tried to erase all of the Prophet God's merits. The Prophet God remained in a clouded state, quietly looking at this group of deities. Regardless of the past, since you want the means to kill the darkness god, I will give it to you. The Prophet God turned his words around and surprisingly vocalized in such a way that the gods present, without exception, all disbelieved it, thinking that the Prophet God was still trying to tease them. As expected, the Prophet God continued to vocalize. I have only one request for you all. When the ancient deity soldiers come to the city, you dare to fight. None of the deities spoke, as if this request was, well, too high. The Prophet God looked at the expressions on the faces of this group of deities, and became furious. What a bunch of rubbish things. What a bunch of rubbish. The method of beheading an ancient deity will exist on Mount Chixia, and it can be accessed by beheading a demigod-level god general under the ancient deity seat. The Prophet God hated the iron and set up such a test. If one dared to behead the divine generals of the ancient deities, one would naturally dare to do the same to the ancient deities. This was already the limit of what the prophet god could do. Under the sky, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The group of gods still wanted to say these and more, but they were blocked by the prophet god with these words. However, the prophet god had clearly underestimated the shamelessness of this group of deities. Old Willow, you're clearly just being a selfish fool, completely disregarding the future safety and security of my human race in your eyes. Right. Hand it over quickly, and you might be able to have a more honorable death. Hand it over, prophet god. Otherwise, your sin this time will be great. Some of the gods still wanted to dwell on the method of slaughtering the god of darkness. But in an instant, the gods united their battle lines. Prophet god, your slaughter of the god of darkness this time has caused serious harm to my human race, and you should bear the consequences of this. Yes, the wrong you did must be borne independently. The ancient deities, for sure, won't let it go. As if to corroborate this deity's statement, the celestial dome of Mount Chishia darkened as a whole, as if it had been covered by some terrifying existence. Within the vault of the sky, the silhouette of the god of death coalesced, taking out a decree in his hand, and with infinite indifference, he began to read it out. The one who beheads the god of darkness will abrogate his divine position within 3 days and kneel at the dark abyss, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, the slaughter of hundreds of millions of the human race will serve as an example to others. After reading aloud, the god of death silhouette dissipated into thin air. After all, with so many deities gathered here, if something was deduced, wouldn't it be a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier? When the god of death left, the human deities immediately began to instruct the prophet god. Billions of living beings. Prophet god, you've stirred up too big a mess this time. Hey, prophet god, aren't you going to die yet? Prophet god, is it hard for you to harm the billions of my human race's people? Hundreds of millions of my human race's people. How long will this take to reproduce? Prophet god, I advise you to tie your hands. Please go to your death. Senior, hearing such a voice, the prophet god and the other 5 deities, their hearts chilled on the spot. This was to push people to the brink of extinction. You guys still have a bit of bloodlust? The corners of the eyes of the godsmith Lu Long cracked and crumbled with blood, accusing this group of so-called human deities. The human race hadn't easily stood up under the leadership of the god of plague, but your knees, now, seem to be bending again. It simply makes one spit blood. The elf god was the first to shoot an arrow. He couldn't take it anymore. This group of so-called human gods were simply disgusting to the extreme. Since you all chose to resist, then, it's only necessary for us to do it ourselves. The gods of the human race were prepared to personally take down the prophet god and send him under the dark abyss. The great battle, it seemed, was imminent. The scene here, it had long been shielded so that no one could see it except for the deities located at the very top of heaven's mandate. As for the statement, it was composed by the victor. I'm sorry for dragging you all down. This was the first time the prophet god had said sorry, and there was despair in his eyes, but no regret whatsoever. If you were to choose again, would you still guard the human race? At this moment, a touch of voice rushed into the prophet god's mind like the sunlight of the Lunar New Year, instantly causing his entire spirit to quake. And then a smile of surprise appeared on top of his cheeks. This voice, long overdue, will, the prophet god spoke firmly, hissing out like a fierce beast. There existed moths in this human race, but there also existed millions of people with radiant hearts. Good. In the next instant, the firmament went dark. What has happened? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Is it hard to believe that the ancient gods have come again? Who is it this time? Hurry up and take down the old willow tree. In that case, it will also be able to be accounted for. Annoying. Really annoying. The movements of the human deity's hands were even more vicious. You guys? Want to lay your hands on my willow tree? A bland and uninteresting voice rang out without any power. But none of the people who heard these words felt a shiver run through their bodies, and felt a sense of submission. This was another level of power. Who was this? Your willow tree? What a big mouth. May I ask your excellency? The rash man asked the words. But before he could finish, he flinched in place, like a wooden statue, as several ancient legends surfaced in his mind. Rumor, the willow tree was planted by the god of plague. Rumor, the willow tree is of the same generation as the god of plague. Rumor, The willow tree was bigger than the god of plague and had watched the god of plague grow. Now, apparently the first rumor was more reliable. Huh? Whichever rumor it was, it proved that a relationship existed between Willow and the plague god. You are? A deity inquired cautiously. Like a mouse that had seen a cat. The god of plague. These 4 words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 238 All Things Earth. Suddenly, in the dark vault of heaven, endless electric light flashed out, as if the name god of plague was some sort of taboo. Countless lights set off the god of plague and lit up behind it, making the god of plague even more magnificent and strong, as if it was the only true god in heaven and earth. The gods of the human race were each silenced, not daring to utter a single word. This was the god of plague, an existence that had once helped the human race to survive a difficult time, and even stood at the head of the ancient gods. The god of plague, no one could discredit, because he was a pure human race and the first human emperor of the human emperor palace. This one's seniority is frighteningly high. The scariest thing is, this one is not a good guy. Back then, there was still a portion of strong human deities that confronted it, advocating coexistence with the ancient deities to avoid a great war. This kind of conservative faction has always existed since ancient times. Only, the approach of the god of plague was simple and rough. Those who agreed to peace, all were beheaded by him, although it caused a certain amount of turmoil. But, as the god of pestilence continued to seal the ancient gods and eventually defeated the heavenly emperor, allowing his popularity to reach its peak, this kind of opposition became less and less, and finally disappeared. This was a truly ruthless person. The reason why the gods of the human race dared to yell at the prophet god was simply because the prophet god had never laid a hand on the human race in the ancient ages. And there were even rumors that the prophet god was unable to lay a hand on the human race. This was the reason why the human gods had become more and more excessive. But with the god of pestilence present, they really didn't dare to bounce around, because if they jumped around a bit, it was highly likely that they would face the threat of death. During the ancient deity period, the god of plague was able to defeat the heavenly emperor? Then nowadays, what level of strength should the plague god have reached? The prophet god killed the god of darkness and should be rewarded. What do you think? The god of pestilence saw that they weren't speaking, so he took the initiative to open his mouth and bring the topic to this. The god of pestilence looked into the eyes of this group of human deities, as if he wanted to read their minds and know their true thoughts. The prophet god was still very excited, not to the fact that before he died, he could still see the god of plague. The prophet god's years, indeed, were older than the god of pestilence. But yet, wisdom was not born in the long years until the god of pestilence enlightened him. Only then did he become a god. In a sense, the seer god was considered the pestilence god's pet. Only in the endless years that followed, it seemed as if the god of plague had forgotten about him as a pet. All these years, it's been hard on you. The god of pestilence passed on a flash of intent to the prophet god before calmly looking at this group of human deities. You may discuss. With these words, the binding force between heaven and earth was undone, and this group of human deities were able to move freely. This was the terror of the god of plague. My patience is limited. I hope that within 10 breaths, you will be able to give me an answer. The god of pestilence remained calm, but the biting killing intent was like a crazy tide that had already set off monstrous waves, hanging over the heads of this group of human deities like a sharp sword. If their choices displeased the god of plague, they would surely undergo extinction. The surrounding divine craftsman Lu Long, the elf god, and the others all felt refreshed. This feeling of having a big brother backing them up. So refreshing. Earlier, the crowd could only fight for their lives in order to beg for a ray of hope. But now, they only had to think, what kind of melon was delicious and suitable for watching the show? Watching this group of deities eat their words was really good. In 3 breaths, this group of human deities namely gave a reply very sensibly. The prophet god's killing of the god of darkness is a feat that will last for 1,000 years, and is a great joy for our human race. So we should celebrate it, as the heavens are celebrating together. The prophet god should enter the palace of the human emperor and become the high priest, becoming an example for all the gods. In addition, killing the god of darkness is a great event, and should be rewarded with 1,000 drops of fountain of agelessness, and 1,000 drops of 3,000 onyx blood. It had to be said that this group of human deities were very capable of doing their jobs. Not only did they think of the prophet god's title, they even thought of all his rewards. so that no one could pick any faults. To be honest, seeing these rewards, the divine craftsman Lu Long and the others were all red-eyed. There was no other way. It was too rich. The rewards gifted to the seer god are doubled. The plague god's voice rang out, directly doubling the rewards. The gods of the human race immediately looked puzzled. These things, which were already the god's share for 3 years, squeezed and united to give to the prophet god. If they were doubled, this group of human deities would have nothing to gain in 6 years. Ah, god of pestilence, would this be too much? When it came to one's own interests, there were people with iron heads who stood out to oppose it. In response to such a voice, the god of pestilence did not speak nonsense in the slightest, and from his fingertips emerged a ball of black gas that floated straight towards the deity who had spoken earlier. This deity sensed a hint of something wrong and wanted to dodge. But when he reacted, the terrifying power had already melted him in an instant, causing him to turn into black mist and disappear. This was the means of the god of pestilence, lifting his hand and destroying a deity with a breeze. The surrounding gods that were still alive began to tremble in fear, although everyone knew that the god of plague was vicious. But after all, it was what they had heard. But now, with the facts in front of them, this group of deities no longer dared to fart. A deity that was obliterated? Sort of a stronger existence among them. Even he couldn't resist. Other deities were even more likely to only get killed. Who still has questions? The plague god's words took on a hint of annoyance, as if he didn't want to be tugging on this matter. No objections. Agreed. No objections. Agreed. Where did this group of gods dare to resist? All of them tremblingly chose to agree. I wish to see these things tomorrow. The god of pestilence finished speaking and turned around to catch up with the prophet god. Thus, the human deities present were like rats scattering from a sinking ship, quickly fleeing this place. There was no other reason. This place was now too terrifying. It was truly like hell on earth. The god of pestilence, waving his hand and killing deities was easier than killing chickens. So who dared to stay here? Do you want to continue living? The god of pestilence looked at the seer god and asked this question. Divine artisan Lu Long and the others, on the other hand, felt choked. Who meets? Just ask this kind of question. Think. I want to see all of the ancient gods beheaded. Without thinking, the prophet god directly uttered these words, and the mobilization of emotions was instantly in place. Longing, anger were all mixed into everything. All right, I'll help you. In the next second, the plague god casually took out a handful of soil that shimmered with a crystalline luster, as if it was a strange treasure from the heavens and earth, filled with a divine aura. Divine artisan Lu Long and the others might not be able to feel it, but the prophet god was greatly shocked. Is it hard to believe that this is the soul of all things? The god of pestilence nodded with a smile before waving his hand, and the soil transformed into flowing water and merged into the entire Mount Chixia. The soil of all things, according to rumors, was one of the most magical soils that naturally arose when the heavens and earth of heaven's mandate first opened, and was only useful for plants. Once a plant is cultivated on top of the soil of all things, it will be able to rejuvenate its second spring, or even its ninth spring. Chapter 239 Annihilation God. The entire ground of Mount Chixia was filled with the roots of the old willow tree, and he had long since refined this place to be as solid as gold. Earlier, if the god of pestilence did not show up, Old Willow Tree was planning to detonate Mount Chixia and die with this group of gods, who were afraid of death, not being able to die at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of his own people. Although the prophet god felt stifled, there was nothing he could do about it. Destroying this group of gods? It was certainly a huge blow to the strength of the human race. But perhaps under the sense of worry, another group of deities that dared to fight could be awakened. This group of deities were truly assholes. If possible, the prophet god really wanted to get rid of them all. Like a fluttering butterfly, the crystalline universal soil silently merged into the entire Mount Chixia, no longer part of each other. And in the next second, it flashed out colorful light with a buzzing sound, rendering the entire Mount Chixia into a gorgeous color. The infinite mysterious energy within the earth of all living things instantly followed the roots of the old willow tree and merged into his body. This power made the old willow tree feel endlessly hot. When the mysterious energy accumulated to a certain level, a qualitative change occurred. The old willow tree in a moment showed its own body. Withered. No longer a few small leaves left. Twisted bark. In short, all showed decadence. But now, under the support of this power, the old willow tree directly lived out a second spring. Bark, more dry, leaves, all fall off, tree trunk, gradually shrinking. The life force was rapidly draining away, and everything seemed to be dying. However, divine artisan Lu Long was able to sense that the life force was not dispersing into the firmament, but rather converging towards the interior, within the trunk of the massive prophet god willow tree. It was as if a brand new life was being birthed. The god of pestilence watched silently, throwing in some other substances from time to time. Some of these substances, which divine artisan Lu Long and the others had never even seen before, were all not mortal. Click! The dry tree trunk broke, from which a green light filled with a strong life breath and a young lifespan was condensed. The green light landed and transformed into a small willow tree. This willow tree, the body is only 3 meters high and low. With the previous prophet god's body, simply small cannot be small. But now this willow tree is as if by the heavens and earth the finest jade carved into the general. The willow tree was full of green, full of the breath of life. Even the intertwined roots were all green. Deadless Lu Long perceived the breath of the willow tree is still god level. And vaguely, there is a stronger feeling. Perceive the life expectancy, as bright as the sun, at least can still live for hundreds of thousands of years. This was a true rebirth. To know that in order to deal with the god of darkness, the prophet god's lifespan had already been burned almost to the ground. But now, due to a blessing, it was directly exchanged for a second spring. This was a great chance. The divine craftsman Lu Long and the others, taking advantage of this opportunity, should also be able to prolong their lives for a wave. After all, 1,000 drops of the fountain of agelessness, at the very least, allowed them to spend 1,000 years in. Thank you, Master. The prophet god incarnated into a human form, as if he was a tender child, kneeling down in front of the god of plague with respect. At this moment, divine artisan Lu Long and the others instantly understood everything. This is what you deserve. To be honest, I didn't expect that you would be able to behead the god of darkness. Tell me, how did you do it? The god of plague was also very curious. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the god of darkness to be beheaded. Thus, the god of prophecy did not hide anything and told the events of that day truthfully. Godsmith Lu Long and the others dived under the dark abyss. Old Willow, you killed me. Even if you burned your life to the ground, you can't be my opponent. The god of darkness was still screaming. He was calculating that old willow tree would not be able to decapitate itself even if it burned all of its own willow leaves clean. This was where the darkness god's bottom line lay. Regarding this point, the prophet god also understood in his heart. He could not help but place his eyes on Qin Fang's body. This player? Was it able to turn the tide? On this trip, the seer god had once divined that the probability of killing the dark god was as high as 50%. Was the success rate quite high? Exactly where will it be fulfilled? The prophet god took a look. I've already reached my limit. I can't move at all. Is it possible that it's this woman? But what role can she play? With such doubts, the prophet god sent a message to Shueqinger. Are there any more backstops? Unleash all of them. I can't fight. The prophet god was very barefaced. It was just a sentence of I can't beat it. Unable to do so, Shueqinger could only reveal her own cards. Help me confine him. Hearing such words, the prophet god instantly brightened up. He simply wanted to ask, but he hadn't thought that there was really an unexpected surprise. Thus, the prophet god once again burned a section of himself and surrounded the god of darkness. Shueqinger glanced at Qin Fang and stepped to his side, holding his hand. And then she transformed into taking out a palm-sized bullet-like substance from her own bosom, which shone with a bronze-colored luster all over. Click! From within Shueqinger's body and Qin Fang's body, an infinite pure white-colored radiance jointly escaped, transforming into power and merging into the bullet, which was also dyed snow-white in a matter of moments. To be honest, Qin Fang did not know why such a strange change had appeared in his body. Tired, as the white light shone, Qin Fang only felt endless exhaustion sweeping over him. Before the bullets could be fired, Qin Fang passed out like a dead dog. Shueqinger, on the other hand, silently smiled as she was alone, radiating white light and controlling the firing of the bullets. Whoosh! The bullet transformed into the only light in heaven and earth. piercing through the branches of the willow tree and hitting the darkness god straight in the center of his brow. The god of darkness wanted to dodge, but under the prophet god's confinement, it was difficult for him to move even one step. This pure white-colored bullet pierced into the heart of the darkness god's brow and exploded with a thud. The god of darkness that had gathered within the god of darkness was 97% eliminated in just 3 breaths. The god of darkness did not die at the hands of the prophet god, but rather at the hands of this bullet. Old Willow burned itself, incinerating the dying darkness god's consciousness to him. The dark god died. Even if a future god of darkness were to be birthed from the dark fountain again, it could not be this one. Hitting the god of darkness, Xueqing, who was holding Qin Fang's hand, fell into a coma. On the spot, only the weak prophet god remained, allowing him to clean up the battlefield. The prophet god began to touch the corpses, and the first to arrive was naturally the darkness god's darkness sword. And the rest? It was the darkness god's collection from these endless years, all hidden within the darkness god ring. These harvests made the prophet god earn a lot of money. Smiling happily, after watching the footage so replayed, the god of pestilence was speechless for a long time, with a stare in his eyes. And so were the divine artisan Lulong, the elf god, and the others, who even had a feeling of being deceived. Everyone thought that it was you, the fat-headed prophet god, who killed the god of darkness. But now, looking at it, you're nothing more than a support? Isn't this a farce? It's not honest. Not long after, the god of plague solemnly spat out 2 words. Annihilation God. Chapter 240, Top Power. The prophet god seemed to know the origins of this bullet, and for a moment, he fell into deep thought. Your Excellency, god of pestilence, this bullet, do you recognize it? Godsmith Lulong spoke in a low voice, taking the opportunity to brush his face in front of the god of pestilence. This thing is not something you can understand nowadays. This girl, protect it carefully. The god of pestilence left such a sentence, and a hint of despondency seemed to surface in his eyes. Lord, a counterattack from the ancient gods? How are we going to deal with it? The god of prophecy was still worried about this matter. After all, the god of death had personally sent a message earlier, and this scene, it had really scared a group of gods. Could it be that this group of ancient deities would really come out unsealed? This was, by far, the most worthwhile concern. No matter. As long as I'm still alive, the ancient deities won't dare to mess around and only dare to shout. This was the voice of the god of plague, powerful and with incomparable confidence. The prophet god and the others were stunned. And then they thought about it. And it was indeed true. The god of plague was like a seed pin for the human race. As long as he didn't fall, the human race would one day be able to stand at the top of the 10,000 races. It's just that I'm disappointed with the current human race gods. The god of pestilence had a tinge of hatred in his eyes. This group of human deities were simply disgusting. It looks like the period of peace was too long ago. The god of plague muttered these words to himself, no longer communicating with the prophet god and the others, and decisively left. The purpose of the god of pestilence this time, namely, to save the prophet god and incidentally punish the human gods. Now that the first purpose was accomplished, the second goal, he had to go and accomplish it as well. Seeing the god of pestilence dissipate in the firmament, the prophet god suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with heat. This was an absolute powerhouse. Capable of determining the trend of the entire heavenly destiny with every move. I felt like I was going to die, but I never thought that it would be Senior Plague God who would appear and save the day. Truly a senior who commands respect. But unfortunately, for the same human race, how could so many scum appear? Right. This time, old brother Prophet God has also been blessed with a huge benefit from the disaster. The Prophet God and the others were all sighing. This time, the matter was really ups and downs. Fortunately in the end, the outcome was good. Ancient deities were all unkillable. And it was even more impossible for the Heavenly Emperor amongst the ancient deities to die. The central region of the Heaven's Destiny continent was the residence that sealed the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient deities. The god of pestilence had set up a formation to gather the power of the entire Heaven's Destiny continent, the human race and the 10,000 races, to seal the Heavenly Emperor together. The Heavenly Emperor, born from the Heavenly Fate, cannot be killed or killed. Only by destroying the entire Heavenly Destiny would it be possible to kill the Heavenly Emperor. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. The god of darkness has been beheaded. The god of death seal had broken free 7 or 8 times. And his doppelganger was able to walk the heavenly destiny continent with impunity. The god of darkness condensed his doppelganger, and half-kneeled in the center of the heaven's destiny continent. The central region of the heaven's destiny continent should have been blessed with heaven, becoming the most favorable region in the entire heaven's destiny. However, there was an endless spread of magma in this place. Like a sea of fire. The entire area. 10 million miles. Also, not an inch of grass. There is no life. This was the fury of the heavenly emperor. In the face of the god of death's kneeling, the entire magma area suddenly rioted, and eventually coalesced into the image of the magnificent celestial emperor. The grass hut-like residence, as well as the image of light red grass, land, and so on. Everything. As if it was real. But it was all the color of flame. The heavenly emperor was still young, but at the moment was the image of an old farmer, not knowing what he was diligently plowing. The heavenly emperor did not bother to look at the god of death, tending to the flowers and plants beside him on his own. Seeing the heavenly emperor in such a state, the god of death was instantly delighted. The last time he came, the heavenly emperor hadn't been able to present so many scenes. But now, all the surrounding scenes were brought together, which meant that the heavenly emperor's seal had been broken open even more. And it was getting closer and closer to the time when the heavenly emperor would be able to break out of his trap. Thus, the god of death knelt down even more reverently. The god of darkness is dead? The heavenly emperor let out a soft eep, stopping the movements in his hands. He was surprised by this matter. The heavenly emperor silently pinched his fingers and deduced that the dark abyss still existed, and the fountain of darkness also still existed. It was merely the death of the god of darkness. There's no harm. After 1,000 years, darkness can still be birthed. The heavenly emperor acted very blandly with everything, seemingly not taking this matter seriously, as he turned around and fiddled with the flowers and plants in his hands once again. Coronation of the heavenly emperor. The human race is so rampant. How are we going to deal with it? While fiddling with the flowers and plants, the heavenly emperor condensed a decree and threw it to the god of death. Send it to Mount Chixia. See if you can force out the god of plague. I always feel that he is still in this continent. Yes. Subordinate obeys. The god of death took this decree and left. The heavenly emperor once again fell into silence, and the shadows all dissipated, while the god of light's small actions in this. The heavenly emperor treated it as if it had never happened. After all, the god of light hadn't really betrayed either, and all he had asked for was nothing more than the god of light egg. Heavenly emperor. Still alive? In the light of an incense stick, the god of plague arrived at this place. You really did remain on the heavenly destiny continent. The heavenly emperor no longer condensed scenes such as the grass hut, and wore imperial robes and an imperial crown, as if he was the most terrifying existence in the human world, exuding a majestic aura as he looked towards the god of plague. Isn't your so-called decree to see me? The god of plague condensed 2 ordinary rattan chairs and invited the heavenly emperor to take a seat. This was a test. The heavenly emperor smiled wanly and quietly laid down on top of the rattan chairs. The god of pestilence also laid down and quietly looked at the firmament. I want to unseal a few ancient gods. The heavenly emperor was originally coalescing a folding fan and quietly fanning it. But at this moment, all of a sudden, he stopped moving his hand. Are you serious? The celestial emperor couldn't figure out why the god of plague would have such thoughts. The long period of peace seems to be making them forget what it means to suffer. I want to let the ancient gods, to slaughter a few of them. But there's no telling. These ancient deities will die. It can. The heavenly emperor decisively agreed. Fellow pestilence, fellow Taoist. The time for me to get out of this trap isn't far away. So I hope you wash your neck. Waiting for you. The god of pestilence, the heavenly emperor both disappeared into thin air. Within the temple of light god, the god of light used up all of his strength to set up the strongest defenses to make the temple as safe as possible. After all, he had to prepare for the fusion of the light god egg and couldn't afford any mistakes. Just as the arrangement was completed, the god of light immediately saw the figure of the heavenly emperor not far away. The god of light was instantly horrified, quickly kneeling down on the ground, silenced, and unable to stop his cold sweat from flowing downwards. Have things been exposed? How would the heavenly emperor punish itself? Will I die outright? In an instant, countless thoughts surfaced in the light god's mind. Coronation of the heavenly emperor. I. Who could not panic when facing the heavenly emperor? Give me the darkness god egg. And this matter revealed. The god of light was first surprised before quickly offering the darkness god egg. The heavenly emperor received the darkness god egg and silently disappeared. Sensing the dissipation of the heavenly emperor's aura, the god of light then went limp on the ground, quickly gasping for air, thankful that he had escaped.